Chapter 1. An inappropriate encounter with a beauty. Esteemed passengers, I am your chief flight attendant, Li Kursin, and it is my pleasure to serve you today. Chen Yang, clutching his boarding pass, swiftly located his seat and stowed his travel backpack before settling in. Moments later, a statuesque young woman with fair skin and alluring curves paused beside Chen Yang. "Excuse me, is this seat 25C? Upon glancing up, Chen Yang was taken aback to find himself in the presence of an enchanting beauty. He nodded in affirmation. "Handsome, could you assist me with my luggage? It's rather heavy, and I cannot manage it alone." "Of course, it would be my pleasure to assist such a lovely lady." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, revealing two charming dimples. Before long, the woman was seated by the window, conveniently positioned to Chen Yang's left. Initially, he closed his eyes to rest. However, the fragrance wafting from her presence invigorated him. After considerable hesitation, Chen Yang succumbed to the temptation and surreptitiously admired the woman. Goodness, her figure was simply unparalleled. Soon, his gaze was drawn to her voluptuous silhouette. My word, this is truly a feast for the eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yang was even salivating. He chuckled to himself, pondering the exquisite sensation of her form. If only he could experience it even briefly, he would gladly accept any fate. As his imagination wandered, the woman suddenly turned her head in his direction. Noticing Chen Yang's unabashed stare at her proud assets, she furrowed her brow. What are you looking at? If you continue to gawk, I shall not be so accommodating," she warned, expecting him to avert his gaze. To her astonishment, Chen Yang unabashedly continued to admire her from head to toe. "How brazen, what a thick-skinned fellow." The woman gritted her teeth in indignation. Yet, she found herself at a loss. He had merely looked without crossing any lines. 10 minutes later, as the plane ascended, it suddenly jolted several times. In a moment of unbalance, Chen Yang inadvertently brushed against the woman's smooth, slender thigh. A thrill coursed through him. To make matters worse, his nail accidentally snagged her black stockings, leaving a mark upon her exquisite leg. The woman was incensed. Pervert! In broad daylight. On an airplane, he dared to take such liberties. What would happen if it were night? "Miss, I sincerely apologize," Chen Yang stammered, hastily attempting to clarify the accidental nature of the contact. "Pervert, scoundrel!" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she slapped him across the face. "Hey, miss, I didn't mean to. I've already apologized. Why do you hit me?" Chen Yang winced, clutching his stinging cheek, feeling quite humiliated. "Didn't mean to? Since I sat down, you've been ogling me. Don't think I haven't noticed. How could this woman strike so hard?" That slap left Chen Yang in considerable pain. "TCH, do you think being beautiful gives you the right to hit people? Moreover, if you weren't sitting so close, that incident would never have occurred. Is it so, then? Am I to blame?" Having encountered shameless individuals before, she had never met a man so utterly devoid of shame. The woman seethed with anger, causing her ample bosom to tremble. Chen Yang observed, feeling a heat rise within him. "Perverted lecher, are you still staring? Keep it up, and I shall gouge your eyes out. Come on, are you ever going to stop? The way you're dressed is clearly an invitation for attention. If you have the audacity, then don't venture outside." Chen Yang found this woman utterly unreasonable. Was it truly necessary for her to escalate the situation, branding him a rogue and accusing him of shamelessness for merely glancing at her? Soon enough, Li Kursin heard the commotion and hurried over. "Good day, esteemed passengers. How may I assist you?" "Chief attendant, I wish to lodge a complaint. He just touched my thigh." The woman pointed at Chen Yang, her indignation palpable. "Miss Luo, are you sure you aren't mistaken?" Li Kursin questioned, unable to believe that Chen Yang would be so brazen as to openly harass Luo Xiaolan. "What do you mean by that, chief attendant? Do you think I am lying?" "Miss Luo, that's not my intention. I merely wish to suggest that there might be a misunderstanding between you two." "Misunderstanding?" "Chief attendant, if one day you were to have a man touch your thigh, would you still call it a misunderstanding?" Li Kursin found herself speechless. "Miss Luo, I didn't mean to do that. Besides, I have already apologized. We are all fortunate to share the same flight, so there's no need to blow this out of proportion." "Oh, Mr. Chen, are you implying that casually touching someone's thigh is a trivial matter?" Chen Yang was at a loss for words. He realized that no matter how he explained, this woman would always find a way to counter his arguments. Just as the dispute escalated, A middle-aged woman from Zone 22 approached. Chen Yang, is that you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Yang was taken aback. Looking up, he was astonished to see Su Yuqing, the mother of his ex-girlfriend Su Mei, the campus beauty. Su, Auntie, what brings you on this flight? Ah, I'm traveling abroad for business with my colleagues. Yang, what is going on here? Upon noticing the woman beside Chen Yang, Su Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Likewise, Luo Feifei appeared equally surprised. Su, Auntie, you know each other? To her astonishment, Su Yuqing seemed acquainted with this troublesome woman. Yes, Yang, let me introduce you. This is Luo Feifei, a former colleague of mine and also my apprentice. What a remarkable coincidence. Master, this guy has harassed me, touching my thigh. Seeing Su Yuqing, Luo Feifei felt emboldened, her tone resolute. Feifei, are you sure you've got it wrong? Yang is not that sort of person. Master, even you are defending him? Luo Feifei's expression was one of utter grievance, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Yuqing chuckled softly and leaned closer to Luo Feifei, whispering, Feifei, Xiao Chun is my daughter's boyfriend. I know him well. Master, could it be that this fellow is Mei Mei's boyfriend? Previously, during her time at the same company as Su Yuqing, Luo Feifei had encountered Su Mei due to their mentor-mentee relationship. This man was hardly handsome, dressed in cheap attire, and did not exude the aura of wealth. How could someone as stunning as Mei Mei be interested in him? Luo Feifei found herself perplexed. It seems that true acquaintance comes from unexpected encounters. Feifei, for the sake of your master, let us put this matter to rest, shall we? Luo Feifei stamped her foot, and out of respect for her master, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Humph, you lecherous scoundrel, today, in light of master, I shall overlook your transgressions. It's not my fault, Chen Yang retorted, feeling quite displeased. Although Luo Feifei was exceedingly beautiful, he felt no attraction toward her. All right, let us consider this matter closed. By the way, Feifei, what brings you abroad this time? Master, I have resigned from my job and plan to travel abroad to unwind. Su Yuqing seemed taken aback. No way. The company offers great benefits, why would you resign? Just then, Li Kersin approached. Excuse me, everyone, please return to your seats. Understood. Su Yuqing nodded and turned to leave, but Luo Feifei called out to her. Chief attendant, could I possibly switch seats with my master? After her earlier conflict with Chen Yang, she was concerned about being taken advantage of by the lecher. Miss Luo, as long as Ms. Su agrees, I have no objections. Thus, Luo Feifei and Su Yuqing exchanged seats. What's so special about being a bit pretty? With that overpowering scent of perfume, I wouldn't want to sit beside you anyway. You say that again. A bit pretty? Luo Feifei considered herself quite attractive, and this fellow's belittlement irked her. Feifei, hurry over, you two needn't engage in a verbal spar. You'll see. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Luo Feifei intended to retort further, but upon seeing the chief attendant's expression, she held her tongue and returned to her master's seat. Given the limited space between the rows of seats on the plane, as Su Yuqing passed by Chen Yang, it felt somewhat cramped. Suddenly, the plane jolted again. Su Yuqing lost her balance and found herself pressed against Chen Yang's leg. Experiencing such intimate contact with a woman for the first time, Chen Yang was taken aback by Su Auntie's voluptuousness, a sensation that filled him with an indescribable joy. By sheer coincidence, Chen Yang's hands inadvertently rested upon Su Yuqing's ample form. Her face flushed crimson. Chen Yang, I'm sorry, and he didn't mean to. Oh, this feeling is delightful. A few more encounters like this would be utterly blissful. Chen Yang remained lost in this newfound pleasure. Chen Yang watching him grin foolishly. Su Yuqing felt increasingly embarrassed. It wasn't until she called his name 3 times that he snapped back to reality. Su Annie, what is it? Chen Yang, could you perhaps move your hands? Su Yuqing was at a loss for words. She couldn't believe Chen Yang hadn't noticed or felt anything. This little rascal certainly knew how to play coy, even daring to take advantage of Andy. No wonder Feifei didn't want to sit with him. Aunt Su, I didn't do it on purpose. Chen Yang earnestly apologized. It's all right. As Su Yuqing took a seat, Chen Yang's heart raced even faster. He had previously encountered Su Yuqing while dating Su Mei. He vividly recalled their first meeting, where he was utterly captivated by Aunt Su's grace and figure, mature, alluring, and elegant, akin to a perfectly ripened cherry, tempting one to take a bite. Today, he finally had the opportunity for a close encounter, and Chen Yang was exceedingly thrilled. Chen Yang, what's going on between you and Mei Mei? Everything seemed fine, so why the sudden breakup? Aunt Sue, it's my fault, please do not blame Mei Mei. Oh dear, why aren't you being honest with me? I know my daughter's temperament all too well. Even if Mei Mei doesn't speak, I can guess that the blame does not lie with you. Aunt Sue, Mei Mei has treated me quite well. Perhaps we were just not meant to be. In truth, Chen Yang's breakup with Su Mei was instigated by the interference of wealthy heir Luo Wujin, which led Su Mei to take the initiative in ending their relationship. He refrained from revealing the truth, merely to preserve Su Mei's image in her mother's eyes. All right, let's not dwell on this matter. By the way, what brings you abroad? Are you here for leisure like Fei Fei? Yes, I plan to travel for half a month before returning. Chen Yang, be honest, where did you get the money? From what she knew about her daughter, Chen Yang's family circumstances were not particularly favorable. He even relied on student loans to attend university. Haha, Aunt Sue, rest assured, my travel funds are entirely legitimate. Chen Yang glanced around and whispered, Aunt Sue, I won a few thousand in the lottery a week ago. You, this child, why are you playing the lottery? Remember, no more of that. Focus on your studies. Do you hear me? Yes, Aunt Sue. I promise I won't play again. Thus, the two continued their seemingly endless conversation. Perhaps it was the mature aura that Su Yuqing exuded that made Chen Yang somewhat infatuated. He occasionally stole glances at her. Today, Su Yuqing donned a blue short-sleeve top paired with a knee-length skirt. Her long, elegant legs particularly captivating. Hee, Xiao Yang, has Annie grown flowers? Why do you keep staring at me? No, Aunt Sue, I wasn't looking. Caught red-handed. Chen Yang still refused to admit it. Su Yuqing merely chuckled, not taking offense. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Su Yuqing's phone inadvertently slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Without a second thought, she bent down to retrieve it. At that moment, Chen Yang's eyes gleamed with delight. From his elevated viewpoint, he inadvertently caught sight of Su Yuqing's enticing cleavage. Wow. He completely lost himself in admiration, momentarily forgetting Su Yuqing's presence. When he blurted out his thoughts, Su Yuqing glanced down and instantly realized. TSK. How could two women, mother and daughter, differ so vastly? Su Yuqing deliberately cleared her throat twice. Yet, Chen Yang's gaze remained fixated. Chen Yang, what were you looking at? So beautiful, so beautiful. Although she had inadvertently exposed herself for Chen Yang to see. Upon hearing his compliments, Su Yuqing felt no anger instead. A hint of delight surfaced in her heart. A woman nearing her 40s, receiving admiration from a man 18 years her junior, undeniably indicates that she still possesses a certain allure. How could such a thought even cross my mind? Su Yuqing found it almost incredulous. Noticing that Chen Yang had yet to retract his gaze, she felt a surge of irritation. Chen Yang, I'm her elder. How could you behave in such a manner? So young yet so audacious. It wasn't until she felt a hand gently tapping on her shoulder that Chen Yang snapped back to reality. Su Ani, Chen Yang, enough. This behavior is unacceptable. It is quite impolite. Do you understand? Yes, Su Auntie, you're absolutely right. Chen Yang nodded vigorously. As he reflected on the earlier scene, he suddenly felt his eyelids twitching repeatedly. Could it be that something ominous was about to transpire? Chapter 3. The plane crash. Ms. Su, do you smell that? Su Yuqing was taken aback. Xiaoyang, what are you sensing? I cannot comprehend your words. She sniffed her own clothing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly murmured, Xiaoyang, is it possible that Auntie's perfume is simply too strong? Chen Yang shook his head. Annie, I detect a scent of something burnt. The smell of charred material? It is forbidden to carry flammable items on board. Xiaoyang, could your sense of smell be impaired? Truly, Annie, I can indeed smell it. Have you not caught even the slightest whiff? Su Yuqing shook her head. Very well. Perhaps it is indeed my olfactory senses that are at fault. Yet, Chen Yang's heart grew increasingly anxious. He lifted his gaze towards the window. Su Annie, look over there. It's not good. There is smoke. Xiaoyang, do not frighten Annie. Su Yuqing turned to follow the direction of Chen Yang's finger. My goodness. There is indeed smoke near the wing. Flight attendant, please come here. There is a situation. Chen Yang realized the gravity of the matter. He stood up, waving at Li Kursin while calling out loudly. Other passengers began to turn their attention towards them. What is that little lecher up to now? Luo Feifei muttered. Mr. Chen, what is the matter? Flight attendant, there's smoke, it's billowing. Quickly, inform the captain. Upon seeing the situation, Li Kursin's complexion turned ashen. At that moment, everyone rose to their feet, all eyes fixed in their direction. Dear passengers, we are currently encountering an emergency situation. All passengers, please. Li Kursin maintained her smile. Before she could finish her sentence, the aircraft began to shake violently, akin to drunken men engaging in a brawl. Chen Yang felt his body lurch backward abruptly. Although he could not ascertain the precise condition of the aircraft, he could deduce that it was plummeting swiftly downward. The captain was desperately struggling to maintain control, attempting to prevent a rapid descent. The plane oscillated erratically, rising and falling while swaying from side to side. After 3 minutes, the aircraft finally stabilized. All passengers exhaled in relief. We are saved. Thank heavens. Yet, Chen Yang's heart remained heavy with dread. At that moment, the fluttering of his eyelids intensified. Xiaoyang, what troubles you? You seem quite disheartened. Annie Su, I sense that something ominous is about to occur. No sooner had he uttered these words than a bolt of lightning struck the left wing. Annie Su, this is dire. The plane has been struck by lightning. It's over, it's over. Annie Su, do not fear. I am here. Hearing the tender words of the young boy, Su Yuqing felt a surge of warmth. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Chen Yang's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, could the plane have been pierced by the lightning? Indeed, as the cold wind intensified, cracks began to appear in the cabin closest to the wing. Within 20 seconds, the fissures widened alarmingly. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, several passengers near the wing were abruptly swept away by a powerful gust of wind. Oh no, I don't want to die. Avalokiteshvara, I beseech you, bestow your mercy upon us and help us evade this calamity. They cried out, desperation palpable in their voices. Some passengers prayed fervently, while others wept openly. As time elapsed, the cabin descended into chaos, with luggage flying about and shards of glass scattering everywhere. Ro Feifei's face turned ashen with fear. To her left, a fellow passenger was struck directly in the forehead by a piece of flying glass. Save me. I don't want to die. Whoever saves me, I will give $5 million. A middle-aged man clung desperately to his seat, his body half dangling outside the aircraft due to the ferocious winds. Despite his frantic cries, no one paid him any heed. Suddenly, a seat loosened and detached from the cabin, hurtling toward the man's head with alarming speed. A horrific scene unfolded as his head and body were gruesomely severed, blood splattering everywhere. Panic gripped everyone, their bodies trembling in terror. Amidst the turmoil, Chen Yang remained remarkably composed. He turned to Su Yuqing and asked, Annie Su, are you afraid? She managed a smile. Of course I am. But what use is fear? Indeed, the fate of all passengers seemed sealed. Destruction and death awaited them. Annie Su, do you believe in fate? A fortune teller once told me, I have a strong destiny and won't perish easily. Well, Annie believes you, though it sounded rather naïve. Su Yuqing genuinely hoped that Chen Yang would survive this disaster. Xiaoyang, I have a request. Will you promise me something? Annie Su, please tell me. Chen Yang had an inkling of what she might ask, but was uncertain. If you managed to survive, could you take good care of Mimi for me? I know she has wronged you. Auntie, please don't speak such ominous words. The fortune teller also said that friends who are with me possess strong fates. Is that so? Let's hope so. Realizing Chen Yang had changed the subject, Su Yuqing sighed deeply. Perhaps this is Mimi's destiny. Annie, if I truly survive, I promise I will take good care of Mimi. I swear it. Thank you, Xiaoyang. You are a wonderful young man. Annie truly appreciates you. Suddenly, the plane shook violently. Half of the passengers were flung from their seats. Annie, be careful, Chen Yang shouted, as he saw a heavy suitcase about to crash down upon Su Yuqing's head. At that speed, if it struck her, she would either die or be severely injured. In that moment, Chen Yang reached out and pulled Su Yuqing into his embrace. Almost simultaneously, the suitcase thudded heavily against Chen Yang's back. What was even more dire was that a small suitcase hurtled through the air, making an intimate connection with Chen Yang's head. Held tightly in his embrace, Su Yuqing's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. She perceived this man to be exceptionally tall, and his embrace felt remarkably warm. The violent impact rendered Chen Yang dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, his entire body slumped against Su Yuqing. Chen Yang, what is wrong? Do not frighten Auntie, Su Yuqing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon the unconscious Chen Yang. Master, be careful, quickly move aside. At that moment, Luo Feifei shouted. Before Su Yuqing could react, a passenger who had been flung away crashed down upon the two of them. In an instant, Su Yuqing's vision darkened, and she swiftly lost consciousness. Time trickled by slowly. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Yang struggled to open his eyes. He rubbed his still, throbbing head, simultaneously feeling as though he could scarcely catch his breath. Chapter 4. The Enchanting Woman. Alas, Chen Yang was drenched in cold sweat. Before him lay the severed torso of a woman, her blood pooling on the ground. At that moment, the sound of squawking seagulls echoed above as a few soared past. The gruesome sight filled Chen Yang with revulsion. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his head and sprinted toward the shore, submerging himself entirely in the sea. The icy water rhythmically lapped against his body. He rubbed his temples once more. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Yang stood upright. The harrowing scene of the plane crash flooded back to him. He scanned his surroundings, noting only the azure ocean and the soaring seagulls. My heavens, I'm alive. It seems that old Taoist was right. I possess a robust destiny. Indeed, surviving great peril surely brings future blessings. However, before Chen Yang could revel in his good fortune, a powerful wave surged forth, pulling him back into the depths of the ocean. Panic surged within him as he struggled desperately against the current. Yet, the mighty waves whisked him away from the shore, casting him 20 meters out. It's over. I'm doomed. This is the ocean. What if I encounter a shark? Trembling, Chen Yang despaired. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, another wave unexpectedly surged, dragging him back towards the shore. Goodness, is this a roller coaster ride? Chen Yang dared not linger at the water's edge. He scrambled to his feet and staggered forward for several meters, glancing back occasionally. Soon, the gravity of his situation struck him. He had fallen onto a deserted island, and given the extensive coastline, he surmised that this island was vast. Indeed, the scorching sun made him sweat profusely. Chen Yang quickened his pace and entered the nearby thicket, collapsing onto the ground. How can such a large island be devoid of life? No food, no fresh water. Surely within days, I shall perish here, becoming a feast for wild beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He distinctly remembered clinging tightly to Su Yuqing before the crash. Yet what transpired afterward was a complete blank. Wait, where is Su Yuqing? She hasn't perished, has she? No, I must search for her. To live is to see her. To die is to find her remains. Resolute, Chen Yang retraced his steps to the earlier site, searching in a specific direction. If Aunt Su was still alive, she should be nearby. After several fruitless minutes, despair began to set in, compounded by the relentless sun beating down upon him. Perhaps it would be wise to find a place to rest and regain his strength before continuing the search for Aunt Su. He lifted his gaze, and, in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Over there, beside a large rock, appeared to be a person. Judging by the petite form, it must be a woman. Yes, it has to be Aunt Su. In that moment, Chen Yang felt invigorated, completely shaking off his fatigue as he sprinted toward the rock with the speed of a 100-meter dash. At this moment, the woman lay sideways. Wait, something feels amiss. He distinctly remembered Aunt Su wearing a blue professional outfit, while this woman donned a light purple short-sleeve top. Goodness, could this be Luo Feifei, Aunt Su's apprentice, the very woman with whom he had a quarrel? One ironic twist of fate. To confirm his suspicion, Chen Yang gently turned the woman over. Indeed, it was Luo Feifei. In the next instant, his eyes sparkled with astonishment, nearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. Luo Feifei was completely drenched, her voluptuous figure laid bare before Chen Yang. What was more, her clothing had been torn, revealing delicate gray lace beneath. Chen Yang's gaze lingered momentarily on her upper body before continuing downward. A pair of long, fair thighs came into view. This woman appeared slender. Yet there was more to her than met the eye. But wait, Luo Feifei had been still for quite some time. Could she be unconscious? Chen Yang quickly placed a finger against her nose and felt a faint breath, which eased his concern. Staring out at the vast ocean while observing the enchanting lady before him, Chen Yang's emotions were tumultuous. Here he was, a man experiencing his first trip abroad, only to find himself in the midst of a plane crash. What dreadful luck. On such a desolate island, the prospect of survival seemed nearly impossible. He could not afford to leave with regrets. Though he had been with Su Mei for 2 years, their relationship had barely progressed beyond holding hands, with not even a most basic of kisses exchanged. Before I meet my end, I must experience being a real man at least once. Furthermore, this deserted island held no one else. Even if I were to take advantage of Luo Feifei, there would be no repercussions. The more he pondered this, the more heated his body became. Luo Feifei, my apologies. I suspect you might feel the same way. When did I become so shameless? After a few minutes of hesitation, impulse ultimately triumphed over reason. Chen Yang bent down, his right hand caressing Luo Feifei's face. The sensation is quite delightful. Just as he was about to proceed further, Luo Feifei's lips twitched several times, followed by her delicate form writhing slightly. Gradually, her breathing deepened, and Chen Yang realized she was on the verge of awakening. He quickly retracted his hand. Perhaps out of panic or haste, his balance faltered, causing him to lean toward Luo Feifei. In a moment of urgency, he steadied himself with both hands. However, at that very instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chen Yang discovered that his hands had inadvertently landed precisely on the woman's chest. As he attempted to withdraw his hands, Luo Feifei opened her eyes. Chen Yang, why are you here? Well, beauty, is this your home? If you can be here, why can't I? Suddenly, Luo Feifei felt an unusual sensation in her chest, as if something was pressing against her. She glanced down, and her expression changed dramatically. Chen Yang, you scoundrel, you took advantage of me on the plane, and now that we've disembarked, you're at it again. How dare you? This is a disaster. Luo Feifei, let me explain. It's not as you perceive. You fiend, remove your hands at once. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why did he linger so? Had he acted sooner, the matter would have been resolved, and he wouldn't have been caught in the act. Luo Feifei, I swear it was unintentional. I'm not a monster. You wretched creature, you are nothing but a brute. Luo Feifei was infuriated. In a single day, being taken advantage of by the same man twice. How could she not be enraged? Suddenly, Luo Feifei noticed that her clothing had been torn. Chen Yang, what have you done to me? You scoundrel, I shall have your head. Luo Feifei, please remain calm and listen to me. It's not as you think. At that moment, Luo Feifei completely lost her composure. Chapter 5. The Enchanting Kiss of a Beauty. Chen Yang, you scoundrel. Did you take advantage of me while I was unconscious? How else could my clothing have been torn? Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Luo Feifei, stop making trouble. I can see that you possess some charm, but I am not so lecherous as to take advantage of you in your vulnerable state. Open your eyes and look around. Luo Feifei was momentarily taken aback. Then she looked up. Where is this? Good heavens, we're on a beach. As she began to regain her composure, the realization dawned upon her. Are you implying that the plane crashed and we landed on this deserted island? Otherwise, what do you think happened? Surviving this ordeal is already a challenge, and I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Despite his words, Chen Yang couldn't help but steal glances at Luo Feifei's figure. Oh no, I'm doomed. Suddenly, Luo Feifei burst into tears. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the deserted island, panic overtook her, her eyes filled with terror. In that moment, her emotions mirrored that of someone lost in a deep forest, unable to find their way home. Chen Yang gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Miss Luo, at least we are alive, are we not? Perverted wolf, don't touch me. Luo Feifei instinctively stepped back. Have you had enough, Luo Feifei? I am merely trying to comfort you. Stop creating unnecessary trouble. Right now, we need to remain calm and united, understand? On this vast island, Chen Yang was acutely aware that lurking dangers awaited, and survival would be nearly impossible relying solely on one's own strength. Chen Yang, I apologize, I acted impulsively, forgive me. Fortunately, Luo Feifei had calmed down somewhat. She too recognized the gravity of their situation. Though she harbored a profound dislike for Chen Yang, he was the only man beside her, and should trouble arise, she would have to rely on him for assistance. For the sake of survival, she swallowed her disdain. What about my master? Luo Feifei inquired. Chen Yang shook his head. I don't know. After I regained consciousness, I wandered for quite a while before I found you. As for the others, perhaps they did not survive. You are the one who is doomed. My master is fine. With so many passengers on the plane, if we were fortunate enough to survive, there may be other survivors as well. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. Shall we split up the search for them? The prospect of discovering another survivor meant an increase in strength. No, I must stay with you. To Chen Yang's surprise, Luo Feifei resolutely rejected the idea of parting ways. Ha! Luo Feifei, haven't you always detested me? Why this sudden reluctance to separate? Are you not afraid I might take advantage of your beauty? Chen Yang deliberately fixed his gaze on her figure. You pervert! Have you had your fill of gazing? Are we not setting off yet? Chen Yang chuckled softly, sensing that Luo Feifei's demeanor towards him was no longer as frosty as it had once been. Lady Luo, which direction shall we take? That way, Luo Feifei replied, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yang. Miss Luo, perhaps you should stay behind me. What do you mean by that? Why should I follow you outside? Luo Feifei cast a wary glance at Chen Yang, fearful that he might harbor ulterior motives. Chen Yang wore a rueful smile, gesturing towards her attire. My dear Luo, given your current outfit, would I truly feel at ease if you were to walk ahead of me? Luo Feifei paused, looking down at herself, but perceiving no apparent issue. Chen Yang, what are you implying? My clothing is not revealing at all, honestly. Forgive me, miss, but you are drenched and wearing a white short-sleeve shirt. I can nearly see through it. He chuckled lightly, just to clarify. I've warned you beforehand. Do not blame me for peeking later. Chen Yang's remarks nearly made Luo Feifei forget about the situation. What time is it? And you still concern yourself with such trivialities? If you want to look, then look. It's not as if I would suffer any loss. So you admit it. Enough chatter. Let us move. Luo Feifei shot him a glare. Thus, they walked in tandem, with Chen Yang maintaining a respectful distance of 3 meters. After a few minutes, Luo Feifei abruptly turned around, her expression displeased. Miss, what troubles you now? Little lecher, why are you keeping such distance? I'm not a man-eating tiger. Are you truly that afraid of me? Moments ago, he had unabashedly stolen glances at her. Now he was feigning innocence. Luo Feifei, why are you so demanding? If I draw nearer, you accuse me of taking advantage. If I keep my distance, you scold me. Why do you have so much to say? I told you to stay close. All right, Miss Luo. Chen Yang shook his head in disbelief. It was no wonder women's moods were said to be as capricious as the weather. As they continued walking, after about 100 meters, Luo Feifei suddenly halted. Chen Yang, look over there. Is there not a person lying down? Chen Yang squinted into the distance, spotting a figure near a large rock, approximately 20 meters ahead. All right, let us go check it out. They hastened their pace, with Chen Yang swiftly overtaking Luo Feifei. Chen Yang, you scoundrel, why are you running so fast? Can't you wait for me? You show no regard for a lady. Upon hearing her complaint, Chen Yang slowed down, glancing back at her. Goodness. As Luo Feifei ran, her alluring figure swayed rhythmically, reminiscent of rolling waves, one crest following another. Chen Yang felt parched, swallowing hard. Shameless Chen Yang, were your eyes wandering? Miss Luo, I didn't realize you were quite the catch. You scoundrel, big lecher, always bullying women. Luo Feifei found it perplexing how a man as lascivious as Chen Yang could have captured Su Mei's attention. Moreover, even her master had spoken highly of him on the plane. Clearly, this fellow was adept at disguising his true nature. Once I see my master, I shall expose Chen Yang's true character. Soon, they arrived at the rock's base. Su, master. They never anticipated that the woman lying on the rocks was, in fact, Su Yuqing. My master is alive. I'm overwhelmed with joy. Luo Feifei, in her excitement, directly embraced Chen Yang. What was even more astonishing was that she unexpectedly planted a kiss on Chen Yang's lips. Chen Yang found himself lost in a reverie of the kiss. "You big lecher, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come help." "All right, I'll be right there." Subsequently, the two of them carefully lifted Su Yuqing from the rocks and gently laid her down on the beach. At that moment, Su Yuqing's collar had been swept open by the waves, revealing a generous expanse of her flawless, fair skin. Such a beautiful figure. Chen Yang was left utterly mesmerized. Chapter 6. Taking advantage of Aunt Su? "Chen Yang, you scoundrel. Not only have you taken advantage of me, but you also dare to neglect my master? Aunt Su is the mother of your girlfriend. You are utterly inhumane. Luo Feifei, you are meddling too much. Besides, I had no idea Aunt Su's collar was unfastened. It was an immediate sight. What a flimsy excuse. So, you are implying it is Aunt Su's fault? Enough of these trivial matters. We must see what has happened to Aunt Su. As if you're the only one who knows how to save someone. I am just as anxious. She is my master." Luo Feifei shot him a disdainful glance. She then leaned her ear against Su Yuqing's chest, listening intently for a moment. Master, please wake up. It's Feifei." Noticing that Su Yuqing was still breathing, Luo Feifei gently shook her shoulder. However, after several calls, there was no response. "Luo Feifei, step aside. If you cannot save her, do not fumble around." Chen Yang speculated that Aunt Su might have inhaled water. If you can save her, then do it. You act as if you're so impressive." Luo Feifei stepped aside and gestured for him to proceed. Chen Yang placed his hand on Su Yuqing's wrist. "Chen Yang, is this your method of saving someone? I see you're merely trying to take advantage of the situation, right? Just touching her like this will wake her up? Shut your mouth if you cannot speak sensibly. I acknowledge you are beautiful, but I have no interest in you, understand?" Yu Luo Feifei was infuriated. As a stunning beauty herself, she was accustomed to countless admirers. Yet this man had the audacity to claim he was uninterested. "I'm not interested in you either. What are you waiting for? Come help." "Chen Yang, why are you yelling at me? No one has ever shouted at me like this." Luo Feifei's eyes were brimming with tears. Seeing her delicate appearance, Chen Yang felt a twinge of guilt. "Luo Feifei, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Please help me hold Aunt Su's legs." "All right." This time, Luo Feifei complied without uttering a single word. Although she was uncertain of Chen Yang's next actions, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang placed his hands on Su Yuqing's abdomen and began to apply pressure gently. 1 press, 2 presses, 10 presses. Finally, there was a response. With a cough, Aunt Su slowly opened her eyes. Master, you're awake. You scare me to death, just now." "Feifei, where am I?" Su Yuqing felt a pair of strong hands pressing on her abdomen. They were unmistakably male hands. "Chen Yang, why are you here?" "Aunt Su, we are still on the deserted island. Just now, Luo Feifei and I found you." Chen Yang briefly recounted the events that had transpired. "What? There's a plane crash? I am still alive? Falling from several thousand meters high." The fact that Su Yuqing was still alive was almost beyond her belief. "Chen Yang, could you please remove your hand?" Aunt Su, I apologize. I didn't mean to." Upon witnessing Su Yuqing awaken, Chen Yang was enveloped in joy, momentarily forgetting that his hand was still pressed against her abdomen. At that moment, Su Yuqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and her heart raced. "Master, why is your face so red? Is it too warm?" Luo Feifei observed, puzzled by the blush on Su Yuqing's cheeks. I am fine." Su Yuqing quickly shook her head, stealing a glance at Chen Yang. Chen Yang grasped the situation, while the innocent and naive Luo Feifei remained oblivious. "Chen Yang, are you saying that we are currently stranded on a deserted island?" "Yes. Aunt Su, I just examined the surroundings, and this island is vast, with hardly any passing ships in the nearby waters, which means we might be trapped here." Chen Yang understood that without external assistance, escaping the island would be akin to an impossible feat at that moment. Luo Feifei reached in her pocket and retrieved a mobile phone. Master, I have a phone. If we can contact the outside world, we will surely be rescued." "Huh. Luo Feifei, how naive of you. That phone of yours must have been soaked. How could it possibly work?" "What do you know? I bought a waterproof phone. Luo Fei retorted, a proud smirk on her face as she rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. However, upon turning on the phone, despair washed over her when she saw the complete lack of signal. It's over, it's over. The phone has no signal. We are doomed. Fei, do not lose hope. Perhaps we still have other means. The trio began to devise a plan. Soon, Chen Yang proposed an idea. Aunt Su, Fei, have you heard of the SOS International Distress Signal? Yes, I have heard of it. Su Yuqing nodded. Chen Yang, don't think that just because you saved me, you can get closer to me. From now on, please call me Luo Fei. We are not familiar, understand? All right, Miss Luo. Is it acceptable if I address you in that manner? Listening to their banter, Su Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, on the plane, Chen Yang and his disciple were bickering. Now, on the deserted island, they continued their playful quarrel. Chen Yang, Fei, I must say you two truly are a pair of adversaries. Master, you have no idea. This guy is quite the flirt. While you were unconscious earlier, he kept staring at you. Luo Fei pointed at Su Yuqing's chest, eager to expose Chen Yang's hypocrisy. Is that so? Su Yuqing smiled as she gazed at Chen Yang. Under the scrutiny of his ex-girlfriend's mother, Chen Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Aunt Su, please don't listen to Luo Fei's nonsense. Chen Yang, I'm not making things up. It's shameful for a man to act so hypocritically. Luo Fei, what do you mean by that? Did I offend you in past life? Why are you always at odds with me? Oh, feeling guilty now? Getting angry, are we? Rofei hid behind Su Yuqing and made a face at Chen Yang, who gritted his teeth in fury. He was tempted to slap this woman into oblivion. Enough of your bickering. At this critical moment, we ought to unite. Do you understand? Do you not wish to leave this place alive? Master, of course I do. It's just that someone might prefer it this way, Rofei retorted. Have you said enough, Rofei? I have no time to engage in your nonsense. With that, Chen Yang turned on his heel to leave. Chen Yang, where are you going? Aunt Su is still here. How can you be so selfish, abandoning us? The sound of Rofei's voice pierced through him, and in a sudden fit of rage, he dashed towards her, hand raised, ready to deliver a slap. Chapter 7 Auntie is angry. Chen Yang, what do you intend to do? Su Yuqing positioned herself protectively in front of her disciple. Auntie, Luo Fei is utterly insufferable. She is nothing but a troublemaker. Chen Yang, whom are you referring to? With her master backing her, Luo Fei exuded confidence and deliberately made a face. I shall not stoop to the level of a woman like you. Chen Yang's fury had reached its zenith. Had it not been for Su Yuqing's intervention, he would have given this woman a proper lesson, making her aware of the consequences of her reckless words. Alas, you all are quite something. With the energy spent on this quarrel, you might as well ponder how to escape from here. Master, there's no point in thinking. Are you suggesting we wait here to die? Chen Yang shot her an exasperated glance. Silence. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, refrain from speaking. Who invited you to interject? Luo Fei. You'll come to me when you are in need. Just wait and see. TCH, I would rather perish than seek your assistance. Luo Fei scoffed dismissively. Auntie, I shall step out for a moment and return shortly. The thought of the impending nightfall, with the chill that would envelop the deserted island, weighed on Chen Yang, especially since the three of them were clad in merely thin short sleeves. Chen Yang, where are you heading? Master, this guy is undoubtedly planning to sneak away and leave us stranded here. Luo Fei, do you think everyone is as selfish as you imagine? I am merely heading into the nearby woods to gather some firewood for warmth tonight. I kindly ask you to refrain from voicing your opinions without understanding the situation. This woman was utterly exasperating. Here he was, acting out of good intentions, only to be misconstrued as someone wanting to flee. Do you truly possess such noble intentions? I will accompany you. Despite her disdain for Chen Yang, Luo Fei felt a flicker of safety in his presence on this unfamiliar island. Forgive me, but I must disagree. Master, see, I was right. This guy clearly intends to run off alone. Fei, refrain from making baseless accusations. Chen Yang is not that kind of person. Su Yuqing defended him. Master, Chen Yang is quite adept at disguising his true intentions. Do not be deceived by him. Luo Fei, you wish to join me, do you? Very well. Should a wolf emerge from the woods, do not expect me to come to your rescue. The reason Chen Yang chose not to include Luo Feifei was his concern for potential dangers lurking in the woods. He considered himself physically capable and believed he could escape should trouble arise. Bringing Luo Feifei along would only serve to burden him. Feifei, I believe Chen Yang has a point. We have just arrived on this desolate island and know nothing about our surroundings. Feifei, be obedient. Chen Yang means us no harm. Master, Feifei, what is this? Are you disregarding your master's words? Su Yuqing maintained a stern expression, acknowledging that her disciple often spoke too impulsively. Very well, master. Auntie, I shall proceed to scout the path ahead. You and Luo Feifei stay here and do not wander off until I return. Su Yuqing nodded gently, her voice soft yet firm. Chen Yang, be careful. Indeed, I shall exercise caution. As she gazed at Chen Yang's departing figure, Su Yuqing's heart raced uncontrollably. In that moment, she resembled a woman from ancient times, standing at the threshold of her home, awaiting the return of her husband from battle. What is happening to me? It is entirely reasonable for a former boyfriend of my daughter to show concern for Chen Yang. However, this concern seems to transcend the boundaries of elder affection for the younger generation. Master, that fellow has nearly vanished from sight. Observing her master's unwavering gaze upon Chen Yang's silhouette, Luo Feifei was engulfed in confusion. Master, let us rest here for a while, she suggested, finding solace against the great boulder that provided shelter from the scorching sun, a perfect hiding spot indeed. Master, how could Mimi have taken a liking to that guy, Chen Yang? When you were unconscious, he attempted to take advantage of me on several occasions. Su Yuqing chuckled softly, understanding her apprentice well enough to know that she had a tendency to exaggerate. Moreover, she was more acutely aware of Chen Yang's true character than Luo Feifei. I generally do not interfere in the affairs of the young, Su Yuqing declared. All right, we've waited nearly 10 minutes. Master, why hasn't that fellow returned yet? Could he have truly fled? Luo Feifei rose to her feet, looking ahead but finding no trace of Chen Yang. Feifei, your impatience is quite unbecoming. It's a sweltering day, with mosquitoes and ants abound. How could Chen Yang possibly return so swiftly on his own? Master, I was merely speaking out of turn. Why must you speak so harshly to your apprentice? You're being too biased. Feifei, regardless of your prejudices against Chen Yang, I hope you can set them aside. Do you not wish to leave this place? To see your family? Of course, master. I would gladly leave this wretched place right now. Leaving here is not as simple as merely voicing it. I have reiterated several times that unity is essential to overcoming all challenges. Now, behave yourself and refrain from foolishness. Su Yuqing gently stroked her apprentice's head, urging her with heartfelt advice. I understand, master. I will listen to you from now on. Su Yuqing shook her head. It is not merely about obeying me. We should heed the right voice. Luo Feifei nodded in agreement. Su Yuqing remained uncertain whether her apprentice truly absorbed her words or was merely appeasing her. She hoped that in the future, her apprentice would not be so temperamental. Master, I am thirsty, Luo Feifei said, swallowing hard. But there is no water here. What should I do? Master, please wait for me. I will be right back. Without waiting for Su Yuqing's response, Luo Feifei dashed toward the sea. Heavens, surely my apprentice is not considering drinking seawater to quench her thirst. Feifei, come back. Seawater is undrinkable. Yet, Luo Feifei quickened her pace. Before long, she reached the shore. Observing the murky water at the edge, she rolled up her pants and waded a few meters further. She crouched down, cupping her hands to scoop a small amount of water. A wave of saltiness assaulted her senses, leaving her feeling nauseous. Nevertheless, her thirst was overwhelming. As she took her second sip of seawater, a sea snake stealthily approached her thigh. Aunt Su, where is Feifei? Where has she gone? Chen Yang returned, carrying a bundle of dry firewood. Chen Yang, Feifei is thirsty. She has gone to the shore to drink water. Observing Chen Yang drenched in sweat, Su Yuqing felt a pang of sympathy. She hurriedly rose and instinctively used her clothing to wipe away his perspiration. Given Chen Yang's height of around 1.8 meters, Su Yuqing had to stand on her toes. At that moment, they were face to face. From his elevated position, Chen Yang caught a glimpse of the enchanting scenery revealed by Su Yuqing's neckline. Su, Annie, I can wipe it myself. Surely, you can't be idle. Don't move. It will be done shortly. All right, thank you. Chen Yang found himself captivated for a few seconds. How grand? Chen Yang, what do you mean by grand? The next moment, as Su Yuqing followed Chen Yang's gaze, her face flushed crimson. How can you say such things? I am Mimi's mother. I didn't mean to look. Su Yuqing pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Oomph. So you mean to say that Auntie willingly showed it to you? Chen Yang shook his head vigorously. No, I didn't mean that. Just as he struggled to explain, a woman's shrill scream echoed from a distance. Chapter 8. The shark attack. Isn't that the voice of Luo Feifei? Upon hearing her piercing scream, Su Yuqing's expression changed dramatically. Chen Yang, this is bad. Feifei might be in trouble. Aunt Su, let us hurry over and take a look. Swiftly, the two raced towards the source of the sound. Aunt Su, please save me. Upon seeing Su Yuqing, Luo Feifei's cries intensified. There she was, her left leg raised while her right leg was submerged in the sea. Feifei, what happened to you? Master, I was bitten by a sea snake. Woe is me, I am about to perish. What? Luo Feifei was bitten by a sea snake? Good heavens, how unfortunate. At that moment, Chen Yang felt an unexpected surge of delight. Feifei, haven't you always been at odds with me? Now look at you bitten by a snake. You deserve it. Feifei, don't move. I will come to rescue you. Su Yuqing rolled up her pants, preparing to enter the water. Master, please don't come closer. That black snake might still be around. Luo Feifei wept, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang remain unresponsive, her frustration surged. Hey, Chen Yang, are you even man? I've been bitten by a snake, yet you act as if nothing is wrong. You stand there idly watching and expect my master to jump in to save me? Goodness, is this woman attempting to morally bind me? Who decreed that when a woman is in peril, a man must rush to her aid? What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this? Enough, Feifei, cease your chatter. I will come at once. Su Yuqing prepared to step forward when suddenly, a pair of strong hands grasped her clothing. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Every second wasted increases the danger for my disciple. Aunt Su, you should come back. Allow me to handle this. Didn't your disciple say this is a man's job? Chen Yang, be careful. Understood. Su Yuqing retreated to the side as Chen Yang strode purposefully towards Luo Feifei. Soon, he reached her side. Let us go, Miss Luo. Luo Feifei shot him a glance, her tone icy. Thanks. Just don't scold me, and we'll be fine. You. What about me? Come on. Are you going to move or not? Or do you want to wait and get bitten by the snake as well? Raven's mouth. On the shore, hearing the two bicker once more, Su Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle. In the vast desolation of the island, they were the only three survivors. Thankfully, the lively banter between Chen Yang and Luo Feifei prevented the atmosphere from becoming too dreary. At that moment, a thought crossed Su Yuqing's mind. She observed that her disciple and Chen Yang seemed to share a certain chemistry. Perhaps she could play matchmaker, and who knows, they might truly become a couple. Just then, the sound of seagulls echoed. Su Yuqing looked up into the distance, and upon seeing what lay ahead, she was taken aback. Wait, what is that up ahead? A colossal tail emerged from the water, seemingly moving rapidly towards them. This is bad. A major incident is about to unfold. Chen Yang, Feifei, quickly come back. There's a shark. Su Yuqing shouted urgently. Goodness, could there really be sharks? Chen Yang turned his head, and indeed, spotted 4 or 5 sharks swimming in the ocean 200 meters ahead of them. Master, I want to go home, Luo Feifei cried out, her eyes brimming with tears at the sight of the sharks. My lady, please don't cry. You might actually attract the sharks. I'm scared. The instinctive fear compelled Luo Feifei to cling tightly to Chen Yang, her grip growing ever stronger. Chen Yang felt his breath becoming constricted. Come on, Miss Luo. There's no bloody sin around here. The sharks want come close. No, I'm afraid. To soothe Luo Feifei, Chen Yang patted his chest reassuringly. How do you know? Don't sharks want to eat people when they see them? Chen Yang rolled his eyes. That's tigers and lions. Sharks generally don't attack humans unprovoked. I watched a few episodes of Animal World and have some understanding of sharks. Really? Luo Feifei responded, half convinced. Come on. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? On the shore, Su Yuqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What is this kid doing? Why are they still embraced? She sighed. These young people should at least consider the situation before getting all cozy. Wait a minute. Weren't the disciple and Chen Yang always at odds? How did their relationship become so intimate all of a sudden? Simultaneously, Su Yuqing felt a bit disheartened and disappointed. Let us go, Miss Luo. How long do you plan to hold on to me? You big bully, always picking on me. Luo Feifei's face turned crimson as she lightly swatted Chen Yang's chest. Ouch. I say, Miss Luo, can't you be a bit gentler? After all, I am your savior. See Chen Yang, I'm sorry I didn't mean to. Luo Feifei mumbled, her head lowered. Oh my, when did she become so bashful? Chen Yang held Luo Feifei tightly and turned toward the shore. For the first time in her life, being embraced by a man made Luo Feifei's face flush like an apple, her delicate body trembling slightly with an unfamiliar sensation. This time I'll have some fun teasing you. Let us see if you dare to defy me again. Chen Yang smirked mischievously, swaying from side to side. Before long, he felt something soft against his back. Luo Feifei's heart raced, her breath quickening. You wicked Chen Yang, are you doing this on purpose? What do you mean, Luo Feifei? I don't understand. Oh, don't pretend. TCH, what do I have to gain from pretending? If you have an issue, why not just walk back on your own? Luo Feifei was almost in tears from frustration. Gritting her teeth, she said, I got bitten on my foot. It hurts to walk. You're doing this intentionally. Don't think I can't see through it. Thus, the two continued their banter as they approached the shore. Just as they were about 70 or 80 meters away, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Oh no, Chen Yang, hurry, you both need to come back quickly. Su Yuqing observed that not far behind the two, a shark, perhaps sensing the presence of humans, surged forward with frenzied vigor. Chen Yang, hurry up. Stop yelling. My speed is sufficient. He retorted, do you think I wish to be devoured by a shark? Honestly, what a fragile vase. When trouble arises, all you can do is scream. Chen Yang desperately quickened his pace. Yet, burdened with Luo Feifei on his back and hindered by the resistance of the seawater, his speed paled in comparison to that of a shark. In the blink of an eye, the predator had closed the distance. Chen Yang, Feifei, be careful. Su Yuqing cried out in alarm, her face drained of color. The shark leapt from the water, lunging towards the two. In the next moment, Luo Feifei's piercing scream echoed. The shark's tail struck her back with tremendous force, sending both of them tumbling into the waves. Chapter 9. Was the beauty bitten by a snake? Although Luo Feifei was capable of swimming, she was momentarily stunned by the shark's tail, leaving her in a state of utter panic as she flailed her arms and splashed in the water. Observing the perilous situation, Su Yuqing hurried to the shore, picked up a stone, and hurled it forcefully at the shark. The shark, which had intended to attack Luo Feifei, redirected its course towards Su Yuqing. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang swam with the speed of a sprinter, reaching Luo Feifei and wrapping his arms around her waist, exerting all his strength to pull her back to safety. At that moment, Luo Feifei was utterly terrified, struggling vigorously, which made it exceedingly difficult for Chen Yang to maneuver. Damn it, if you're going to perish. Don't drag me down with you, Chen Yang thought in frustration. However, Luo Feifei remained oblivious, continuing to resist. In a moment of desperation, Chen Yang delivered a sharp slap to her. This act surprisingly subdued her, and she ceased her struggles, obediently following Chen Yang's lead. After an arduous effort, the pair finally made it back to the shore. Just as they reached safety, the shark returned. Just wait. I will one day feast upon you. The shark glared at the two, its disappointment palpable at the loss of its anticipated meal. Feifei, it's all right now, it's all right. Su Yuqing comforted the trembling Luo Feifei, enveloping her in a warm embrace and gently stroking her hair. Suddenly, Luo Feifei burst into tears. Master, my foot hurts. Ooh, I've been bitten by a snake. Standing tall, Chen Yang's gaze inadvertently fell upon the alluring contours of the two women before him. The sight was so striking that he couldn't resist stealing a few more glances. The combination of Su Yuqing's breathlessness from running and Luo Feifei's emotional instability presented a breathtaking panorama, akin to undulating waves, which was almost overwhelming for Chen Yang. Despite his resolve, He found himself swallowing hard. Ah, how beautiful, he thought, wishing he could behold such splendor every day. Chen Yang, what did you just say? Aunt Su. I said it was a close call. I almost became shark fodder. Fortunately, his voice was low enough that the two ladies didn't hear him. Fei, let me see your foot. Master, he asked right here. Luo Fei, I have no interest in your stinky foot. Chen Yang was utterly speechless. It's just a foot. Why do I have to look away? Fei, stop being willful and let Aunt Yuqing take a look. All right, master. Luo Fei extended her left leg. Su Yuqing lifted it to examine it closely. Indeed, there was a small puncture on her heel, unmistakably the mark of a snake bite. In an instant, the sight of her long, fair leg was once again before Chen Yang. Su Yuqing gently pressed on the wound. Master, please be gentle. Chen Yang, Fei may have truly been bitten by a snake. What should we do? What to do? This is terrible. Just now, I risked my life to save this woman. Yet, she didn't even utter a word of gratitude and has grown cold towards me again. Chen Yang, at this moment, do not act petulantly. Quickly think of a solution. Understood, Aunt Su. Chen Yang approached, squatting down to lift Luo Fei's left leg. See, Chen Yang, what are you planning to do? Isn't it obvious? Before saving someone, I need to examine the wound, don't I? Luo Fei looked at her master with a pitiful gaze. Su Yuqing nodded. All right then. Without further ado, Chen Yang raised Luo Fei's left leg, bringing his face close, mere inches apart. With a man fixated on her feet, Luo Fei's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To his surprise, there was a faint fragrance wafting from her feet. Su Yuqing, noticing Chen Yang's peculiar behavior, wore an incredulous expression. Goodness, this lad has such a peculiar penchant for sniffing women's feet. She deemed him somewhat perverse. However, with a disciple present, she chose not to expose him, considering it a minor indulgence in the act of saving his apprentice. Chen Yang, have you finished? A minute passed, and Chen Yang remained transfixed on her feet, prompting Luo Fei's annoyance. My heel was bitten, not my foot. She suspected Chen Yang was taking advantage of the situation. Well, it's certainly concerning. Chen Yang replied solemnly, letting out a sigh that startled both women. Chen Yang, is it serious? Aunt Su? Yes, it is somewhat dire. Luo Fei's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Yang, please don't frighten me. I want to die, will I? Fei, stop saying such things. Can't you utter something more auspicious? Su Yuqing shot her disciple a disapproving look. Ah, to my knowledge, sea snakes are more venomous. Now that we're stranded on this isolated island, with scarce water and medicine, it's likely. Why, master, I don't want to die. Luo Fei, pale with fear, buried her face in her master's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Yang, think of a solution quickly. I beg you, Annie. Although Fei has had conflicts with you, when it comes to life and death. Aunt Su, do you really think I am the type to settle personal scores? Chen Yang remarked, casting a pointed glance at Luo Fei. So what shall we do now? Aunt Su, there's only one course of action. We must try to expel the toxin. As Chen Yang spoke, both women simultaneously recalled scenes from ancient dramas depicting detoxification. Chen Yang, stop dawdling, hurry and detoxify, Fei. Time is of the essence. Every second wasted increases my disciple's peril. With a grave tone, Chen Yang declared, Luo Fei, I'm not attempting to frighten you. The vast majority of sea snakes possess an extraordinarily potent venom, far more lethal than that of the silver-ringed snake. They can produce neurotoxins that will cause you to succumb slowly and imperceptibly. Luo Fei, please stop talking and hurry with the antidote. Her fear intensified, and she felt as though she could see the hand of God beckoning her. Very well. However, Luo Fei, you must comply unconditionally in a moment. Do you understand? Yes, as long as you can save me, I will do anything. In her desperation for survival, Luo Fei was willing to risk everything. Indeed, that is your promise. So don't blame me later. Enough, Chen Yang, stop dawdling and get on with it. The anxious Su Yuqing urged once more. Now please lie flat. Luo Fei remained silent, but obediently followed the instruction. Aunt Su, please come over here. Su Yuqing was taken aback for a moment before approaching. Aunt Su, the real injury is here, not on the heel. How did you discover that? This area is too sensitive, Su Yuqing thought, unable to believe her eyes. She had only focused on examining her disciple's heel and had not considered other areas. Chapter 10. A unique method of antidote, Chen Yang. Why haven't you administered the antidote yet? Facing the looming specter of death, Luo Feifei was in a state of panic, urging Chen Yang to act swiftly. Be quiet. I'm discussing matters with Aunt Su. Chen Yang glanced at Su Yuqing. Aunt Su, perhaps you should take over. Chen Yang, what do you mean by that? You promised to help me, and now you're backing out? For reasons unknown, Luo Feifei found herself placing her trust in Chen Yang, while her faith in her master waned. Silence. Luo Feifei. If you utter another word, I shall disregard you. Woo, woo. I'm on the verge of death, you scoundrel. And you're bullying me. Luo Feifei's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chen Yang could hardly bear to see a woman weep. Luo Feifei, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. It is not that I refuse to assist you, but the location of your snakebite is rather peculiar, making it somewhat inconvenient for a man like me. Su Yuqing extended her delicate finger and gently tapped the afflicted area. In an instant, an unusual sensation surged through Luo Feifei, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft groan. Isn't it the heel? Feifei, Chen Yang is correct. Is indeed there. Shall I take over? Chen Yang nodded. Aunt Su, I will now explain the steps and techniques for administering the antidote. Please take your time. Understood. 2 minutes later, Su Yuqing crouched down, preparing to use her lips to extract the venomous blood. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Yang. Aunt Su, wait a moment. What is it? I just remembered. For this method of antidote application, the rescuer must have no wounds in their mouth. Otherwise, they risk poisoning themselves. Su Yuqing patted her chest and exclaimed, Oh no, my mouth ulcer has not healed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's heart soared with delight. To not seize an opportunity is to be a fool. Finally, luck has favored me. Chen Yang, hurry up. I don't mind. Are you a man still feeling shy? Luo Feifei was almost beside herself with frustration. Administering the antidote was akin to racing against time. Yet, Chen Yang was engaged in excessive chatter. He had not anticipated that Luo Feifei would cast aside her modesty. All right, Aunt Su, please assist me from the side. All right, let us begin. In the next moment, Chen Yang's actions left both women astonished. He swiftly removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his bronze skin and well-defined muscles. What on earth do you think you're doing? Luo Feifei's anxiety escalated. This guy, is he planning something inappropriate? Do you need to undress to administer the antidote? At that moment, an ancient method of antidote application resurfaced in Su Yuqing's mind, one that dictated that if a woman were poisoned in a certain manner, she must seek the assistance of a man to cure it. Chen Yang offered no explanation, merely indicating Luo Feifei's thigh. So that's how it is. It seems I misinterpreted the situation. Su Yuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Chen Yang had no ulterior motives. It was she who had misconstrued the intentions. Aunt Su, please cover up. All right. Su Yuqing picked up the short-sleeved shirt, exuding an odor of sweat, and placed it over her disciple's thigh. Subsequently, Chen Yang bent down and began to suck the venomous blood. He inhaled deeply, then expelled it, repeated this process 5 times before finally stopping. During this time, Luo Feifei's body trembled incessantly. Her ears felt somewhat warm, yet she gritted her teeth, determined not to emit a sound. Observing her flushed face, Su Yuqing, as a woman, instantly grasped the underlying situation. If Chen Yang were to detoxify himself in such a manner, she feared she would not be able to endure it any longer. How could I entertain such sordid thoughts? Similarly, Chen Yang endured his own torment, suppressing several wicked notions that threatened to surface. All right, he continued, Luo Feifei. You should go to the seaside and rinse that area with seawater. It should be fine. Luo Feifei, blushing profusely, dared not meet Chen Yang's gaze. She lowered her head and whispered, Thank you, Chen Yang. Haha, we're all friends. It is only right to help you. Luo Feifei stood up and shyly handed him a shirt. Chen Yang, your clothes? With that, she bashfully sprinted towards the shore. Chen Yang smiled. Aunt Su, what is it? Why do you look at me like that? To his surprise, Su Yuqing smiled slightly. Haha, Chen Yang, why do you have a nosebleed? I don't. Before he could finish his sentence, a drop of blood fell onto his lips. Chen Yang felt exceedingly embarrassed. Su Yi. I am fine. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. Damn, it's that mischievous Luo Feifei who caused me to bleed. Are you truly all right? You haven't been poisoned, have you? Noticing Luo Feifei had yet to return, Chen Yang chuckled. Aunt Su, you were right. I am indeed poisoned by a woman's charms. Humph, you audacious little rascal. Daring to jest even with your aunt. Su Yuqing shot him a disapproving glance and gently tapped his head. Fortunately, Chen Yang was quick-witted and dodged effortlessly. As a result, Su Yuqing lost her balance after her failed attempt to strike him. Just as she was about to fall, Chen Yang swiftly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Aunt Su, are you all right? This close encounter, compounded by Luo Feifei's absence, left Chen Yang feeling somewhat distracted. He lightly poked Su Yuqing's back with his right hand. Chen Yang, you. Su Yuqing gasped in astonishment, never anticipating that Chen Yang would take such liberties. Seeing that she was not angry, he grew bolder. With one arm around her, his other hand began to explore upward. Chen Yang, we cannot do this. You must let go. Being embraced by the young man left Su Yuqing flushed with heat. Su Yi. Just as the situation threatened to escalate, Luo Feifei returned, causing Chen Yang to swallow the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. Damn it, Luo Feifei. Couldn't you have arrived just a few minutes later? Such a splendid opportunity has been ruined by you. Chen Yang, you scoundrel. Not only have you bullied me, but now you dare to impose upon my master? Seeing Chen Yang embrace Su Yuqing from behind ignited a fierce rage within Luo Feifei. The rapport she had painstakingly built shattered in an instant. Luo Feifei, do not speak recklessly. Aunt Su is experiencing discomfort in her back, and I am merely assisting her with some gentle scratching. Scratching? Luo Feifei regarded Chen Yang with suspicion. Master, is what Chen Yang said true? Yes, Feifei. My hand hurts a bit, and I cannot reach my back, so I asked Chen Yang for assistance. Listening to her master's explanation, Luo Feifei felt a strange sensation. Chen Yang was Su Mei's ex-boyfriend, and her master was Su Mei's mother. The sight of Chen Yang holding her master made her ponder whether it was mere coincidence or a deliberate act that they found themselves on the same flight. Chapter 11. The Enchantress Andy, are you thirsty? Feifei inquired, her mind wandering. Master, I am not thinking of anything. Su Yuqing casually responded. Observing the pile of dry twigs that Chen Yang had collected, Feifei pondered how they would ignite a fire without a lighter. Chen Yang, what use are these broken branches? We have neither lighter nor matches. How shall we start a fire? Dear Beauty Luo, you seem to misunderstand. Have you heard of the ancient technique of friction fire? You ought to peruse some history books in your leisure, Chen Yang teased. I have read more than you, so what is there to boast about? Chen Yang's disdain was evident. What good is book knowledge if it cannot be applied? That is the true skill. So you can start a fire by friction. Look at how proud you are. Su Yuqing sighed. Must you two always bicker upon meeting? Aunt Su, she started it. Chen Yang felt wronged. Ridiculous. You, a grown man, cannot display a bit of gentlemanly behavior and yield to a young lady? Feifei, you are in your 20s. Do you still consider yourself a young girl? What do you mean? Literally what I said. Thus, the two continued their playful sparring for several minutes. The blazing sun caused sweat to bead on their backs. Su Yuqing felt parched. However, the ocean's salt water was undrinkable, and in her desperation, she swallowed several times, yet only intensified her thirst. Gazing at the vast sea, she felt on the verge of despair. Aunt Su, what is wrong? Chen Yang asked, concern etched on his face. I am thirsty, I want to drink water. The prolonged lack of hydration made Su Yuqing's stance unsteady, her vision beginning to blur. Master, I will go to the sea to fetch water for you. Feifei, have you lost your mind? Seawater is undrinkable. It is rife with bacteria. What then? Shall we merely watch as my master succumbs to thirst? Watch your words. Aunt Su is fine. You have the gift of the gab. Yet your tongue is like a crow's. If you cannot speak wisely, then perhaps silence would serve you better. Feifei recognized her own indiscretion. Chen Yang, my master must not come to harm. You must think of a solution. I am no deity. Will you not help my master? Feifei, what did I ever say I would abandon Aunt Su? Silence. I am contemplating a solution. Chen Yang gazed ahead at a grove of trees, lost in brief reflection. After a few moments, he resolved to take action. Fei, tend Aunt Su. I will investigate the woods. Chen Yang, Aunt Su is in dire need of water. Should you seek a water source instead of wandering into the woods? This island is surrounded by the sea. Where would fresh water come from? I will search the woods to see if I can find any fruit trees. After giving her a few instructions, he turned to leave. Chen Yang, I am still capable of walking. Let's go together. At present, the most crucial resources are fresh water and food, both of which directly determine the survival of the trio. Rather than having Chen Yang search alone, it would be more effective for the three of us to venture forth together. After all, there is strength in numbers. Aunt Su, are you up for it? Su Yuqing is already parched, and if we continue on foot, won't she become even more dehydrated? Chen Yang, I can endure. Let us proceed. Very well. Chen Yang took the lead, with the two women closely following. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the forest. Aunt Su, Miss Luo, there are numerous mosquitoes in the woods, and perhaps even snakes. Why don't you wait here while I investigate alone? This forest appeared deceptively calm. Yet Chen Yang sensed peril lurking within. Master, Chen Yang is right. Perhaps we should wait here? I am not tired. Fei, if you are fatigued, take a moment to rest. I shall accompany Chen Yang into the woods to search. Luo Fei had intended to rest for a while, but seeing her master insist on following Chen Yang, she felt it inappropriate to enjoy solitude. Very well, then let us go together. We need not venture in search of water anymore. Suddenly, Chen Yang burst into laughter. The two women looked at him in bewilderment. Aunt Su, look over there. Chen Yang pointed towards the northeast. My goodness, could it be a coconut tree? 1, 2, 3, 8 of them. We have water to drink now. Luo Fei leapt with joy. Soon, the three women arrived beneath the coconut trees. Master, it's over. We cannot reach the coconuts. It turned out that this area was home to several coconut trees, but they were too tall for them to reach. Watch me. Aunt Su, Luo Fei. Please step back a few paces. Chen Yang, can you climb trees? Chen Yang nodded. This coconut tree is at least 3 meters high. Can you really ascend it? Luo Fei doubted Chen Yang's claims, suspecting he was merely boasting. Do you think I'm like you city kids? I used to climb trees often as a child. How tall can this tree possibly be? Chen Yang, perhaps we should consider alternative methods. This tree is rather high, and I have some concerns. Seeing Aunt Su's worry for him warmed Chen Yang's heart. He waved his hand and smiled, saying, Aunt Su, the trees I climbed as a child were far more challenging. Do not worry, I can manage. Very well. Chen Yang, you must prioritize your safety. Do not overexert yourself. Understood? All right, Aunt Su. Chen Yang approached the base of the coconut tree and circled it once. Ultimately, he chose a position. With a leap, he sprang into the air, his feet landing on the trunk and his hands gliding upward. With a series of swift movements, he ascended the tree like a monkey, climbing higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was seated upon a thick branch. My heavens, you climbed up just like that? Luo Fei was astonished. Chen Yang's speed in climbing was remarkable, nearly rivaling that of the renowned sprinter Usain Bolt. Who would have thought? Chen Yang possesses quite a bit of skill. Fortunately, there was Chen Yang. Otherwise, the two of us would inevitably succumb to dehydration. Soon, Chen Yang plucked a coconut. Aunt Su, be ready to catch it. Chen Yang, please throw it gently. Once Su Yuqing steadied herself, Chen Yang casually tossed a coconut. Unfortunately, it grazed past her fingertips. The force of the impact shattered the coconut into fragments. Chen Yang, I couldn't catch it. At that moment, Su Yuqing felt utterly inept. After all, it had taken Chen Yang considerable effort to climb the tree and gather the coconuts, yet she had failed to catch it. It's all right, Aunt Su. There are plenty of coconuts. I'll throw another. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. Let me take care of it. At that moment, Luo Fei stepped forward. As a disciple, it was only fitting that she, not her master, undertake the task of catching coconuts with her bare hands. Chapter 12. Struck by coconut Rofi. Can you manage it? Please, Chen Yang. It's merely catching a coconut, not an arduous task. Spare me the chatter and toss it over. My master is on the brink of dehydration. Rofi's impatience was palpable. She found Chen Yang's tendency to dawdle rather exasperating. All right, I shall throw it. Chen Yang surveyed the several coconuts dangling from the tree, estimating their height to be around 5 to 6 meters from the ground. Concerned that Rofiai might not catch it, he selected the smallest coconut. Rofiai catch. Rofiai signaled with an okay gesture. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang hurled the coconut in her direction. Rofiai gazed upward, shifting her position left and right. To his astonishment, she caught the coconut flawlessly, with not a single crack to mar its surface. Rofiai, I am truly impressed. Rofiai raised an eyebrow, a proud smirk adorning her face. Puffed. It's just catching a coconut. For someone of my caliber, it's elementary. Master, here you go. She cradled the coconut in her hands and presented it to Su Yuqing. Rofiai, shall we split in half? Oh no, master. This coconut is barely palm-sized. It suffices for one person. You eat first. I'm not in a rush. Very well. I shall indulge then. Su Yuqing, parched beyond measure, forcefully struck the coconut. In an instant, it split open, and juice flowed from the fissure. She lifted the coconut, drinking deeply of the refreshing nectar. Rofiai, another one. Okay, Chen Yang. Select a larger one this time. The previous was far too small. It barely sufficed for my delicate palate. Chen Yang nodded and promptly chose the largest coconut. Following the same procedure, he tossed it downwards. Rofiai fixated on the rapidly descending coconut, positioning herself perfectly to catch it. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her left leg wobbled slightly. In the next moment, the coconut struck her shoulder, splattering juice onto her attire. Chen Yang, you scoundrel! Were you aiming for me? Rofiai, what have I done? It's your fault for failing to catch it. How can you blame me? I caught the previous one. Why can I not catch this? Clearly, your throw was misaligned. Goodness, Chen Yang was at a loss for words. This woman had a remarkable talent for deflecting blame onto others whenever misfortune struck. Aunt Su, please adjudicate. At that moment, Su Yuqing had already finished one coconut. Rofiai, Chen Yang did not intend for that to happen. I believe I noticed you swaying just before. Master, I am your disciple. Why are you defending him? Su Yuqing chuckled softly. Rofiai, I am merely stating the facts. Rofiai's eyes glistened with moisture once more. Must I concede my error? Very well. I shall personally fetch 2 coconuts. Is that satisfactory? That is more like it. A few minutes later, Chen Yang successfully descended from the tree, bearing 3 to 5 coconuts. With the coconuts in hand, the thirst of the 3 individuals was finally alleviated to some extent. However, after sipping the coconut juice, Su Yuqing discovered that her lips felt sticky, leaving her somewhat uncomfortable. Fei, why don't you wash your mouth by the sea? She suggested. Master, also plan to wash my clothes. Lu Fei replied, feeling disgusted as she noticed the white juice staining her short sleeves. She thought to herself that if anyone else were to see it, they might misconstrue the situation. All right, let us go. Su Yuqing took Lu Fei's hand, and they began walking towards the shore. After just a few steps, the two suddenly halted. Lu Fei glanced back at Chen Yang, who was savoring another coconut, and exclaimed loudly, Chen Yang, what are you doing? Aren't you coming? I haven't finished my juice yet. Besides, why should I come wash clothes with you? He retorted, as a man, don't you have any sense of protecting a lady? We are on a deserted island. Who knows when danger might arise? From now on, you're the guardian of both me and master, understood? Chen Yang, infuriated, thought, what? You expect me to protect you with such a commanding tone? Hey, Luda Beauty, is this how you ask for favors? Besides, you're not my woman. So why should I protect you? Su Auntie is different. Even without her asking, I would still go to great lengths to ensure her safety. What do you mean by that? Initially, Chen Yang's words were simply an attempt to provoke her, but Lu Fei took them much more seriously. So, Chen Yang, it seems you must have some sort of affair with my master. Otherwise, you wouldn't say such things. I'm younger than my master and just as beautiful, lacking only her mature charm. You would rather protect Su Yuqing than me? Do you prefer older women? My goodness, Chen Yang certainly has peculiar tastes. Chen Yang, don't provoke Fei any further. Su Yuqing shot a stern glare at him, astonished that he dared to speak so freely. Chen Yang grinned widely. All right, I'll play the role of your guardian for once. Lu Fei made a dismissive gesture at him. Before long, The trio reached the shore. Chen Yang, Fei Fei. Look over there. What is that? Su Yuqing suddenly pointed towards the northeast, exclaiming loudly. The two focused their gaze. Master, it seems to be a travel bag. Pink. It must belong to a woman, they concluded, determining that the pink travel bag had likely fallen from a plane and drifted to their current location. Su Auntie, Fei Fei. Wait here. I'll go take a look, Chen Yang said, realizing this was an opportunity. Perhaps the bag contained essential supplies. Chen Yang, be careful, Su Yuqing warned. Don't worry, my swimming skills are decent, he replied before leaping into the water. Master, there aren't any sharks around here, are there? The previous encounter with a shark still haunted Lu Fei Fei, prompting her to insist that Chen Yang accompany her to the shore. Fei Fei, can't you utter some auspicious words? Alas, I am truly exasperated with you. Do you genuinely wish for something unfortunate to befall Chen Yang? If he were to encounter misfortune, how would we possibly endure? Master, I do not curse Chen Yang. I am merely concerned. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is not. If Chen Yang were to hear such words, what do you think? Luo Fei Fei clenched her fists, her head bowed, resembling a child who has erred, awaiting parental admonishment. All right, Fei Fei, do not overthink. Annie harbors no ill intentions. Understood, Master. I shall refrain from speaking thoughtlessly in the future. Su Yuqing gently patted her shoulder. Chapter 13. The pink suitcase. Hey, Fei Fei. You keep an eye on the right, and I'll watch the left. As soon as we notice anything unusual in the water, we must inform Chen Yang immediately. Understood, Master. Luo Fei Fei cast a furtive glance at her mentor and noticed that her gaze was fixated on Chen Yang. Why is Master suddenly so concerned about Chen Yang? As a woman, she sensed that her mentor's affection for Chen Yang seemed somewhat excessive. Chen Yang effortlessly swam to the travel bag. Fortunately, thanks to the buoyancy of the seawater, he exerted little effort and smoothly retrieved the suitcase to the shore. Aunt Su, Fei Fei, come here for a moment. Gazing at the pink suitcase, Chen Yang concluded that its owner must be a young woman. Chen Yang, what's the matter? Chen Yang pointed at the suitcase and smiled. Aunt Su, why don't you open it? All right. Su Yuqing discerned Chen Yang's hesitation. Generally, a woman's suitcase would contain a few intimate garments and such. Master, this suitcase has a combination lock. Chen Yang, can't we open it without a code? Chen Yang pondered for a moment, then bent down to pick up a small stone. You're not thinking of smashing the suitcase open, are you? Otherwise, what do you propose, Fei Fei? Do you have a better idea for opening it? Fei Fei shook her head, then added, I believe it would be a tad impolite to forcibly open someone else's suitcase. Come on, what time is it? Who knows if the suitcase's owner is still around? We should pry it open first. Chen Yang retorted impatiently. Is this woman too naive? Right now, survival is paramount. Who cares about manners? In dire times, one must resort to extraordinary measures. Master, what do you think? Fei Fei, I believe Chen Yang is correct. There might be supplies we urgently need inside. Go ahead, I support him. With Su Yuqing's approval, Chen Yang raised the stone and struck the suitcase with considerable force. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes after 7 or 8 blows, he finally broke it open. Wow, this suitcase is quite sturdy. In the next moment, all 3 stood in stunned silence. The top layer of the suitcase contained several revealing women's undergarments, complete with lace trimmings. Faced with such intimate items, Chen Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Aunt Su, perhaps you should handle this. All right. Su Yuqing and Luo Fei Fei bent down to rummage through the suitcase. After a prolonged search, they found only women's clothing, cosmetics, a digital camera, and a red bag. Chen Yang speculated that the suitcase's owner must enjoy photography. Otherwise, why would she bring a camera on a trip abroad? Fei Fei, check what's inside the red bag. Fei Fei nodded and opened the bag, revealing several unopened boxes of cold and anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of fever reducer, a bag of cotton swabs, and a bottle of disinfectant. Upon seeing these medical supplies, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming surge of joy. It appears that fate has been rather kind to them, knowing their urgent need for medication, which has arrived like a timely downpour. Haha, we have struck it rich. Luo Fei Fei emptied her suitcase of clothing and other unnecessary items, preparing to discard them. Luo Fei Fei, what are you doing throwing that away? Is it of no use to you? Luo Fei Fei gazed at Chen Yang with suspicion. doubting whether he was up to no good again. Why are you looking at me like that? She huffed. You pervert. I didn't expect you to have such a penchant. Why are you cursing me out of the blue? Chen Yang retorted, irritated, as he had not offended Luo Feifei in any way, yet she was quick to lash out. These are the clothes of the deceased. How can you expect me not to throw them away? Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Some men have a habit of stealing women's clothes for nefarious purposes. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Luo Feifei, the owner of the suitcase. Have you seen the person's corpse? How can you presume they're dead? Please refrain from making unfounded statements in the future. Moreover, are you not aware of our current predicament? We lack water, clothing, and food. These garments have not been soaked in seawater. They might still prove useful. Indeed, Feifei. Chen Yang makes a valid point. Right now, preserving our lives is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to be so particular. Besides, we only have the clothes on our backs. Su Yuqing sided with Chen Yang. Master, why are you supporting him again? Luo Feifei pouted, looking rather aggrieved. Feifei, I am not showing favoritism towards Chen Yang. Rather, his argument holds merit. Su Yuqing felt that her disciple was being a tad willful, exhibiting a bit of a princess attitude. Very well, let us take these items with us. The three tidied up and set off with the suitcase. As they walked, Chen Yang suddenly halted. Chen Yang, what is it? Is there danger? Luo Feifei, startled, quickly hid behind Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing also became alert. No, goodness, there is no danger. Why did you stop so abruptly? You nearly scared me to death. How annoying. Luo Feifei pouted, casting a fierce glare at Chen Yang, feeling as though he was deliberately trying to frighten her. Su Auntie, Feifei, have you considered question? This suitcase might suggest that its owner is still alive. Should we not search the vicinity centered around the suitcase? Please, Chen Yang, do you think everyone has the same fortune as the three of us? Furthermore, under this blazing sun, I certainly do not wish to get sunburned. Chen Yang remained silent, looking towards Su Yuqing for her opinion. After some contemplation, Su Yuqing replied, I believe Chen Yang's idea is quite reasonable. Anything is possible. Since we have managed to survive, others might have as well. Master, why do you support everything Chen Yang suggests? Luo Feifei huffed, feeling increasingly convinced that her master and Chen Yang shared a special bond. Otherwise, why would she always side with him? Thank you, Su Auntie. Time is life. Chen Yang, shall we take action immediately? All right, then what should I do? Chen Yang glanced at Luo Feifei and said, Aren't you afraid of getting tanned? In that case, you should stay here and wait for our return. Well, I would rather join you, she replied. What if something bad happens while I'm left alone here? Why do you suddenly wish to go? Mind your own business. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Chen Yang chuckled. The three walked side by side, and just a few steps later, a piercing scream echoed. Suddenly, Luo Feifei swayed and collapsed onto the beach. Ouch, that hurts, it really hurts, she exclaimed, clutching her foot, looking quite distressed. Chapter 14. The Celebrity Feifei. What is the matter with you? Master, I've sprained my ankle. Luo Feifei was on the verge of tears from pain. Let me see. Is it serious? Su Yuqing crouched down and lifted her disciple's left leg for a brief inspection. Feifei, it seems to be nothing too severe. Why don't you try to walk? Yes, master, I will try. With Su Yuqing's assistance, Luo Feifei took a step forward. As soon as her heel touched the ground, she exclaimed again. Master, I can't, it hurts too much. I can't walk. Luo Feifei, are you doing this on purpose? If you don't want to go, just say so. There is no need for such a dramatic sprain. Luo Feifei glared at Chen Yang in frustration. You're ridiculous, Chen Yang. Do you think I am pretending? Is this the image you have of me? Chen Yang stared intently at Luo Feifei, observing her closely but noticing nothing amiss. Could it be that she really did sprain her ankle? How coincidental. Chen Yang, Feifei has truly sprained her ankle. Look, there is some redness and swelling here. Su Yuqing pointed to a spot near her disciple's heel. All right then, Aunt Su, please stay with her while I search in that direction alone. Chen Yang, why don't we wait until Feifei's ankle is better, and then we can search together? Chen Yang shook his head. Perhaps not. If there are indeed survivors nearby, discovering them sooner would enhance their chances of survival. Very well. Chen Yang, please be cautious. If anything seems off, run immediately, understood? Yes, thank you for your concern, Aunt Su. Chen Yang smiled at Su Yuqing, who nodded in response. Watching the two exchange glances, Luo Fei felt a pang of jealousy. Once Chen Yang left, she was determined to confront her master directly. After giving a few instructions, Chen Yang headed southwest and continued his search. After about 10 minutes of walking, he passed a massive rock formation. At that moment, Chen Yang found himself utterly exhausted and leaned against the rock, intending to rest for a while. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden chorus of seagulls erupted nearby. What on earth is with all these seagulls? Chen Yang rose and walked around the rock to discover a person lying on the beach about 10 meters away, surrounded by a flock of seagulls. Could this be the owner of the pink suitcase? Finally, he had spotted the fourth person. Chen Yang was exhilarated and sprinted toward her. In the blink of an eye, he reached the woman. With short hair, clad in white shorts and black stockings, her long, fair legs and voluptuous figure made Chen Yang realize that this woman was undeniably stunning. However, she was only wearing one sneaker, the other shoe presumably swept away by the waves. Since she lay on her right side, Chen Yang couldn't see her face clearly. He crouched down and carefully turned her over. In the next moment, Chen Yang was utterly shocked. My heavens, this woman. Isn't she the popular star Li Keqiu? Unexpectedly, Li Keqiu was also on this flight. At this moment, her entire body was drenched from the sea. The alluring contours of her figure made Chen Yang's mouth water. Li Keqiu, often hailed as the dream lover of countless young individuals, was an unattainable woman for Chen Yang. Yet, here she lay before him. How stunning, how exquisite. Gazing at her nearly perfect form, Chen Yang found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Fully aware that no one else was around, he glanced back to verify, and only then did he muster the courage to extend his right hand, gently caressing Li Keqiu's delicate face. No, this is not an act of impropriety. I merely wish to ascertain if she is breathing. Fortunately, her temperature is normal. Subsequently, Chen Yang lowered his head, nearly resting against the woman's chest. After listening intently for a minute, he confirmed that her breathing was rhythmic. With normal temperature and breathing, why isn't Li Keqiu awakened yet? After pondering for a while, he could not comprehend the reason. Apologies, Miss Li, for the imposition. At this juncture, Chen Yang had no choice but to emulate the protagonists of television dramas, initiating artificial respiration on Li Keqiu. However, the temptation posed by this enchanting woman was overwhelming. Any man would lose their senses at a mere glance. Now, as he prepared for artificial respiration, he feared he might falter. What to do? Well, saving a life is paramount. I'll take the plunge, even if it seems inappropriate. Surely Li Keqiu would not hold it against me. Resolute in his decision, Chen Yang leaned down, preparing for artificial respiration. Just as their lips were about to meet, suddenly, Li Keqiu's right hand twitched. Who are you? Li Keqiu's eyes snapped open, confronting a stranger poised to kiss her, and her fury erupted as she swiftly slapped him. Why did you hit me? The unexpected blow left Chen Yang taken aback, his right cheek stinging. Goodness, this woman hits hard. She nearly knocked me senseless. You vile scoundrel, you lecher. How dare you take advantage of me while I was unconscious? I shall report you. How absurd. I was merely trying to save her, and she accuses me of being a villain. Truly, a case of a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. Hey, I was genuinely attempting to rescue you, all right? Chen Yang was thoroughly incensed. He noticed a troubling trend. The more beautiful a woman, the less reasonable she seemed. You claim you wanted to save me? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You were clearly attempting to kiss me. Is this how one saves another? Li Keqiu just moments ago was unconscious, and it was I who discovered you, prepared to administer artificial respiration. Only for you to awaken. Chen Yang could only suppress his anger and slowly clarify the truth. How do you know my name? Li Keqiu regarded Chen Yang warily, sensing he was not to be trusted. Li Keqiu, the dream of young hearts, an international superstar. How could I not know? Li Keqiu glanced around and realized she was lying on the beach. It seemed she began to recall. Did our flight crash? What else could it be? Nevertheless, you are fortunate. You survived. Since you have awakened, I shall take my leave. Chen Yang has never been one to fawn over others, given the coldness of your demeanor. Even if you are a renowned star, he shall not indulge you. Stop. Where are you going? Renowned star, my destination seems to bear no relevance to you. You cannot abandon me like this. I admit my previous attitude was unbecoming, and I misjudged you. Please accept my apology. Li Keqiu realized her precarious situation. Perhaps aligning with Chen Yang would enhance her chances of survival. Are you genuinely apologizing, or merely fearful of death? Chen Yang discerned her true intentions with a single glance. You scoundrel! Why must your words be so hurtful? I have already apologized. What more do you desire? How astonishing that a celebrated star would deign to apologize to an insignificant nobody. Li Keqiu did not retort, but merely rose to her feet. In the next moment, her reaction left Chen Yang utterly speechless. Chapter 15. The crazy celebrity. Suddenly, Li Keqiu lunged forward. What? What do you intend to do? Do not speak. In the next moment, Li Keqiu embraced Chen Yang's waist and audaciously pressed her lips against his. My heavens! Chen Yang could scarcely believe his eyes. Li Keqiu, what? What does this mean? Being stolen a kiss by a superstar should have been exhilarating. Yet, Chen Yang sensed that this situation was far from simple. Chen Yang, I misjudged you just now. Consider this sweet kiss as my form of compensation. Goodness, can a kiss truly serve as recompense? Chen Yang, still dazed from the excitement, heard Li Keqiu chuckle. Chen Yang, this is my first kiss. Do you comprehend the significance of a first kiss to a girl? Oh no! He felt as though he had been ensnared. From this moment onward, wherever you go, you must take me with you, understand? After all, you are the man who has claimed my first kiss, something that even the wealthiest magnates cannot purchase, no matter how many millions they offer. Do you grasp my meaning? Chen Yang shook his head. Miss Li, just speak plainly. What do you want? Chen Yang, do not consider myself particularly handsome. How could someone like you, a renowned star, bestow your first kiss upon me? Li Keqiu smiled. Instead of responding verbally, she circled around Chen Yang. Not bad. Your physique is quite commendable. She then continued, Chen Yang, since you've made your intentions clear, I shall be forthright as well. We must be stranded on a deserted island, correct? Indeed, this island is vast, with minimal passing ships. Thus we can only rely on ourselves to escape. Perhaps we might find a way off this place. Chen Yang, there is no one else here, so I shall speak candidly. If you can help me leave this island, I am willing to be your woman. Chen Yang was utterly astonished. Is this for real? Would I, a prominent star, ever go back on my word? To demonstrate my sincerity, I can become your woman right now. Become my woman? Chen Yang chuckled nervously. Come now, Chen Yang, you needn't feign ignorance. When I was unconscious, were you not hoping to take advantage of me? Surely, I do not blame you. After all, it is only natural for a man to have desires. Goodness. The mindset of a celebrity is indeed unlike that of an ordinary woman. Her words were strikingly bold. Suddenly, Li Keqiu exerted force, pulling Chen Yang into her embrace. Li Keqiu, what? What are you trying to do? I said I want to be your woman. Right now, immediately. I am not prepared. He stammered. Please, do not act recklessly. Chen Yang was flustered. Being teased by a woman, especially a star, left him feeling utterly unprepared. Observing Chen Yang's anxious and bashful demeanor, Li Keqiu laughed. Not ready? Are you not capable? Or do you feel nothing for me? Li Keqiu extended her delicate finger and gently prodded his chest. That single touch ignited a surge of heat within Chen Yang. His hands trembled. Chen Yang, are you still not a man? I'm being so forward, yet you remain as stiff as a statue? Chen Yang was not unresponsive. Rather, the happiness arrived so swiftly that he found himself momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, Li Keqiu pushed him forcefully. He tumbled down onto the soft, yielding sand. Li Keqiu, are we moving too fast? They had only known each other for a mere 10 minutes. Was this woman out of her mind? Chen Yang, I intend to be the first woman on your island. Only in this way can I firmly grasp you in my hands, increasing my chances of leaving the island. Li Keqiu, wait a moment. Can you allow me a breather? Are you not a man? Do not speak, just kiss me. Li Keqiu unexpectedly pressed Chen Yang's head down. Her face inches from his. In an instant, he felt something soft blocking his mouth. Li Keqiu, what is wrong with you? Stop it. Observing the nearly frenzied star, Chen Yang felt this woman was quite unhinged. With a sharp slap, Li Keqiu admonished him. Did I permit you to speak? Do not waste time. Get on with it. Chen Yang felt like crying. After approximately half an hour, Li Keqiu adjusted her clothing. Hee, I did not expect you to possess such skill. Thankfully, I did not misjudge you. Chen Yang lay on the beach, feeling as though he had just weathered a tempest. Traditionally, it was men who took advantage of women. Yet today, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Li Keqiu. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it, especially considering she was an international superstar. Chen Yang, let us get up and leave. Chen Yang remained silent, struggling to rise. After just a few steps, he nearly stumbled again. I apologize, I was too hasty earlier. Li Keqiu glanced around as they walked. By the way, are we the only 2 survivors on this entire island? And are there no indigenous inhabitants? Li Keqiu, there are currently 2 survivors. I knew it. With so many people on the plane, how could it be that only we survived? And from now on, call me Chu Chu. Chen Yang nodded. Chen Yang, why are you so silent? You have claimed me, yet you are still not satisfied? To be frank, you are my first man and my only man. How audacious. Chen Yang thought to himself. Just moments ago, it was clearly she who had taken advantage of him. So, what do we call our current relationship? Friends or something more? What? Do you wish to avoid responsibility? I tell you, Chen Yang, you must marry me, or I shall make you regret it. Chen Yang was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend Li Keqiu any longer. Any normal woman would never act in such a manner. Chen Yang, have you been wondering why I acted that way earlier? Do you think I am promiscuous? A bad woman? As she spoke, Li Keqiu began to tear up. Indeed, I am quite curious. I trust my own eyes. Li Keqiu, after 5 years in the industry, you have never been embroiled in a scandal, so you are certainly not a bad woman. Chen Yang, thank you. She sighed softly and murmured, actually, I was drugged. Just minutes before boarding, I consumed a bottle of mineral water given to me by my assistant, and that very bottle had been tampered with. The culprit is none other than Zhang Xiao, who is on the same flight as I am. How did you come to know about this? I inadvertently glimpsed my assistant's phone and discovered her chat history with Zhang Xiao. Chen Yang suddenly understood. Li Keqiu's assertive and uninhibited demeanor was a result of being drugged, with the effects typically manifesting after 3 hours. However, for reasons unknown, the effect had unexpectedly kicked in early, which inadvertently allowed Chen Yang to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 16, Husband? Chen Yang, you appear rather slender, yet your stamina is unexpectedly remarkable. Li Keqiu adjusted her attire once more, flattered by the fervent praise from the superstar. Chen Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. By the way, Chen Yang, from now on, you shall be my husband. Li Keqiu, you. Li Keqiu pouted, her expression a mix of annoyance and playfulness. What, are you unwilling? I'm already yours, and you are my first man. Do you not wish to take responsibility? Chen Yang was taken aback. Was the matter of marriage truly to be settled so casually? The thought of having an international superstar as his wife was somewhat overwhelming. Chen Yang, as long as we can leave this place, you must marry me immediately upon our return to the country. Do you understand? Miss Li, we have only met once. You do not know me well enough. Would it not be too hasty to marry so impulsively? Li Keqiu smiled, her charm radiating. Damani, Li Keqiu. I've set my sights on will certainly not disappoint. Besides, since we cannot leave right away, this time will be perfect for us to get to know each other. Chen Yang let out a bitter smile, utterly bewildered by Li Keqiu's thoughts. Was she perhaps a very traditional and conservative woman? By the way, Chen Yang, aside from us, are there any other survivors? Li Keqiu expressed disbelief, struggling to accept that only the 2 of them had miraculously survived the ordeal. Aside from us, there are 2 others. Men or women? 2 women. Let's go meet them. For some reason, Li Keqiu suddenly felt anxious. If the 2 women were young and beautiful, would Chen Yang remain unmoved? Chen Yang is my man. No one's allowed to take him away. As they walked, they continued their conversation. Master, look. Chen Yang has brought back another woman. Luo Feifei pointed ahead. Wonderful. We have gained another companion. The addition of another person meant an increase in strength, and Su Yuqing was exceedingly excited. However, Luo Feifei wore a serious expression. Master, did you not notice how stunning that woman is? She must be a super beauty. Su Yuqing took a closer look and, seeing Chen Yang chatting and laughing with the woman, felt a twinge of jealousy. Feifei, You're also a great beauty. Why the lack of confidence? Master, do you not have any thoughts on this? Su Yuqing smiled ambiguously. Before long, Chen Yang led Li Keqiu to stand before the two women. Upon recognizing the woman's face, Luo Feifei nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. You are Li Keqiu? You recognize me? Li Keqiu feigned surprise. As a top-tier celebrity in the country, most young people were familiar with her. You're a superstar. How can anyone not know you? Luo Feifei could hardly believe that she had encountered a popular film star on this deserted island. Husband, do you not intend to introduce me? Li Keqiu clasped Chen Yang's arm, her smile radiant. What? Husband? Chen Yang is Li Keqiu's husband? Rofi Fei stood in stunned silence. While Su Yuqing was utterly astonished, she vaguely recalled that Chen Yang had only been friends with her daughter. How could they be married? Chen Yang, is Miss Li truly your wife? Chen Yang opened his mouth to explain, but Li Keqiu interjected. Of course. How can my husband call someone else by such terms? Right, darling? As she spoke, she pinched Chen Yang's wrist sharply. Su Annie Rofi I did not know Miss Li before today. This is our first meeting. Chen Yang exclaimed. Do you think I could be so easily deceived? You claim this is the first time you've met, yet Miss Li calls you husband? How could a prominent star so casually refer to a stranger in such a manner? Rofi Fei looked at Chen Yang with disdain, feeling that he was exceedingly hypocritical for concealing his marriage from everyone. Chen Yang, what on earth is going on? I demand a clear explanation. Su Yuqing speculated that there must be some underlying truth. Su Annie, it is like this. After we parted, Chen Yang disregarded Li Keqiu's attempts to intervene and briefly recounted the details. However, to protect Li Keqiu's image, he concealed the fact that she had taken advantage of him, and instead told Su Yuqing and Rofi Fei that he had acted inappropriately while she was unconscious due to his own desires. Chen Yang, you scoundrel! You dare to lay hands on a star? Rofi Fei was furious. The thought of Li Keqiu being mistreated by Chen Yang infuriated her. Chen Yang, you have greatly disappointed me. Su Yuqing sighed. She had not anticipated that Chen Yang could stoop to such despicable and vulgar acts. Su Andy, I am sorry. I could not control myself at that moment, so... Enough. Do not speak further. I do not wish to hear it. Su Yuqing shouted angrily. Suddenly, Li Keqiu erupted into laughter. Miss Li, what are you laughing at? Rofi Fei asked, puzzled. She and her master felt indignant on behalf of Li Keqiu, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. Was it true that women in the entertainment industry were so unrestrained? Miss Rofi, I am the victim here. I can understand Chen Yang. Which man can withstand my allure? His actions indicate that he is a normal man. At first I was angry, but upon reflection, had it not been for Chen Yang, I might have perished. Since he has claimed me and is my savior, I have come to the conclusion that I will marry Chen Yang and become his wife. Is this the logic of a star? Goodness, what an eye-opener. Chen Yang mistreated you, and you still wish to marry him? Miss Li, has Chen Yang threatened you? Rofi Fei resolutely refused to believe that this was genuinely Li Keqiu's sentiment. Miss Rofi, I apologize for disappointing you. Chen Yang did not threaten me. I am willing. At that moment, Li Keqiu felt immense gratitude towards Chen Yang. If he divulged the truth, her pure image would be irreparably tarnished. A man who would willingly bear a bad reputation for her sake was a rarity. Becoming his wife was not an undesirable prospect. Luo Feifei raised her thumb, speaking with a sardonic tone. Chen Yang, your prowess in captivating women is indeed remarkable. Even the illustrious Li has succumbed to your charms. I am most impressed. Thank you. Miss Luo, as Li Keqiu's man, I must of course stand out from the crowd. Li Keqiu declared, entwining her arm around Chen Yang's, deliberately flaunting their affection before the two women. Luo Feifei, incensed, began to stamp her feet in frustration. A scoundrel. He has barely been away for a moment and has already acquired a celebrity as his wife. No wonder Mimi chose to sever ties with such a rogue. Hubby. I'm feeling a bit chilly. Li Keqiu's delicate form suddenly shivered. It turned out that after a prolonged immersion in the sea, compounded by her frail condition, she was indeed feeling the cold. Upon hearing Li Keqiu's coy and petulant voice, Luo Feifei felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Chapter 17. The successful kindling of fire. A sweet kiss from the beautiful lady. How disgusting. Luo Feifei muttered softly, although her voice was barely audible. Li Keqiu heard it clearly. With a proud lift of her chest, she replied, "Hee hee, Miss Luo, if you don't wish to listen, then simply don't. I'm not speaking for your ears. Right, darling?" After saying this, she deliberately nudged Chen Yang's shoulder. "Choo-choo, aren't you feeling cold? Just in time. I gathered some firewood." Chen Yang pointed to a neatly stacked pile of wood arranged by Su Yuqing. "Yes, darling, you are truly wonderful. Chen Yang, are you out of your mind? Showcasing your affection in front of us. Really?" Luo Feifei was nearly beside herself with rage. "What is the matter, Miss Luo? Are you jealous or perhaps envious?" Li Keqiu chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Su Yuqing. As a woman, she had an instinct that this woman shared an extraordinary bond with Chen Yang, perhaps a rival in the future. "Enough, Choo-choo, Feifei, can you not take a break? At a time like this, shouldn't we be more united? Do you wish to be trapped here forever?" Chen Yang retorted fiercely in front of the three women. Luo Feifei, fuming, stormed over to her master to help with the firewood. "Darling, I have a way to start the fire." "You do?" Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. An international superstar could even start a fire by friction? If he said this, few would believe it. Only those who frequently engaged in outdoor activities would know such a skill. "Li, the superstar, are you certain?" Luo Feifei cast a doubtful glance. Who do you underestimate?" With a confident smile, Li Keqiu declared, "In a moment, I shall demonstrate my skills to you." "Superstar, let us broaden our horizons." Luo Feifei gestured graciously. "Miss Luo, just watch closely." Li Keqiu selected two slender, long sticks from the pile of dry wood and gathered some dry grass, attempting to emulate Bear Grylls' method of outdoor fire starting. Sometimes, observing others seems easy, yet when one tries it themselves, they realize their assumptions were overly simplistic. "Li, the superstar, are you truly capable?" Seeing Li Keqiu fiddling for quite some time, without success, Luo Feifei couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. "Luo Feifei, why are you rushing? Hee hee, if you can't do it, just admit it." "I can't, but does that mean you can?" "I indeed cannot, but I wouldn't boast like someone else." Upon hearing this, Li Keqiu's temper flared. She threw the sticks forcefully to the ground, nearly hitting Luo Feifei's foot. "Li Keqiu, why are you so malicious? If I hadn't reacted in time, my foot would have been crushed." "Luo Feifei, who told you to stand there? Knowing I was throwing wood. Why didn't you step aside? If something goes wrong, it's your own fault. Just because you made a mistake doesn't mean you can blame me." "Li Keqiu, don't think that just because you're a superstar, I won't dare to confront you." Provoked, I shall not hold back. Luo Feifei initially intended to overlook the matter, but upon hearing Li Keqiu's remarks, her fury ignited. Unexpectedly, a prominent star displayed such unreasonable behavior, truly an affront. "Luo Feifei, we are in a society governed by law. Physical violence is a crime." Li Keqiu, with an air of disdain, positioned herself behind Chen Yang. Li Keqiu, do you not possess any sense of shame? You have only known Chen Yang for mere hours and already refer to him as your husband? How utterly shameless." Luo Feifei surmised that Chen Yang must have been entranced by Li Keqiu's beauty. "You are the one lacking in dignity. What, do you also have your eyes set on my man? How absurd." Observing the fierce quarrel between the two women, Chen Yang felt overwhelmed. Alas, having multiple women brings its own complications. "Miss Li, Feifei, please cease your bickering. It would be unfortunate if we attracted any predators." "Master, do not frighten me." Husband, I am scared." Realizing that continuing the argument would inevitably lead to trouble, Chen Yang understood it was time for him to assert his stance as a man. "Have you two finished your squabble? From this moment forth, should anyone seek trouble, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Experiencing Chen Yang's anger for the first time, the three women fell silent. "Very well, I shall take charge. You may observe from the sidelines and try to remember." Chen Yang was aware that this uncharted island was fraught with peril, and he might not survive another day. Thus he intended to impart wilderness survival skills to them while he was still safe. "Husband, you were quite fierce just now." Li Keqiu began to act coy again. However, a mere glance from Chen Yang immediately brought her back to seriousness. "Feifei, go gather some dry grass." "Chen Yang, why should I be the one to do that?" Luo Feifei glared at Li Keqiu. Luo Feifei, why are you looking at me? Chen Yang instructed you to go, so you should comply. What? Is this little task too much for the illustrious Miss Luo? Feifei, allow me to do it. Did you not twist your ankle? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Feifei, I apologize. I almost forgot about that. It's nothing. It's merely gathering some dry grass. I can manage on my own. Luo Feifei rose, limping slightly as she moved forward. Aunt Su, Chu-Chu, please wait for me. Su Yuqing discerned Chen Yang's intentions and nodded in agreement. Soon, Chen Yang caught up with Luo Feifei. Feifei, let me assist you. You? Faced with Chen Yang's concern, Luo Feifei felt somewhat unaccustomed, as they had previously been at odds. Let us hurry. Thank you. Thus, with Chen Yang as support, the two spent about 7 or 8 minutes gathering a considerable amount of dry grass. Chen Yang squeezed the grass, contemplated for a moment, and then declared, to enhance the likelihood of ignition, we should sun-dry the grass a bit longer. Consequently, the three women spread the grass and firewood across the beach. Time slipped away unnoticed. After approximately 5 minutes, Chen Yang selected 2 slender sticks and inserted them into the pile of dry grass, then began to vigorously rub them together. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 10 strikes, yet the wood remained utterly still. Chen Yang, perhaps we should contemplate an alternative approach? My dear, how splendid it would be if we had a lighter. Do not lose heart, dear. I firmly believe in your capabilities. Chen Yang nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the sea, and in the next instant, Chen Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. The fire was ignited, and the dry grass began ablaze. Chen Yang, you are truly remarkable. My love, you are incredibly talented. It was Chen Yang's first attempt at igniting a fire in such a manner, and he was astonished by his success. You are exceptional, absolutely extraordinary. Perhaps overwhelmed by her excitement, Luo Feifei turned and kissed Chen Yang. Am I dreaming? Has Luo Feifei truly lost her mind? Did she just kiss me of her own accord? Chen Yang felt as though he were in a dream. Chapter 18. Seafood Barbecue. The actions of the apprentice left Su Yuqing utterly astonished. Feifei, what are you? Master, what is it? At that moment, Luo Feifei appeared to be still in a daze. Luo Feifei, have you no shame? You actually kissed my husband, without a hint of embarrassment. Luo Feifei had boldly kissed Chen Yang in front of her, causing Li Keqiu to erupt in anger. What did you just say, Li Keqiu? I kissed Chen Yang? Indeed, you kissed him twice. Both Su Yi and I witnessed it. Are you going to deny it? My heavens, I actually kissed that scoundrel? Su Yi. I didn't mean to. In her excitement, she had mistakenly thought Chen Yang was Su Yi. Chen Yang, it was a misunderstanding, truly. Please don't take it to heart. I didn't intend to kiss you. Understood, it's quite all right. Chen Yang beamed with delight. Although Luo Feifei had consistently opposed him, she was undeniably attractive, and receiving her kiss was hardly a loss for him. At that moment, Chen Yang patted his stomach, while Su Yuqing could faintly hear her own stomach rumbling incessantly. Chen Yang, shall we search nearby for something to eat? Su Yi, are you feeling hungry? Su Yuqing nodded shyly. Master, I'm a bit hungry too. Honey, I'm also hungry. Upon hearing that all 3 women were famished, Chen Yang looked up at the seaside and then glanced at the burning wood. Soon, an idea struck him. Hey, would you all like to have a barbecue? Luo Feifei shot him a disdainful glance. Come on, Chen Yang, this is a deserted island, not a food stall. Barbecue? Having anything to eat is already a blessing. Humph. Luo Feifei, if you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. Since my husband has suggested it, he must have a plan, right? For reasons unknown, Li Keqiu felt a profound sense of trust in Chen Yang. Oh, you trust Chen Yang that much? Hee, if I can't trust my own husband, should I trust you? Luo Feifei shook her head in frustration. She could not fathom why a prominent international star would place such confidence in Chen Yang. Chen Yang, stop beating around the bush and tell us. All right, Su Yi. Chen Yang pointed towards the shore, smiling as he said, if I'm not mistaken, there must be crabs and shellfish hiding among those rocky crevices. Now that we have a fire, we just need the ingredients. Let us split up and search for crabs and other seafood. Under Chen Yang's guidance, the group formed pairs and began their quest near the rocks. Haha, master. I found a large crab. Well done, apprentice. Keep it up. Half an hour later, They had all been busy and collected a decent haul of around 30 small crabs and dozens of shellfish. Chen Yang, we have the ingredients, but the question is, what will we use to cook them? Looking at the pile of seafood, Luo Feifei began to fret. Indeed, Chen Yang, we can't just throw them onto the wood. Can we? Su Yuqing, at a loss, also couldn't come up with a solution. Let me think. Chen Yang's mind raced as he pondered for nearly 7 minutes without arriving at a solution. Upon spotting a square stone, an idea struck him. Eureka! I've got it! He exclaimed, pointing at the smooth stone. Look at this stone. Doesn't it resemble a grilling plate? If we gather a few more, it could serve as our cooking surface. The three women exchanged glances, all giving him a thumbs up. Thanks to you, Chen Yang, we would have surely starved otherwise. One remarked, I told you my husband is brilliant. Soon, they collected 8 stone slabs near the beach. With ingredients and tools at hand, another issue arose. Master, I just thought of something. How can we eat without seasoning? Feifei, as long as we have food, do you really need to be so picky? Master, can't a disciple just voice their concerns? In truth, Chen Yang had also contemplated this dilemma. Feifei, we can substitute with something else. As Chen Yang gazed at the coconuts strewn on the ground, Luo Feifei seemed to grasp his implication. You mean, use coconut juice? Yes, the sweetness of coconut juice can perfectly mask the seafood's fishy taste. That works. Let's get started. Thus, a simple seafood barbecue commenced. Su Yuqing placed the cleaned clams and crabs onto the stones. Before long, a sizzling sound filled the air. Master, it smells wonderful, Luo Feifei remarked, salivating at the faint aroma of meat. You foodie, look at you drooling. Hey, master, don't tease your disciple. As they chatted and grilled, the atmosphere was exceedingly delightful. Chen Yang, is the crab done? Yes, Aunt Su, it's ready. Look, the crab shell has turned red. Choo-choo, Feifei, I'll go fetch some coconuts. Okay. Chen Yang, be careful. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yang returned with 5 coconuts in hand. He opened one and evenly drizzled the juice over the crabs and clams. Aunt Su, you go first. He handed the largest crab to Su Yuqing. However, she shook her head. Chen Yang, you are the true hero. You should have this big crab. Aunt Su, you are our elder. Please, you eat first. The two exchanged polite refusals over a single crab. Oh, come on. It's just a crab. This back and forth is rather dull. Luo Feifei split the large crab in half, giving one half to her master and the other to Chen Yang. How simple. Why complicate such a trivial matter? Chen Yang accepted his half, took a bite, and the crisp sound echoed as he savored the white crab meat, devouring it without hesitation. He licked his lips, relishing the exquisite flavor of the crab. Chen Yang, why aren't you eating? Choo-choo, I'm full. You all enjoy. Chen Yang replied with a smile. In truth, he felt only moderately satiated, and the reason for his reluctance to continue feasting lay in the fact that the crabs and scallops were rather diminutive, yielding little meat when shared among several individuals. Master, I'm quite full, Luo Feifei remarked, patting her belly. As long as you are satisfied, I too have had my fill. At that moment, 5 small crabs remained on the stone. Aunt Su, Choo-choo, have you both eaten? Let us not waste any food, Su Yuqing said, shaking her head. Chen Yang, I truly am full. Perhaps you could take care of these remaining crabs? Darling, you are a man. You should indulge more. My master has spoken, so you ought to eat up. Very well. Observing Chen Yang devour one crab after another, the 3 women exchanged knowing glances. It became evident to them that Chen Yang had not truly satisfied his hunger, which explained the preceding scene. Chapter 19. Bitten by a snake? After indulging in a hearty meal, Chen Yang felt a bit fatigued and decided to seek a shaded spot beneath the expansive trees ahead to rest for a while. Master, do you think the SOS signal we created is effective? Su Yuqing hesitated for a few moments before responding with a smile, whether it is effective or not. I cannot say. However, it is certainly better to have made an effort than to have done nothing at all. Perhaps one day, someone will spot it. Luo Feifei nodded in agreement. Darling, are you feeling sleepy? Observing Chen Yang stifling a yawn, Li Keqiu inquired with concern. Yes, Choo-choo, I am a bit tired. Li Keqiu looked around. Aside from the sandy beach, rocky terrain, and towering trees, there was no suitable place to rest. Why don't you lean on me for a while? She suggested. Maybe not. I fear I might crush you. How annoying. Upon hearing the playful banter between the two, Luo Feifei's expression soured. Hee, Feifei. If you don't want to hear it, just cover your ears. Su Yuqing remarked, slightly vexed. Master, this guy is too unreliable. He falls in love with every girl he meets. And what about you? I can't help but sense a hint of jealousy. Not at all. Even if every man in the world perished, I would never fancy that scoundrel. Su Yuqing merely smiled in response. Suddenly, a thought struck her. In just over 3 hours, the sun will set. At night, we certainly cannot use the beach as a bed, can we? On a clear day, it might be tolerable, but what if it rains? Chen Yang, wake up. We must address a pressing issue. Upon hearing the words pressing issue, Li Keqiu and Luo Feifei tensed up. Master, what seems to be the problem? Aunt Su, I'm a coward. Please don't frighten me. Su Yuqing said gravely. Chen Yang, Feifei, Chu, have you considered how we will rest tonight? Rest tonight? Yes, Aunt Su, I almost overlooked this matter, the two girls suddenly realized. You are absolutely right. We must ensure we are well rested to have the energy to confront the various crises that may arise. Master, you mean we should construct a simple shelter? Exactly. But we don't know how to build a house. Chen Yang's gaze fell upon a cluster of trees. Earlier, while gathering coconuts, he had noticed several banana leaves, which would be perfect for roofing. Observing the 3 women appearing helpless, he recalled the phrase flower vase. Alas, some women peak in beauty but falter in moments of crisis, resorting only to helplessness or tears. I could do it. Back in the countryside, I once built a simple thatched hut myself. Really? Darling, you are amazing. You could do everything. I adore you. Li Keqiu exclaimed as she embraced Chen Yang, planting a few kisses on him. Su Yuqing and Luo Feifei watched with eyes wide in disbelief. Feeling slightly embarrassed under the gaze of the 2 women, Chen Yang quickly pushed Li Keqiu away. Chu, stop it. Chen Yang, you scoundrel. Now that you have me, why are you so indifferent? Li Keqiu pouted, her expression resembling that of a child on the verge of tears. Li Daming, is it only now that you realize Chen Yang is a scoundrel? Let me tell you, before you arrived, this fellow took advantage of both me and my master. You may not know this, but my master's daughter is the ex-girlfriend of this rogue. Ms. Su, is what Miss Luo said true? Gasped Li Keqiu, astonished. If that is the case, Chen Yang is truly a rogue of the highest order. Feifei. Su Yuqing shot a stern glare at her disciple. Master, did I say something wrong? Ah, Feifei, if you're happy, just say it. I truly don't understand you all. You never know when life may end, yet you still have the heart to concern yourselves with such trivialities. Let us focus on surviving first. I feel Ms. Su has a point. As long as we can leave this place alive, everything else is merely a trifle. Even if Chen Yang were to seduce both of you, I wouldn't mind. At this proclamation, both women were left speechless. Wow, a true celebrity indeed, unafraid to say anything. Chen Yang had indeed contemplated such notions. In this life, one must savor every moment. If he cannot escape the deserted island, he would certainly devise a way to win over Luo Feifei and Su Yuqing before his last breath. Keqiu, what on earth are you babbling about? Li Keqiu, how shameless are you to utter such words? Meanwhile, Chen Yang silently observed the reactions of the 2 women. He noted that Luo Feifei appeared indignant, while Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly not as angered. It seems Miss Su may have a chance. Keqiu, refrain from such nonsense. Miss Su is my elder, and Feifei is my sworn adversary. What you suggested could never transpire. Die. Chen Yang, you lecher. Are you implying that had my master not been Mimi's mother, you would have sought to win her over? Luo Feifei glared coldly at Chen Yang. This man was utterly disgraceful. Taking advantage of his own circumstances was one thing, but to covet Su Yuqing was simply abhorrent. Luo Feifei, I never said that. Those are merely your wild imaginings. Don't unjustly accuse me, Chen Yang retorted, casting a casual glance at Su Yuqing, chuckling as he said, Miss Su, wouldn't you agree? Enough, everyone. Stop the bickering. It will soon be dark. Let us hasten to build a shelter, or we shall have nowhere to sleep tonight. Su Yuqing did not respond directly, but shifted the topic. Chen Yang, you are now in charge of construction. Give the orders. Yes, since we are clueless, we shall follow your lead. Chen Yang nodded, then enumerated the materials needed for the shelter, such as banana leaves and sturdy branches. Consequently, the group dispersed to gather supplies. However, for safety's sake, they did not stray too far. Li Keqiu approached a large tree and discovered several suitable branches, bending down to pick them up. Suddenly, her right hand recoiled. "Ah!" she shrieked. "Keqiu, what happened?" Su Yuqing and Chen Yang rushed over. "Chen Yang, my finger hurts terribly. It feels as though I was pricked by something." A vixen. Well done." Not far away, Li Keqiu felt a twinge of joy upon realizing her finger had been bitten. "Chu-chu, could it be that you were bitten by a small snake?" Su Yuqing expressed her concern, for in such an expanse of woodland, it was unimaginable that no snakes could be found. "Hurry, let me see your finger." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Yang adopted a somber demeanor. On this desolate island, the snakes that appeared were predominantly venomous. Should one be bitten by a poisonous snake, the prospect of relying on the method of sucking out the venom without the availability of anti-venom was nearly impossible to succeed. Chen Yang grasped Li Keqiu's middle finger. Scrutinizing it intently, the shape of the wound resembled that of a pinprick. Had it been a snake bite, the injury would not have been so minuscule. Chapter 20. Building a shelter. Seeing Chen Yang staring at the wound for an extended period, Li Keqiu and Su Yuqing were exceedingly anxious. "Chen Yang, am I going to die?" Li Keqiu understood that on this desolate island, devoid of medical supplies, a snake bite often meant a slow demise. "Chu-chu, I doubt it was a venomous snake bite." "Not a snake bite? Are you certain?" Su Yuqing still harbored some skepticism. "Darling, you aren't a doctor. How can you tell I wasn't bitten by a poisonous snake?" "Chu-chu, generally a venomous snake bite leaves 1, 2, or even 3 puncture wounds, whereas your injury is exceedingly minor." Chen Yang was confident in his assertion, having previously followed a herpetologist who frequently shared accounts of snake bites and educated followers on identifying venomous snakes. Over time, he had absorbed some knowledge on the subject. "Honey, I'm still afraid." Li Keqiu was on the verge of tears. "Xiao Ku, don't be frightened. You must trust Chen Yang." Su Yuqing patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Aunt Su, I'm truly terrified. I don't want to die." "Xiao Ku, do not speak such nonsense. You are still so young. There is a long road ahead." While Su Yuqing endeavored to comfort Li Keqiu, Chen Yang crouched down and gazed at the ground. Simultaneously, he picked up a slender twig and began sifting through a pile of dried leaves, seemingly in search of something. After about a minute, he finally discovered it. "Chu-chu, Aunt Su, look here." The previously passive Luo Feifei approached curiously. The 3 women crouched down, their eyes wide with intrigue. "Chen Yang, isn't it just a pile of dead grass?" Luo Feifei said, somewhat irritated, beginning to doubt Chen Yang's sanity. "Indeed, Chen Yang, I see nothing else." "Honey, what exactly did you see?" Chen Yang was at a loss. How could all 3 women fail to notice? He prodded with the twig. "Do you see? There are numerous fine thorns on this. I suspect Chu-chu was pricked by one of these." "How can you be sure it was this that caused the injury?" Luo Feifei retorted. "Beautiful Luo, might you use those lovely eyes of yours to take a closer look?" Despite Chen Yang's somewhat exasperated tone, his compliment brought a glimmer of joy to Luo Feifei. "I see, there is blood on the thorn. Ah, your eyesight is commendable." Chen Yang gave a thumbs up and smiled at Luo Feifei. "You scared me." Li Keqiu clutched her chest, her heart finally at ease. Thank goodness for Chen Yang, otherwise, I would have been in a state of dread. "Chu-chu, now apply pressure to expel some blood, then rinse it with seawater," Chen Yang advised, concerned about bacterial infection. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "What do you know? These dried leaves have been exposed to the elements for a long time. The thorns may harbor numerous bacteria. In these critical times, it is best to exercise caution." "Feifei, I believe Chen Yang is right." Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. She took Li Keqiu's hand and smiled, saying, "Chu-chu, come, let me accompany you to the seaside for a wash." Thank you, Aunt Su." "Oh, there's no need to be so polite. Now, we are good friends who share hardships, aren't we?" "Good friends? What else could we be?" Li Keqiu, touched, embraced Su Yuqing. In the eyes of the world, she was a shining star. However, the entertainment industry was rife with intrigue, leaving her lonely without a confidant. Now, on this deserted island, she had unexpectedly formed a bond with Su Yuqing. "Aunt Su, may I call you sister from now on? I feel that calling you Annie lacks intimacy." "You little rascal. Just getting familiar with me, And you're already trying to take advantage? Su Yuqing teased. I'm sorry, Aunt Su. I mean no offense. I simply want to call you sister. All right. Sister has no objections. Sister Qing. Watching her master and Li Keqiu laugh and chat together, Luo Feifei felt a twinge of disappointment. Master, you are so biased. I am your disciple, and since Li Keqiu can call you sister, I shall do the same. Determined not to be outdone, Luo Feifei refused to let anyone steal her thunder. All right, sister. Su Yuqing laughed heartily. She held Luo Feifei's hand with her left and Li Keqiu's hand with her right, then brought their hands together. Since you both call me sister, I must act like one. From now on, you are not allowed to bicker. You must get along well. Understood? After exchanging glances, Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu both nodded. Sister, from now on, we are good sisters. Yes, good sisters for life. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang recalled the bond of brotherhood between Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhuge Liang in the Three Kingdoms. Sister Qing, let's get to work. Chen Yang, we call her Sister Qing. Are you going to learn to call her sister as well? Luo Feifei shot him a disapproving look. Sister Qing hasn't even spoken yet. All right, I have no objections. Hee, Luo Feifei, did you see? Sister Qing agreed. Chen Yang grinned with satisfaction. In the following hours, with the assistance of the three women, Chen Yang began constructing a temporary shelter. After nearly 2 hours, a modest dwelling took shape before their eyes. Chen Yang, this seems a bit too shabby, doesn't it? Looking at the layers of banana leaves on the ground, Li Keqiu felt somewhat disappointed. Chu, don't be so picky. Having a place to stay is already quite good. Fine. At that moment, Chen Yang, feeling weary, lay down on the banana leaves. Having put in so much effort to build a house, he was the first to enjoy its comfort, much to Luo Feifei's annoyance. She reached out, intending to pull Chen Yang up, but was stopped by Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu. Feifei, Chen Yang is exhausted from all his hard work today. Let him rest for a bit. Yes, Chen Yang has been busy with this and that. He must be very tired. Let's not disturb him. Luo Feifei hadn't expected them to act in unison. Wouldn't he that make her seem selfish? Feifei, Chu, could you both step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. Soon, the three women arrived outside the house. There were 4 of us, yet only 1 room. How would we manage the night? Qingjia. What do you mean? 1 room, we can sleep together. Li Keqiu replied without hesitation. Chu, you haven't grasped Qing's intention. 3 women and a single man. How do we possibly share a bed? Yes, that's precisely what I mean. I certainly don't want Chen Yang to sleep outside. He has worked hard all day. Su Yuqing fell into silence. Indeed, Chen Yang had contributed the most. He had also assisted in constructing the house. It seemed unreasonable to leave him to sleep outside. Chu, what do you suggest we do? How about this? Let Chen Yang sleep on the outermost side, and I'll be next to him. That way, you can all feel at ease. Li Keqiu understood their concerns about Chen Yang taking advantage of the situation. However, she believed this was a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond with him. Chapter 21. 3 women sleeping together when Chen Yang awoke from his slumber. The sky had already darkened. Stretching lazily, he opened his eyes to find Li Keqiu, Luo Feifei, and Su Yuqing animatedly conversing on the sandy shore in front of the wooden cabin. Indeed, Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu had finally reconciled. This harmonious scene truly amazed Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you're awake? He heard them say. He nodded in response. Ah, 3 lovely ladies. What delightful topic has captured your attention so joyously? He inquired. It's women-s matters. A man like you should refrain from prying, Luo Feifei retorted, pouting. Exactly. We are, of course, discussing topics pertinent to women. Li Keqiu added, sticking out her tongue and making a face. Goodness, what is happening here? I awakened to find such a remarkable improvement in your relationship. Chen Yang could hardly believe his eyes. Chen Yang, it's evening now. What are your plans for the night? Su Yuqing gestured towards Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu. Qingjia, I've already contemplated this matter. Tonight, the 3 of you shall enjoy a peaceful rest, he declared. And you? They asked in unison. Are you not resting tonight? Chen Yang chuckled. Well, I have already rested for several hours. I am quite rejuvenated. I shall keep watch tonight, in the vast wilderness of the deserted island. The notion of wild beasts lurking was unfathomable to Chen Yang. While the daylight was tolerable, the night demanded heightened vigilance. Should they all slumber together, they might unwittingly become prey to lurking predators. Chen Yang, I disagree. It is only around 8 o'clock. Dawn is still many hours away. It would be too taxing for you to stand watch alone. Li Keqiu expressed her concern for him, wishing to spare him from exhaustion. Indeed, Chu is correct. We are a team. How about we split into 2 groups, one to guard the first half of the night and the other for the latter half? Proposed Luo Feifei. Your suggestion is commendable, Feifei Jia. I support it. Li Keqiu raised her hands in agreement. Su Yuqing concurred as well. However, Chen Yang shook his head. Seeing his disapproval, Luo Feifei grew anxious. Chen Yang, what do you mean by this? Even if 3 of us agree and you oppose, the majority rules, you know? Luo Feifei exclaimed. Let us ignore him. We are in agreement regardless of his dissent. Chen Yang explained, My dear Luo, while your proposal is certainly sound, if we alternate shifts, none of us may rest adequately. Moreover, the likelihood of unforeseen events at night is considerably high, and, as the only man in our group, it is my duty to protect you. Though the 3 women were deeply touched by his sentiment, Li Keqiu remained resolute in her desire to avoid Chen Yang's exhaustion. Chen Yang, I merely wish for you not to wear yourself out. Chu, I appreciate your concern. However, it is precisely in times like these that we must exercise caution. It is settled then. You all should take the opportunity to rest. Having spoken, Chen Yang left the wooden cabin without a backward glance, settling down cross-legged a few meters away. Sister Qing, what should we do? Chu, let us rest early. Later in the night, we could take turns keeping watch over Chen Yang. How does that sound? That works for me. Thus, the 3 women entered the wooden cabin in succession. Su Yuqing lay on the outermost side, Luo Feifei nestled within, while Li Keqiu found herself sandwiched between the 2. Oh dear, this bed is rather hard, Li Keqiu remarked as she lay down, feeling the prick of straw against her back. Well, there is no choice. We'll have to make do. Luo Feifei also felt uncomfortable. Yet, given the circumstances, they could only accept their fate. Sister Qing, do you think we can survive this place? Chu, why so pessimistic? We must have faith. Feifei, don't pretend. If you say you're not anxious, I certainly want to believe you. At that moment, the image of the plane crash still haunted Li Keqiu. Despite being with Chen Yang, Sister Qing, and Feifei, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. All right, I don't know if we can survive. Regardless, let us take it one day at a time. Luo Feifei believed that rather than indulging in futile thoughts, it was better to cherish each day, leaving their fate to the heavens. Feifei, Chu, let us not lose hope. Shall we? At least we are luckier than the other passengers, are we not? The 3 women continued their endless chatter, oblivious to their fatigue. Sister Qing, I pose a hypothetical. If we were to die tomorrow, what would you most desire to do? Upon hearing Li Keqiu's question, Su Yuqing contemplated for a moment, but merely smiled without answering. Meanwhile, she cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yang, who was keeping watch. Should that day truly come, she intended to confess her feelings to Chen Yang, embracing her femininity. Feifei, what about you? If that day arrives, I would want Chen Yang to marry me. What? Did we hear that correctly? You want Chen Yang to marry you? Both Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu were taken aback. Feifei, Chen Yang is my husband, all right? Why are you trying to steal him from me? Li Keqiu feigned annoyance. Oh dear, Chu, you're quite the bundle of nerves. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Suddenly, Li Keqiu broke into laughter. Hey, I never said I disagreed. She then glanced at Su Yuqing and Luo Feifei. If that day truly comes, I wouldn't mind Chen Yang having both Sister Qing and Sister Feifei. Oh my, Chu, you're truly generous towards Chen Yang. I admire you. Which man wouldn't wish to enjoy the blessings of many? Yet, which woman would willingly share her husband with another? Chu, what on earth are you saying? Su Yuqing shot a fierce glare at Li Keqiu. Sister Qing, stop hiding it. You like Chen Yang too, don't you? I don't. Chu, don't speak nonsense. Haha, Feifei, look. Sister Qing's face is all red. Su Yuqing quickly turned to lie on her side, evading the gazes of the 2. Not far away, listening to the conversation of the 3 women, Chen Yang felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. My goodness, The mere thought of being surrounded by three exquisite beauties was enough to fill him with delight. As the sky gradually darkened, the sounds within the wooden cabin diminished. In no time, the cabin fell into a serene silence. Chen Yang rose and approached the front of the cabin. Suddenly, Li Keqiu turned over, her left leg resting directly upon Su Yuqing's abdomen, while her right hand inadvertently found its way to Luo Feifei's bosom. Goodness, the sleeping posture of a superstar is truly amusing. At that moment, a significant expanse of Li Keqiu's fair leg was revealed, igniting a fervent response in Chen Yang. He could not help but swallow hard several times. If he continued to gaze, he would inevitably lose control. Chapter 22. The Grove. Fortunately, Chen Yang's reason triumphed over his impulse. He quietly departed from the cabin, casting a glance around. After detecting no anomalies, he once again circled the cabin. Confirming its safety, Chen Yang retraced his steps. Suddenly, he noticed that Li Keqiu's legs were completely resting on Su Yuqing. Goodness, why is the starlet so restless in her slumber? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang decided to adjust her legs slightly to ensure Su Yuqing could breathe more easily. Concerned about waking the three women, he tiptoed over, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid making any noise. Reaching Su Yuqing's right side, Chen Yang bent down, carefully lifting Li Keqiu's legs. Unexpectedly, Su Yuqing turned over. Chen Yang jumped in surprise. Just as he was about to continue adjusting, Su Yuqing opened her eyes wide and stared at him. Oh no, this is a serious misunderstanding. Qingjie, it's not what you think. Chen Yang hurriedly explained, his voice barely above a whisper. Su Yuqing chuckled, still gazing at him. Is that so? Indeed. I swear, lying would make me a puppy. Chen Yang, I believe you. Chen Yang patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Just then, Su Yuqing stood up. Qingjie, why aren't you continuing to rest? Oh, I can't sleep. How about I keep you company for a while? Sure. Thus, the two left the cabin and chose a nearby spot to sit down. Qingjie, you are so beautiful. Hee, do you think so? Chu is a superstar, possessing both figure and beauty. Being young is truly wonderful. Sister, how can you say that? Really? Then tell me, who do you think is prettier, me or Chu? And after discovering Chu, there must be a story between you two, right? Otherwise, she would call you husband. Chen Yang nodded. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Su Yuqing had long recognized the complexity of her relationship with Li Keqiu. Qingjie, it's like this. That day, after I discovered Li Keqiu, Chen Yang succinctly recounted the events. Chen Yang, you are truly fortunate to win over a superstar without any effort. Qingjie, please don't tease me. Suddenly, Su Yuqing shivered slightly. Sister, are you all right? I'm a bit cold. Chen Yang then realized that the temperature on this deserted island varied greatly between day and night, scorching during the day, yet surprisingly chilly at night, especially in the early hours. Observing Su Yuqing dressed so lightly stirred his heart with concern. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Su Yuqing was alarmed as she saw him removing his shirt. Qingjie, aren't you feeling cold? I can only think of this solution. No, put it back on. I can manage. If you catch a cold because of me, that would be a serious problem. At this moment, Chen Yang had shed half of his upper garment, revealing his bronze-toned muscles before Su Yuqing. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. To her surprise, Chen Yang possessed an impressive eight-pack. His virility compelled Su Yuqing to steal a few more glances. All right, then I shall devise another approach. Chen Yang, could you possibly come a bit closer? Su Yuqing's voice trembled slightly. Initially taken aback, Chen Yang quickly grasped her intent. He swiftly moved closer, their bodies soon pressed together. After merely a few seconds, Chen Yang felt a rush of heat envelop him. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuqing. Under the night sky, her alluring, fiery lips and captivating figure were enough to ensnare the attention of anyone, whether a youth of 18 or a man in his 70s. The more he looked, the more he became entranced. Chen Yang, why do you keep staring at me? Sister, you are truly beautiful. How annoying. Su Yuqing shot him a shy glare. That very look ignited a fire within Chen Yang. Suddenly, he grasped her hand and leaned in closer. Chen Yang, please don't act recklessly. Su Yuqing attempted to shake off his grip, but his hold was too firm. She could only feign resistance a few times before closing her eyes. As their proximity diminished, they could almost hear each other's breaths. Just as Chen Yang's lips were about to brush against Su Yuqing's face, he abruptly halted. He understood that at this moment, she was ready. Yet, he dared not be too forward, considering Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu were nearby. Su Yuqing awaited the delightful moment to arrive. However, after nearly a minute of silence, only the sound of snoring from the wooden cabin filled the air. She opened her eyes to find Chen Yang lost in thought. Chen Yang, what is wrong? In truth, Su Yuqing yearned to ask him directly why he had stopped, but her sense of modesty restrained her from being too forthright. Chen Yang gestured toward the cabin. Are you worried about being seen by Feifei and Chu? Yes. To her surprise, Su Yuqing chuckled. Hey, Chen Yang, what if we take a stroll over there? Chen Yang looked up to the right. Was that not a small grove? A walk in the woods at this hour? What? Are you afraid? Sister Qing. I am a grown man. What is there to fear? Let us go. With that, Chen Yang took Su Yuqing's hand and gently led her toward the grove. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived. Sister Qing, I feel a bit scared. This evening, Su Yuqing seemed unusually forward, which left Chen Yang astonished. Chen Yang, stop pretending in front of your sister. Su Yuqing stepped closer, gripping his collar and leaning in. Sister Qing, are we moving a bit too quickly? You and Li Keqiu are even quicker. Su Yuqing shot him an exasperated glance. This boy, at a crucial moment, still hesitated. Sister Qing, are you certain about this? Stop hesitating. It will be troublesome once they wake up. With Su Yuqing's confirmation, Chen Yang ceased his objections and enveloped her in his embrace. However, strange sounds emanated from the woods ahead. Chen Yang, it seems there is something out there? As the noises grew nearer, their enthusiasm waned, replaced by palpable tension. Chen Yang gestured for silence, signaling Su Yuqing to refrain from speaking, while he strained to listen intently. Soon, his expression darkened, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. This is bad. Su Yuqing realized that something ominous was likely to transpire. Chen Yang had never anticipated that the first crisis on this deserted island would arrive so swiftly. He was utterly unprepared. To be on the safe side, he bent down to pick up a sturdy stick and a handful of stones, each the size of a ping-pong ball. Chapter 23. Bullying Sister Qing at this moment. Su Yuqing remained frozen in place, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. Chen Yang tugged at her forcefully, pulling her behind him. Su Yuqing stumbled momentarily, her entire body pressing against Chen Yang's back. Goodness, Chen Yang immediately felt her softness against him. Su Yuqing's face flushed crimson in an instant. She hastily stepped back, striving to regain control of her breath. Sister Qing, do not utter a word. The moment there is any commotion, I will signal you to run, and you must flee immediately, regardless of me. Chen Yang, what about you? Do not worry, I can handle it. No sooner had he spoken than a howling echoed from the jungle. Su Yuqing cast a glance back at the wooden cabin, where Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu were blissfully asleep, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Goodness, that sound must be a wolf. Chen Yang thought, alarmed. If it were a single wolf, he might be able to manage, albeit with difficulty. However, if it were a pack, it could spell doom for all 4 of them that night. Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless me. Do not let a pack of wolves approach. I'm not yet married. I cannot perish like this. As the sounds drew nearer, Su Yuqing's anxiety intensified. Her delicate form trembled, and she dared not make a sound. Her left hand gripped Chen Yang's arm tightly. Chen Yang's expression grew increasingly solemn. He maintained a half-crouched stance, poised to confront the wolves at any moment. Yet, amidst the tension, he felt a flicker of excitement. Su Yuqing's body was nearly pressed against his back, and her alluring figure sent a rush of thrill coursing through him. Noticing a change in Chen Yang's breathing, Su Yuqing was taken aback. Chen Yang, what is wrong with you? Chen Yang swallowed hard and whispered, Sister Qing, could you please not be so close? It makes me quite uncomfortable. Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon she understood. Chen Yang, I didn't mean to. I apologize. Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly distanced herself. Sister Qing, I was just joking. Chen Yang felt utterly frustrated. He had experienced enough of that feeling. Why did I have to say anything? Chen Yang, what do you mean? I cannot comprehend your words. Are you asking me to move away or to remain as I was? Chen Yang was taken aback by her directness. Sister Qing, do as you feel comfortable. You little rascal, I am not comfortable. I saw you enjoying it just now. And no, at that moment, how could Chen Yang possibly admit it? You little lecher. No wonder Fei Fei dislikes you. Hee, as long as Sister Qing does not despise me. You brat, even in the face of danger. You still have the audacity to flirt with your sister. Ah, you men, always the same. Is having choo-choo not enough for you? Do you wish to seduce me as well? Wow, what has gotten into Sister Qing? Why so direct? Sister Qing, I would never dare. You have already won over a superstar. Is there anything you fear do? As Su Yuqing spoke, she playfully pinched his arm with a bit more force. Ouch, Qingjia, could you not be so rough? He exclaimed. Let us see if you dare to tease your sister again. While the two were engaged in their playful banter, a black wolf emerged from the thicket, appearing about 30 meters away from them. Its eyes gleamed with a greedy intensity as it fixed its gaze upon the pair. Chen Yang, I'm scared. Su Yuqing trembled at the sight of the wolf's menacing stare. Do not fear, Qingjia. With me here, I will ensure you remain unharmed. Su Yuqing, resembling a timid woman, obediently hid behind the man. In that moment, Chen Yang's image in her heart grew even more formidable and noble. After all these years, a man had finally stepped forward to protect her, which deeply moved Su Yuqing. Chen Yang gripped his stick more tightly, his palms unexpectedly clammy with sweat. Until now, he had only seen wolves on television. Tonight marked his first encounter with one in real life. To claim he was not nervous or afraid would be a blatant falsehood. Suddenly, the wolf lifted its left leg. Oh no, it seems the wolf is about to attack. Chen Yang thought, I must strike first. Otherwise, my chances of victory will dwindle. Resolutely, he hurled the stones he had prepared, sending 3 flying with great force. The wolf howled in response, staggering before collapsing to the ground, its paws flailing as it rolled about. Chen Yang, you are amazing, Su Yuqing exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, he realized, to his astonishment, that he had struck one of the wolf's eyes, which was now bleeding. Incredible. I'm lucky today, he thought, feeling quite pleased with himself. It's just a mere wolf, he shrugged, exuding arrogance. Suddenly, he felt a warm pair of lips press against his cheek. Qingjia, what was that? The unexpected kiss took Chen Yang by surprise. Keep your voice down. This is your reward from your sister, Su Yuqing said, her cheeks flushed as she looked down shyly. Qingjia, I suspect there might be more than one wolf nearby. Should we explore the area? Chen Yang suggested. Oh no, the wolf is gone, Su Yuqing exclaimed, her face pale with alarm. Chen Yang was taken aback. In his earlier glee, he had failed to realize that the wolf was merely injured, likely blinded, and not dead. Within minutes, the black wolf had fled. Chen Yang felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why hadn't he finished the wolf off when he had the chance? They could have feasted on wolf meat. Now, it had escaped, possibly returning home to fetch reinforcements. What should we do, Chen Yang? Su Yuqing asked, her voice trembling. It's all right. If it ran away, then so be it. If that creature returns, I will make it regret ever coming back, he declared. Yet, despite his bravado, Chen Yang couldn't shake his anxiety. If a pack of wolves were to attack, they would all be doomed. It's all my fault, Qingjia, he lamented. What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I might have been eaten by that wolf. Su Yuqing took his hand in hers, smiling to offer comfort. Qingjia, you are wonderful. You little rascal, your words are rather sweet. She teased playfully. Sister, I cannot fathom what you find admirable in me. Chen Yang shamelessly scrutinized Su Yuqing, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Sister Qing, you are splendid in every way, he declared. You naughty rascal, always teasing your sister. If Chu-Chu finds out, you shall be left to grovel on the floor. Su Yuqing shot him a disapproving glance. Chen Yang gazed up at the starry sky before glancing back at the wooden cabin. Despite the commotion, Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu remained undisturbed in their slumber. Hey, Sister Qing, shall we venture over there? He suggested. What are you up to? Su Yuqing questioned, eyeing the shadowy path ahead with suspicion regarding Chen Yang's intentions. I merely wish to scout the route in advance. Since we have nothing better to do, why not engage in something meaningful? He replied. Very well, she conceded. Thus, the two set off, one following closely behind the other, towards the mysterious path ahead. Chapter 24: The Cry of the Flight Attendant. After walking several dozen meters, Su Yuqing came to a halt. She noticed Chen Yang straying further off course. Chen Yang, please stop. It's pitch black inside, and I fear there may be danger. All right, Sister Qing, they should be unable to hear us here. Chen Yang replied with a mischievous grin. Chen Yang, you don't intend to do that here, do you? Sister Qing, what do you think? It's bound to happen sooner or later. Why not seize this splendid opportunity tonight and truly relish it? I'm a bit frightened. Perhaps we should just go back. Despite having longed for this moment, Su Yuqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Just as she turned to retreat, Chen Yang suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Sister Qing. Su Yuqing dared not meet Chen Yang's gaze, her body trembling slightly. I haven't made up my mind yet. Please give me a little time, all right? Come on, just a moment ago you were flirting with me, and now you're backing out. Although Chen Yang felt reluctant, he did not wish to force the issue and decided to heed Su Yuqing's wishes. Fine, let us head back then. Chen Yang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to toy with your feelings. Chen Yang smiled calmly. Sister Qing, there's no rush. Let us take our time. To Chen Yang, Su Yuqing took the initiative to link her arm with his as they retraced their steps. However, after only a couple of paces, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, his expression changing. Chen Yang, what's wrong? Did you notice something? In this vast jungle, could there be another wolf lurking? Sister Qing, do you hear that noise? No. What noise? There's nothing. Su Yuqing shook her head. Yet, Chen Yang distinctly heard a sound, like a woman's sobs. Why couldn't Sister Qing hear it? To confirm his suspicion, he walked ahead 7 or 8 meters. Sister Qing, can you hear it now? Su Yuqing strained her ears to listen intently. Chen Yang, doesn't it sound somewhat like a woman crying? Indeed, I suspect it's nearby. Could it be a survivor of the plane crash? That's a possibility. Let us go see for ourselves. However, Chen Yang held Su Yuqing back. Chen Yang, what's the matter? That woman must be injured. We need to rush to her aid. Sister Qing, let us observe for a moment before acting. Are you worried it might be a trap? Chen Yang nodded. They were on an unknown deserted island and needed to exercise utmost caution. Any misstep could cost them their lives. You have thought this through thoroughly. Su Yuqing regarded Chen Yang with increased admiration and respect. At such a young age, he remained composed and considerate, displaying the qualities of a mature man. The two crouched down, hiding in the foliage, eavesdropping for nearly 2 minutes. As the sound of the woman's sobs diminished, Chen Yang's brow furrowed deeper. He felt a premonition that something had gone awry. Sister Qing, stay close behind me, and do not leave my sight. If there's any danger, make sure to run back immediately. I understand. After reiterating a few warnings, the two slowly approached. After walking approximately 50 meters, they halted, observing the swaying wild grass in the distance. Chen Yang's expression turned grave. He had indeed heard a man's voice. Su Yuqing noticed it as well. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Yang swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, signaling her to remain silent. Sister, stay here. I will investigate first. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. Chen Yang picked up 2 stones and held a wooden stick in his right hand, stealthily making his way forward. As he ventured into the thicket, he beheld 2 men, one pinning down the woman's legs while the other restrained her arms, appearing intent on committing a vile act. You wretched thing! No matter how much you scream, no one will come to your rescue. One of them sneered. Since we're all doomed anyway, I might as well indulge myself before I meet my end. Let me go. I will call the police. The woman struggled desperately, tears blurring her vision. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yang noticed that her blouse had been torn, exposing her fair skin. With a sharp slap, one of the taller men struck her. Are you foolish? This is a deserted island. Where are the police? Being here is akin to waiting for death. You might as well entertain me before you perish. He leered. Exactly, brother. Go ahead. The other man chimed in. Help! Someone please help me. The woman cried out in anguish. Chen Yang fully grasped the situation. These 3 individuals were also survivors of the recent plane crash. How despicable. 2 strong men bullying an injured woman. What kind of man does that? He thought. Moreover, they were in such a weakened state. Chen Yang realized he could launch a surprise attack from the shadows, delivering a fatal blow. With resolve, he tightened his grip on the wooden stick and charged forward. Before the shorter man could react, Chen Yang struck him fiercely on the head. The man crumpled to the ground, dazed and bleeding. Old two! Old two! The taller man shouted, fixing his gaze on Chen Yang. Kid, are you also from that flight? Would I be here otherwise? Chen Yang retorted. Listen, let us make this simple. You pretend you didn't see anything, and you can have your turn with this woman. The tall man, sensing Chen Yang's prowess and aware of his own injuries, hesitated, trying to gauge his chances. The woman, an air hostess, was undeniably attractive, and he doubted Chen Yang could resist her charms. Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Yang replied defiantly. Then what do you want? We've barely survived. Is it really worth risking our lives over a woman? You will release her. Though the tall man was reluctant, he realized he did not wish to confront Chen Yang directly and reluctantly agreed to let the woman go. The woman struggled to rise to her feet. After taking a few steps, her body swayed, and she fell to the ground. Observing this, Chen Yang hurried over to assist her. At that moment, a tall man rushed forward, seizing Chen Yang in his grip and tightening his hold around his neck. Chen Yang fought back vigorously, delivering powerful kicks to the man with his legs. You think you can engage in close combat with me? You're still too inexperienced. Soon enough, the man's legs effortlessly ensnared Chen Yang, while his hands constricted even tighter. Chen Yang felt a constriction in his breath, his face turning crimson. Old two, why are you still lying there? Come and help me. Boss, I can't get up. The short man attempted to rise, but failed 3 times. Damn it, you useless fool, the tall man exclaimed in fury. Chapter 25, 5 million boss, I truly cannot rise. The short man wore a look of deep grievance. Moments ago, he had been ambushed by Chen Yang, and now, not only was his head throbbing painfully, but blood also streamed from the back of his skull. You scoundrel, if I perish, you shall not escape your fate. The tall man continued to roar in rage. Meanwhile, the young flight attendant curled into a ball, her body trembling incessantly. Chen Yang merely cast a glance, and his eyes were momentarily captivated by the tantalizing glimpse of the flight attendant's alluring form. What a time to indulge in such distractions. Young man, shall we not retreat for the sake of peace? I no longer desire this woman. He chuckled. Had I not arrived, I fear she would have already been ravaged by the two of you. Listen, my young friend, do not let a woman incite a deadly conflict between us. It is simply not worth it. We are all trapped here, and our survival is uncertain. Is this truly the time for internal strife? Chen Yang smiled. The tall man observed Chen Yang's wavering resolve and pressed on. Let us agree to overlook this incident. From this day forth, we shall coexist peacefully. Our survival shall be determined by our own abilities. Really? You believe I would trust you? A man who bullies women is surely no good. The tall man's expression darkened. Suddenly, he shouted, Miss Li, run. There is a python behind you. Seeing the fear etched on the man's face, Chen Yang momentarily believed him. He turned to look, only to find nothing amiss. Damn it, I've been deceived. A clever feint. Seizing the opportunity, the tall man landed a punch squarely on Chen Yang's chest, followed swiftly by another. Caught off guard, Chen Yang was knocked to the ground. Huh, I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are but a coward. The man laughed triumphantly. Boss, what a display of strength. Why are you still lying there? Hurry and assist me. Though the tall man had successfully knocked Chen Yang down, he was already wounded, and those 2 punches had nearly exhausted his strength. All right, boss. The short man staggered over. You were so bold just now. You think you can play with my brother and survive? With that, he kicked Chen Yang in the chest, causing his stomach to churn violently. Chen Yang realized that if he did not devise a plan soon, he might very well meet his end that night. Li Kersin, you wretched woman, come here and serve me. The tall man pointed at the trembling Li Kersin. I beg you, do not hurt me. With a resounding slap, the short man struck her harshly. Wretched girl, the boss has commanded you. Do not utter another word. If you continue to speak out of turn, I shall silence you for good. Grabbing Li Kersin by the arm, he dragged her before the boss. Hey, boss, I shall keep watch for you. Enjoy yourself. I guarantee no one will disturb you. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see there's someone here? The tall man gestured menacingly at Chen Yang, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. All right, boss. Rest assured, the short man vowed earnestly. Yet, he understood that on this desolate island, even if a murder were committed, no one would ever know. Moreover, with a multitude of wild beasts inhabiting the island, he needn't worry about the body. Hurry up and get moving. Yes, yes, boss, I'm on my way. The short man nodded submissively, dragging Chen Yang forward into the thicket. Ha ha, Li Marin, I've missed you dearly. The tall man leered at Li Curson. Previously, when I pursued you, you dismissed me for my appearance. Now, at last, you have fallen into my hands. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with malice. Song Yuanji, you mustn't do anything reckless. If my father finds out, you are finished. Oh dear, Miss Li, I'm trembling with fear. Stay away from me. If you don't touch me, I can persuade my father to give you 1,000,000. As Song Yuanji continued to advance, he raised the offer. 2,000,000, 3,000,000, until he reached 5,000,000, at which point he finally halted. 5,000,000? That sounds rather enticing. Song Yuanji, have you accepted? Li Curson felt a slight relief as she noticed his interest. Suddenly, Song Yuanji seized her by the throat, sneering, what conditions do you have for negotiation? You wretched creature? Your Li family may be wealthy, but can money truly resolve everything? Huh, I want you. Song Yuanji, please stay back. Don't come any closer. Su Yuqing crouched in place, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Why hasn't Chen Yang returned yet? The more she pondered, the more ominous her feelings grew. I must go check on him, she resolved, despite Chen Yang's previous insistence for her to remain put. Thus, Su Yuqing stealthily approached. Kid, you choose the path of heaven but refuse to walk it, and now you seek to invade hell. Huh, if it weren't for us, perhaps you could have lived a few more days. Humph, with no real ability, you still dream of gallantly rescuing a damsel in distress. What a fool. In your next life, don't attempt to be a hero. The short man muttered to himself as he dragged Chen Yang along. Soon, they reached a patch of wild grass. Kid, it's time to die. He picked up a stone and hurled it at Chen Yang's head, intending to repay the earlier blow Chen Yang had inflicted upon himself with a stick. Wait, I have something to say. Chen Yang, with an unusually keen sense of hearing, faintly detected footsteps approaching. He surmised that someone was making their way toward them. Perhaps, he thought, there might be a chance for survival. Thus, Chen Yang resolved to buy himself some time. Speak quickly. Brother, I was wrong. I should have risked my life for a woman I don't even know. I deeply regret it. As he spoke, tears streamed down Chen Yang's face. How pathetic for a grown man to weep like a child. Oomph. Now you realize your mistakes. It's too late. Brother, could you possibly spare me some food? I do not wish to become a specter of starvation. Chen Yang cried out, even louder. He deliberately wept, both to elicit sympathy and to guide those who arrived toward his location. Kid, facing death, your demands are rather excessive. Aren't they? I have no food. Brother, I implore you. It seems you have a packet of biscuits in your pocket. The short man paused, glancing down. Well, you certainly are observant. Brother, I beg you. You must be a good person. Good people live long lives. Chen Yang, with a twinge of guilt, showered him with flattery. As anticipated, the short man's heart softened. Alas, who can deny that I am a good person? I only have one piece, nothing more. All right, thank you, brother. Chen Yang bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Chapter 26. Sister Qing's surprise attack. Come on, kid, eat quickly. Don't delay me in my important business. The short man seethed as he watched Chen Yang chew his food slowly. Brother, I'll be done soon. Have pity on a dying man. Eat faster. Stop whining, or I'll send you on your way right now. Chen Yang feigned fear. This is bad. Chen Yang is in trouble. Hearing the cries, Su Yuqing instantly felt a surge of anxiety. She glanced around, picking up a sharp stick. Before long, she reached the source of the sound. At that moment, Chen Yang had noticed Su Yuqing, while the short man remained oblivious, facing away from her. Suddenly, Chen Yang smiled. What are you laughing at, kid? Hee. I'm about to die. Can't I laugh? The tone he used was starkly different from the subservient one he had moments ago, leaving the short man bewildered. In his moment of distraction, Su Yuqing seized the opportunity, gripping the stick tightly and thrusting it into his back with great force. The short man screamed in agony. suddenly realizing that Chen Yang had noticed the arrival of his accomplice. You're despicable. Chen Yang said nothing, struggling to stand up and lunging at him. Simultaneously, Su Yuqing jabbed the stick again. A searing pain shot through the short man's back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Kid, I'll fight you to the death. Fury consumed him as he clung tightly to Chen Yang. Unfortunately, the combined assault from Chen Yang and Su Yuqing quickly overwhelmed him. In just 2 minutes, the short man crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. Help me, please, he pleaded, grasping Chen Yang's pant leg with desperate eyes. Help you? Hee, just a moment ago, you wanted to kill me. Do you expect me to save you now? Have you lost your mind? If Sister Qing had not arrived in time, he might have met his end. Chen Yang's anger flared at the thought. He lifted his foot and stomped hard on the short man's left hand. Hee, in your next life, remember not to waste words when killing. You, don't get too cocky. My brother will come to save me. You're dead. Chen Yang chuckled, patting the short man's left cheek with disdain. Hee, your big brother will soon be dead too. Perfect, you'll have company on your journey to the underworld. Thinking of Li Kursin in danger, Chen Yang felt a sense of urgency. He picked up a large stone and brought it down onto the short man's temple. In the next moment, the short man widened his eyes, staring at Chen Yang. His breath quickly dwindled. Sister Qing, thank you. No need to be so polite with me. Sister Qing, let us hurry over. Miss Li is in danger. Though Su Yuqing didn't know who Miss Li was, Chen Yang's anxious expression indicated that her life was hanging by a thread. All right, let us go. Thus, the two hurried towards that direction. Damn it, Li Kursin. If you cry again, I'll make you pay. Li Kursin trembled in fear. Second brother, gazing at the enchanting woman before him. The tall man did not lose his composure. Suddenly, he recalled that his companion had not returned for quite some time. Damn it, has it really taken this long to eliminate a useless person? Your little brother has no chance of coming back now. Just as the tall man was consumed with worry, Chen Yang swaggered over. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing concealed herself in the bushes, poised to launch a lethal attack. Kid, what have you done to my brother? The tall man pushed Li Kursin aside, eyeing Chen Yang with suspicion. Your pathetic little brother has already been taken care of. Now it's your turn. Chen Yang beckoned him forward with a flick of his finger. A defeated foe dares to return to meet his end. He then unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it, you can't even handle this little task. Better dead than dragging me down. You're as good as dead, the tall man shouted. Is that so? You are quite confident, aren't you? How about a one-on-one duel? A duel it is. I've studied Taekwondo for 3 years. Crushing you will be as easy as squashing an ant. Chen Yang raised a finger and shook his head, boasting without fear of biting your own tongue. Are you? Just wait and see how I will end you. The tall man advanced step by step. Be careful. He is formidable. He is a champion in Taekwondo. Li Kursin understood that if Chen Yang were to lose, she would undoubtedly fall victim to Song Yuanji, perhaps even face death. Thus, she placed her only hope in Chen Yang. Thank you, Miss Li. Rest assured, with me around, this guy won't lay a finger on you. You know me? Are you not the flight attendant from this journey? I have a vague impression of you. Watching his dream girl converse with Chen Yang, Song Yuanji grew furious. Damn it, kid. Are you still going to fight? Li Kursin is mine. Do you think you could be the hero and save her? Dream on. Oh, so you're Song Yuanji. Kid, do you recognize me? Song Yuanji scrutinized Chen Yang closely, having no recollection of him. Sorry, I don't know you. Do you dare to play me for a fool? What if I do? Aren't you the so-called Taekwondo champion? Very tough, right? Come hit me. You bastard, die. Song Yuanji could no longer contain his anger and charged forward. Yet, Chen Yang stood his ground, unmoving. This left Song Yuanji utterly baffled. Kid, why aren't you dodging? With someone like you, do I even need to? You bastard, I will make sure you die. Just as the two were a mere meter apart, Chen Yang suddenly struck. He hurled 6 pebbles with precision. Simultaneously, Su Yuqing launched her surprise attack, raising a wooden stick and aiming it at the back of Song Yuanji. With a scream, Song Yuanji felt the stick hit his back, while one of the pebbles struck his eye. You despicable coward. Song Yuanji, you are as foolish as your little brother. Despicable? As long as victory is achieved, that is all that matters. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, speaking of integrity is simply childish. Song Yuanji covered his right eye, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang. Although the wooden stick had injured his back, the assailant's strength was not substantial, leaving his injuries relatively minor. "Kid, it's my turn." Song Yuanji crouched down to retrieve the wooden stick. Suddenly, he whipped around and was taken aback to find an unparalleled beauty standing behind him. Upon seeing the woman's voluptuous figure, Song Yuanji's eyes gleamed with desire. "Ha ha, ha ha, another woman has arrived. Tonight is my lucky night. Oh no, this is bad." Originally, Song Yuanji was already tall and strong, and now armed with a wooden stick, he would surely be even more formidable. Chapter 27. The Great Python Kid. "I want you dead," Song Yuanji shouted, gripping a wooden stick as he charged forward. Chen Yang, sensing the impending danger, swiftly attempted to evade. Unfortunately, Song Yuanji's speed was formidable. Before Chen Yang could sidestep, the stick had already struck his shoulder. It felt as though his shoulder had been struck by a brick, and the excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from his lips. "Chen Yang, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I don't even regard such trash." Song Yuanji smirked. "Oh, stop pretending. With that physique of yours, it's a miracle you could withstand even a single blow. Come on, let's go again." He raised the stick once more to strike. Aware of his disadvantage, Chen Yang realized that if he were hit again, he might lose his ability to fight. His own life was one thing, but he could not allow Qing Jie to be endangered by someone as lecherous as Song Yuanji. For her sake, he needed to escape this precarious situation. "Come on, Chen Yang, are you even a man? What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? If you're brave enough, come and face me one-on-one. Song Yuanji, if you dare. Drop that stick, and I'll gladly take you on." "Huh, in a moment, you'll be begging for mercy." Song Yuanji laughed, fully aware that Chen Yang was trying to provoke him, and he was not easily fooled. "You just ambushed me. You're even more despicable." "What? A grown man hiding behind a woman?" With that, he flipped his middle finger towards the ground. Just as he was reveling in his arrogance, Chen Yang's expression shifted. Song Yuanji was standing beneath a large tree, which had stood for over a century, its canopy resembling a mushroom cap. At that moment, the leaves rustled ominously. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yang spotted a python, thick as an arm, coiled around the trunk, flicking its tongue. "Wow, a great python." Rather than feeling fear, Chen Yang felt a surge of delight. "Hey, Song Yuanji, weren't you quite arrogant? Soon, I shall make you weep." "Song Yuanji, I'm challenging you." "A challenge? Huh, do you think I fear you?" Song Yuanji turned, casting a fiery gaze at Su Yuqing. "You over there now?" Concerned about a potential ambush from Su Yuqing, he directed her to stand away. "Qing Jie, come over here." Once she was behind him, Chen Yang whispered, "Qing Jie, there's a python in that tree. Don't look up, lest Song Yuanji notices it. When I signal, you and Miss Li should run back without worrying about me." Su Yuqing nodded, her expression stoic. "Chen Yang, be careful." She leaned in and kissed him lightly. What was happening? This woman shared an unusual bond with Chen Yang. During the standoff, witnessing Su Yuqing and Chen Yang's affectionate exchange infuriated Song Yuanji. "Hey kid, are you going to fight or what? I don't have time to watch you two flirt." He then raised his thumb, laughing. "Chen Yang, you're truly impressive. You managed to win over such a woman. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Regrettably, she will soon be mine." Song Yuanji pointed at Su Yuqing, wearing a lewd expression. "Is that so? Song Yuanji, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Huh, save your energy." After Chen Yang spoke, he pulled Su Yuqing into his embrace and kissed her once more. "Oomph, who do you think you are to steal my woman? Soon, I will make you understand the meaning of suffering." "Oh, so you think you'll make me suffer? Your words may be sharp, but let's stop the chatter and begin." Song Yuanji rubbed his hands together, determined to take down Chen Yang in the shortest time possible. Once he eliminated this brat, Li Kersin and Su Yuqing would be at his mercy. On this deserted island, he would reign supreme. "Taekwondo champion, make your move." Chen Yang remained calm and composed, slowly approaching. "How dare you look down on me? Is this how you fight, at a snail's pace?" Song Yuanji was furious. This brat was not approaching for a duel. He appeared to be merely strolling. "Ha, are you afraid? I could care less. You speak too much. Do you know that your little brother was eliminated by me precisely because he talked too much? You're seeking death." In that moment, Song Yuanji was utterly enraged. He clenched his fists and charged forward. Suddenly, the python sprang into action, swiftly descending the tree trunk. My goodness, it's moving too fast. Song Yuanji, completely focused on Chen Yang, remained oblivious to the commotion behind him. Chen Yang chuckled, his laughter growing louder. The piercing sound reached Song Yuanji's ears. He felt the enemy's derision and disdain. Chen Yang, I will make you pay with your life. Ha! Song Yuanji, the one destined to perish is you. If you don't believe me, just look behind you. Seriously, Chen Yang, do you think I'm a mere child? Ha! You think you can catch me off guard and launch a sneak attack? I want to fall for it. Song Yuanji pressed forward, but suddenly he halted. He had heard a rustling sound from behind. Turning around, he was startled, nearly collapsing to the ground. A snake, a giant python. At that moment, the python was less than 2 meters away from Song Yuanji, rearing its head to gaze at him. Chen Yang, you treacherous scoundrel. It dawned on him. No wonder Chen Yang was so unfazed. He must have discovered the python and deliberately attracted its attention. Ha ha, Song Yuanji, this only proves your foolishness. Hey fool, why aren't you running? Do you intend to wait for the python to devour you? Chen Yang, do not be so smug. I will eventually bring about your demise. Song Yuanji turned and fled. The python pursued relentlessly. Soon, the distance between them diminished significantly. In just a minute and a half, the python had caught up with Song Yuanji, swiftly blocking his escape route. Song Yuanji, unarmed, could only stare in disbelief. Beast, do not come any closer. I'm not afraid of you. He swung his fists. The python flicked its tongue and crawled forward. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Song Yuanji. Don't come any closer. A piercing scream echoed through the air, revealing that the python had ensnared Song Yuanji. Chen Yang, please save me. Save me. Save you? Have you lost your mind? Chen Yang scoffed. You two enjoy yourselves. I shall not partake. With a dismissive wave, he grasped Su Yuqing's hand and approached Li Kersin. Miss Li, we must depart from this place swiftly. Chen Yang, thank you. Li Kersin's eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, it is but a trivial matter. This location is far too perilous. We must leave at once. Supporting Li Kersin, Chen Yang and Su Yuqing intended to retrace their steps. However, after only a few paces, Li Kersin cried out. Chen Yang, Miss Su, I've injured my leg. I cannot walk. You must go on without me. Chen Yang knelt down to examine her foot. Indeed, there was a wound on Li Kersin's right knee, neither too large nor too small, oozing blood intermittently. Miss Li, allow me to carry you. Is that really appropriate? Li Kersin glanced at her own chest, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 28. Carrying the flight attendant Miss Li. What are you still hesitating for at this hour? If we don't leave soon, that python will finish devouring Song Yuanji and come after us. Yet, Li Kersin remained indecisive. Damn it, women could be such a hassle sometimes. Without further ado, Chen Yang hoisted Li Kersin onto his back. Mr. Chen, please put me down. I can walk on my own. Damn. Li Kersin, do you want to die? Don't drag us down. Chen Yang's annoyance was palpable. Suddenly, Li Kersin burst into tears. Li Kersin, I haven't done anything to upset you, so why are you crying? If you attract the wolves, you'll be left with nothing but bones. To his surprise, her sobs only grew louder. Chen Yang, can't you speak to a girl with a bit more gentleness? Look at you. You frightened Miss Li to tears. Su Yuqing shot Chen Yang a glare and gently patted Li Kersin's shoulder. Kersin, Chen Yang may have spoken a bit harshly, but he meant no harm. Let us hurry and leave this perilous place. Understood, Sister Su. Thankfully, Li Kersin ceased her crying. Thus, Su Yuqing led the way, and the trio quickened their pace to escape. Chen Yang, you bastard, you despicable little man, save me, help me. At that moment, the python had completely coiled around Song Yuanji, inching closer to his neck. His breathing grew increasingly labored. Chen Yang ignored him, quickening his steps instead. I swear, even in death, I won't let you off the hook. Song Yuanji, unwilling to be swallowed alive by the python, struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the more he fought, the tighter the serpent's grip became. In less than a minute, the python constricted his neck. Song Yuanji gasped, his eyes wide with horror. Suddenly, the python opened its enormous jaws and enveloped his head. Just like that, he watched helplessly as the serpent consumed him. Li Kersin, resting against Chen Yang's back, glanced back and turned pale with fear. How terrifying, so cruel. The bumpy mountain path caused her body to sway against him, her ample form pressing closely against Chen Yang. He immediately felt a rush of warmth. "Heh, this feels absolutely exhilarating." "Chen Yang, what is wrong with you?" Su Yuqing was focused on moving forward. She abruptly turned around and noticed Chen Yang had fallen back nearly 3 meters. "Qing Jia, I'm fine." It turned out that Chen Yang had deliberately slowed his pace to savor the sensation. However, Su Yuqing had caught on to him. Feeling guilty, he became flustered. As someone who had experienced similar situations, how could Su Yuqing not see through it? "Chen Yang, are you feeling a bit tired?" "Why, yes." Chen Yang was taken aback. He never expected Su Yuqing to not expose him, but rather play along. This left him in a state of bewilderment. The python shouldn't be chasing us anymore. That beast has just swallowed someone. It will need some time to digest. If you're tired, we could take our time. Yet, Li Kershin could clearly sense something amiss with Chen Yang, particularly the rapidity of his breath. "Mr. Chen, perhaps I shall walk down by myself." Although Li Kershin had noticed it too, she thought of Chen Yang as her savior and deemed it fitting to allow him this small favor as a token of gratitude. "Miss Li, you have an injury to your leg. Forcing yourself to walk will certainly exacerbate your condition. As a strong man, I can't carry you." How bothersome. This fellow truly knows how to find excuses. "Very well. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Chen." "Miss Li, do not mention it." The three of them strolled along, engaging in aimless conversation. Fortunately, the return journey was uneventful. Inside the wooden cabin, Luo Feifei stifled a yawn and stretched languidly. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced upwards and noticed the night was deepening. Suddenly, she realized her master was absent from the cabin. Choo-choo, wake up quickly. Sister Qing is missing." After calling out Chen Yang's name several times without a response, Luo Feifei grew anxious. She dashed out of the cabin, scanning the vicinity for any sign of Chen Yang or Su Yuqing. Where could they have gone at this late hour? "Feifei, what is the matter?" "I was sleeping so soundly." Li Kershin's voice was tinged with displeasure. "Choo-choo, do not sleep. My master and your man are missing." "What? Chen Yang is missing?" Li Kershin panicked and followed Luo Feifei out of the cabin. "Feifei, do you think something has happened to Chen Yang?" "Choo-choo, do not say such things. Should we split up a search?" "Feifei, I'm scared. Let's search together." After contemplating, Luo Feifei agreed. After all, having company provided some reassurance. The two of them set off, with Luo Feifei leading the way. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from not far away. "Choo-choo, choo-choo, it seems someone is coming towards us." "Feifei, it must be Sister Qing and Chen Yang." Li Kershin, worried about Chen Yang, was eager to rush forward. "Choo-choo, do not make a sound. What if it is not Chen Yang?" Luo Feifei quickly restrained Li Kershin, signaling her to remain silent. Simultaneously, she picked up several stones and assumed a crouch position. As the footsteps drew nearer, their tension intensified. "Kershin, we are almost there." Su Yuqing pointed ahead. Li Kershin nodded, peering into the distance where she vaguely spotted a wooden cabin. "Sister Qing, how is there a house on this deserted island?" It was built by Chen Yang." "Impressive. Isn't it? Mr. Chen built it?" Su Yuqing nodded. Though this fellow has a bit of a roguish side, his craftsmanship is quite commendable." "Feifei, that sounds like Sister Qing's voice." "I heard it too. But who is the other woman?" Listening closely, Luo Feifei sensed that this voice belonged to someone quite young. Chen Yang, we are here." Spotting Chen Yang's figure, Li Kershin was elated. She stood up, waving her hand as she ran towards him. Upon hearing the call, Li Kershin's expression changed. "Oh, why does that voice sound so familiar? Could be her?" Soon, the two parties converged. As Chen Yang carried a woman on his back, Li Kershin pouted and, visibly irritated, remarked, "Darling, you ventured out in the dead of night and seem to have had quite the adventure. Choo-choo, is that really you?" You're Kershin?" Chen Yang, Su Yuqing, and Luo Feifei were all taken aback in astonishment. Do you all know each other?" The three inquired almost in unison. "Sister Qing, Kershin is my cousin." Li Kershin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her elder cousin. "Sister, I thought you." Li Kershin was also moved to tears. The two girls embraced tightly. "Choo-choo, Kershin, let us return to the cabin," Su Yuqing suggested with a smile. "All right, Sister Qing. Thus, they made their way back to the cabin. Chen Yang, could you please step outside for a moment? Luo Feifei said sternly. Noticing Li Kerson's disheveled appearance and the significant exposure she presented. Chapter 29. Sowing discord. Alas, I should have seen everything just now. Chen Yang remained silent, feeling that Luo Feifei was meddling unnecessarily. After all, Li Kerson had not spoken. Why should she interject? I shall take my leave. What is there to see? Still watching? A lecher is indeed a lecher. His eyes glazed over at the sight of beauty. Luo Feifei added another jab. Enough of the noise. I just heard from Sister Qing that you encountered some unsavory characters? Nearly didn't make it back? Yes. Cousin, I was cornered by young Master Song. And if it weren't for Chen Yang and Sister Qing's timely intervention, he might have succeeded, Li Kerson recounted, expressing her gratitude to Chen Yang once more. And what of Song Yuqing and his lackeys? Feifei, those two brutes have met their end. Li Kerson briefly recounted the events. What? Is there still a giant python lurking here? Li Keqiu gasped, her face pale. A massive python indeed. It swallowed young Master Song whole. The mere thought of a python devouring a person sent shivers down Li Kerson's spine, a scene she would likely never forget. Chen Yang, what if the python discovers us? What shall we do? Li Keqiu trembled, gripping Chen Yang's hand tightly. It's just a python. Are we five not capable of dealing with a single serpent? Some people only know how to boast. Pythons are formidable, you know? Luo Feifei retorted, casting Chen Yang a glare. Luo Feifei, if you have nothing constructive to say, kindly hold your tongue. I am merely trying to boost everyone's morale. What? Do you wish for the python to consume us all? I never said that. If you choose to think so, that is beyond my control. Luo Feifei stuck out her tongue and made a face. Feifei, perhaps you should limit your comments. Besides, Kerson is still injured and likely hasn't rested well. Let us be quiet and allow her to recuperate. Su Yuqing assisted Li Kerson into the wooden cabin. By the way, cousin, have you not eaten yet? Li Kerson touched her stomach, feeling a bit embarrassed. Darling, could you do me a favor? Please prepare something for Kerson to eat. Would you? What? Darling? I must have misheard. Upon hearing her cousin call Chen Yang darling, Li Kerson was taken aback. Since when had her cousin married? And who was this Chen Yang she had never met? Indeed, her cousin was a prominent star. Her romantic entanglements were likely well concealed. If those paparazzi caught wind of it, it would become tomorrow's sensational news. Okay, Chen Yang readily agreed. Such a lecher. He readily agrees upon seeing a beautiful woman, Luo Feifei murmured under her breath. Watching this pair bickering, Su Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Chen Yang, why don't we go together? Sister Qing, you exerted considerable effort dealing with Song Yuqing. You must be exhausted. I can manage gathering crabs and scallops alone. You should rest a while. Without waiting for Su Yuqing to respond, Chen Yang turned and walked away. Seeing Chen Yang's genuine concern for her, she felt quite touched. How unexpected. This little fellow is indeed a warm-hearted man. For Chen Yang, catching crabs was a simple task. At the seaside, he managed to capture more than a dozen crabs and a score of scallops in just about 10 minutes. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Chen Yang began to create fire from wood. Sis, what exactly is going on between you and Chen Yang? What did you two get married? I had no inkling of any of this. Li Keqiu chuckled. Leaning closer to her cousin, she whispered a few words into her ear. What? You? That's how you two met? My heavens, cousin, this is utterly unbelievable. Perhaps this is fate. Although she had known Chen Yang for barely 2 days, Li Keqiu felt that he was a man of responsibility. Kerson, come over and enjoy the grilled crabs. Chen Yang held a skewer of crabs to his nose and inhaled the aroma. Thank you. Li Kerson received the grilled crabs, and a wave of meaty fragrance enveloped her. How delicious. Careful, don't burn yourself. Thank you. Chen Yang smiled. Oh, Chu, did you see that? Chen Yang is so considerate towards your cousin. Be cautious, lest he gets too close to her. Feifei, Chen Yang is not that kind of person. Besides, my cousin would never compete with me for a man. Luo Feifei shook her head and continued, better to be wary of fire, theft, and your best friend. Ha, Feifei, even if that situation were to arise, I would mind it all. What? You wouldn't mind? Not even a bit angry? She gazed at Li Keqiu in astonishment. No, Kerson is my cousin. Why would I be angry? Li Keqiu replied nonchalantly. My goodness, the mindset of a superstar is truly different from ordinary folks. All right, Luo Feifei felt a tinge of disappointment. The moment she saw Chen Yang flirting with a beautiful girl, she became particularly irked, hoping to stir discord between Li Keqiu and Chen Yang, only to find that it was of no concern to her. So delicious, absolutely delightful. Li Keqiu cracked open a crab, savoring every bite. If only there were some cumin or chili powder, it would be even better. Chen Yang remarked with a smile. Hey, as long as there's something to eat, I'm more than satisfied. I'm not picky. This was a deserted island. Having narrowly escaped with her life, she felt grateful. After being hungry for most of the day, finally being able to eat meat left Li Keqiu thoroughly content. Chen Yang stood up and walked towards one side of the wooden cabin. The recent experiences with wolves and pythons left him feeling anxious. Gazing at the rudimentary structure of the cabin, he fell into a brief contemplation. While the cabin appeared sturdy, it would likely fall apart under the assault of a wild beast. Chen Yang, what are you thinking about? Noticing him lost in thought, Su Yuqing approached. Qingjia, I was contemplating the safety of the cabin. The cabin is quite good. At least it can shield us from the wind and rain. Chen Yang shook his head. Sister Qing, to put it bluntly, this wooden hut is merely a haphazard assembly of a dozen branches, lacking in sturdiness. As he spoke, he approached the hut and gently shook it. Before long, it began to sway. Alas, given the limitations of our circumstances, this is all we can manage. Indeed, the conditions are quite restricted. Chen Yang glanced back at Li Keqiu, noting that she had finished her meal, and he smiled as he said, Sister Qing, you all should take a moment to rest. After a long day of toil, it must be rather exhausting. And what about you? Haha, I'm a man, so this little fatigue is nothing. How about I keep you company through the night? Sister Qing, let us not. I fear I might make a mistake. Had it not been for the unexpected interruption by Li Keqiu, he might have already won over Su Yuqing. Haha, are you truly afraid of making a mistake? Humph. Were you not deliberately leading me into the woods earlier? Up to some mischief, were you? Not at all. I am quite earnest. Oh, little rascal, earnest? Just moments ago, you were fixated on Keqiu's chest. Do not think I did not notice. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground. How embarrassing it was to be caught by Sister Qing. Chapter 30. Setting a trap. Ah, little one, are you feeling bashful? Sister Qing, please do not tease me. Hee hee. Chen Yang, allow me to share a secret with you. Su Yuqing beckoned with her finger, and Chen Yang leaned in closer. Sister, what secret is it? Just now, when you embraced me, I must confess, I was quite tempted. At that moment, Chen Yang regretted not seizing the opportunity, wishing he could slap his thigh in frustration. Ha! Are you not feeling regretful now for missing your chance? Sister, you truly. Su Yuqing nodded in affirmation. Hee hee. How about this? Once they have drifted off to sleep, we can continue. Little rascal. I have no intention of indulging that. Goodness. Is Su Yuqing teasing me? Chen Yang, what are you two discussing? You seem quite amused. At that moment, Li Keqiu approached, her keen eyes observing the playful exchange between Su Yuqing and Chen Yang, a wave of jealousy washing over her as she sought to uncover the truth. Chu, you've arrived. I was just discussing with Sister Qing how to enhance the safety of the cabin. Li Keqiu, however, scrutinized Su Yuqing. Her intuition as a woman hinted that they had been flirting just moments ago. She was not convinced by Chen Yang's explanation. Indeed, just moments ago, Chen Yang mentioned that the cabin was not sturdy enough and wondered if we could devise some improvements. Su Yuqing explained with feigned seriousness. This dilapidated place lacks steel reinforcement and concrete. How could we possibly renovate it? Sister Qing, Chu, you both should return to rest. Let me ponder quietly. Perhaps I can devise a solution. And you? Aren't you tired? Hee hee. I would rather be tired alone than have you both wear yourselves out. Now, off you go to rest. If I cannot hold out, you can take over later. The two women nodded in agreement. After witnessing the four women enter the cabin, Chen Yang circled it several times in contemplation. After a long while, as the sound of their snores filled the air, inspiration struck him. Since the cabin could not be modified, it would be prudent to set a trap, which would at least provide a buffer. Yes, that's the plan. Resolute, Chen Yang made his way to the thicket, gathering around 50 or 60 slender twigs. He then split each twig in half and sought a flat, smooth stone, rubbing one end of the twigs against it as one would sharpen a kitchen knife. Once, twice, he repeated this motion dozens of times until the formerly rounded tips began to sharpen. 1, 2. Half an hour later, he had crafted a substantial portion. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down his forehead, blurring his vision. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed against his back. Ha, what delightful weather! Wait, why has the wind suddenly picked up? Noticing that the leaves in the trees ahead remained silent, his expression shifted. Upon turning, he beheld a woman, a voluptuous and exquisite figure. But, Kuexine, why have you not rested yet? Goodness, how does this woman walk without making a sound? One might mistake her for a ghost. I cannot sleep. Just now, I did not frighten you, did I? Hee. It startled me a little. You should hurry back to rest and replenish your strength. Chen Yang, thank you for saving me. No need for thanks. After all, you are Chu Chu's cousin. It is only natural that I would save you. Besides, even if you were not acquainted with Chu Chu, I would still have come to your aid. Li Kersen nodded. She crouched down, picked up a wooden stick, and began to rub it together, mimicking Chen Yang's actions. With the combination of male and female efforts, the work became much lighter. With the presence of such a beautiful companion, Chen Yang's enthusiasm soared. Chen Yang, from now on, may I call you Brother Yang? Brother Yang? That sounds a bit strange. Kersen, please call me Brother Chen instead. All right, Brother Chen. Thus, the two engaged in conversation while rubbing the wooden stick. Occasionally, Chen Yang would steal glances at Li Kersen. He could not deny that Li Kersen, as a flight attendant, possessed an enviable figure, rivaling that of Li Chu Chu, combined with her innocent appearance and charming dimples. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had an irresistible allure for nearly all men. Even more astonishing was that Li Kersen's attributes were notably larger than average, particularly when swaying while rubbing the stick, causing Chen Yang to salivate. Kersen, could you please refrain from moving? Li Kersen was taken aback. Brother Chen, did I do something wrong? No, that is not what I meant. What I meant was, Chen Yang, feeling shy, could only gesture towards that particular area. Li Kersen looked down and instantly blushed. I did not mean to. Sometimes I feel troubled by this as well. Hee, you should be pleased. How many women yearn for what you possess? Do you like it? Suddenly, Li Kersen leaned closer. Kersen, what are you doing? Such a forward beauty left Chen Yang at a loss. Brother Chen, why are you so nervous? I want tea bite. Everyone else is asleep. As she spoke, she took Chen Yang's hand. Kersen, please don't do that. It would not be good if Chu Chu saw us. Chen Yang was extremely flustered. However, at that moment, he felt it prudent to maintain his composure. Brother Chen, you are my savior. I have nothing else to repay you with. If Brother Chen desires, this body is yours anytime. What on earth is going on? Offering oneself? Chen Yang thought he must be dreaming. What era is this? Do women still think this way? He felt as if he had been transported back to ancient times. Brother Chen, why are you not speaking? Is it because I am not pretty enough? Or are you worried about my cousin? Alas, Kersen, while I do admire beauty, I do not wish to attain you in such a manner, understand? To his surprise, Li Kersen began to cry. I did not provoke you. Why are you crying? Fortunately, Sister Qing and the others remained asleep. Otherwise, I would have had a difficult time explaining myself. Kersen, please stop crying. We do not want to attract any wolves. This tactic proved effective, and Li Kersen ceased her tears immediately. Kersen, let us hasten to attend to our pressing matters, he urged. Very well, Li Kersen replied, her nod tinged with a hint of disappointment. Consequently, the duo set about their task, diligently excavating a trench 1 centimeter deep along the wooden cabin, whereupon they fashioned pointed wooden sticks and embedded them within the sandy groove, ultimately covering them with sand. After more than an hour of labor, their trap was finally complete. Chen Yang and Li Kersen found themselves utterly exhausted. They chose to recline directly on the sandy ground, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. A smile spread across Chen Yang's face. How beautiful! I have never beheld such a magnificent nightscape. Neither have I, they whispered as they admired the heavens. Their voices gradually softened, and as time slipped by, a new day dawned. Within the wooden cabin, Luo Feifei was the first to awaken. Chapter 31. The four maidens catch crabs upon noticing Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu peacefully slumbering. Luo Feifei chose not to disturb them and quietly exited the wooden cabin. As she gazed up at the morning sun, it appeared gentle and unassuming. Where could Li Keqiu be? Suddenly, it struck her. Someone was missing from the cabin. To her surprise, she spotted a sandy trench nearby, and, not far off, lay a man and a woman. What was this trench all about? Moreover, why was Li Keqiu sleeping beside Chen Yang? Oh, Chen Yang, Li Keqiu had only just arrived, and you have already taken liberties. This cannot stand. I must inform Chu Chu. With urgency, Luo Feifei hurried back to the cabin. Qingji, wake up. Something serious has occurred. Chu Chu, rise and shine. Keqiu is missing. She vigorously shook the two women awake. What is it, Feifei? It's early morning. Can't one get a moment's rest? Li Keqiu yawned, still half asleep. Chu Chu, stop dozing. Your cousin has vanished. What? Keqiu is missing? Upon hearing this, Li Keqiu's face paled in alarm. Su Yuqing also stirred awake. Feifei, what exactly is happening? Master, I am unsure. When I woke this morning, Keqiu was no longer in the cabin. Oh no, what if something terrible has happened? Su Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily got out of bed and pulled the two girls outside. Qingjia, look over there. It seems two people are lying down. Luo Feifei shouted. Yes, it appears to be Chen Yang. Indeed, it should be him. The girl beside him must be your cousin. Come on, Feifei, Chu Chu. Let's go take a closer look. The three women rushed forward. Upon approaching, they discovered Li Keqiu's left leg draped over Chen Yang, while his left hand rested upon her chest, their faces nearly touching. Observing this scene, Li Keqiu displayed no discernible emotion, her countenance inscrutable. Su Yuqing let out a cold snort. Well, Chen Yang, first you flirt with my sister, and now you find yourself entwined with Li Keqiu. No wonder my disciple deems you a scoundrel. You are even worse than one. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Feifei was relishing the drama. Master, this scoundrel Chen Yang is utterly despicable. Keqiu must have been ensnared by his sweet words. Luo Feifei stoked the flames, hoping to direct blame towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang, awaken. The sun has risen. Li Keqiu squatted down and gently tapped his shoulder, while simultaneously calling out her cousin's name. Moments later, Li Keqiu was the first to awaken. As her eyes fluttered open and she beheld the three women before her, she momentarily froze. Upon glancing sideways, her cheeks flushed crimson. Cousin, I didn't mean to. I swear nothing happened between Chenggu and me last night. With her leg draped over Chen Yang and their faces so close, she feared her cousin had witnessed everything, and the misunderstanding was vast. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained in a deep slumber, perhaps exhausted from the previous night. Suddenly, Chen Yang flipped over, one leg resting upon Li Keqiu's abdomen. Li Keqiu's face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. Tsk, a scoundrel will always be a scoundrel. Even in slumber, he remains unrefined, Luo Feifei remarked, grinning. Cousin, you must believe me. Keqiu, I trust you, and I also have faith in Chen Yang. Now, let us keep quiet and allow him to rest a little longer. To dispel any misunderstandings, Li Keqiu recounted the events of last night, detailing how she and Chen Yang had set a trap. Upon learning that they had toiled for nearly 3 hours, Luo Feifei displayed a look of remorse. Keqiu, I apologize. I should not have jumped to conclusions. She understood that some individuals are restless in their sleep, tossing and turning. Chen Yang's leg draped over Li Keqiu was likely unintentional. Sister Feifei, it's reassuring that you understand. Chen Yang truly had a taxing night. Let us refrain from speaking so as not to disturb him. Observing Chen Yang's peaceful slumber, Su Yuqing felt a pang of sympathy. The other women nodded in agreement. Thus, they quietly kept vigil. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Chen Yang finally awoke. As he opened his eyes and beheld 4 women seated around him, astonishment washed over his face. Qingjia, Chu Chu, Feifei, Keqiu, what are you all doing? Hee, darling. You look so adorable while sleeping. Li Keqiu, with her head drooping, exuded innocence. Chen Yang, you are quite the restless sleeper. Su Yuqing teased in response. Under the collective gaze of the women, Chen Yang felt a tinge of shyness. All right, let's disperse. Chen Yang is blushing. A new day dawned. and the anxious hearts of the group found a modicum of solace. Chen Yang, what shall we do next? Su Yuqing posed the question, weighing heavily on their minds. Alas, I too am uncertain about our next steps. Having encountered a plane crash on his first flight and finding themselves cast away on a desolate island, Chen Yang was at a loss regarding survival. Chen Yang, you are our pillar of support. We need you to devise a swift plan. Jia, I wish to leave this place as soon as possible. Alas, let us tackle one step at a time. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the women's faces etched with sorrow and despair. Now, let us not lose heart. Solutions always exist. As the saying goes, a person is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skipped leaves one feeling famished. I shall gather some seafood to prepare breakfast for everyone. Chen Yang took a few long, slender branches and made his way to the shore. Chen Yang is right. We will find a way. Come, let's catch some shrimp. Jia, I shall join too. I want to participate as well. Thus, the four women joined the endeavor of catching shrimp and crabs, splashing water, and enjoying themselves immensely. In the southeastern direction of the wooden hut, a pair of eyes peered from the thicket. Observing the four men and one woman by the shore, a fervent gaze emerged, accompanied by a flick of the tongue. Suddenly, a seagull soared overhead. In the next instant, a dark mass precisely landed atop the man's head. He furrowed his brow and gazed upwards at the seagull, which was circling ominously above him. Fearing detection, the man remained motionless on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the seagull seemed to harbor a grudge, as yet another dark object plummeted onto his head. This time, the man could no longer endure the indignity. He muttered a few quiet curses at the seagull and, in a fit of frustration, picked up several stones to hurl at the bird. Alas, the seagull effortlessly evaded each projectile. In a fit of exasperation, the man drew his bow, aiming intently at the seagull. He exerted all his strength, pulling the bowstring to its fullest extent. Yet, hesitation gripped him. Moments later, the man vanished into the depths of the jungle. Meanwhile, Chen Yang crouched down, managing to catch a crab from between the stones. When he looked up, he noticed a patch of grass swaying slightly. Chapter 32. The Indigenous Inhabitants. Chun. What are you gazing at? Li Kursin inquired, noticing Chen Yang's unwavering focus on a particular direction. Look over there, isn't the grass swaying? The four women turned their attention to the spot. Indeed, but it's merely a slight movement. What's the matter? It must be the wind, Chen Yang replied dismissively. Chen Yang, have you discerned something amiss? Humph, you're making a fuss over nothing. It's truly annoying. He shook his head. No, there is no wind at all. Even if there were, it would only be a gentle breeze, insufficient to cause such significant movement in the wild grass. Chen Yang, what exactly are you trying to say? Luo Fei retorted, visibly irritated. She perceived Chen Yang as merely being overly dramatic. Brother Chen, are you suggesting that someone is hidden within the grass, causing it to sway so violently? Yes. Kursin, you think as I do. Chen Yang nodded, surprised by Li Kursin's quick understanding, which far surpassed Luo Fei's incessant bickering. Could it be a survivor from our flight? Jia, that seems unlikely. If it were a survivor, wouldn't they seek us out rather than hide? That is true. Could it be that there are others residing on this deserted island? Li Kursin pondered this possibility. If that were the case, it would signify an even greater peril for them. As potential intruders on the island, they would undoubtedly elicit suspicion and perhaps even hostility from the indigenous inhabitants. Chen Yang's concern deepened. In his experience, the more isolated the location, the more savage the indigenous people tended to be. Chen Yang, are you sure you aren't imagining things? Fei, I assure you, I am not mistaken. It seems we must proceed with heightened caution from this moment forward. Please, Chen Yang, are you not being overly cautious? This desolate island has no water, rice, or electricity. How could anyone survive here? Luo Fei scoffed. Fei, Chen Yang is right. Whether it's a figment of his imagination or a genuine observation, we must be exceedingly careful. I stand with Brother Chen's perspective. Better to be safe than sorry. I concur. Unexpectedly, Su Yuqing, Li Kursin, and Li Kursin all sided with Chen Yang. Fine, since you all support him, I shall remain silent. Luo Fei exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. It seemed that whenever Chen Yang presented an idea, he invariably received their backing, leaving her feeling out of place. Let us return. Agreed. Soon after, the group returned to the wooden cabin, busily preparing breakfast. With the cooperation of the women, Chen Yang managed to prepare a lavish meal in just half an hour. Chen Yang, you've worked the hardest these past few days, so this crab is for you. Before anyone else could react, Li Kershin picked the largest crab and presented it to Chen Yang. Li Kershin paused momentarily, then forced a smile. What does this mean, cousin? Chen Yang is my husband in name. Shouldn't I be the one doing this? Why are you stealing my thunder? Li Kershin, thank you. Chen Yang took the crab and glanced at Li Keqiu. Noticing her sulking lips, he realized she was upset. Kershin, here, this is for you. Thank you, darling. You treat me the best. Just moments ago, Li Kershin had a troubled expression. Now, she was all smiles. Li Kershin stamped her foot in anger, shooting a fierce glare at Chen Yang. You rascal. That big crab was a gift for me, and you have the audacity to present it to someone else, betraying my kind intentions. How despicable. Kershin, come, you should have one too. Chen Yang picked another medium-sized crab and handed it to Li Kershin. Brother Chen, you eat it. My appetite is small. I'll be full with just a little. Kershin, what's wrong? Aren't you giving Chen some face? Hurry and take it. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. As Chen Yang began to retract his hand, Li Kershin grasped it firmly. Brother Chen, you only know how to bully me. Is it so wrong for me to eat? Good sister, that's the spirit. Sitting beside Li Keqiu, Luo Feifei looked at Chen Yang with disdain. Goodness, this simple breakfast has turned into a display of affection for this guy. Chen Yang, why don't you give me one too? There is plenty for everyone, one at a time. Chen Yang then selected another crab, placing it in Su Yuqing's hands. As he touched her delicate hand, he swiftly poked her palm with his middle finger. Su Yuqing was taken aback, never expecting Chen Yang to be so bold. Taking advantage of the moment in front of 3 women, seeing Su Yuqing's flushed cheeks, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Feifei, this one asks for you. Thanks, but I can manage myself. Feifei, why do you call Chen Yang Master Chen? Li Kershin asked, puzzled. In dramas, those young masters are all notorious for their fickleness. They devour what's in front of them, while eyeing what's in the pot. Right, young Master Chen? Luo Feifei, stop spouting nonsense. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming urge to slap this woman. What, did I hit a nerve? Are you angry? A gentleman does not argue with a scorned woman. Upon hearing Chen Yang call her a scorned woman, Luo Feifei fumed with rage. You bastard, who are you calling a scorned woman? I'm talking about you. Previously, I didn't hold it against you for Sister Qing's sake, but you keep blabbering like a shrew. A woman like you has a twisted mind. At that moment, Chen Yang's long-suppressed anger finally erupted. Chen Yang, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Feifei is still a girl. Can't you show some restraint? Although Luo Feifei could be a bit abrasive, she was still his disciple, and a master should always protect their apprentice. Sister Qing, I've indulged her too much, leading to someone getting a bit too proud. I want to let it slide. Observing Chen Yang's furious demeanor, Su Yuqing understood that Luo Feifei had thoroughly provoked him this time. You all bully me. Luo Feifei cried out, her head raised in distress. Sister Feifei, when have I ever bullied you? Indeed, Sister Feifei, do not unjustly accuse us. At this moment, Li Keqiu and Li Kershin felt somewhat displeased with Luo Feifei. Oh, Feifei, it is not master who criticizes you, but your irritable temper. Can you not amend it? At home, your parents indulge and pamper you, which master can understand. However, one day you must leave their care and enter society. Surely, you cannot expect everyone to accommodate your whims? Master, even you say such things about me? What meaning does my existence hold? Luo Feifei wept even more loudly. Feifei, master speaks these truths for your own good. Sister Feifei, please cease your tears, won't you? Sister Feifei, if you continue to cry, the crabs will surely grow cold. Just as the 3 girls endeavored to console her, suddenly, Luo Feifei stood up and ran towards the sea. Chapter 33. Passionate Kiss. Feifei, what are you doing? As she watched her disciple run away in tears, Su Yuqing was suddenly gripped by a foreboding feeling. This is bad. Sister Feifei might jump into the sea. Li Keqiu speculated a possibility. No way. Li Kershin was somewhat incredulous. Is she really going to take her own life just because Chen Yang said a few words to her? That seems rather juvenile, doesn't it? Chen Yang, not daring to hesitate, hurriedly pursued her. Choo-choo, Cursin, let's follow. All right, Sister Qing. Thus, on the beach, a frantic chase ensued. Damn, how could she run so fast? After a short while, Chen Yang noticed that the distance between them was widening. Lefiafai, stop right there. Did you hear me? Lefiafai paid him no mind and instead quickened her pace. With a sense of urgency, Chen Yang pressed on. If Lefiafai truly jumps into the sea and something happens, won't I be the one to take the blame? No, that absolutely cannot happen. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his limits and sprinted forward like a 100-meter dash. In the blink of an eye, Lefiafai reached the ocean's edge. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped barefoot into the water. Lefiafai, you can't be serious? There are sharks in the water. Come back. Lefiafai glanced back and offered Chen Yang a faint smile. Fei, please don't be impulsive. Don't do something foolish. Are you disregarding your master's words? Su Yuqing shouted, her voice tinged with desperation, nearly brought to tears. Although she was merely a disciple, the bond they had formed during their days on the deserted island had deepened significantly. Yet Lefiafai remained undeterred, continuing her advance into the depths of the sea. Chen Yang hastened his pace, plunging into the water, and it took him nearly 2 minutes to catch up to Lefiafai. Fei, are you out of your mind? What will happen to your family if you go? Have you even considered your parents' feelings? It doesn't matter. No one cares for me or loves me. If I die, so be it. Chen Yang, stay away from me. In an attempt to stabilize Lefiafai, Chen Yang replied, Fei, don't say such things. At the very least, your master cares for you, and I love you. At the utterance of the word love, Lefiafai froze. You love me? Yes. Is there a problem? You big lecher. One moment you love Kachu, the next you're flirting with my master, and then exchanging glances with Cursin. How can you have the energy to love me? What did Lefiafai mean? Was she feeling jealous and unable to think clearly? I'm a man, brimming with energy. You needn't worry about that. Is that so? A man's words are mere illusions. If you claim to love me, how will you prove it? Chen Yang felt a strong urge to slap himself. I shouldn't have said that. Now she believes me. However, Lefiafai had always been contrary with him. What had changed? He truly could not fathom the complexities of a woman's heart. Suddenly, Lefiafai beckoned him with her finger. Chen Yang was left utterly bewildered. Lefiafai, what do you mean by that? Come here and stop with the unnecessary chatter. Alas, were it not for my desire to maintain your composure, would I allow you to dictate my actions? Very well, I shall come over. At this moment, Su Yuqing, Li Keqiu, and Li Cursin arrived at the seaside. Do not approach any closer. Take another step, and I shall plunge into the sea. Sister Fei, I will heed your words. Do not act rashly. Fei, the master is standing right here, not going anywhere. I too. Sister Fei, please do not do anything foolish. Thus, the three women stood shoulder to shoulder. Chen Yang stepped forward to Luo Fei. Kiss me quickly. What? Luo Fei, are you feeling unwell? The sudden twist left Chen Yang utterly flabbergasted. Will you, or won't you? I will. Luo Fei smiled and grasped Chen Yang's hand. Hurry, kiss me now. Very well. At that moment, Chen Yang felt somewhat constrained. Sister Qing, what is Chen Yang up to? Oh heavens, is Brother Chen about to kiss Sister Fei? Even at this moment, he is still thinking of taking advantage? Su Yuqing was equally bewildered. What has come over my disciple? Could it be that she harbors feelings for Chen Yang, thus resorting to such a desperate measure to prompt him to take the initiative? Is it done yet? Although the sensation of kissing was delightful, Chen Yang felt no inclination in this atmosphere. Continue, at least for 3 minutes. Luo Fei, are you being a tad excessive? Chen Yang, I have bestowed upon you my first kiss. You have gained a great advantage, so do not be ungrateful. What? Luo Fei's first kiss. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt as though his head might explode. He sensed that he had fallen into the trap meticulously laid by this woman. Very well. 3 minutes it is. Thus, before the three women, Chen Yang and Luo Fei engaged in an ardent kiss for 3 minutes. Chen Yang, how does it feel? You seem to be enjoying yourself. Are you implying that you are not yet satisfied? Observing Luo Feifei's mischievous grin, Chen Yang, wary of stepping into a pitfall, dared not respond. Humph. Have you not always enjoyed taking advantage? Now that there is an opportunity, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? Luo Feifei, do not think to provoke me with such tactics. They will not work on me. Is that so? Chen Yang, you have taken my first love. How do you intend to address this matter? Oh no, I have been deceived. Chen Yang thought to himself, how could it be that you initiated this, yet now threaten to leap into the sea, making me the villain who stole your first love? Do you wish to evade responsibility? Lady Luo, it was merely a passionate kiss. Do you expect me to take responsibility for that? Chen Yang found himself in a state of bemusement. He suspected that from the beginning, this had been a scheme long in the making by Luo Feifei. Woe is me! Woe is me! Suddenly, Luo Feifei threw her head back and wept. You heartless scoundrel, you took my first kiss and embraced me before my master, Chu, and Cursin. How am I to face anyone in the future? Woe is me! Woe is me! Chen Yang was left utterly stunned, nearly at a loss for words. My heavens, you have become the victim, yet I am the rogue? A fickle-hearted scoundrel? Luo Feifei's series of maneuvers left Su Yuqing and the other two women utterly astounded. It turns out that winning a man is surprisingly simple. Hee. My apprentice is truly amusing. Su Yuqing murmured. Luo Feifei, I will take charge, all right? Please stop crying. Can you manage that? You will take charge? How do you plan to do that? Not a single man is worth anything. They all leave once they've had their fill. Then what do you propose? It's simple. Just be my husband. Luo Feifei burst into laughter once more. Luo Feifei, you know very well that I am a married man. Even if I were to agree, Chu would never consent. That is not your concern. I simply ask you, will you agree or not? Chen Yang found it difficult to respond, turning to glance at Li Keqiu and Su Yuqing. Li Keqiu nodded, and Su Yuqing cast a look of tacit approval. All right, I shall agree. Now, can you return home with me? Now that is more like it. Am I to have 2 wives? Chapter 34. The storm and the drenched chick come up. Don't you know to hold on to me? Luo Feifei shot a glare at Chen Yang. With no choice, Chen Yang wrapped his arm around her and returned to the shore. Feifei, you nearly frightened your master to death just now. You mustn't act like that again. Su Yuqing gently poked her disciple's forehead. Master, I understand. Sister Feifei, you're amazing. You handled Chen Ge with just one move. Li Cursin leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Meanwhile, Li Keqiu's expression seemed rather complex. Being Chen Yang's wife herself, she felt a twinge of displeasure at the thought of him gaining another wife. Chu, you're not upset with me, are you? How could I be? Chen Yang is not just my husband. Li Keqiu replied with a smile. Sister Chu. From now on, we're family. Luo Feifei linked arms with her, beaming with joy. You've already done it. How can you still ask me? A glimmer of admiration for this woman's cleverness flickered in the air. Just as the group settled back into the wooden cabin, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sun. Chen Yang looked up to see a vast expanse of ominous clouds rolling in. It appeared that rain was imminent. If it were a light drizzle, the cabin could withstand it. However, should a downpour occur, it would surely transform into a waterfall in an instant. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously, followed by successive flashes of lightning. Qingjie, Feifei, Chu Curse, and everyone snapped to it and gathered more dry grass and twigs. Quick, everyone, follow Chen Yang's lead. Su Yuqing was the first to spring into action. In no time, the group ventured into the nearby grove, collecting twigs and palm leaves. After several minutes, Chen Yang layered the gathered leaves atop the cabin's roof. May they prove useful. He had scarcely spoken when a bolt of lightning struck a stone just 3 meters away, shattering it and sending fragments flying. Ouch! Woo, that hurts! The 3 women screamed in unison as the flying debris had struck their thighs. Fortunately, the impact was not severe, otherwise it could have drawn blood. As everyone regained their composure, a fierce wind swept through, causing the trees to sway wildly and the entire cabin to shake violently. This is bad. At this rate, the cabin will surely topple. Qingjie, you all secure one side. Quickly. All right. Chen Yang, Su Yuqing, Li Cursin, Li Keqiu, and Luo Feifei each grasped the edges of the cabin tightly, preventing it from swaying. Fortunately, The fierce wind lasted only a brief moment. That was close. Observing the cabin teetering precariously, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fei Fei, Chu Chu, Kursin, don't rest. We must repair the cabin quickly and finish before the heavy rain arrives. Darling, my hands are blistering. Li Keqiu pouted, looking quite pitiful. As a superstar, she had never performed such menial labor. After just a few minutes, she was already lamenting her exhaustion. Chu Chu, if you're too tired, take a break, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Sister Qing, I'm not intentionally shirking my duties. I could truly lack the strength. Chu Chu, we believe in you. After another 10 minutes, the wooden cabin was finally repaired. At this moment, the group of women was utterly exhausted. Thank you all for your hard work. You should return to the cabin and rest, Chen Yang said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he looked at the 4 women, drenched in sweat. Brother Chen, we are tired, but you must be even more so. Haha, Kursin, I'm quite fit. This little bit of work is merely a warm-up for me. Just then, a torrential downpour began, cascading relentlessly from the heavens. The group hurried into the cabin. No one anticipated that this deluge would last a full 2 hours. Large raindrops pelted the roof. Initially, the wooden structure could withstand it, but gradually, cracks began to appear on the roof. Soon, these fissures widened, and the cabin held out for only half an hour. Chen Yang and the others, as if they were being baptized by nature, found themselves completely soaked. Naturally, he would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Su Yuqing, Luo Feifei, Li Keqiu, and Li Kursin wore light, form-fitting tops that, under the influence of the rain, accentuated their perfect curves. Chen Yang feasted his eyes upon the sight, indulging in what should not have been seen, oblivious to the attention. The women were preoccupied with seeking shelter from the rain. Chen Yang, when will this rain cease? Li Keqiu, with her frail constitution, worried that continued exposure might lead to a cold, fearing that illness on the deserted island could prove fatal. Chen Yang, Chu Chu, what is the matter? Did you not hear what I just said? What did you say, Chu Chu? Chen Yang feigned interest in Li Keqiu while his gaze fixated on Li Kursin's chest. Kursin, your clothing has slipped. Someone has seen. Sharp-eyed Luo Feifei immediately noticed. Sister Feifei, did I really? No way. Li Kursin looked down and realized that a button on her top had come undone, leaving her neckline nearly open and revealing a glimpse of spring. Unbeknownst to her, she tugged at the neckline. This only gave Chen Yang a clearer view of the unexpected sight. Sister Kursin, there are no outsiders here. If someone enjoys the view, let them indulge. Kursin, are you speaking nonsense? Luo Feifei thought she had misheard. Haha, Sister Feifei, I don't mind at all, she said, winking at Chen Yang. No one noticed that Li Keqiu had also subtly tugged at her neckline, and she did so even more provocatively. Moreover, she deliberately unbuttoned 2 buttons at her collar, which caused her neckline to open even wider. Kursin, your figure is getting better and better. I envy you so much. Cousin, please don't tease me. If I had even half your figure, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock. He stared intently at Li Keqiu. What on earth is happening here? He was certain that just 2 minutes ago, Li Keqiu's attire was perfectly intact, showing no signs of exposure. Yet now, the situation was utterly outrageous. Damn, Chen Yang, you are peeping again. You lecher. Luo Feifei seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Not only was this guy sneaking glances at Li Kursin, but now he was also ogling her cousin. Haha, Chu Chu, your figure is absolutely splendid. No wonder Chen Yang can't help but stare at you. Sister Feifei, you are not lacking in that department either. Chu Chu, you are far too modest. Among us, you are the most voluptuous. What on earth is happening? Everyone was drenched to the bone, yet they were more concerned about their figures than where they were staying. Chen Yang, perfect timing. You shall be the judge, among us, whose physique is the finest. Luo Feifei remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately sensed the woman's ulterior motives. Making me the judge? Isn't that akin to placing me on a spit to roast? Chapter 35, Rock, Paper, Scissors. Feifei, at this moment, do you still have the leisure to engage in such trivialities? Chen Yang sighed, gesturing toward the dilapidated wooden hut. Given its current state, it is only a matter of time before it collapses. We ought to consider where we shall spend the night. Instantly, The four women fell silent, their earlier jovial expressions replaced with solemnity. Indeed, after all their efforts in constructing the wooden shelter, a sudden downpour threatened to bring it crashing down. They realized a pressing concern. They must find a place to rest before darkness fell, lest they be left to sleep on the beach. Chen Yang, what are your thoughts? Su Yuqing broke the tense silence, sensing the weight of the situation. Chen Yang, I believe we are faced with two significant challenges. One is securing shelter, and the other is the issue of water supply. Water supply. Chenggu, isn't there a vast grove of coconuts nearby? I believe the water issue is not a problem. Indeed, Chen Yang, I counted at least 40 or 50 coconut trees in that grove, more than enough to sustain the five of us. Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu concurred, expressing confidence in their water source. Feifei Jia, cousin, I do not share your optimism. Li Keqiu interjected, shaking her head in disagreement. Keqiu, are we mistaken? Yes. You have overlooked a crucial premise, the growing season of the coconuts. While we can indeed rely on them for fresh water now, what will happen come autumn or winter? Chen Yang cast an approving glance at Li Keqiu, acknowledging her sharp analytical skills. Indeed, Keqiu is correct. The coconuts can only meet our immediate freshwater needs. And as we cannot leave this deserted island anytime soon, we must plan for the long term. Chen Jia, what are your thoughts? Chen Yang, I believe we should first locate a suitable place for shelter. Once we have secured refuge from the elements, we can then devise a solution for the water supply. What do you all think? Chen Yang clapped his hands together. Chen Jia, you and I are of one mind. Now, we must swiftly find a safe place to reside. Chenggu, you are our pillar of support. Guide us on what to do. Li Keqiu gazed up at Chen Yang with admiration. As long as Chen Yang was present, no obstacle seemed insurmountable. Very well, let us commence our search for shelter. For safety's sake, we shall proceed together. Though splitting up could increase their chances of finding a dwelling, Chen Yang feared the potential for unforeseen dangers, thus discarding the idea of acting separately. All right, I agree. I concur. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yang led the women on their quest for shelter. Chen Yang, wait a moment. Feifei, what is it? The other three women immediately tensed, apprehensive that Luo Feifei might cause a commotion at this critical juncture. Weren't we supposed to retrieve a pink suitcase earlier? I will go and fetch it. Feifei, had you not mentioned it, we might have forgotten. Go ahead, we shall wait for you. A few minutes later, Luo Feifei arrived, dragging her suitcase behind her. She glanced around and concealed her luggage amidst a thicket of grass. However, a new dilemma arose. Before them lay three paths, each diverging in a different direction. Chen Yang, which way should we go? The four women instinctively sought Chen Yang's counsel whenever faced with a predicament. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Yang wore a wry smile. Alas, I am uncertain which path to choose. Perhaps we should vote by raising our hands. He was acutely aware that a wrong choice could lead to dire consequences, and he did not wish to bear the weight of guilt. All right, since we cannot reach a consensus, let's conduct a vote. The minority shall defer to the majority. Su Yuqing was the first to point towards the left path. I align with my master. I choose the right. I opt for the middle. 2 voted for the left, 1 for the right, and 1 for the middle. Chen Yang, what about you? Chen Jia, I choose the middle. At that moment, Li Keqiu felt a surge of joy. Chen Yang had made the same choice as her. The phrase husband leads, wife follows surfaced in her mind. 2 to 2, what shall we do now? Feifei Jia, how about this? You and Chen Yang play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner decides the final outcome? Li Keqiu suggested with a smile. Master, what do you think? As long as Chen Yang agrees, I have no objections. Chen Yang nodded. Ultimately, Luo Feifei's rock triumphed over Chen Yang's scissors. Huh, Master, we have won. The exhilaration of defeating Chen Yang for the first time left Luo Feifei slightly exhilarated. Come now, Feifei, why do you behave like a child? Chen Yang chuckled. Master, let's be on our way. Luo Feifei's lips curled upward in satisfaction. What's so remarkable about winning once? Li Keqiu retorted. Choo-choo, Keqiu, let's move. Just before setting off, Chen Yang bent down to gather several slender, elongated sticks. Darling, why are you collecting so many sticks? Cousin, Chenggu must have his plans. Keqiu understands me. Li Keqiu shot Chen Yang a knowing glance. Do I not understand you? You all understand me. Is that not sufficient? That's more like it. Initially, their pace was adequate. However, as they ventured deeper, the foliage alongside the path grew increasingly dense, with vines occasionally crossing their way. "Oh, I'm so hot," Luo Feifei exclaimed, drenched in sweat. "Feifei Jia, I'm struggling to cope. I have noticed that the further we go, the more oppressive the humidity becomes." Meanwhile, Chen Yang's clothes were completely soaked through. In this dense jungle, where towering trees obscured the sun, they found themselves in near darkness. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. "Curse you, insufferable mosquito! I shall slay you!" Li Curson swatted her left leg. Moments ago, a large mosquito had ambushed her delicate skin. After merely a bite, the area swelled and reddened, forming a small bump within seconds. "Woo-woo, cousin, let us return." "Return? To wait for death?" Chen Yang replied coldly. "Xian, we have been traveling for quite a while now. To turn back at this juncture would render our efforts futile, wouldn't it? Moreover, what would returning accomplish? We would still need to seek shelter and find a water source." Although Chen Yang's words may have been somewhat harsh, they were, nonetheless, rooted in truth. "Cousin, am I not allowed to vent my frustrations?" Observing Li Xian's pitiable demeanor tugged at Chen Yang's heartstrings. He too was reluctant to venture out. However, they could only take the initiative if they hoped to grasp even a sliver of survival. "How about we take a brief respite?" Noticing Li Xian and the others showing signs of fatigue, Su Yuqing suggested softly. "Very well, let us rest in place. Remember, speak softly and refrain from wandering about. Above all, remain vigilant." A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yang. He sensed that this endeavor would not unfold smoothly, and that dangers loomed ahead. Chapter 36. Curse me? Chen Yang vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, gripping the wooden stick tightly in his hand. After 10 minutes, they resumed their journey. "Qing Jia, Fei Fei, Chu Chu Xian. Each of you should take a wooden stick." "What do I need a stick for?" Luo Fei Fei questioned, her face filled with confusion. Suddenly, Chen Yang's expression shifted dramatically. "Chu Chu, don't move. Honey, what is wrong?" Li Chu was terrified, frozen in place. "Chu Chu, there's a small snake on the branch to your right. You must not move." Chen Yang cautioned repeatedly. He then carefully stepped forward, maintaining a distance of 1 meter from the snake, and slowly extended the stick towards it. With a swift motion, he struck the snake's abdomen. The serpent tumbled from the branch to the ground, writhing momentarily before vanishing into the grass. "Chu Chu, you can move now." "Woo-woo, honey, you scared me to death just now." Li Chu patted her chest, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. "Did you see that? With a stick in hand. It can serve as a weapon for self-defense at critical moments." The other women nodded in agreement. "Chen Yang, your foresight is truly commendable." Luo Fei Fei praised him with genuine admiration. "All right, let us continue on our way. Everyone stay close." Despite having just faced a minor scare, the 4 women showed no signs of trepidation. Chen Yang led the way, occasionally using the stick to prod the grass on either side. Before long, a vast expanse of lush green grass unfolded before them. What a beautiful meadow! It was the first time they had encountered such vibrant greenery, evoking a sense of delight. However, Chen Yang remained fixated on the meadow, his expression grave. "Chen Yang, why have you stopped?" He stood still for 2 minutes, causing the 4 women to hesitate in their advance. "Brother Chen, what are you thinking? Are you afraid to go over there? Let me go." Luo Fei Fei assumed Chen Yang was scared and intended to be the first to take the plunge. She stepped forward, but suddenly, Chen Yang grabbed her right hand. "What are you doing? Your fear doesn't mean I'm afraid," she retorted defiantly. After all, it was her chance to shine. "Be quiet. If you don't want to die, just stay back." "What do you mean by that? Are you cursing me?" "Fei Fei, don't get worked up. Let Chen Yang finish." "Master, he is cursing me, and you're not intervening?" Chen Yang pointed towards the meadow, speaking in a low tone. "Have you ever heard of man-eating mud? Can mud eat people? I've never heard of that. Brother Chen, please enlighten me." Luo Fei Fei. "Have you heard of swamps? With such a vast expanse of grass, can you guarantee there is no swamp beneath? Once you sink into a swamp, it's nearly impossible to escape." The women gasped in unison. Indeed, they had only been focused on finding shelter and had completely overlooked this aspect. "What should we do? Are you certain there's a swamp here? We can't linger indefinitely, can we? What do you have in your hand?" "A stick." Chen Yang, could you please articulate your thoughts in one go instead of keeping us in suspense? It's quite annoying. Luo Feifei shot him a glare. Chen Yang crouched down and vigorously prodded the grass with the stick several times. He withdrew the stick from the ground and declared, "Do you see? There is not a speck of mud on the stick, indicating that this small area is safe. Are you suggesting we proceed with such cautious exploration? This seems like a colossal waste of time." Luo Feifei, being rather impatient, preferred swift resolutions. Feifei, Chen does have a point. Exercising caution isn't detrimental. Feifei, do we not agree before setting out that we would adhere to Chen Yang's guidance? Have you forgotten? Honey, regardless of what others say, you dictate the course of action, and I will be your foremost supporter. All right, here is the plan. Qing Jie, Ku Xin, you three assist on this side. Chu Chu and I will manage this area. Okay, no problem. Su Yuqing tugged at Luo Feifei, smiling. Come on, listen to your master. Thus, the two groups ventured forward, meticulously probing with their sticks. After approximately half an hour, they finally traversed the grassy expanse safely. See? There is no swamp. What a waste of half an hour. Luo Feifei huffed, raising her pink fist in discontent. Luo Feifei, I find you quite amusing. Chen Yang's actions are ultimately for our safety, are they not? Sometimes, I feel you can be quite unreasonable and rather vexing. In truth, Li Keqiu had long harbored disdain for Luo Feifei, but out of respect for Su Yuqing, she had endured. Now, hearing Luo Feifei complain once more, her patience had evaporated. TCH, you think I don't like you? I hold no fondness for you either. I'm not like some people who, upon meeting someone for the first time, immediately start calling them honey. Luo Feifei, whom are you calling casual? You're even more despicable for conjuring up such a scheme to achieve your shameful goals. Li Keqiu, don't presume that because you are a star, I would hesitate to confront you. On this deserted island, we are all mere mortals. Don't flaunt your celebrity status with me. Oh no, not again. They're at it again. Chen Yang was thoroughly exasperated. Women were truly incomprehensible, quarreling over trivial matters. Enough. Stop arguing. Su Yuqing exclaimed loudly. Master, it was Li Keqiu who initiated the insults. Qing Jie, Luo Feifei is utterly wicked. Indeed, Luo Feifei, you always counter Chen Gu's every endeavor. If you're so capable, why not go solo? Li Keqiu chimed in. How delightful. It appears you sisters have united to bully me. Luo Feifei, I am merely addressing the issue at hand. What a splendid addressing the issue at hand. Your mouth is yours to use as you please, and no one can restrain you. Chen Yang approached the two ladies with a smile. Please continue. We shall depart once your quarrel concludes. With that, he found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Please, sister, ignore them and let them continue their quarrel. Su Yuqing lightly bit her red lips, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately let out a sigh. I have no time to argue with you, Li Keqiu declared as she moved to Chen Yang's side. Are we still arguing? If not, let us set off. At last, the tempest between the two women calmed under Chen Yang's indifferent demeanor. Gazing at the winding road ahead, which seemed to stretch infinitely, Chen Yang sighed. Chen Yang, why do you sigh so deeply? Sister Qing, I am uncertain whether this path is the right one, he replied. Su Yuqing smiled. Does it truly matter to discern right from wrong at this point? As the ancients said, since we have come, we must find peace in it. Chen Yang nodded, instinctively reaching out his left hand as if to take Su Yuqing's, only to draw it back halfway. Chapter 37. The colorful flowers as they traversed through the dimly lit and densely wooded forest, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting an eerie and ominous atmosphere upon the winding path. Chen Yang, I am frightened. Li Keqiu clutched Chen Yang's hand tightly. Fear not, for I am here, Chen Yang replied with a calm smile. As they ventured deeper into the woods, fallen branches and thorny vines increasingly obstructed their way, causing their progress to slow considerably. Chen Yang, leading the group, used a stick to clear the obstacles, but soon fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. His clothes soaked with perspiration. Chen Yang, why don't you take a break? Seeing the sweat glistening on his forehead, Su Yuqing felt a pang of concern. Indeed, Brother Chen, it is still early. There is no rush. What will we do if you exhaust yourself? Darling, please heed our advice. Let us rest for a moment. Chen Yang, let us find a place to recuperate. The heat is overwhelming and could lead to heat stroke. Touched by the women's care, Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. This is but a trifling task for us men. Besides, our pace is already slow. If we continue to stop and start, we might not exit the forest before nightfall. Let's press on. Though he was indeed weary and desired to rest, Chen Yang recalled numerous wilderness survival programs, particularly several episodes featuring bear grylls. He understood that the dense jungle posed greater dangers: wolves, venomous snakes, mosquitoes, and more. The longer they lingered, the more perilous it became. Seeing Chen Yang's determination, the women exchanged resigned glances and nodded. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Chen Yang came to a halt. Let us rest for 10 minutes. Considering the women's stamina, he decided to take a brief respite. The others, exhausted, quickly sought places to rest. What beautiful flowers! At that moment, Luo Feifei pointed to the right ahead. The women looked up to see several vibrant, colorful flowers blooming. Sister Feifei, I have never seen flowers of 5 different colors before. Li Kersen exclaimed with delight. Neither have I. Kersen, let us go and take a closer look. All right. The two girls clasped hands and made their way toward the colorful flowers. As they approached, however, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Qingjia, Chu, I will go and investigate. For some reason, the sight of such vivid flowers stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Ha! Chen Yang, do you have an affinity for flowers? Su Yuqing asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Generally, it was the women who adored nurturing and admiring flowers. Men seldom expressed such inclinations. Chen Yang nodded and quickened his pace toward the blooms. At that moment, the two girls were merely half a meter away from the colorful flowers. Kersen, these flowers smell delightful. Yes, the fragrance is quite strong, reminiscent of perfume. Suddenly, Luo Feifei conceived a bold idea. Kersen, aren't mosquitoes and snakes afraid of sweet scents? If a few flowers are plucked and worn upon one's head, the mosquitoes shall not dare to approach. Indeed, Sister Feifei is truly wise. Shall we gather a few to take back? All right, let us bring some for Sister Qing and Cousin Tu. The two stepped forward, reaching out to pluck the flowers. Halt! Suddenly, Chen Yang shouted. Luo Feifei paused, turning to shoot him a glare. Chen Yang, what are you doing? You startled me. Indeed. Chen Gu, can't you speak more gently? We are girls, after all. You appeared behind us so suddenly, it nearly gave me a fright. Li Kersen patted her chest to calm her nerves. I apologize, I'm sorry. Come here quickly. Chen Gu, what's wrong? Chen Yang wore a serious expression as he approached the two girls cautiously, intently observing the vibrant flowers before them. The flowers, astonishingly large and reminiscent of sunflowers, concealed their cores within, and due to their towering height, the center remained unseen. What is it, Chen Yang? After watching him focus on the flowers for a full 3 minutes, the two women wore expressions of astonishment. Chen Yang, aren't these flowers beautiful? Quite rare, I presume? Luo Feifei assumed Chen Yang was captivated by their allure. Suddenly, Chen Yang gestured for them to step back. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Yang, does that gesture mean for us to retreat? Yes, Kersen, Feifei, retreat immediately, quickly. As he spoke, Chen Yang raised a wooden stick. Come on, it's just a few flowers. Is there any need to be so tense? Indeed. Chen Yang, are you being overly cautious? Despite Luo Feifei and Li Kersen feeling confused, they complied with Chen Yang's command and stepped back 7 or 8 paces. Chen Yang counted. There were 7 vibrant flowers in total. Did you not notice? Chen Gu, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Chen Yang, have you discovered something? Luo Feifei knew Chen Yang well. He would not exhibit such gravity without a valid reason. Yes, look closely again. There are 7 flowers, and among them, 6 vibrant ones seem to guard the central bloom. The two women scrutinized the flowers anew, and soon realized Chen Yang's assertion was indeed correct. Moreover, the central flower's red hue was alarmingly vivid, reminiscent of blood. Luo Feifei's expression shifted slightly. Kersen, do you think these flowers might be drinking human blood? Otherwise, that flower's color is far too abnormal, excessively bright. Sister Feifei, please don't frighten me. I'm quite timid. At that moment, Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu arrived. Darling, what is going on here? Chen Yang, are you all right? Chen Yang remained silent, still fixated on the flowers. The women then sensed that something was amiss, instinctively retreating behind Chen Yang. Just then, the central flower began to unfurl, its petals slowly drooping downwards. Soon, the flower's stamen stood tall like a majestic goddess, while the dozen or so petals resembled kneeling gods, elevating the goddess as if they were stars surrounding the moon. Goodness, the stamen was an intense crimson, a blood-red hue that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. It possessed an almost eerie allure. How grotesque! A few women felt a chill creeping down their backs. Hee, if my guess is correct. The real spectacle is yet to unfold, Chen Yang remarked with a smile. Indeed, just seconds later, 6 variegated flowers scattered around began to bloom simultaneously. An even more astonishing and bizarre scene unfolded. As these 6 colorful blossoms opened, they almost instantly extended crimson threads from their respective stamens, which swiftly converged towards the central flower. Witnessing this phenomenon, Chen Yang and the others were awestruck as the 6 threads ultimately intertwined at the core stamen. My heavens! How miraculous! Are they nourishing the central flower? Sister Qing, do you mean that the central variegated flower is their mother? That seems to be the implication. Suddenly, Li Kersin discerned an even more horrifying sight. Chapter 38. The Vampire? The Maternal Entity? Look quickly. Li Kersin's complexion changed dramatically. Terrified, she hurriedly sought refuge behind Chen Yang. What? I don't see anything. Indeed, cousin, what on earth are you referring to? Luo Feifei and Li Keqiu were utterly perplexed. They stared for a while, but could not discern anything. Chu, Feifei, take a closer look at those 6 floral threads. Su Yuqing soon detected the anomaly. The two once again gazed toward the source. Oh my heavens, how frightening. My goodness, this is before them. The 6 floral threads resembled blood vessels, continuously delivering a crimson liquid to the central flower core. Brother Chen, that red substance, it can't possibly be human blood, can it? How terrifying! Li Kersin exclaimed, her face drained of color. Moments ago, she and Luo Feifei had contemplated plucking a few of the colorful flowers. Had Chen Yang not intervened in time, the consequences would have been dire. She felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. It should not be human blood. We are on a deserted island, and we have yet to encounter any indigenous inhabitants. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Let us hasten our departure from this dreadful place. Woo, I want to go home. Li Keqiu burst into tears. Chu, keep your voice down. Chen Yang quickly covered her mouth. What are you doing, Brother Chen? Let go of your hand. Li Kersin said angrily. Do you not realize how perilous our situation is? I fear that Chu's cries may attract unwanted attention, Chen Yang warned. Chu, please cease your weeping. Chen Yang speaks the truth. You just witnessed the horror of the colorful flowers. I am convinced that this forest harbors something even more terrifying than the flowers. Thus we must not create too much commotion, Luo Feifei asserted, taking it upon herself to protect Chen Yang. Chen Yang was taken aback. Disciple, you have finally come to your senses, ha. Seeing her disciple defend Chen Yang, Su Yuqing felt a surge of joy. Master, I was too headstrong before, failing to consider the bigger picture, only thinking of myself. Chen Yang harbors no ill intentions, and I believe that under his guidance, we shall undoubtedly escape this deserted island unscathed. Feifei, I appreciate your understanding. I merely spoke the truth, Chen Yang replied, finally releasing his grip when he saw Li Keqiu nod in agreement. Has everyone rested adequately? We must depart swiftly, Chen Yang urged, concerned about further complications, deciding to traverse the forest as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a wild rabbit appeared from an unknown corner. Hey ladies, would you like to feast on roasted rabbit? Chen Yang licked his lips. Yes, indeed. Ha, Brother Chen, we are counting on you. Can you catch that rabbit? Ha, I happen to be a bit hungry. Observing the women's excitement, Chen Yang tightened his grip on a wooden stick, quietly raised it, and hurled it towards the rabbit's abdomen. As the rabbit dodged, he threw another stick, accurately predicting the rabbit's escape route and striking its right foot. Soon, the rabbit was bleeding, yet it could still move, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. Chen Yang smiled as he approached it slowly. A wounded wild rabbit, in his eyes, was already akin to meat on the chopping block. He hurried towards the rabbit, poised to bend down and pick it up when, at that moment, he faintly heard a subtle sound. Chen Yang, retreat, retreat. Both Luo Fei and Li Kerson shouted almost in unison. Chen Yang sensed that something was amiss. Without time to ponder, he hastily stepped back 5 paces. Once he regained his footing and looked up, a cold sweat broke out upon him. He beheld 6 blossoms of vibrant colors, each flower emitting dozens of tendrils that, to the naked eye, raced towards the injured rabbit. The rabbit, sensing the imminent peril, paused after a few frantic leaps. Chen Yang widened his eyes, realizing that dozens of tendrils had ensnared the rabbit's left foot. In a panic, the rabbit struggled desperately. Fortunately, after a few tense seconds, it finally escaped the tendrils' grasp. However, just as it began to feel relief, several tendrils lunged forward once more, tightly ensnaring its left foot again. The rabbit fought with all its might, but the more it struggled, the more tendrils emerged to ensnare it. At that moment, Chen Yang noticed that the central blossom's stamen had risen higher and began to sway from side to side. In the next instant, all the tendrils tightened, pulling the rabbit back. Goodness, could that swaying stamen indicate a command to ensnare? If so, the vibrant blossoms were utterly terrifying. It was over. The rabbit had no chance of escape. Indeed, the vibrant blossoms were fearsome. What do you think would happen if a person were ensnared by the vibrant blossoms? Could they escape? This is difficult to say. Surely they could. The rabbit had so little strength. I refuse to believe that the strength of the vibrant blossoms exceeds that of a human. The 4 women deliberated from the sidelines. Chen Yang remained silent throughout, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Before long, the rabbit was dragged to the feet of the vibrant blossoms. Chenggu, how will the vibrant blossoms consume the rabbit? Indeed, will they use the tendrils to drain its blood? Ugh, Fei, please stop. It's so disgusting and frightening. In the next moment, silence enveloped the area. Under the gaze of the 5, the initially slender tendrils gradually thickened and enlarged, resembling veins. As the central stamen drooped, all the tendrils appeared to receive a command from their master, plunging into the rabbit's body and feverishly siphoning its blood. The poor rabbit writhed in agony. I can't bear to look, Li Kerson gasped, clutching Chen Yang's arm tightly. Chen Yang silently began to count. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 50, the rabbit ceased its movements, its once plump body now shriveled, resembling a desiccated corpse. The central stamen, having absorbed a copious amount of fresh blood, expanded in size, its petals now a deep crimson. Goodness, these vibrant blossoms drained the entire blood of a living rabbit in under a minute. Their speed was astonishing, leaving Chen Yang utterly taken aback. At that moment, a mosquito, the size of a fly, silently settled on Su Yuqing's arm. Sister Qing. The mosquito was discovered by Li Keqiu after a brief interval of several seconds. Without uttering a word, she swatted it with a swift motion. Perhaps due to the excessive blood it had consumed, the mosquito's escape was sluggish, and Li Keqiu's strike sent it to its demise. Simultaneously, a small trace of blood was left on Su Yuqing's arm. Brother Chen, the 5-colored flower must be quite satiated by now, Li Kerson remarked thoughtfully, observing countless threads of floral essence retracting along their original paths back into their respective blossoms. Indeed, it seems so. Brother Chen, thank you once again for rescuing us. Li Kerson expressed her gratitude with a sincere bow. Just when they believed this minor incident had concluded, an even more thrilling and perilous situation unfolded. Chapter 39. A narrow escape. Artificial respiration. The once contracted flower threads suddenly unfurled at an astonishing speed, and more bewilderingly, they all directed themselves toward a single target. Chen Yang focused intently, his heart nearly ceasing with fright. To his dismay, they were heading straight for Su Yuqing. Qingjie, move aside, he shouted urgently. At that moment, Su Yuqing was momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Li Keqiu and Luo Fei quickly grasped her hands and pulled her backward. What on earth is happening with these flower threads? Have they drained the blood of that wild rabbit and still not been satiated? Such insatiable appetites. Chen Yang pondered, lost in thought. Chengge, be careful. Suddenly, Hundreds of flower threads brushed perilously close to Chen Yang. Li Kershin was terrified. What is going on with these flower threads? I was standing right here just moments ago. Yet they didn't T-attack me, but fixated on Su Yuqing instead. Chen Yang was still unable to deduce the reason behind their strange behavior. As he gazed into the distance, his expression changed dramatically. Although the three women were running at a swift pace, the flower threads were even faster. At this moment, they were only a meter apart. Chen Yang realized that if he didn't devise a strategy, Su Yuqing would be in grave danger. Qing Jia, Fei Fei, Chu Chu, don't run straight. Use an S shape. All right, let us give it a try. The three women immediately altered their course. Suddenly, an unforeseen incident occurred. To the left of Su Yuqing, Luo Fei Fei, with her eyes fixated ahead, failed to notice a dry twig beneath her feet and tripped over it. Consequently, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. At that very moment, her right knee collided with a small stone, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her. Looking down, she saw that her knee had been scraped, a small trickle of blood seeping from the wound. At that instant, it seemed the flower threads had caught the scent of blood, splitting into two, with 40 or 50 threads heading straight for Luo Fei Fei, while the remaining threads continued to pursue Su Yuqing relentlessly. These multicolored flowers are remarkably astute, akin to the intellect of a toddler. Fei Fei, get up and run. Chen Yang yelled frantically as he hurried to catch up. Staring at the swarm of flower threads rushing towards her, Luo Fei Fei froze in terror. Fei Fei, run. In a moment of desperation, Chen Yang bit into his middle finger, deliberately raising it and waving it in the air. The vigorous motion caused blood to spill onto the nearby grass. Indeed, as Chen Yang had surmised, all the flower threads swiftly altered their course, now converging solely towards him. This is not what I envisioned. Chen Yang had expected that upon catching the scent of fresh blood, the flower threads would disperse in 3 different directions. However, he had miscalculated. All the threads regrouped. Luo Fei Fei believed she was doomed. Yet, after a while with no ensuing chaos, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find the flower threads had vanished, leaving her to witness Chen Yang desperately fleeing. Similarly, Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu were granted a brief respite. Had it not been for Chen Yang's self-sacrifice to divert the floral tendrils, they would have inevitably been ensnared. Chen Yang zigzagged left and right, persistently eluding the floral pursuit. Thus, upon an expansive meadow, a dramatic chase unfolded. Chen Yang, be cautious. Brother Chen, how can we assist you? Damn those multicolored flowers. They are truly insufferable. Watching Chen Yang being pursued, the 4 women were as frantic as ants disturbed from their nest. Sister Qing, you must devise a plan. At this rate, Chen Yang will surely exhaust his strength. Li Keqiu grasped Su Yuqing's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Chu-Chu, do not weep. I am formulating a strategy. Everyone quiet. At this moment, we must remain composed. Panicking will only lead to mistakes. Luo Fei Fei declared, her gaze fixed upon the central flower stamen. Suddenly, a bold plan struck her. At that moment, the floral tendrils guarding the stamen had nearly all been deployed, rendering the central flower defenseless. If they could eliminate the stamen, the tendrils would lose their source of control. Sister Qing, I have a solution. Luo Fei Fei pointed at the central stamen and spoke earnestly. Quickly, let us destroy that flower. It may save Chen Yang. Fei Fei, will this plan truly work? Li Kershin asked. Half convinced. What time is it to hesitate? If we do not try, how will we know if it will succeed? Enough. Let us not waste another moment. Every second delays Chen Yang's safety. Su Yuqing charged ahead. Master, I'm on my way. Thus, the 4 women seized wooden sticks and approached the multicolored flower. Master, to be safe, let us first eliminate the outer flowers. Agreed, disciples, let us unite. Moments later, 6 of the multicolored flowers lay in ruins, their petals strewn across the ground. A miraculous occurrence transpired once more. Perhaps sensing peril, the central stamen began to retract. Sister Qing, this is bad. The stamen intends to hide. Luo Fei Fei quickly discerned the situation. What a cunning flower. Sisters, let us persevere. The 4 women struck simultaneously, exerting all their strength against the multicolored flower. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's speed dwindled. Gradually, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Watching the approaching tendrils, Chen Yang smiled. Am I to perish? Killed by a mere flower? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, he had lost his ability to move. Forced to watch helplessly. In the next instant, a tendril brushed against his arm and pierced deeply. Instantly, a searing pain radiated through his arm. In that moment, he sensed the very breath of death, his vision blurring. Faintly, Chen Yang seemed to hear the sound of wind chimes. Could it be the messengers of death have arrived? Haha, we have succeeded, Su Yuqing exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the debris scattered across the ground. Chen Yang is saved. The four women embraced tightly, reveling in their triumph. Alas, we must hasten to find Chen Yang. Let us go. The brief victory did not allow them to become complacent. By the time Su Yuqing and the others arrived, Chen Yang had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Yang, what has befallen you? Do not frighten me. My dear husband, it is me, Chu awaken. Chen Yang, please rouse yourself. Su Yuqing gently touched Chen Yang's nose and placed her left hand on his chest. He still breathes. Chen Yang should be all right. Sister Qing, are you truly certain? Is Brother Chen really unharmed? Yet, as the women waited for nearly a minute, Chen Yang remained unresponsive. Sister Qing, perhaps we should attempt artificial respiration? It might prove beneficial. Li Kursin suggested softly. Very well, let's treat this as a last resort. Who among you will perform the artificial respiration? Su Yuqing looked at the three women. To her surprise, all three raised their hands in unison. You all. The three women exchanged glances, each unwilling to yield. I raise my hand first. I shall do it. Chu, on what grounds? I am older than you. Stop quarreling. It is better if I take the lead. I have studied a bit about first aid. Li Kursin's voice was meek. You? Are you certain? Luo Fei and Li Kursin looked at her in disbelief. I am the most proficient, am I not? No, absolutely not. To their astonishment, both Luo Fei and Li Kursin spoke in unison. What do you mean? Brother Chen is in such a state. Is it amusing to bicker? Li Kursin was incensed. For the first time, she stood up to her cousin in defense of a man, arguing fiercely. Humph, my mentor was once a nurse. In terms of expertise, my mentor surpasses you. Kursin, I cannot trust you with artificial respiration. Sister Qing, perhaps you should take over? Su Yuqing was taken aback. How did this turn into a matter concerning herself? This feels rather inappropriate, does it not? At that moment, Su Yuqing felt a rush of exhilaration. Nevertheless, she maintained a serious demeanor. Mentor, please hurry. Seeing her mentor hesitate, Luo Fei directly pulled Su Yuqing to Chen Yang's side. Very well, I shall do it. Su Yuqing took a deep breath. Kursin, Chu, let us turn away. It feels awkward to have you both staring at my mentor. Humph. Li Kursin huffed and turned her head. Why do you not turn away? I will turn. Is that satisfactory? Su Yuqing crouched down and pressed her lips against his. In the next moment, Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes. You. Su Yuqing was about to speak when Chen Yang covered her mouth. At the same time, he leaned in for a kiss. In that instant, Su Yuqing realized that Chen Yang must have already regained consciousness. He likely overheard them discussing artificial respiration and pretended to remain unconscious to seize the opportunity. Oomph. This little rascal is quite cunning. Soon, after an impassioned kiss, Chen Yang's hands began to wander. Su Yuqing shot him a fierce glare. This fellow is exceedingly bold. If Li Kursin and the others discover this, it would be utterly embarrassing. Although Su Yuqing relished this moment, intoxicated by the sensation, her rational mind urged her to halt, lest she truly lose control. However, Chen Yang showed no signs of stopping. Su Yuqing found herself at a loss for words. Yet, a sudden idea struck her. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Chen Yang's lips. Su Yuqing couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Chapter 40. Fever and nosebleed alas. Chen Yang's complexion shifted dramatically. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Chen, what is wrong? Husband. Li Kursin and Li Keqiu, upon witnessing Chen Yang frantically waving his arms, felt an unsettling premonition. The two women hastened to his side. Stay back, it's dangerous. Despite believing Chen Yang's warning to be genuine, they glanced around, yet found nothing amiss. Keqiu, Kursin, what on earth is happening? Su Yuqing and Luo Feifei had also arrived. I have no idea, Sister Qing, replied Li Keqiu, shaking her head. The three women appeared utterly perplexed, while only Luo Feifei kept her gaze fixed on Chen Yang's arm. Master, look quickly, there is something wrong with Chen Yang's arm. Su Yuqing, Li Keqiu, and Li Keqiu turned their attention to him. There's nothing wrong. Isn't Brother Chen's arm perfectly fine? Keqiu, take another close look, urged Luo Feifei. Li Keqiu rubbed her eyes and peered again. Brother Chen, it seems there is a red thread in your arm. Keqiu, that is not a mere red thread. It is the floral thread from the five-colored flower. Earlier, when you destroyed the mother flower, a strand brushed against my arm, and I did not notice it at the time. It was only when I felt a sharp pain that I realized this floral thread had actually penetrated my arm. At that moment, the thread resembled a tadpole, swimming languidly. Husband, what should we do? Hurry and get out. Li Keqiu cried out in distress. That is a blood-sucking, five-colored flower. If we don't remove it, the consequences could be dire. Sister Qing, come help me. Chen Yang, how do we proceed? I will press down on this end of the thread to halt its movement. You all gently pull it out. Understood. Thus, they divided their tasks. Li Keqiu and Li Keqiu pressed firmly on Chen Yang's arm to prevent the thread from advancing, while Luo Feifei and Su Yuqing cautiously grasped the thread and slowly tugged at it. Finally, after 5 arduous minutes, the thread was fully extracted. You despicable creature. I shall crush you. Luo Feifei seized the thread and flung it to the ground, stomping on it fiercely. That was close. Thank you all, otherwise, I would have eventually been drained of my blood by this thing. This harrowing ordeal enlightened Chen Yang, Su Yuqing, and the others to the ever-present dangers of the deserted island, where a moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of life. Husband, I'm so relieved you're all right, said Li Keqiu, embracing Chen Yang, her eyes brimming with tears. Hasi, I'm fine. A monk once told me I possess 9 lives. Do not worry. I won't easily depart this world until I have ensured your safe escape from the island. Humph, from now on, no more ominous words, do you hear? All right, I promise not to say it again. Chen Yang playfully pinched Li Keqiu's nose. Observing their affectionate exchange, the three women felt a twinge of discomfort, particularly Li Keqiu, whose lips curled in disdain. Chen Yang, let us hasten our departure from this place, Su Yuqing said, her expression grave. Moments ago, the seemingly inconspicuous 5-colored flower instilled a sense of dread among the group, leading them through a harrowing experience of life and death. She sensed that this jungle harbored entities far more terrifying than the 5-colored flower. Very well, let us embark. Chen Yang, are you all right? Su Yuqing expressed her concern regarding any lasting effects from the flower. Chen Yang raised his arm, flexing his muscles. No worries, I'm perfectly fine. Are you truly unscathed? Qingjia, I assure you, I am entirely well. If you doubt me, feel free to check. Chen Yang winked playfully as he spoke. This guy is utterly frivolous. Su Yuqing discerned Chen Yang's intentions, but chose not to confront him, instead smiling softly. As they walked nearly a kilometer, although drenched in sweat, the instinct for survival momentarily overshadowed their fatigue. Feifei, Chu, I will take up the rear. Observing the 4 women soaked through, Chen Yang suddenly entertained a rather mischievous thought. You want to stay behind us? Luo Feifei regarded Chen Yang with suspicion, sensing his ulterior motives. Indeed, I'm concerned about potential dangers lurking behind. Hee, darling, your foresight is truly commendable. The naive Li Keqiu remained oblivious to Chen Yang's true thoughts. Very well. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. Thus, Chen Yang positioned himself at the back. In the sweltering heat, under the influence of perspiration, the women's exquisite figures became evident, particularly that of Li Keqiu and Su Yuqing, whose white short sleeves allowed Chen Yang to glimpse their flawless skin. Mesmerized, he couldn't help but salivate at the sight. So fair. Ahead of Chen Yang was Li Keqiu. Darling, what were you just muttering about? Nothing. I didn't say a word. Chen Yang feigned innocence. Did you perhaps mishear? Did I mishear? Li Keqiu questioned, half convinced. Chu, hurry up. Oh, this time, Chen Yang was more astute. He alternated his gaze between admiring Li Keqiu and casting glances at Su Yuqing. Just as he reveled in the beauty surrounding him, Luo Feifei casually turned around. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Feifei, I am merely surveying the surroundings. Chen Yang replied with mock sincerity. Hee hee, surveying the surroundings? Then why are you bleeding? Bleeding? Surely not. Chen Yang quickly touched his nose, discovering a trickle of blood. Perhaps the heat is getting to me. Hee hee, is that so? It seems you are indeed quite inflamed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing caught the subtle implication in her disciple's words. Chen Yang, if you're feeling overheated, you must cool down. Qingjia, I can manage, truly. Only Li Keqiu and Li Keqiu remained bewildered by the exchange. How about you? Qingjia, devise a solution for me. This heat is causing my teeth to ache. He pretended to moan dramatically. Chen Yang, would you like me to assist you? Must my master intervene for such trivial matters? Darling, what are you all discussing? I fail to comprehend. Indeed, cousin, what do you mean by overheating and cooling down? Chen Yang chuckled heartily. Chen, you mischievous rogue. Upon witnessing Chen Yang's lewd demeanor, Li Keqiu swiftly grasped the situation. Keqiu, why are you berating Chen Yang? He has done nothing to provoke you. Li Keqiu admonished her younger cousin with a stern gaze. Sis. Li Keqiu leaned closer to Li Keqiu, whispering conspiratorially, Humph, Chen Yang, you're quite the scoundrel, daring to flirt with Sister Qing. Keqiu, I am wronged. I truly am burning with anger. Otherwise, how could I have suffered a nosebleed without cause? Luo Feifei shot Chen Yang a disdainful look. Keqiu, keep a closer watch on your husband from now on. It's all right, as long as Chen Yang holds me in his heart. That is sufficient. I care not how many women he engages with. I can comprehend the nature of men. Li Keqiu remained unfazed. After all, she was Chen Yang's first woman, and with that title, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Cousin, are you serious? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Li Keqiu exclaimed with delight. Likewise, Su Yuqing and Luo Feifei secretly reveled in the moment. Chapter 41. The Cunning Crocodile Goodness. Choo choo. How could you be so reckless? You shall come to regret this. Luo Feifei exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. As they traversed their path, the four women engaged in lively conversation, while Chen Yang quietly followed behind, admiring their graceful figures. Before long, they encountered a muddy ditch approximately half a meter wide, flanked by level grassy terrain. Luo Feifei took the lead, stepping forward confidently. Suddenly, Chen Yang's expression shifted to one of alarm. Feifei, retreat at once. What is it now, Chen Yang? She retorted, annoyance evident in her tone. Are you deaf? I said come back immediately. He commanded sternly. You dare to scold me? Chen Yang, what kind of man bullies a woman? She shot back defiantly. Fine, continue if you wish, but I've warned you. Chen Yang's gaze remained fixed on a thick, withered tree branch submerged in the mire. Disciple, Chen Yang must have noticed something. Returned swiftly. Su Yuqing's eyelids fluttered, sensing impending danger. Li Keqiu and Li Keqiu clutched each other's hands tightly. Darling, is there something lurking in the mud? Chen Yang nodded gravely. How did I not see it? With your lack of perception, how could you possibly notice? He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Feifei. He bent down to pick up 2 stones, hurling them towards the decayed branch. The first stone missed its mark, but the second struck true. Suddenly, the branch quivered, and a head emerged from the hollow. As it appeared, the expressions of the 4 women shifted dramatically. It's a crocodile. Surely not, it's enormous. We cannot proceed. Oh heavens, why must fate toy with us so? One moment, it's a colorful flower, the next a crocodile. Is this some cruel jest? The crocodile had cunningly concealed itself, with only its head poking from the tree hollow, its body hidden behind the trunk, submerged in the mud. Had it not been for Chen Yang's keen observation, it would have ambushed them as they passed, with dire consequences. At that moment, the crocodile opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp, glistening teeth, while its large eyes fixated on the group. Its skin blended seamlessly with the murky water, resembling a formidable suit of armor. Chen Yang's concern deepened. What shall we do? Chen Yang, if we do not deal with the crocodile, we cannot cross. Cousin, that is a crocodile. It can devour a person. It is not so easily vanquished. Chen Yang, perhaps we should take a detour? Su Yuqing suggested, almost in despair at the sight of the nearly 2-meter-long beast. A detour? Master, can you guarantee that there won't be crocodiles elsewhere? Perhaps there are tigers or lions lurking. Chen Yang's mind raced, desperately recalling wilderness survival shows, hoping to devise a method to defeat the crocodile. If only we had a steel fork, he mused. A steel fork? Fei, why not wish for a handgun while you're at it? Li quipped back sarcastically. Chu, I was merely speaking offhand. What you up to? Fei, I implore you to speak more sensibly in the future. You. Luo Fei stamped her foot in frustration. Chu, although we lack a steel fork, Fei's idea has illuminated my path. Chu, do you see? You merely stumbled upon a dead mouse by chance. As the two women prepared to engage in another verbal spar, Su Yuqing shook her head disapprovingly. Disciple, Chu, cease your bickering. Can't you see Chen Yang is devising a plan? I'm not saying you both shouldn't argue, but there's a time and place for everything. Su Yuqing shot a glare at her disciple. Chen Yang, gazing at the wooden stick in his hand, fell into a momentary contemplation. Such a massive crocodile would be challenging to confront, even with a steel fork, let alone a mere wooden stick. The stick, when thrust against the crocodile's scales, elicited no discernible reaction from the creature. What to do? Upon catching sight of the crocodile's eyes, Chen Yang suddenly conceived a daring plan. Qingjie, Fei, Chu, Kursin, come here for a moment. The four women quickly gathered around him. Considering the cunning nature of the crocodile, which had cleverly camouflaged itself among the dead tree trunks and muddy terrain, Chen Yang could only speak in hushed tones. At present, we have no weaponry aside from this wooden stick, so I wonder if it might be possible to defeat the crocodile with it? Chen Yang, are you out of your mind? A wooden stick can easily break with a little force. How could it possibly contend with a crocodile? Luo Fei questioned whether Chen Yang had lost his wits in proposing such a naive solution. Fei, please allow Chen Yang to finish his thoughts, will you? Are we simply to stand by and let the crocodile take us? Master, I am merely stating the facts. Chen Yang continued. In a moment, you will split into two groups to distract the crocodile from the sides, while I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes. My dear, do you truly believe this plan will succeed? Hitting the crocodile's eyes with a wooden stick seems exceedingly difficult. I forgot to mention that my grandfather was a hunter, and I learned from him for several years. Rest assured, I often hit birds with a slingshot as a child. I was quite accurate. Chen Yang patted his chest, exuding confidence. Brother Chen, are you bragging? I find it hard to believe. When has Brother Chen ever deceived you? Honestly, Chen Yang gently tapped Li Kursin on the head. Chen Yang, you must prioritize your safety. Okay, Qingjie, you all too. Soon, the operation commenced. Luo Fei and Li Kursin formed one group, while Su Yuqing and Li Chu formed another, deliberately making noise and throwing stones at the crocodile. To their surprise, the crocodile remained motionless, waiting patiently. Chen Yang, your plan isn't working. The crocodile is ignoring us entirely. Fei, continue throwing. Strike at the crocodile's head. I refuse to believe it won't emerge. Very well. Thus, the two groups launched a barrage of stones from two directions. After approximately 5 minutes, the crocodile, perhaps provoked, finally crawled out of the mire. Fei, Qingjie, the crocodile has stirred. You must exercise utmost caution and avoid any recklessness. Do you understand? The four women nodded in agreement. Concerned about being detected by the crocodile, Chen Yang crawled on the ground, using the surrounding weeds as effective cover. However, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, his skin came into close contact with the foliage, leading to an unbearable itch. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan. Unbeknownst to him, a bean-sized red ant had stealthily climbed on his right arm. To make matters worse, this audacious ant bestowed a rather unwelcome kiss upon him. Moments later, the spot where the ant had bitten began to burn with a searing sensation. Damn, this place is truly inhospitable. Yet at that moment, Chen Yang dared not utter a sound. If the crocodile detected him, the feigned offensive executed by Su Yuqing and Luo Fei would be rendered utterly futile. Chapter 42. The Underground Trap, Roasting Alligators? Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, the red ant lifted its head and bit him once more, this time with greater ferocity, inducing excruciating pain. Unable to endure it any longer, he crushed the ant with a fierce grip. The ant struggled desperately. Damn it, you're addicted to biting, aren't you? I'll put an end to you. In the next instant, Chen Yang crushed the red ant. Chen Yang, be careful. Run. Li Kersin shouted urgently. It turned out that the commotion Chen Yang had caused had alerted the alligator, which now turned and charged directly at him. Chen Yang was taken aback and immediately fled, darting left and right. Despite the alligator's massive size, it moved with surprising agility, changing direction effortlessly. Goodness, this alligator is incredibly unnerving. After all this commotion, it's still 1T, let me go. Chen Yang, think of a way. That beast has set its sights on you. Brother Chen, we have been trying to lure the alligator without success. Several women expressed their anxiety. It seemed as though the alligator bore a grudge against Chen Yang, relentlessly pursuing only him. As he ran, Chen Yang scanned his surroundings. After nearly 3 minutes, his eyes lit up. He spotted a distinct circular boundary about 20 meters ahead, roughly 5 or 6 square meters in area, covered with dry grass. Could it be a trap? A hunting trap? Laid out by someone? His instincts told him that this place was certainly significant. All right, this is the plan. Chen Yang ran straight toward it, but intentionally slowed down. As the alligator closed in, with both parties less than half a meter apart, he suddenly accelerated. The alligator followed suit, quickening its pursuit. In a burst of speed, Chen Yang leaped over the patch of dry grass. The oblivious alligator barreled through. As the alligator crashed into the pile of dried grass, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Its body tilted awkwardly, with the rear half sinking into the ground. With a desperate effort, it clawed at the earth, straining to pull itself forward. Qing Jia, Fei Fei, Chu Chu, Kersin, come quickly. Chen Yang realized this was a rare opportunity to take down the alligator. Missing it could spell disaster for them all. Brother Chen, do you have a plan? No time for chatter. Hurry over, and you'll see. The women wasted no time and rushed to his side. Quick, let us poke the alligator with sticks and throw stones at its eyes and head to distract it. The women then noticed that a significant portion of the alligator's body had already fallen into the trap, although they were unaware of what lay beneath. The concealed nature of the trap suggested that it was anything but simple. At Chen Yang's command, the women began hurling stones and prodding with sticks. Indeed, the alligator became distracted, thrashing its body and head in an attempt to evade their attacks. However, the vigorous movements only hastened its descent. Within just 2 minutes, the alligator was significantly ensnared. Ha! The opportunity has arrived. Chen Yang seized the opportune moment, raised a wooden stick, and aimed for the crocodile's eye. The creature, oblivious to the impending danger, was caught off guard. Mere seconds later, Chen Yang burst into laughter. Eat it. The slender, elongated stick not only struck the crocodile's left eye, but pierced its eyeball as well. In an instant, the crocodile emitted a deafening roar of pain, thrashing its head in agony. Soon, under the watchful gaze of the women, the entire body of the crocodile plummeted into the trap. Hearing the creature's anguished cries, the women's faces turned pale. Let's go see. Chen Yang, too, was curious about the nature of the trap that could elicit such a wretched sound from an adult crocodile. To be cautious, he prodded the ground with the stick as he approached the trap, wary of any unseen dangers. Fortunately, his exploration revealed only a single trap. As Chen Yang reached the edge of the pit and peered down, his eyes widened in disbelief. The crocodile was impaled by a multitude of conical iron spikes, resembling a porcupine. 1, 2. Oh my, there are over 100 spikes, exclaimed Luo Feifei. Thankfully, Chen Yang had discovered this trap. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Once again, it was Chen Yang who had saved them. Thank you, Chen Yang. If you hadn't been the first to spot the trap, our fate might have mirrored that of the crocodile. Look at that dead crocodile. It seems quite defiant, its eyes wide open, teased Luo Feifei. Hey, cousin, that's what they call dying with one's eyes wide open. This is so satisfying. Chen Yang chuckled as he gazed at the crocodile, its body riddled with iron spikes. Don't you think it resembles barbecued meat? How about we rest here for the night? Wait until the crocodile is thoroughly dead, and then have a little barbecue? My dear, did you just say you want to eat crocodile meat? That's repulsive, protested Su Yuqing, anxious to leave the area. Cut it out with your fanciful ideas. Do you even have a knife? The crocodile's hide is too thick. How will we carve the meat? She continued. Enough with the daydreaming. Listening to my master has never been wrong. We must retreat quickly or we'll lose our lives here. All right, let us head out. Chen Yang agreed, taking the lead this time. Hey, can you focus on walking? What are you looking at? Luo Fei, irritated by Chen Yang's backward glances at the crocodile, chimed in. Am I not allowed to take a look? Of course you can. I misspoke, he replied. They continued onward, soon encountering a small hill that obstructed their path. The slope was modest, only about 30 to 40 meters high. Chen Yang took several steps back and looked up, noticing that the hill was situated between two converging cliffs. Moreover, the path up the slope was exceedingly narrow, allowing only one person to pass sideways. Chen Yang, what are you planning? Luo Fei asked as she observed him studying the hill intently for quite some time, suspecting he had a scheme in mind. Chen Yang smiled mischievously. You've all watched plenty of period dramas, haven't you? Yes, Chen Yang, what else on your mind? My dear, are you implying that extraordinary martial skills are bound upon this hillside? Ha ha, choo-choo. It seems we truly share a connection as husband and wife. Our minds intertwined. Li Keqiu instantly flushed with embarrassment. What an audacious remark. Sister Fei, could it be that you are feeling a twinge of jealousy? Cursin, be careful with your words, lest I deliver a reprimand to you. Chen Yang hesitated for nearly a minute, but ultimately resolved to ascend and take a look. Chen Yang, please don't go up there, all right? Su Yuqing blocked his path, her concern for his safety evident. Sister Qing, we come this far. Who knows what treasures may lie above? At first sight of the hillside, Chen Yang's instincts warned him that it was no ordinary slope, particularly the narrow path that seemed deliberately crafted by human hands. Chapter 43. The shattering of stones and a narrow escape. I shall ascend first. You all wait for me here. Chen Yang's tone was grave and left no room for dissent. Brother Chen, I sense great danger above. Perhaps you should reconsider your ascent. One of the women urged. Indeed, dear, our intuition often proves accurate. I would rather you not take such risks, another added. Chen Yang, why must you disregard our counsel? The path is perilous. It barely accommodates a single person, flanked by sheer cliffs. Should you fall, it would spell disaster. Touched by the concern of the four women, Chen Yang felt a swell of gratitude. Yet, an inexplicable force seemed to beckon him from above, compelling him to investigate. Fear not. I shall exercise utmost caution. Sister Qing, Fei, I entrust this place to your vigilance. In truth, Chen Yang was not overly concerned for his safety. After all, he had traversed treacherous terrains with his grandfather since childhood, scaling even the steepest cliffs. What troubled him was the thought that, should he immerse himself in the climb, he might be unable to assist Li Keqiu and the others if trouble arose. Thus, he admonished Luo Fei and Su Yuqing to remain alert. Very well. Since you are resolute in your decision to ascend, we shall refrain from further protest. Remember, do not overexert yourself. Safety is paramount, understood? Yes, Sister Qing. Chen Yang replied with a smile, casting a flirtatious glance her way. Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You little rascal. Still maintaining your playful demeanor at such a time. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang cautiously advanced. As he surveyed the narrow path carved into the mountainside, a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. I am a man. I cannot falter in such a manner. He paused to steady his nerves, inhaling deeply before continuing onward. After traversing a few more paces, he noted the path narrowing further. Where he once could walk straight, he was now forced to maneuver sideways, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Before he knew it, nearly 15 minutes had elapsed, and he had scarcely covered 30 meters. His back was drenched in sweat, anxiety gnawing at him. Sister Qing, do you think something has happened to Chen Yang? Just moments ago, Li Keqiu had caught a glimpse of his figure. Now, a thick mist had begun to envelop the forest, shrouding the area in an eerie white veil. Choo-choo, do not speak such nonsense. Chen Yang is surely unharmed. Her cousin reassured her. Oh dear, can you not utter something more fortuitous? Really? Woo-woo, Cursin, I am merely worried about Chen Yang. Li Keqiu replied, her face a picture of concern. Cut out, as if you're the only one who cares about Chen Yang. Luo Fei shot back, rolling her eyes at Li Keqiu. Do you genuinely care for Chen Yang? Am I mistaken? For the first time, Li Keqiu were taken aback by Luo Fei's candidness. What are those expressions for? Chen Yang is my friend. Is it wrong to show concern? Indeed. I never claimed otherwise. Why the sudden agitation? Li Kursin retorted with annoyance. Oh dear, Kursin, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? Why would I be jealous? You're overthinking it. Stop pretending. We're all women. Do you really think I can't see through it? Yes, I'm jealous. So what? You have a problem with that? There's nothing wrong? What do you want to say? Luo Feifei stepped in front of Li Kursin, puffing out her chest defiantly. I truly don't know how to address you both. Chen Yang is risking his life for us up there, and to put it bluntly, he could be in grave danger at any moment. And you two are still bickering? Can you not act like petulant children? Su Yuqing was genuinely upset this time. She glared fiercely at the two, her tone exceedingly cold. Dear cousin, Feifei, please stop arguing. If Chen Yang hears you, it might distract him. Li Keqiu could no longer hold back. Luo Feifei and Li Kursin each huffed in response. Once I surpass these 2 steps, I'll have reached the pinnacle. Chen Yang thought joyfully. He lifted his left foot and stepped onto the first step. Just as he prepared to raise his right leg, suddenly his body swayed. With a resounding crack, the stone step broke beneath him. Fortunately, Chen Yang reacted swiftly. In the instant he was falling, he grasped a nearby branch. Immediately, the shattered stones tumbled down the mountain, with some scattering onto the slopes on either side. A small portion rolled down the path. This is bad. Chen Yang silently cursed his misfortune. The dense fog in the mountains enveloped everything, and Su Yuqing and the others must be waiting for him below. At this rate, even a small stone could cause serious harm. Qingjie, Luo Feifei, be careful. Stones are rolling down. At that moment, Chen Yang could only shout loudly. Retreat immediately. Su Yuqing, Luo Feifei. Chen Yang called out again. At the foot of the mountain, Su Yuqing and the 4 women occasionally glanced up at the slope. Qingjie, it's been over 20 minutes. Why hasn't Ti Chunge come down yet? Cousin, you can see for yourself that the path is too narrow and treacherous. Chen Yang is bound to take more time. Kuxian, let us not overthink it. Trust Chen Yang. He will be fine. Right now, we must protect ourselves and not allow Chen Yang to be distracted. Luo Feifei said, gripping a wooden stick, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing's eyelids twitched incessantly. This is bad. Could something have truly happened to Chen Yang? No, it cannot be. Suddenly, Luo Feifei's complexion changed dramatically. She tilted her ear and listened intently for a while. Master, Chu, Kuxin, we must leave here immediately. It seems something is rolling down. How do you know? Feifei, stop dawdling. I've always had keen hearing since childhood. Hurry, or we'll be too late. Could it be? Feifei, are you mistaken? Li Keqiu had heard no noise at all. Master, let us go. They're hesitating. Don't mind them. At such a critical moment, Li Keqiu and Li Kursin still asked questions, igniting Luo Feifei's fury. Chu, Kuxian, it's better to believe in it than to dismiss it. Let us heed Feifei's warning. Li Kursin glanced at her cousin. Let us go, she said. Qingjie is right. Caution is the mother of safety. In no time, the 4 of them hastily departed from the location. Soon, they arrived beneath the grand tree. As soon as they steadied themselves, several sharp stones suddenly flew towards them, embedding themselves into the trunk. Witnessing this scene, both Li Kursin and Li Keqiu turned pale with fright. Had those stones struck their bodies, it could have been fatal. If it weren't for Luo Feifei, perhaps it would have been their lives at stake. Feifei, thank you for saving us. We are all friends. There is no need for such formality. If it weren't for my keen hearing, who knows what might have happened. Once again, they had narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 44. The Dilapidated Cabin, the Red Spider, the Armory. I hope Sister Qing and the others are safe. Chen Yang sighed deeply. After all his efforts to climb up, he could not possibly return the same way. Oh, what is that wooden cabin across the way? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang decided to investigate the cabin. Perhaps there were treasures within. However, the distance between his current position and the cabin spanned several meters with no apparent connection. How strange. How could he possibly cross? Chen Yang contemplated and paced back and forth. Suddenly, his foot slipped, his body tilted, and he fell headlong. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically. Was he falling off a cliff? No, it didn't feel like that. Instead, he felt as if he had plunged into a tunnel, accompanied by a chilling wind, surrounded by darkness. After approximately 3 minutes, Chen Yang tumbled and found himself sprawled on the ground. Ouch, that hurt terribly. He rubbed his backside and massaged his head. Suddenly, he caught sight of a rusted iron door, riddled with small holes. Approaching the door, he noticed a corroded iron lock. Even more intriguing was a sign affixed to the door that read no entry. What the hell? A prohibition against entry, and in English no less. Chen Yang realized that there must be significant secrets behind the iron door. With that thought, he picked up a large stone and struck the lock with all his might. One strike, two strikes, although the lock was rusted, it was remarkably sturdy. After about 30 blows, he finally managed to break the lock. Peering into the inky darkness beyond, a tinge of fear crept in. Damn it, I've come this far. What is there to be afraid of? Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped inside. Fortunately, after walking just a few dozen meters, he reached the end. A shabby little hut. Was it really necessary to have an iron door and a frightening sign? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the cabin was quite well constructed, primarily made of solid wood, though time and the elements had left tiny gaps throughout. Furthermore, at the entrance of the cabin, there loomed a massive spider web. What the hell? After all that effort, I now have to face a second trial. Just as Chen Yang lifted his leg to enter the cabin, a gigantic spider suddenly leaped down from the ceiling. Startled at the sight of a spider the size of a basketball, Chen Yang hesitated for several seconds, then bent down to pick up a handful of stones and hurled them at the spider. To his dismay, the spider merely swayed its body. Damn it! These stones would hurt if they struck a person, yet this spider seemed unfazed. I refuse to be intimidated. Chen Yang threw another volley of stones at the spider. This time, the spider appeared to be enraged, waving its formidable pincers. Come here, you little beast, come here. At that moment, the spider suddenly opened its mouth. Not good. As the white web shot toward him, Chen Yang shouted in alarm. He hastily dodged, simultaneously raising a wooden stick to defend himself. Ultimately, that massive spider silk was ejected onto the wooden stick. A horrifying scene unfolded. The stick became enveloped in silk, and within mere seconds, it began to emit white smoke. My heavens, does the silk from dead spiders possess corrosive properties? In an instant, Chen Yang recalled the ancient practice of using bone-dissolving powder to eliminate corpses, a substance capable of reducing a body to water. A chill ran down his spine. Just moments ago, had the stick not intervened, at least a third of the silk would have splattered onto him. How terrifying! As Chen Yang momentarily stood in shock, the spider had already approached him, mere 2 meters apart. At this juncture, Chen Yang faced two choices: retreat or seek refuge in the wooden cabin. Ultimately, he opted for the latter. You little beast, I am not afraid of you. Come at me if you dare. Chen Yang shouted defiantly. The red spider merely gazed at him in silence. Whereto you quite formidable just now? What is the matter, feeling timid? If you wish to feast on me, come forth. I am waiting for you. He continued, hurling stones as he spoke. Thus, this exchange persisted for nearly 2 minutes until the red spider could no longer contain itself and charged towards Chen Yang. Seizing the opportunity presented by the narrow hillside, he deftly dodged left and right. Suddenly, he came to a halt, steadying his stance. The relentless red spider, unable to stop in time, tumbled down the slope. Huh! You want to play? I will play you to death. Chen Yang rejoiced. He merely stood at the sight of the spider's fall, glanced down, then prodded the spider web with his wooden stick, striding boldly into the cabin. In the next moment, a crunching sound emanated from beneath his feet. Chen Yang looked down and was startled, retreating several steps. Before him lay a multitude of white bones, several skulls clearly visible. How could there be so many human remains in this place? Chen Yang took a moment to calm his breath and continued forward. With each step, his excitement grew. He discovered several wooden racks laden with cans marked in English and hundreds of dust-covered helmets. Wait, what? What is that? As he neared the end of the cabin, Chen Yang suddenly spotted 2 handguns, an AK-47, 2 boxes of ammunition, and 3 military knives. Goodness, these supplies rival a small arms depot, a veritable windfall for Chen Yang. Gazing at the scattered bones and the English markings and recalling the deserted island, he surmised that this location might have once been a small military base during World War II between the Americans and the British. However, how did they meet their demise here? They had weapons and ample food, Something must have transpired that led to the annihilation of these soldiers. In an instant, the image of alien warriors flickered through Chen Yang's mind. Could it be that a terrifying entity on this deserted island rendered these well-equipped soldiers nearly powerless? Wait, typically, a small military base would have communication tools like a telegraph. Perhaps there is one here. With this thought, Chen Yang began rummaging through the cabin. After searching for quite some time, he found only a broken telegraph machine. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the wooden cabin, and Chen Yang turned to find the red spider. To his astonishment, the creature had survived its fall. However, Chen Yang felt no fear. He picked up a handgun from the ground, loaded it with bullets, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the approaching red spider. He continued until the gun emitted a flash, signaling the end of his onslaught. At that moment, the red spider was riddled with holes, resembling a beehive. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Yang gazed at the still smoldering muzzle of his weapon. I now possess a firearm. Beneath the great tree, several women were taken aback by the sound of gunfire. Jia, this is bad. The shots seem to be coming from Chen Yang. Oh no, something must have happened to him. Could there be other survivors on this desolate island? They pondered in disbelief. How could there possibly be a gun on this island? Amidst their confusion, one of the women exclaimed, Jia, he has a gun, and Chen Yang is gone. Li Keqiu cried sorrowfully. Perhaps it was Chen Yang who fired the weapon. Master, let's not dwell on speculation. In my opinion, we should head over immediately to ascertain the situation, she urged. With hearts racing, the group of women felt a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. Chapter 45, Benevolent Lies. The rescue of Tianlong group, gazing at the 2 crates of ammunition, dozens of handguns, AK-47s, alongside some gas masks and biohazard suits. Chen Yang pondered for a considerable time. With these weapons at his disposal, he could essentially reign as the sovereign of this desolate island. However, the thought of his friends, merely a handful of women, quickly dispelled such notions. While weapons may offer power, they also harbor significant risks. Should others discover this cache of arms, it would undoubtedly lead to his utter destruction. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yang ultimately decided to take a shovel, several military knives, a handgun, and 3 bullets. Before departing the wooden cabin, he strategically concealed the firearms in various corners. As for the ammunition, Chen Yang dug multiple pits with the shovel, burying hundreds of bullets in each. Once finished, he covered the pits with some dilapidated wooden planks. Sister Qing, I believe it unnecessary for us to ascend together, Li Keqiu contemplated, deeming the ascent perilous. Especially after the gunfire had suggested that the slope was fraught with danger, perhaps even a one-way trip. Keqiu, what do you mean by that? If you're afraid, you need not go. Regardless, I am determined to ascend. Luo Feifei scoffed at Li Keqiu. Cousin, what is wrong with you? None of us truly knows Chen Yang's situation right now. Sister, I care for Brother Chen even more than you do. However, are you aware of what awaits us on the mountain? We cannot afford to take such risks. Su Yuqing understood her implication. Keqiu, do you suggest that we send 1 or 2 individuals up first to ascertain safety before the rest follow? Yes, Sister Qing, that is precisely what I meant. Li Keqiu intentionally cast a glance at her cousin. Keqiu, I apologize for misunderstanding you just now. Cousin, we all care for Chen Yang. Li Keqiu nodded vigorously. Su Yuqing gently nudged her apprentice, signaling her understanding. Reluctantly, Luo Feifei remarked, Keqiu, I misunderstood earlier. I'm sorry. No worries. Had I been in your position, I would have thought the same. A minute later, Luo Feifei prepared to ascend the slope. Feifei, what are you doing? Did I not instruct you to stay put? At this moment, Chen Yang had already descended, spotting Luo Feifei from a distance. Chen Yang, are you all right? How could I possibly be in any trouble? Chen Yang replied with a smug expression. TCH, always boasting, why can't you be a little more modest? By the way, what was that gunfire about? We'll discuss it later. All right. Soon, the 2 retraced their steps. Darling, I was so worried about you. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Li Keqiu was the first to rush over, leaping into his embrace and wrapping her legs around his waist. Chen Yang nearly lost his balance. Brother Chen, it's a relief to see you unharmed. Chen Yang, what on earth happened on the mountain? The 4 women gazed at him in unison. The situation unfolded as follows. I managed to reach the slope and discovered a wooden cabin. Just as I was about to enter, a large spider suddenly emerged. Chen Yang, what was that gunfire about? Are there firearms in this forsaken place? Rofiai suddenly grasped the crucial information. Heh, I have always been quite fortunate. Can you guess what I discovered while being driven into the wooden cabin by a spider? A gun, of course. Brother Chun, could you refrain from keeping us in suspense? Honestly. All right, I shall tell you. I found a pistol along with a few bullets. As Chen Yang spoke, he showcased his newfound treasures. Darling, these military knives are exquisitely crafted, Li Keqiu remarked, casually toying with one. Each of you take a military knife. They could prove invaluable in critical moments. Chen Yang distributed the knives among the four women. In the conference room on the 28th floor of the Tianlong building in Kyoto, a middle-aged man in his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, occupied the central position. On either side of him sat 10 impeccably dressed individuals. I have summoned you here today, and I trust one need not reiterate the purpose, Mr. Feng stated. Following the plane crash, we contacted Miss Li immediately, yet we have received no response. Furthermore, I have dispatched personnel to search the area of the crash site. Is that so? Hi Feng, do we have any updates? Li Haifeng replied in a hushed tone, Mr. Feng, there are still no leads on Miss Li's whereabouts. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Feng Kuei slammed his palm against the table. He coldly surveyed the assembly and thundered. Miss Li has been missing for 3 days. What have you all accomplished during this time? You are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. A palpable tension enveloped the room. No one dared to breathe. Heads bowed, their backs nearly soaked with perspiration. The Tianlong Group is the largest entertainment company in Kyoto, boasting over 100 prominent stars. In recent years, the company had invested heavily in promoting Li Keqiu, successfully elevating her to international stardom, only for disaster to strike with the plane crash and her subsequent disappearance. It is no wonder that Mr. Feng was in a furious rage. Mr. Feng, my subordinates are willing to lead a search for Miss Li. We will not return until she is found. At that moment, as silence and trepidation prevailed, a young man stepped forward. Seeing his nephew, Feng Yuanshan, volunteer, Feng Kuei appeared somewhat surprised. Yuanshan, have you made your decision? Mr. Feng, my subordinates have already pledged their commitment. Feng Yuanshan stood tall, exuding confidence. Very well, Yuanshan, you may select 10 of my personnel. Mr. Feng, when you mentioned your personnel, were you referring to those from the Tianlong Group or your? Feng Kuei promptly interrupted him. The meeting is adjourned. Yuanshan, stay behind. A few minutes later, the entire conference hall was left with only Feng Kuei and Feng Yuanshan. Uncle, just now I almost let something slip. Enough. My private guard is known to several prominent families in Kyoto. It is no longer a secret. Feng Kuei fixed a penetrating gaze upon his nephew. Yuanshan, why did you choose to step forward today? He harbored suspicions that his nephew had ulterior motives. Uncle, Miss Li's disappearance has had a profound impact on the Tianlong Group. As a member of this esteemed organization, I feel compelled to step forward and do everything in my power to locate her swiftly. Is that not so? Yuanshan, do not presume that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Feng Yuanshan was taken aback, yet he maintained his composure. Uncle, you must trust me. My intentions are unwavering. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, let me be candid. I have always regarded Keqiu as my own daughter. So I implore you to harbor no inappropriate thoughts. Should I discover otherwise, do not blame me for being unrestrained. Yes, uncle. Yuanshan will keep this firmly in mind. A few minutes later, Feng Yuanshan exited the conference room, clenching his fists and letting out a cold snort. Chapter 46. A play starring 4 women. Feng Kuei. Oh, Feng Kuei, you incessantly proclaim your regard for Li Keqiu as your goddaughter. Yet, I see through your facade. What ulterior motives do you harbor? If you wish to toy with Li Keqiu, why should I not indulge as well? Being entertained by me is infinitely preferable to being sullied by an old man. In the president's office, Feng Kuei grasped the crimson telephone resting on his desk and dialed a number. Master, what are your instructions? Came the voice from the other end, belonging to an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, vigorous despite his 60-odd years. This man was Feng Hu, the chief steward of the Feng family and Feng Kuei's trusted aide for over 30 years. Hu Shu, Gather 5 capable individuals and send them to Yuan Shan. Master, does this mean there is news of Miss Keqiu? Since Li Keqiu's disappearance, Feng Kuei had been consumed by worry, losing considerable weight in recent days. Feng, who had discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate, yet to no avail, their inquiries yielded no useful leads. Alas, not yet. I can no longer remain patient. Master, do you mean to send your nephew to search for Miss Li? But Feng, who hesitated, unable to voice his concerns. Hu Shu, are you worried that Yuan Shan may have ill intentions towards Chu Chu? Master, you are well aware of your nephew's character. Just days ago, a secretary from the branch office caught Feng Yuanshan's eye. Manager He, fearing his ire, had no choice but to let the female secretary. With a resounding thud, Feng Kuei slammed his hand upon the table. What a scoundrel! All he knows is how to play with women. Were it not for my sister, I would have long expelled him from Tianlong Group. Ah, master, your kindness is commendable. Let us hope Feng Yuanshan conducts himself properly. I shall select the personnel immediately. Feng Kuei grunted in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to hang up, he lifted the receiver once more, stating, Hu Shu, I remain somewhat uneasy. Therefore, you shall personally lead the team, ensuring that Yuan Shan remains oblivious. Should he harbor any treachery, you are free to act as you see fit. Master, do you mean for me to monitor Feng Yuanshan? Indeed. Understood, Master. I will exert every effort to locate Miss Li. Half an hour later, on the helipad atop Tianlong Group's building, a helicopter emblazoned with the company's insignia ascended slowly into the sky. Young Master, we are departing. Yes. Proceed according to these geographical coordinates. Understood, young Master. At the foot of the hill, Chen Yang and the 4 women deliberated their next course of action. Darling, wandering aimlessly like this leaves me feeling uneasy. Chen Yang, Chu Chu speaks truth. I believe we must replan our route. Their journey had encountered numerous perils, instilling doubt in Luo Feifei's heart. Chen Gu, no matter what you say or do, I will always support you, Li Keqiu declared, gazing at Chen Yang with adoration akin to that of a starry-eyed fan. Hey, cousin, this is neither the time for infatuation. Please, once we escape this deserted island, you needn't worry about finding handsome men. Li Keqiu shot a disapproving glance at her cousin. Though many handsome men abound, I still prefer someone like Chen Gu. She giggled. Oh, Keqiu, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you dare compete with Chu Chu for a brother-in-law? Rofi Fei, undeterred by the chaos around her, fanned the flames of excitement. Haha, Sister Fei, you've misunderstood. My cousin mentioned that a good man should be shared among us. I also wouldn't mind if Brother Chen were to receive Sister Fei. You little brat, do you want to be punished? Sister Fei. There's no need to pretend. If you fancy Brother Chen, just say it. With our current predicament, who knows if we will see tomorrow. Therefore, while we still breathe, we should boldly pursue our desires. Listening to Li Keqiu's provocative words, Rofi Fei felt her heart flutter. She blushed and stole a glance at Chen Yang, only to find him fixated on Su Yuqing. This made Rofi Fei seethe with frustration. I actually have an idea, but I wonder if the 3 sisters will agree. Chen Yang was at a loss. What was supposed to be a discussion about action plans had devolved into 4 women chatting aimlessly. What idea? Do share. Li Keqiu speculated that her cousin surely had something mischievous in mind. This idea is something Brother Chen cannot know. Come closer. I will whisper it to you. Keqiu, if you don't want me to know, then I have no interest in it. Chen Yang smirked, slipping his hands into his pockets as he moved to the shade of a nearby tree. Soon, Su Yuqing and the other 2 women gathered around him. Keqiu, hurry up and tell us. You're making it all so mysterious. Exactly. Chen Yang is not an outsider. What is it that he cannot know? Sister Fei. Cousin, don't be anxious. I know you all have affections for Brother Chen, right? Well, obviously. Did you need to state the obvious? Li Keqiu replied with annoyance, while Rofi Fei and Su Yuqing merely smiled. My suggestion is this. Why not seize an opportunity to make a move on Brother Chen? After all, it would be a unique experience as women, wouldn't it? You? My goodness, Keqiu, could you possibly be any more discreet? Oh, this. Keqiu, stop being foolish. Li Keqiu continued. My dear sisters, Can you guarantee that we will all leave here alive? Su Yuqing, Li Keqiu, and Rofi Fei exchanged glances, each reflecting a tinge of despair. To be honest, I hold little hope anymore. Perhaps living one more day is all we can ask for. Let's leave it to fate. Li Keqiu nodded, lowering her voice. In that case, why not enjoy ourselves while we can? Besides, Brother Chen is a good person. Without him, we might have perished countless times already. Thus, I wish to create beautiful memories. Cursin, the four of us against Brother Chen alone. Do you think he can handle it? Rofi Fei blushed and whispered. The three women looked at her in astonishment. Why are you all staring at me like that? I haven't said anything wrong. Disciple, what are you thinking? What do you mean 4 against 1? Su Yuqing shot her a glare. Master, I didn't mean it that way. I was merely expressing concern that Chen Yang might struggle. However, the more she explained, the more muddled her words became. Sister Qing, you are our esteemed leader. How about this? On Monday, you accompany Brother Chen. On Wednesday, Sister Fei Fei. On Friday, Cousin. And on Thursday, I shall join. But what about Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday? Li Keqiu blurted out. Chu, you are truly naive. Chen Yang is merely human. He too requires rest, does he not? Dear Cursin? Haha, Sister Fei Fei truly understands men. TCH, do not utter such nonsense. I, your elder sister, am not acquainted with men. I have yet to experience a romantic relationship. Listening to the three women speak increasingly absurdly, Su Yuqing could no longer bear it. Even though she had her own experiences, the trio's words left her astonished. Very well, it is settled. Shall we commence tonight? Sister Fei Fei, you are rather eager, aren't you? TCH, Cursin, you were the one who first proposed it. Your eagerness surpasses mine. Suddenly, 2 cries echoed from the air. Chapter 47. The Vulture and the Nurse. Wow, what a magnificent bird, exclaimed Li Cursin, her face a portrait of astonishment as she beheld a pair of wings nearly half a meter long. What on earth is that? Su Yuqing gasped in alarm. Qingjia, it appears to be a woman. Oh my, how terrifying. Li Keqiu's face blanched in fear. Chen Yang looked up to discover that it was indeed a vulture. Legends spoke of vultures as scavengers of carrion. Perhaps alerted by the commotion below, the vulture lowered its head to take a glance. Qinggu, I'm scared. Li Cursin hurriedly sought refuge behind Chen Yang, her fear palpable at the sight of the creature's sharp talons. Chen Yang, think of something quickly, Su Yuqing suggested, sensing that the woman ensnared by the vulture was still alive. Qingjia, I'm not some flying superhero. How can I save her? Fei Fei, what should we do? That girl is so unfortunate. Li Cursin could hardly fathom the horrific image of a vulture devouring a woman. Cursin, what can I possibly do? Have you not seen the vulture's claws? If it grabs her, she will be severely injured, if not killed outright. Luo Fei Fei trembled slightly, her legs involuntarily retreating a few steps. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang felt the weight of his gun at his waist. From a moment he had first spotted the vulture, he had considered using it to eliminate the threat, perhaps saving the woman. However, he was also wary of the noise attracting other dangers. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to take action. Everyone be quiet. I have a plan, Chen Yang declared, drawing his gun and chambering a bullet. Qinggu, do you intend to shoot the vulture down? Indeed. What other reliable option do we have? No. Chen Yang, have you not contemplated the consequences? If the vulture releases her after being shot down, she might not survive the fall. From such a height, she would either be gravely injured or suffer a concussion, possibly becoming a vegetable. It's a dilemma. If we act, we risk everything, but if we don't, we abandon her. I am well aware. Have you not noticed my hesitation? I was computing the landing zone, understand? Chen Yang shot an exasperated glance at Luo Fei Fei. What a self-righteous woman, making him appear reckless. You, Fei Fei, enough. Let Chen Yang think in peace. Understood, master. Chen Yang's mind raced as he calculated the vulture's flight speed, applying some basic physics to estimate a probable landing spot. Suddenly, while the four women remained oblivious, Chen Yang swiftly squeezed the trigger. With a resounding crack, a bullet struck the vulture's head. In the next instant, the creature plummeted. Qingjia, Fei Fei, quickly, over there, Chen Yang shouted. The four women sprang into action simultaneously. They watched as the woman descended at an alarming speed. Moments later, she crashed onto a large tree. Fortunately, the numerous branches helped to slow her fall considerably. As the woman appeared on the verge of collapsing to the ground, Chen Yang rushed forward, extending his arms to catch her securely. The tremendous force of the impact caused him to fall onto the ground, his arms throbbing with pain. Yet, Chen Yang held onto the woman tightly. What a close call. Well done, Chen Yang. You're incredible, darling. Brother Chen, your marksmanship is impressive. It was truly remarkable to hit the vulture's head under such circumstances. It was no exaggeration to call him a sharpshooter. Chen Yang's anxious heart finally settled. Initially, he had aimed for the vulture's abdomen for a higher chance of success, but he was concerned about potentially injuring the woman. Thus, he was compelled to target the vulture's head. Fortunately, a single shot took down the creature. As Chen Yang gazed at the woman's face, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Her large, bright eyes, skin as delicate as snow, and her alluring figure, with glimpses of her chest revealed by the torn clothing, left him swallowing hard. What an exquisite woman, her beauty even surpassing that of Li Keqiu. Chen Yang, why are you staring at her? Pervert, Ro Feifei remarked, clearly displeased by the intensity of his gaze. Come on, I wasn't staring on purpose. Besides, how do you know she wouldn't want me to appreciate her? You're just making excuses, she retorted. Is it wrong to admire someone? Ro Feifei, have you had enough? I just caught her with my bare hands. I could seriously injure my arm. I merely glanced. Is that a crime? Ro Feifei opened her mouth to scold him again, but was silenced by a look from Su Yuqing. Chen Yang, look here, Su Yuqing said, approaching and pointing to the woman's elbow. Wow, 2 deep, long gashes. Without a doubt, they were inflicted by the vulture's claws. Chu, quickly hand me the bag, Li Keqiu urged. Earlier, in the wooden cabin, Chen Yang had discovered a dusty first aid kit containing several bottles of disinfectant and some antibiotics. Chen Yang, these medications are expired. What does it matter at this point? Having medication is a blessing. Who cares about expiration dates? Are you trying to put her in danger? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Chu, pass me the disinfectant. Ro Feifei looked at her master with a pitiful expression. Su Yuqing shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. With the assistance of the Li sisters, Chen Yang successfully disinfected the woman's wounds and administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills. Sister Qing, she won't die, will she? After 5 or 6 minutes of silence from the woman, Li Keqiu whispered, Keqiu, don't say such things. I checked her wrist earlier. Her pulse is steady. She merely fainted from shock. Let's wait a bit longer. At that moment, Chen Yang felt immense admiration for his grandfather. As a child, whenever he accompanied his grandfather on hunting trips, his grandfather would intentionally train him, teaching him to recognize various medicinal plants for treating injuries. Gradually, Chen Yang acquired a wealth of knowledge about outdoor first aid from his grandfather. Time passed second by second. After another 10 minutes, a sudden cough broke the silence. Gradually, the woman opened her eyes. In her first glance, she beheld the handsome, youthful face of a man. Who are you? She stammered. Chen Yang smiled gently. I am the one who saved you. At that moment, the woman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Please let me go. Seeing the man holding her, she immediately tensed up. She attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain in her body rendered her immobile. You are injured. Don't move. The woman eyed Chen Yang warily. Do not be afraid, miss. We are all good people. Su Yuqing knelt down, gently holding the woman's small hand. The woman glanced around once more. Who are you? Miss, you are not from here, are you? Ku Xin inquired. Isn't that a redundant question? Do people here look this beautiful? Luo Feifei remarked with exasperation. The woman couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Chapter 48. Nurse, director, godfather? Though enveloped in the embrace of a stranger, the woman experienced an unprecedented sensation. This man, it must be said, possessed quite a handsome visage. Luo Feifei, Li Keqiu, and Li Keqiu scrutinized the woman, casting glances at her voluptuous form before comparing themselves, nearly convinced that this woman was irresistibly alluring. Concurrently, a sense of foreboding emerged within them. Alas, yet another rival in love had appeared. Young lady, what is your name? Su Yuqing inquired with a smile. I am Qin Xiaolu. a nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department at Jiangzhou Hospital. To think she's a nurse. At that moment, a rather disreputable thought blossomed in Chen Yang's mind. Indeed, this woman, donned in nurse's attire, would undoubtedly captivate a multitude of men. Miss Qin, I am Su Yuqing, and these are Li Keqiu and Luo Feifei. As the leader of the group, Su Yuqing introduced everyone in turn. You are the renowned star Li Keqiu? Upon seeing Li Keqiu, Qin Xiaolu was utterly exhilarated. She was indeed a devoted fan of Li Keqiu. Miss Qin, I'm just an ordinary woman like you, merely fortunate enough to be elevated to stardom, Li Keqiu replied modestly. My goodness, such a superstar, yet devoid of any pretentiousness. How humble and approachable she is. This revelation left Qin Xiaolu astounded. Miss Qin, although our meeting transpired in this manner, it is fortuitous. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiaolu. Su Yuqing welcomed the addition of a younger sister into their circle. Yay, Sister Qing, thank you. No need for formality. From this moment on, we are good sisters. Meanwhile, Luo Feifei stroked her chin, her expression growing somewhat serious. Xiaolu, did you come here alone? Sister Feifei, I came with our leader, Director Zhang, and the head of gynecology, Director Ma, to attend an international medical seminar. Who would have thought that I would face such misfortune upon departure? Chen Yang astutely discerned three pivotal pieces of information: hospital director, department head, seminar. How is it that a mere nurse is deemed worthy of accompanying the hospital's leadership to an academic conference? Su Yuqing, Luo Feifei, and Li Keqiu exchanged glances, sharing Chen Yang's curiosity. Xiaolu, how could the leaders of your hospital permit you to? Before Luo Feifei could finish her question, Qin Xiaolu interjected. I sense that the three of you are curious as to why I was chosen by the leadership. Xiaolu, dear sister, there is no ulterior motive. I merely wish to understand the reason. Su Yuqing clarified hastily, concerned that Qin Xiaolu might misunderstand. Qin Xiaolu smiled. You saved my life, so there is no need for me to conceal anything. The director is my godfather, and he mentioned that this opportunity is rare and that he wished to broaden my horizons abroad. Goodness, the godfather? This old man certainly plays the field, and for the sake of expanding horizons, it seems he is rather captivated by Qin Xiaolu's beauty, seeking to seize the opportunity to win her over. As a man, Chen Yang swiftly surmised the underlying motive. Oh, I see. And what of your director and department head? Although several women had surmised the dean's intentions, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Women, after all, ought to preserve a semblance of decorum. Qin Xiaolu shook her head. Our flight tickets were booked separately. After the crash, we lost contact. Alas, perhaps my godfather and the director have. Chen Yang could hardly suppress a chuckle. This woman, with her incessant references to her godfather, was astonishingly naive. The woman before him was irresistibly alluring, radiating purity without a single blemish, prompting Chen Yang to steal a few more glances. Xiaolu, please remain still. I must tend to your wound. It's a hot day, and if the injury is not properly treated, it could lead to severe inflammation. Thank you, Brother Yang. What? Am I hearing things? Brother Yang? Chen Yang found the term somewhat awkward, yet he could not articulate why. Xiaolu, Chen Yang is my husband. Oh, I forgot to mention. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolu affectionately call out Brother Yang, Li Keqiu's jealousy flared. She sensed that this woman was not ordinary. The tone of her voice, so coy, left even another woman feeling somewhat enchanted. What? Sister Chu, Brother Yang is your husband? Indeed, without a doubt. Goodness, Li Keqiu is actually married. If this news were to break, it would surely trend on the entertainment hot search list by nightfall, shattering the hearts of countless men. Sister Chu truly has an eye for talent. As Qin Xiaolu praised her, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Yang. Witnessing this scene, Luo Feifei chuckled. She leaned closer to Li Keqiu and whispered, Congratulations, Chu, you've acquired a rival in love. This young lady is quite extraordinary. Just look at her enchanting fox-like eyes. Be careful, lest she seduce Chen Yang away. Chen Yang is not that kind of man. Besides, aren't you the least bit anxious? Please, I have no reason to be anxious. Chen Yang isn't my husband, so why should I concern myself with how many women he has? Come now, don't deceive yourself. Li Keqiu shot Luo Feifei a glare. Chen Yang crouched down, tearing a piece of fabric from his short sleeve, and carefully bandaged Qin Xiaolu's wound with a military knife, slicing the cloth in two. At that moment, his hands inadvertently brushed against Qin Xiaolu's arm and delicate hand. Wow, such tender skin. What astonished Chen Yang even more was the subtle fragrance emanating from Qin Xiaolu. In an instant, he was reminded of the fragrant beauties of ancient times. Simultaneously, Chen Yang felt a surge of delight. Haha, women with such a natural scent often have had little intimate contact with men. It seems I've struck gold again. To prolong this sensation, Chen Yang deliberately slowed his pace, bandaging her injury with meticulous care, checking several times. Suddenly, he felt a tickling sensation in his palm. To his surprise, it was Qin Xiaolu gently prodding him with her finger. Simultaneously, she cast him a flirtatious glance. Goodness, this woman truly understands men. No wonder the dean has taken her as a goddaughter. Chen Yang, are you done? Why are you so slow? Feifei, Xiaolu's injury is rather significant. I must be cautious. Honestly, I think you're doing this on purpose. Luo Feifei kept her eyes fixed on Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang was conveniently turned away from her, so Luo Feifei could not see his subtle movements. After a brief interval of 5 minutes, Chen Yang rose to his feet. Thank you, Brother Yang, she exclaimed. No need for thanks. Chen Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Did it feel good just now? Absolutely. In the next moment, Chen Yang realized he had inadvertently let something slip. Su Yuqing merely smiled faintly. Chen Yang, as a man who isn't a bit fickle, if I were a man, I would also have thoughts about Xiaolu. As she spoke, she deliberately swept her gaze over Chen Yang. He found himself utterly bewildered. Sister Qing, what are you looking at? Hee. Now, there's another woman in the mix, making a total of 5. Do you think you can handle them all? Or should you conserve your energy and contemplate how to escape this deserted island? I am quite sincere, Sister Qing, this is unjust. Sincere? Who are you trying to fool? You speak of honesty, yet your body betrays you. Su Yuqing playfully poked his shoulder. Chapter 49, Behind the Nurse. Discovering the spring water, Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. When he glanced down, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. To his surprise, Su Yuqing appeared unfazed, stepping in front of him to shield him from awkwardness. Sister Qing, caught red-handed by Su Yuqing. Chen Yang wished he could vanish into the ground. All right, sister will pretend she saw nothing. Li Keqiu, noticing the hushed exchange between Su Yuqing and Chen Yang, approached. Brother Chen, what are you and Sister Qing chatting about? Care to share? Clearing his throat, Chen Yang lowered his voice. It's not for kids to pry. It's rather inappropriate. I'm already an adult, okay? She retorted, deliberately twisting her body. That innocent movement stirred something in Chen Yang, igniting an uncontrollable passion within him. Keqiu, could you refrain from swaying around in front of me? Be careful, or I might just devour you. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Su Yuqing. Teasing Li Keqiu in front of Sister Qing required quite a bit of audacity. Surprisingly, Su Yuqing remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the banter, her ears closed off to the outside world. Why is Sister Qing so unfazed? Could it be that she holds no feelings for me? If she liked me, witnessing my flirtation with another woman would surely provoke jealousy or anger. Hey, Chen Yang, is it appropriate to flirt with Keqiu in front of your sister? Indeed, Su Yuqing could no longer remain silent. Sister Qing, I was merely indulging in some playful banter. If Keqiu's sister found out, she would surely have my head. Silly Chen Yang, you're my husband. How could I ever bring myself to harm you? Didn't I say before, I have no objections to whom you wish to flirt with. It would be delightful if you gathered them all. Supported by Luo Feifei, Qin Xiaolu listened to their conversation, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Could it be that a prominent star possesses such an open mindset, such broad-mindedness? Qin Xiaolu felt as if she had been transported back to ancient times. Chen Yang, you flirt with me one moment, and then exchange flirtatious glances with Li Keqiu the next. What a scoundrel. Have you all finished? Chen Yang, stop focusing solely on courting. Now, what are we to do? Indeed, Brother Chen, while it's all fun and games, we should consider our next steps. Husband, it seems late. We haven't rested much on our journey. How about we find a nearby place to rest for the night before continuing? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang nodded. However, another dilemma arose. The area was expansive and lacked concealment, making it vulnerable to attacks. Chen Yang, I believe this location is unsuitable for camping. Indeed, my master was correct. We ought to seek a more secluded place for the night. I concur. However, finding such a place may take some time. Chen Yang glanced at Li Kersin, concerned for her stamina. Husband, I can manage a bit longer. All right, Kersin, your perseverance is appreciated. As long as it is my husband's decision, I shall support him unconditionally. Humph. Li Keqiu is truly infuriating, constantly flaunting her affection. Luo Feifei gritted her teeth in frustration. Well, since no one has any objections, let us proceed. Thus, Chen Yang took the lead, walking down the narrow path. Time slipped away as they journeyed, and soon, Qin Xiaolu could no longer continue. Brother Chen, I can't go on, she gasped, her breath coming in heavy spurts. Beads of sweat cascaded down her brow, soaking the cloth wrapped around her, seeping into her wounds and causing her pain to intensify. Seeing her pitiable state, Chen Yang immediately approached her and said, Xiaolu, if you don't mind, allow me to carry you. In that moment, Chen Yang harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to find a suitable place to rest. After all, dusk would arrive in a few hours. In the vast expanse of the forest, the onset of night heralded the arrival of peril. Brother Yang, this may not be appropriate. Qin Xiaolu's voice trembled slightly. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Keqiu, seemingly seeking her approval, for Chen Yang was her husband. Lulu, why are you looking at me? If you don't mind, then I have no objections. Chu, you truly have no objections? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Husband, do you see me as such a petty woman? That's wonderful. With that, Chen Yang hoisted Qin Xiaolu onto his back. The moment their bodies made contact, they both trembled slightly, and Qin Xiaolu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as they traversed the rugged mountain path. The jolting motion caused Qin Xiaolu to sway continuously. Chen Yang felt an inexplicable sensation coursing through him. They continued walking for nearly half an hour. Brother Yang, perhaps I should walk on my own, she suggested. Despite her light weight of only 90 pounds, even a strong man would find their stamina nearly depleted after such a journey. Haha, I'm not tired, Chen Yang thought to himself, relishing this delightful sensation. Lulu, even if it were an hour, your brother Yang would not complain of fatigue. Exactly. If I were a man, I would feel the same. Luo Feifei and Li Kersin chimed in with playful sarcasm. Suddenly, Su Yuqing halted, her gaze fixed intently on the right ahead. Sister Qing, what is it? Have you spotted a wild beast? No. Feifei, come here and take a look. What is that over there? Also, do you hear the sound of flowing water? Among them, Luo Feifei had the keenest hearing. She hurried to her master and looked up. Master, I think I hear the sound of water. Yes, I hear it too. It seems to be the sound of water flowing down from above. Sister Qing, are you suggesting there is a waterfall? It could very well be a spring. Chen Yang was filled with elation. If it truly was a spring, it would resolve their issues regarding fresh water. Lulu, I will go ahead and scout the path. All right, Brother Yang, please be careful. Chen Yang cautiously placed Qin Xiaolu on the ground and hurried over. Chen Yang, I can go with you. Thus, Chen Yang and Luo Feifei made their way in that direction. A few minutes later, the two were filled with excitement. Indeed, it was a spring. Haha, Feifei, this spring water is so clear. Chen Yang, parched with thirst, crouched down and scooped up some water with both hands, drinking deeply. Wait. Watching Chen Yang drink, Luo Feifei could not help but desire some as well. However, Chen Yang blocked her. Chen Yang, what do you mean by this? I'm just as thirsty. Luo Feifei immediately became upset. Miss Luo, could you please refrain from thinking the worst of everyone? Honestly, are you not selfish yourself? Chen Yang retorted. I'm stopping you from drinking for your own good. Oh, for my own good? How shameless. I can't believe you would say that. Not far away. Upon hearing the argument, Su Yuqing furrowed her brow. Chapter 50. The Water Curtain Cave? Flirtation and banter. Chen Yang felt that Luo Feifei was being extremely unreasonable. He raised his hand as if to strike her. Chen Yang, do you dare to hit me? Luo Feifei pressed her face closer to his. Luo Feifei. Let's see if I dare. Just because you're a woman, don't think I want to act. He had genuinely meant well for her. Yet this woman twisted his intentions, perceiving him as a lecherous man. Chen Yang, what are you planning to do? As matters were escalating, Su Yuqing understood that she had to intervene, for only she could pacify Chen Yang. Qing Jie, you saw how unreasonable Luo Feifei is. I don't wish to associate with such a woman. Chen Yang had tolerated Feifei's antics before, but every person has their limits. Feifei, you are in the wrong this time. How can you jump to conclusions without understanding the situation? Master, this guy is clearly bullying me. Why are you protecting him? Feifei, can you refrain from throwing a tantrum? We are on a deserted island. No one is here to indulge you. This time, even Su Yuqing could no longer bear it. Suddenly, tears streamed down Luo Feifei's face. Woo-woo, even Master is bullying me. Feifei, I support Chunge. Luo Feifei, please do not assume the worst of everyone. My husband is a man of integrity and honor. If he desired a woman, my cousin would have already succumbed. Upon hearing this, Li Kerson's face turned as red as a cherry. Cousin, why bring me into this? I see through your little thoughts. What is there to fear? Li Keqiu stated boldly. And you, Qin Xiaolu, do you have some feelings for my husband as well? Come on, Li the superstar, criticizing Luo Feifei is one thing. But why drag me into this? Chu Jia, I do not. Stop pretending. We are all women here. Just look at the way my husband gazes at Chen Yang. He looks as if he wishes to devour him. How shameless are you? Qin Xiaolu never expected Li Keqiu to speak so boldly. Truly, a superstar has an open perspective on romantic matters. Luo Feifei, we are a united front now. Do you understand? If everyone behaves as you do, we might as well await our demise. Chen Yang was infuriated. If it weren't for him, would these women still be alive? Luo Feifei fell silent. All right, let us put this matter to rest. I will go ahead to investigate. You all stay here. Chinggu, let us accompany you. Li Kerson insisted, worried for Chen Yang's safety. Indeed, Chen Yang, what lies within that cave? None of us are aware. If we go together, we can look out for one another. After pondering, Chen Yang conceded that Su Yuqing's reasoning was not without merit. Fine. Remember, I will enter first. Only after ensuring safety should you all follow. And if danger arises, you must flee immediately. Yanga, what about you? Qin Xiaolu blinked and gazed affectionately at Chen Yang. Haha, what does a grown man like me have to fear? Let us go. Chen Yang waved his hand, and the group cautiously made their way toward the cave entrance. After a few minutes, they arrived at the cave mouth. Honey, what are you thinking about? Li Keqiu asked, noticing Chen Yang lost in thought at the entrance. What's so intriguing about this mere hole? Look, doesn't this entrance seem a bit unusual? Not really, it's just an ordinary cave opening. Qin Xiaolu observed after examining it for a while, unable to discern anything remarkable. I don't see anything special either. Su Yuqing exclaimed with wide eyes after 3 thorough looks. Naturally formed cave openings are often irregular. However, this entrance has rather neat edges, as if it were intentionally shaped. Chen Yang gave her a thumbs up, casting a look of approval. Qing Jie, do you mean to say this cave is man-made? Gazing at the entrance, which stood a meter high, Qin Xiaolu found it hard to believe. If it was indeed crafted by human hands, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Moreover, the rugged terrain made it difficult to transport machinery here. If it were entirely by hand, it would likely take at least half a year to complete. Smart, Chen Yang replied with a smile. A radiant grin blossomed on Qin Xiaolu's fair face. Are you suggesting that there are humans living on this deserted island? Qing Jie, I cannot confirm that yet. Let's venture inside and see. Thus, the group entered the cave. To Chen Yang's astonishment, the cave was not as dark as he had imagined. As they walked further, the sound of water grew increasingly audible. Qing Jie, look over there. In the next moment, all the women were mesmerized by the sight before them. 3 meters ahead, a wall of white water cascaded down, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Goodness, how marvelous! A product of divine craftsmanship. The architect of this cave must be a true artist. Perhaps before long, this place will become a popular spot. Chen Yang approached the water wall. Looking up, it turned out that here, the cave had formed a 5-centimeter long gap through which spring water gushed down. Was this gap a natural formation or a man-made one? If it were crafted by human hands, what kind of tool could produce such a straight fissure? Chen Yang pondered for quite some time, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Chen Yang, let us go over. Wait. Chen Yang halted Su Yuqing. What if there is a sheer cliff or an abyss beyond that water wall? If we cross over, it could lead to dire consequences. To be cautious, Chen Yang found a stick and prodded the water wall forcefully, then threw a few stones. We can proceed now. The sound of the stones hitting the ground confirmed to Chen Yang that the space beyond the water wall was likely the true entrance to the cave. Wow, it's so refreshing. The spring water even has a hint of sweetness. Li Keqiu and Li Keqing were exhilarated. As the 5 women passed through the water wall, they emerged with their upper bodies thoroughly soaked. Chen Yang feasted his eyes on the scene. 5 women, with alluring figures, were perfectly displayed. Oh, how delightful it would be to indulge in the company of Qing Tian and the others. Brother Chen, do you find it appealing? Li Keqing blushed as she twirled several times. Keqing, your figure is truly remarkable. Is that so? Brother Chen, you can gaze at it any time you wish. Observing her cousin's blatant flirtation with Chen Yang, Li Keqiu intentionally cleared her throat. Cousin, why are you coughing? Did you not say that a good man should be shared? I did say that. Li Keqing took Li Keqiu's hand and laughed. Sister, don't be upset. What reason do I have to be angry? Watching the 2 sisters, Su Yuqing felt they were beyond redemption. Chapter 51. The Terrifying Cave, the Iron-Blooded Warrior, the Giant Egg. Brother Yang, this place is quite nice. It offers shelter from the wind and rain and remains relatively cool. Lulu, you are absolutely correct. It's a pity that there isn't a large, soft bed here. Chen Yang remarked with a smile, while cautiously surveying the path ahead. Having traversed through a watery barrier, they walked another 30 meters. Oh, what is that smell? It's absolutely revolting. Li Keqiu exclaimed, covering her mouth, nearly succumbing to nausea. Suddenly, with a splutter, Qin Xiaolu crouched down and began to retch violently. With each step forward, the stench intensified. Even Chen Yang found it unbearable. Goodness, it reeks. Brother Yang, I think we should leave. I feel nauseous again. No sooner had she spoken than Qin Xiaolu heaved once more, spilling her stomach's contents onto the ground. Among the 5 women, only Luo Feifei and Su Yuqing managed to hold their composure, albeit not without distress. Leading the group, Chen Yang abruptly halted. The sight before him sent chills down his spine. A small hill composed of bones loomed about 10 meters away, rising approximately 2 meters high. They're ghosts. They're ghosts. Woo, I'm scared. Li Keqing and Qin Xiaolu screamed, their bodies trembling, eyes wide with terror. Honey, I don't want to stay here. Li Keqiu clutched Chen Yang's hand, her entire frame quaking. It's merely a pile of bones. What is their fear? Luo Feifei scoffed and approached the mound. However, upon reaching the bone pile, she stumbled back in fright. Feifei, what is wrong? Chen Yang, my heavens, I see human skulls and dismembered limbs. What? Are these all human bones? Chen Yang rushed over. My goodness, so many bones and skeletons. If they all belong to humans. It must have taken at least 1,000 lives to form this 2-meter-high mound. Gazing at the scattered remains, Luo Feifei felt a profound dread. Suddenly, Chen Yang's eyes widened. He witnessed an even more gruesome and horrifying scene. Beneath the pile of bones lay remnants of animals, some limbs merely half decayed, revealing dark, foul-smelling flesh. While Chen Yang was lost in contemplation, Su Yuqing let out a piercing scream. Chen Yang, look over there. Following her finger, he was confronted by the sight of a tiger's head and half of a bear's paw. In that moment, Chen Yang felt as though they had entered a den of nightmares. Chen Yang, come quickly and see. At that moment, Li Keqiu discovered yet another horrifying presence. She pointed at the stone wall, revealing several deep and wide claw marks etched into its surface. Chen Yang reached out to touch them, and his expression changed dramatically. The claw marks on the stone wall were so smooth, with no signs of interruption, as if they had been carved in one continuous motion. With the deaths of thousands and the ferocity of bears and tigers, all perished within this cave, Chen Yang could scarcely imagine the terrifying strength possessed by its owner. Could it be that even more formidable beasts exist on this deserted island? Chen Yang immediately dismissed the notion of humans. There are no beings of such extraordinary prowess on Earth. Brother Yang, have you ever watched that American sci-fi film? Lulu inquired. Are you referring to Alien versus Predator? Li Kersin instantly thought of that cinematic masterpiece. Indeed, could it be the work of grotesque extraterrestrial beings like the Predator? Lulu, are you perhaps indulging too much in science fiction? If aliens truly existed, the news would have spread far and wide. Luo Feifei promptly refuted her speculation. Sister Feifei, it cannot be humans. Could it be a super monster akin to Godzilla? Please, Miss Lu, spare us your fanciful musings. Godzilla? Why not mention Wolverine instead? Chen Yang stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. He too had considered the possibility of extraterrestrials, but chose to remain silent. Let us proceed forward. Perhaps we can unravel this mystery. What? Chen Yang, are you out of your mind? I have no desire to remain in this cave forever like those skeletal remains. Sister Feifei, since we are here, we must uncover the truth. Otherwise, our journey would have been in vain. I concur. I wish to return. Luo Feifei and Qin Xiaolu opposed. Li Kersin and Li Keqiu supported, leaving only Su Yuqing yet to voice her stance. Master, do speak. Feifei, as the ancients said, since we have come, let us be at ease. I believe we should venture to the end and see for ourselves. Master, what if there truly are monsters awaiting us ahead? Sister Feifei, if you are afraid, you and Lu can stay here. We will accompany Chen Yang. I disagree, I am scared. Qin Xiaolu clung tightly to Chen Yang's hand, feeling a modicum of safety only in his presence. Very well, you all stay here. I shall go alone. Remember, as soon as you hear my voice, run. Do you understand? Darling, I wish to accompany you. Qingge, please take my cousin and me with you. Chen Yang shook his head. No, didn't T. Feifei say it might be more perilous ahead? It is far better for me to take the risk alone than for a group to follow suit. My love. Li Keqiu pouted, looking quite pitiful. Chu, fret not. I shall be fine. Chen Yang gently pinched Li Keqiu's nose. All right, my love, you must be careful. I shall await your return. Saying this, Li Keqiu leaned in and gave Chen Yang a quick kiss. Chen Yang smiled, giving an okay gesture. The women all gazed after Chen Yang's retreating figure, silently praying in unison. As he moved on, Chen Yang noticed the path ahead narrowing, yet he managed to navigate through successfully. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he finally reached the end of the cave. Upon glancing around, his face registered astonishment. A dozen eggs, each about a meter tall and completely white, stood upright on the grass. Goodness, what sort of eggs are these? They are as tall as a person. Ah, here lie a dozen eggs. Yet their mother is nowhere to be seen. For the sake of caution, Chen Yang observed the scene for several minutes. Once he confirmed the absence of any movement, he cautiously approached one of the white eggs. As he touched it, he felt a lingering warmth on the shell, which was remarkably smooth to the touch. Suddenly, an unsettling possibility struck him. Could it be that the white bones, the tiger, and the black bear were all the doing of this mysterious mother? If that were indeed the case, the successful hatching of these eggs would spell catastrophic doom for the entire deserted island. Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A mere meter away from Chen Yang, the shell of one white egg shattered, fracturing from the bottom upward, piece by piece. This is bad. Could the monster be on the verge of hatching? Chapter 52. The cave collapse, a narrow escape without a moment's hesitation. Chen Yang bent down to pick up a wooden stick. Suddenly, he felt something hard beneath his feet. However, he paid it no heed, choosing instead to smash a dozen eggs into oblivion with the stick. Once he completed the task, he meticulously inspected the area, fearful of any remnants that might have escaped his notice. Fortunately, he found none. He then returned to the spot he had just vacated, crouching down to examine it for an extended period. After a few moments of contemplation, Chen Yang picked up the stick once more and prodded the ground several times. To his astonishment, the stick snapped upon contact. It seemed that what he had stepped on was rather solid. Thus, he extended his hand to investigate further. After considerable effort, he finally managed to extract a black box from the ground. The box featured a small screen, approximately 2 inches in size. a barely noticeable small hole in the upper right corner, and a red indicator light glowing in the lower right corner. Chen Yang stared intently at the small hole, pondering the implications of the screen. Could it be a miniature camera? Oh no, did it record the entire process of his destruction of the eggs? If it truly was a camera, then his image must have been captured. This was a disaster. The enigmatic owner of the cave was truly despicable for concealing a camera in such a discreet location. Chen Yang suspected that this device was meant to monitor the eggs. However, a troubling question arose. What manner of being possessed such advanced technology? Was it human? Or perhaps extraterrestrial, akin to the beings described by Li Kursin? At this moment, Chen Yang felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He realized he had to destroy the camera. With that determination, he raised the black box and forcefully hurled it against the ground. To his shock, no matter how hard he threw it, the box remained unscathed. Doubting his own strength, he continued to slam it down nearly 20 times. Yet the surface of the box showed no signs of damage whatsoever. How resilient was this screen? At this juncture, Chen Yang was drenched in sweat, his strength nearly depleted. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and cracks appeared in the earth. This was bad. The cave was on the verge of collapsing. Chen Yang cursed under his breath, astonished by the capabilities of the cave's owner. It seemed that the destruction of the eggs triggered a self-destruct mechanism. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sprinted back. Qingjia! Qingjia! The cave is collapsing. Run! From a distance, he spotted Su Yuqing and the others standing foolishly in place. Chen Yang shouted urgently. What is wrong, darling? Li Keqiu appeared bewildered. The cave is collapsing? That can't be right. Luo Feifei glanced around, sensing no tremors. Indeed, Brother Chen, everything seems fine here. How could it possibly collapse? In the next instant, the area at the far end of the cave, where the eggs were located, collapsed with a thunderous roar, blocked by massive boulders. Chen Yang felt a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. Alas, if I had delayed for even a few seconds longer, my life would have been forfeit. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Brother Yang, why did you take so long to return? What transpired within? Qin Xiaolu discerned that the depths of the cave were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, Chen Yang would not have fled in such disarray. Oh, it's nothing much. Chen Yang sought to alleviate the concerns of the ladies by concealing the truth. Nothing much? Then why did you linger for nearly 20 minutes? Luo Feifei scrutinized Chen Yang with suspicion, suspecting that he was being deceitful. What, Luo Feifei, are you suggesting that I am lying? Whether you are truthful or not. You alone are aware. I mentioned there was gold and jewels inside. Do you believe me? Brother Yang, is there really gold? Qin Xiaolu inquired eagerly. Lulu, you are so naive. Even if there were gold, could you carry it away? Chen Yang cast a disparaging glance at the woman. Chapter 53. Do not fire the gun recklessly, Brother Yang. I was merely speaking casually. Why are you being so harsh? Qin Xiaolu pouted with a look of grievance. Little sister, you truly know how to act cute. Why not teach your elder sister as well? Li Keqiu retorted with a hint of jealousy. Qin Xiaolu recognized that Li Keqiu was upset and dared not respond. Chen Yang, what shall we do now? Su Yuqing lifted her gaze, glancing outside the cave. There were at most 2 or 3 hours until nightfall. Given their previous pace of travel, even with an additional 5 hours, they would be unable to exit this area. Navigating through this unfamiliar forest at night posed considerable danger, risking total annihilation. Sister Qing, what are your thoughts? Chen Yang refrained from answering and instead directed the question to Su Yuqing. She was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Chen Yang's approach. What I mean is, we have traveled quite a distance already, and our stamina must be nearly depleted. This cave entrance is quite concealed. I believe it is relatively safe. Why not rest here, conserve our energy, and set off at dawn? Sisters, what do you think? Sister Qing, look at this cave. It's filled with stones. How can we rest here? Li Keqiu expressed her discomfort. Previously, she could manage sleeping on leaves, but the thought of resting on stones was daunting. Indeed, Sister Qing, you can't possibly expect us to sleep directly on the stones, can you? They are far too hard. Li Kursin added, pouting in reluctance. Having a place to settle is already a blessing. We're not at home, so do not be so choosy. Sister Feifei, since you're not picky, why not lie on the stones now and see how it feels? Li Curson teased. You. Luo Feifei stamped her foot in irritation. Enough of the bickering. I will find a solution for our sleeping arrangements, Chen Yang said after a moment of contemplation, gazing outside the cave, soon arriving at a plan. What plan? Brother Yang. Hee. Choo-choo, what other plan could there be? We'll gather some branches and leaves. Everyone endure a little. All right, it must be done. Hee, Brother Yang. As long as you are here, I am willing to do anything. Su Yuqing, Li Keqiu, and Li Curson exchanged glances, then simultaneously scrutinized Qin Xiaolu. Their intuition as women told them that this seemingly innocent girl was not simple. She possessed the skill to charm men. At the same time, they felt an invisible pressure, the pressure of arrival. Please sit and rest for a moment. I will go fetch some branches. Brother Yang, I'm not tired. How about I go with you? As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, Qin Xiaolu eagerly agreed, moving to stand beside him. I'll go too. It's too hot. I can't sleep anyway. Hee. I can't just enjoy the fruits of labor, can I? I'll join. Darling, wherever you go, I will follow. Chen Yang was both amused and exasperated. He sensed that these women were seemingly competing with one another, each unwilling to fall behind. All right, let us pair up. It will be less tiresome. Let's depart, he urged. Fortunately, just outside the cave lay a dense grove where barren branches lay strewn across the ground. 5 women busily vied for the task at hand, eager to keep pace with one another. In less than 15 minutes, they had gathered a considerable amount of twigs. As for Chen Yang, he had deftly fashioned 6 rudimentary wooden beds. Considering the distinction between genders, he chose the outermost bed, closest to the cave's entrance. After their exertions, the group was nearly exhausted. Sister Qing, are you all hungry? One inquired. Not yet. We can hold on a little longer. Dear husband, I am famished. I long for meat. Another lamented. Cousin, we're not by the seaside. Where would the meat come from? Oh, I was merely jesting. Honestly, Li Keqiu shot a disapproving glance at her cousin. Chen Yang, shall we venture out for a hunt? Perhaps we might catch a few rabbits, suggested Luo Feifei, recalling Chen Yang's childhood experiences hunting with his grandfather, which bestowed upon him a modicum of expertise in this endeavor. She considered her own agility and concluded that they would make a good team. Feifei, you have always disliked my husband, haven't you? Why the sudden eagerness? Li Keqiu scrutinized Luo Feifei, suspecting ulterior motives. Luo Feifei chuckled. Ah, Choo-choo, I know what you were thinking. Rest assured, I have no intention of stealing your man behind your back. Not behind my back? So you mean to claim him openly? I never said that. If you choose to interpret it that way, that's beyond my control. TSK, that is clearly your implication. Kuxian, do you understand it the same way? Li Kuxian refrained from responding, unwilling to offend either party. Enough. Weren't you all just complaining of hunger? How can you still bicker? Chen Yang interjected. Feifei, you stay here to protect them. I will hunt alone. There should be no issue. All right. Luo Feifei contemplated warning Chen Yang to exercise caution, but fearing Li Keqiu's ire, she swallowed her words. Very well, I shall set out to hunt. You, Sister Qing and Feifei, are in charge here. Remember, do not wander about. The women nodded in agreement. At that moment, they regarded Chen Yang as their pillar of strength, their reliance on him growing stronger. After taking a few steps, Chen Yang paused and glanced back at the 5 women. After a moment's reflection, he turned to Luo Feifei. Sensing he had something to convey, she approached him slowly. Feifei, could you step outside for a moment? Soon, they stood 3 meters from the cave entrance. Noticing Chen Yang's mysterious demeanor, Luo Feifei's curiosity piqued. Chen Yang, are there things you cannot say in their presence? He shook his head. Feifei, this is for you. Upon seeing the dark object he handed her, Luo Feifei gasped. You're giving me a gun? I don't know how to use such a thing. No worries, I will teach you shortly. I fear that while I am out hunting, you may be in danger, and a firearm will provide added security. You have the best speed and stamina. I trust you completely. Relieved, Luo Feifei accepted the handgun. At that moment, she felt a twinge of surprise, accompanied by a surge of excitement. She never anticipated that Chen Yang would place such unwavering trust in her by entrusting her with a handgun, an instrument capable of determining life and death. Why not give it to my master? Why do you choose to believe in me? Haha, Luo Feifei, I have always believed in you. You are bold and meticulous. though your only flaw is your unrelenting tongue. TCH, so you have noticed my shortcomings? Hee hee. As for my virtues, they are abundant. Chen Yang leered mischievously, his gaze fixated on Luo Feifei's chest. Ha, you rogue. All right, now let me teach you how to fire a gun. Chen Yang demonstrated once. Did you comprehend it? Ha! It turns out to be so simple. Remember, never point the muzzle at anyone. This gun is already loaded. All you need to do is pull the trigger. Concerned about accidental discharge, Chen Yang reiterated his warning. I understand and have taken note. Honestly, you sound like an old lady, rambling on. Ha ha, Feifei. You look quite adorable when you are angry. How annoying. You spend all day thinking of ways to tease women. Luo Feifei shot Chen Yang a glare before securing the gun and retreating to the cave. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Woman and the Indigenous Tribe. As Luo Feifei entered the cave, a group of women gathered around her, their curiosity piqued. What could Chen Yang have said to her when he called her aside? Feifei, why did my husband take you out alone? What were you two whispering about? Li Keqiu's jealousy flared. These two had always been at odds. How could they suddenly be so amiable? She suspected there might be something more between them, a ruse perhaps. Hee hee, Chu, are you jealous? Not at all. I'm merely curious. Besides, I pride myself on being magnanimous. If anyone likes my husband, they can have him. After all, I'm the first woman in Chen Yang's life, and that title is sufficient for me. As she spoke, Li Keqiu cast a deliberate glance at the other women, subtly reaffirming her status as the principal partner. Don't worry, no one is trying to steal your man, someone said. Is that so? I have my doubts, Li Keqiu replied, eyeing Qin Xiaolu. Chu, I only admire Brother Yang. I swear there are no romantic feelings. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, raising her hand in a mock oath to convince Li Keqiu. Oh dear sister, what are you doing? I assure you, it's of no concern. The more exceptional a man, the more attention he attracts. This is a truth I understand well. Your words are sweeter than your actions. If you truly had no issue, why the fixation on me? Such hypocrisy. Despite her dissatisfaction, Qin Xiaolu maintained a radiant smile. Yet her gaze was fixed intently on Luo Feifei's waist. It seemed she had noticed a bulge at Luo Feifei's waist, suggesting she might be concealing something significant. Perhaps Chen Yang had given her a precious item before departing, which was not to be taken lightly. Otherwise, he would not have called her aside. To confirm her suspicions, Qin Xiaolu devised a plan. Ouch! She suddenly cried out, stumbling towards Luo Feifei, instinctively reaching for her waist. She believed her reflexive action would go unnoticed. Seeing Qin Xiaolu's hand approach her waist, Luo Feifei's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly sidestepped, guarding her waist with her hand while keeping a vigilant gaze on Qin Xiaolu. Wah! It hurts, it hurts! As expected, Luo Feifei did not assist her in time. Feifei, what's wrong? Why didn't you help Lulu? Su Yuqing, oblivious to the true situation, shot a disapproving glance at her apprentice. Jingjia, I'm fine. It was my mistake, and this has nothing to do with Feifei. Qin Xiaolu quickly defended Luo Feifei. At that moment, Luo Feifei's expression grew more serious. Although Qin Xiaolu's reaction was instinctual and could be understood by her master, she sensed that Qin Xiaolu had come prepared. Hee hee, this woman is far too cunning. Apologies, Lulu, Luo Feifei said with a look of regret, bending down to support Qin Xiaolu. It's all right, Feifei. I'm fine. The two women exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of each other's thoughts, yet refraining from addressing them directly. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, armed only with a military knife and a bag of anti-inflammatory medicine, navigated through the dense jungle. Fearing he might lose his way, he proceeded straight down a narrow path. However, after nearly half an hour of wandering, he found nothing. Damn it, I hope today isn't a wasted trip, Chen Yang muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard commotion not far ahead. Voices of people mingled with the roar of an animal. Could there be survivors here? With this thought, he tightened his grip on his dagger and crouched low, cautiously making his way northeast. As he drew closer, he noticed a thicket swaying violently. Upon inspection, he was shocked to see a red wolf pouncing on a person, its jaws snapping fiercely. Judging by the figure, it appeared to be a woman. She struggled desperately, her hands bracing against the wolf's head, while the cunning creature used its hind legs to kick at her abdomen. its sharp claws swiftly tearing into her skin. Wait, the woman's attire was remarkably peculiar. Chen Yang had been entirely focused on the red wolf. But now he noticed that her clothing was fashioned from leaves, covering only a few vital areas. Could she be a native of this deserted island? Suddenly, a memory struck him. Earlier, while gathering scallops by the seaside, he had spotted a figure hidden among the trees. Could that voyeur be from the same tribe as this woman? Just then, a muffled groan escaped the woman's lips, and Chen Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps the prolonged struggle had drained her strength, giving the wolf an advantage. The red wolf had latched onto her right arm, blood flowing freely. Realizing he needed to act quickly, not only to save her, but also to ensure his own safety, Chen Yang understood that once the wolf dealt with her, it would undoubtedly turn its attention to him. At that moment, the keen wolf caught the scent of a human. It abruptly turned its head, its blue eyes locking onto Chen Yang for several seconds. The woman looked at him with pleading eyes, her mouth moving as if calling for help. Chen Yang glanced around and soon spotted a slender stick. "Hang in there, beautiful. I'll be with you shortly," he called, rushing over to pick up the stick and swiftly sharpen it with his knife. The woman, misunderstanding his actions, displayed a look of anger, assuming he was frightened and unwilling to help. 2 minutes later, Chen Yang fashioned a spear. "I'm coming to save you," he declared, gripping the spear tightly as he charged forward. The red wolf turned its head once more, exposing its sharp teeth, seemingly warning Chen Yang that if he dared to advance another step, he would become its meal. Chen Yang, struck by inspiration, immediately halted in his tracks. Indeed, the red wolf continued its savage assault on the woman. Ah, an opportunity has arisen. Chen Yang brandished his spear, summoning all his strength to hurl it towards the wolf's abdomen. "Heaven grant me success. It must strike true," Chen Yang fervently prayed within his heart. With a muffled grunt from the wolf, the sharp wooden spear pierced deep into its belly. Seizing the moment of distraction, the woman snatched up a short spear from the ground and plunged it into the wolf's neck, twisting it back and forth several times. In the next instant, blood gushed forth from the wolf. Perhaps fueled by rage, the woman withdrew the short spear and relentlessly stabbed again and again, seemingly releasing her pent-up fury. Goodness, this woman is truly ruthless. In such a bloody scene, she remained remarkably composed and unflappable. Chen Yang realized that the tribe to which this woman belonged must have a long-standing tradition of hunting. Simultaneously, he pondered a more terrifying issue. Chapter 55, The Woman's Gift. Roasted wolf meat. This woman possesses formidable strength, capable of contending with an adult red wolf. This does not imply, however, that the men of her tribe are physically superior. In an instant, a chill ran down Chen Yang's spine. He was unaware of the whereabouts of this tribe or the number of its inhabitants. Should he encounter them, the odds might not be in his favor. At this moment, the woman gripped her spear, casting a wary gaze upon Chen Yang, adopting a stance of aggression. "My dear, it was I who rescued you moments ago. Are you truly contemplating a duel with me?" The woman took a few steps back, scrutinizing Chen Yang once more. After several seconds, she lowered her spear. Chen Yang surmised that she had realized he posed no threat and thus relaxed her guard. Suddenly, the woman pointed at the lifeless red wolf, then gestured to herself and finally to Chen Yang. "Are you suggesting we share this wolf?" he queried. The woman nodded in affirmation. "Ha! You killed the wolf. I do not want it. It is all yours." The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by his response. At that moment, she approached the nearby grass, bending down to retrieve something. To Chen Yang's surprise, she unearthed 2 bamboo traps. Upon opening one, she extracted 3 furry creatures. My heavens, are those mice? One of them was nearly the size of an adult cat. Just as Chen Yang was grappling with his astonishment, the woman tossed the 3 mice towards him. "What does this mean? Is this the reward for saving you?" Subsequently, the woman hoisted the red wolf upon her shoulder and turned it apart. "Hey, beautiful, where are you going?" The woman glanced back, hesitated for a moment, and approached him, pulling a crescent-shaped pendant from around her neck. "Are you giving this crescent to me?" he inquired. The woman nodded and draped the crescent around Chen Yang's neck. At that moment, they were almost touching. Wow, what a delightful fragrance. Chen Yang could hardly believe that this woman, with skin as dark as coal, exuded such an alluring scent, igniting a stirring within him. What is happening to me? This woman, whom I find the least attractive, is stirring such feelings? Could it be that I have not been with a woman in a long time? No, even in the company of a stunning beauty like Su Yuqing, he had never felt such an impulse. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It must be the enchanting aroma emanating from her. At that juncture, the woman cast the red wolf onto the ground and cradled the crescent in her hands. What is your intention, fair one? Is this crescent of great significance? Should I cherish it? The woman smiled and nodded repeatedly. Chen Yang recalled an adventure film he had seen, where the male protagonist rescued a woman from a primitive tribe. And in gratitude, she presented him with a cherished possession. Could it be that this woman holds a significant status? Perhaps she is the daughter of the chief? Just as Chen Yang was lost in contemplation, he was startled by the sight of the woman clutching a large, bloodied piece of wolf meat. Alas, I merely nodded off for a fleeting moment, yet this woman managed to eviscerate the red wolf. After casting a few glances at the dismembered creature, Chen Yang was astounded to realize that her skill in butchery rivaled that of a seasoned butcher. Without further inquiry, he accepted the sizable portions of wolf meat. The woman smiled, winked at Chen Yang, and then hoisted the red wolf, swiftly disappearing into the thicket with astonishing speed, leaving Chen Yang momentarily speechless. Concerned for Su Yuqing and the other 4 women, he did not linger and hurriedly departed from his sight. Approximately 20 minutes later, he successfully returned to the cave. Upon his arrival, the women rushed towards him in a flurry. "Darling, you're finally back. We were so worried about you," Li Keqiu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Chen Yang's hand. "Brother Yang, did you encounter any danger?" Qin Xiaolu inquired. "Chen, what is it you're holding?" Li Keqiu asked, her eyes widening in fear as she noticed the bloodied meat retreating behind Luo Feifei. "Hee, fortune smiled upon me today. I took down a red wolf, and this is the most delectable part of the meat. We shall roast it shortly," Chen Yang stated with a grin, waving the wolf meat before the women. "Brother Yang, you are incredible. In ancient times, there were those who could fight tigers. Now, we have Brother Yang who can slay wolves with his bare hands. Hee, Brother Yang, you are even mightier than Wu Song." Qin Xiaolu gazed at Chen Yang with admiration. "Hee, little sister Xiaolu, I just discovered your literary prowess. You even know of Wu Song," Luo Feifei remarked. "Sister Feifei, have you not read Water Margin?" Qin Xiaolu blinked innocently, her novet truly enchanting to the men. "Ah, of course I have. However, with your eloquence and beauty, you must know many men, right?" Luo Feifei teased. "Sister Feifei, what do you mean?" I've never had a boyfriend," Qin Xiaolu stammered. "Really? Never had a boyfriend? You have a good godfather. I envy you." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolu's expression darkened immediately. Luo Feifei's words were sharp, and she could not help but discern the underlying tone. Li Keqiu, Li Keqiu, and Su Yuqing were all taken aback, perplexed as to why Luo Feifei suddenly directed her ire at Qin Xiaolu. "All right, let us not dwell on that. It's good that Chen Yang is back." Su Yuqing quickly redirected the conversation. If they continued bickering with her fiery temperament, it might indeed escalate into a quarrel. "Qin Jia, let us assign some tasks and roast this meat." "Agreed. Feifei, Chu, Cursin, Xiaolu, let us get to work." Chen Yang's hunting was quite the endeavor. "This little task is on us. Let him rest properly." It must be said, Su Yuqing truly was considerate, and her thoughtfulness warmed Chen Yang's heart. Before long, the 5 women gathered a considerable pile of firewood. "Qin Jia, what are you all doing?" Chen Yang asked. "You mentioned roasting meat, didn't you?" "We're preparing the firewood. We cannot light a fire outside." "Why not?" the 5 women queried in unison. "Consider the ancient battles. Did they not use wolf smoke as a signal in combat?" "Chen Yang, do you mean that if we live outside, we inevitably produce smoke, which may potentially reveal our location and place us in peril?" Luo Feifei immediately grasped this concern. Chen Yang nodded. "Hee, Feifei, you are quite astute. Well done." "Umph, I have plenty of skills." "Is that so? I didn't realize you were so formidable. When shall we engage in a conversation?" "Engage? What could a man and a woman possibly discuss?" Li Keqiu, Li Keqiu, and Su Yuqing regarded Chen Yang with peculiar expressions. "Qing Jia, Chu, Cursin, Why are you all staring at me like that? Is it because of my striking handsomeness? Self-praise from a vendor. Indeed, darling, you are quite the narcissist. Unbeknownst to anyone, Luo Feifei's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. Chapter 56. Brother Yang, you were so bad. An hour later, a modest barbecue feast commenced. Earlier, a mysterious woman had presented 3 large rats, which Chen Yang had dismembered, yielding a total of 6 legs, 1 for each person. Although there were no spices such as cumin or salt, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat had the women drooling. Li Kersin dug in heartily, and before long, 1 leg was devoured entirely. Ha ha, Kersin, this one is for you, Chen Yang said, offering her the leg he had been holding. Brother Chen, you've worked so hard. I cannot take yours. Li Kersin wiped her mouth, her eyes fixed hungrily on the roasted leg. With a chuckle, Chen Yang pressed the leg into her hands. Brother Yang, what kind of meat is this? It's delicious. You all have encountered this before. It's quite common in daily life, Chen Yang teased, keeping them in suspense. Darling, this piece is so small. It can't possibly be rabbit meat, can it? Or hedgehog? Or frog? They guessed, but none arrived at the correct answer. Humph, I'm done guessing. It's infuriating. What is it? Luo Feifei exclaimed, her face a picture of indignation. It's rat meat. What? We just ate rat meat? The 5 women recoiled in disgust, promptly retching. Li Keqiu even clutched her throat, attempting to expel the rat meat she had just ingested. You scoundrel! You actually fed us rat meat? Brother Yang, how could you? Humph, darling, I'm upset. Li Kersin pouted, clearly aggrieved. Chen Yang, is this really rat meat? Su Yuqing asked incredulously. If it truly was, those rats were astonishingly large. Moreover, rats typically dwell in dark, damp places and move swiftly. How could Chen Yang have captured 3 of them so easily? Indeed, it's rat meat, Chen Yang replied calmly. Brother Chen, you've gone too far. Li Kersin protested angrily, throwing the leg to the ground. Kersin, if you don't want to eat it, you could have given it to me instead of wasting it. Why are you so kind-hearted if you're not eating it yourself? Kersin, your words wound my heart. Haven't you yet had enough to eat? Honestly, I don't care. You did this on purpose. Li Kersin pouted as if deeply wronged. The other 3 women, including Su Yuqing, glared at Chen Yang in anger. What is this all about? Having meat is certainly better than going hungry. Chen Yang, you should have informed us beforehand. Luo Feifei retorted. If I had told you in advance, would you still have eaten it? You could have told us. Whether we chose to eat it or not would have been our decision. Concealing it from us is your fault. Exactly. Chu, your husband is truly inconsiderate. This time, aside from Qin Xiaolu, who remained silent, all 4 women were vocally chastising Chen Yang. Dear sisters, Brother Yang did not intend this. With just this little rat meat, it is hardly sufficient for the 6 of us. Moreover, in the wilderness, catching 3 large rats is quite an achievement. It is one thing for the sisters to misunderstand Brother Yang, but to cast aspersions upon him is utterly unacceptable. Chen Yang was taken aback when Qin Xiaolu stepped forth to defend him. He cast a deliberate glance at her. Chen Yang, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. You have been tirelessly attending to our needs, while we have simply reaped the benefits. Su Yuqing recognized her misstep. It's all right, Sister Qing. We are all friends. My dear, I am sorry. I should not have blamed you. Under Su Yuqing's leadership, the women began to reflect on their own behaviors. This matter should now be put to rest. All right, I will divide this wolf meat into 6 portions. Chen Yang wielded a military knife to cut the meat. Perhaps due to their overwhelming hunger, the women seemed unfazed by the earlier incident involving the mouse and devoured their portions with gusto. As they finished their meal, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yang, how shall we handle a night watch? Despite the cave's concealment, the night posed significant dangers. As per our usual arrangement, I will take the first watch while you all rest peacefully. I oppose this. Luo Feifei was the first to raise her hand in dissent. Chen Yang, although you're the only male here, I believe we should treat each other equally. We cannot always have you on the front lines, can we? I concur with Sister Feifei's perspective. I support this as well. Feifei, what do you propose? Luo Feifei contemplated for a moment and continued. How about we form pairs, with each group taking a 4-hour shift? Remarkably, the women reached a unanimous consensus. However, after Chen Yang's insistence, it was decided that he and Qin Xiaolu would take the first watch for 4 hours. Cursin, Fei Fei, you should rest while you can. Tonight, the first shift will be manned by Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu. Understood, master. The two washed up briefly before lying down to rest. Time passed slowly, darkness deepened, and soon 8 hours had elapsed. Chen Yang, wake up. It's your turn for the watch. Su Yuqing gently tapped his shoulder. However, Chen Yang remained unresponsive, sleeping soundly. Sister Qing, let Brother Yang continue to rest. I can handle the night watch alone. Lulu, are you not afraid? Oh no. With all the sisters here, I fear nothing. Qin Xiaolu replied with a smile. Very well. Lulu, I appreciate your efforts. Sigh, Chen Yang really. Su Yuqing began to grumble. Unbeknownst to them, another 2 hours slipped by. The cave was eerily silent, while Su Yuqing and the others slept soundly. Sitting at the cave entrance, Qin Xiaolu surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no anomalies before turning her gaze to Chen Yang, who lay beside her. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips. With utmost care, she circled the cave, ensuring that Su Yuqing, Luo Fei Fei, and the others were deeply asleep before making a bold move. She lay down beside Chen Yang, extending her delicate hand to gently caress his face, and then pressed her cheek against his. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Chen Yang, in a state of drowsiness, felt his lips come into contact with something soft and yielding. It seemed as though his body was being touched by another. Startled, Chen Yang thought, could it be that I am ensnared by a female ghost? Initially, he dared not utter a sound and feigned sleep. Brother Yang, I really like you. Suddenly, a faint voice reached his ears, startling him even further. Isn't that the voice of Qin Xiaolu? What could she possibly be doing here in the dead of night, instead of fulfilling her duties? A few seconds later, Chen Yang's body trembled violently. Qin Xiaolu's expression shifted dramatically as she realized that Chen Yang might be waking up. Brother Yang, you're awake? At that moment, her delicate hand rested upon his chest. Lulu, what are you doing? Even a fool could comprehend the situation, let alone the spirited Chen Yang. Qin Xiaolu smiled. In the next instant, Chen Yang's mouth was silenced. Chapter 57. The overly forward beauty Chen Yang was both exhilarated and apprehensive. Was this woman out of her mind? After all, Su Yuqing, Li Keqiu, and Luo Fei Fei were lying nearby, particularly Luo Fei Fei, whose hearing was remarkably acute. Although Qin Xiaolu possessed a pleasing appearance and ranked decently among these 5 women, Chen Yang was just an ordinary man, faced with such a seductive overture. How many men could resist? Yet, Chen Yang was also fearful of being caught by Sister Qing. After some contemplation, he ultimately resisted the temptation and gently pushed Qin Xiaolu away. Xiaolu, have you lost your senses? He exclaimed. Qin Xiaolu flashed a playful grin. What is the matter? Are you not fond of this? Or are you simply afraid? She provocatively swayed her alluring form. Xiaolu, we cannot proceed like this. Please get up. Qin Xiaolu raised her hand in a shushing gesture, signaling Chen Yang to remain silent, and pointed to a nearby thicket. Don't worry, if we go there, they won't notice. Don't you desire this? Or is there something wrong with you? She was confident that Chen Yang would not refuse her. Before Chen Yang could respond, Qin Xiaolu leaned in for another bold kiss. Suddenly, Su Yuqing turned over, startling Chen Yang. Yet, Qin Xiaolu remained undeterred, pressing her body against him. This was unacceptable. As a man, how could he allow a woman to dictate his actions? Thus, Chen Yang once again pushed Qin Xiaolu away. Her brows furrowed in frustration. Twice she had initiated, only to be rebuffed. How could she not be incensed? My dear Yang, if I were to call out, just imagine what Sister Qing and the others would think upon witnessing us like this. Damn it, this woman dared to threaten him. Chen Yang was furious, yet felt powerless against Qin Xiaolu. Fine, since you are so forward, I shall not refuse such an opportunity. With that, he pulled Qin Xiaolu into his embrace. Qin Xiaolu was elated, believing her charms had triumphed. No man could escape the allure of her beauty. After sharing a few kisses, however, Luo Fei Fei unexpectedly turned over, sending a chill of panic through Chen Yang. He sensed the precariousness of the situation. Let us go over there. Ye Yang. Hee, you must perform well later. Xiaolu. I never imagined you to be such a woman. A lady like Qin Xiaolu, in ancient times, would surely be deemed a source of calamity. Hee hee. Don't you men all adore women like me? Suddenly, Chen Yang pondered a pressing question. Xiaolu, what exactly is your relationship with your dean and director? How annoying. Young, is that question really so significant? Let us hurry, or it will be troublesome once Sister Qing wakes up. Noticing Qin Xiaolu's evasive response, Chen Yang surmised that her connection with Dean Zhang and Director Ma was undoubtedly unconventional. Perhaps she was their golden canary. Well, it mattered not. He had no intention of marrying Qin Xiaolu, so their relationships were irrelevant. Soon, they arrived at the thicket. Before Chen Yang could steady himself, Qin Xiaolu eagerly pounced upon him. Xiaolu, you are exceedingly eager, aren't you? Can't you allow me a moment to catch my breath? Hee hee, I merely wish to spare you the wait. Dear brother. Before long, 30 minutes had elapsed. Qin Xiaolu adjusted her attire, scrutinizing herself from head to toe, anxious that Su Yuqing and the others might detect any irregularities. Brother Yang, I am now yours. You will protect me, will you not? Of course. Even if you were not mine, I would safeguard you. Hee hee, with your assurance, I find solace. Having uttered these words, Qin Xiaolu turned and returned to the cave entrance, as though the incident had never transpired. My goodness, what a woman of depth. Chen Yang began to comprehend that Qin Xiaolu's proactive demeanor was merely an endeavor to secure his protection. In this perilous island, a woman without a man's guardianship would find it nearly impossible to navigate, her life perpetually at risk. As Qin Xiaolu approached the cave entrance, Su Yuqing stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed the lingering flush on Qin Xiaolu's face and the beads of sweat soaking her attire, and as a woman, she immediately grasped the situation. Sister Qing, you're awake? Su Yuqing nodded. Oh, where's Chen Yang? Were you two not keeping watch? Sister Qing. Brother Yang just stepped out for a moment. He mentioned it was a bit stuffy here and sought some fresh air in the nearby woods. He, feeling stifled in the heat, and he runs off to the woods at night? Who would believe such a tale? Lulu, why is your face so flushed? Sister Qing. Perhaps it is merely the heat. Qin Xiaolu's gaze darted about, unwilling to meet her eyes directly. Is that so? The night is still young. Would you like to rest a while longer? I have rested sufficiently. Lulu, you must be weary. Shall I watch over you while you take a break? Su Yuqing deliberately emphasized the word weary. Oh no, could it be that Su Yuqing has discerned something? Regardless, it matters little, as no one has caught them in the act. That may not be appropriate. Nonsense. Sleep, for I am unable to do so. Thank you, Sister Qing. Qin Xiaolu did not refuse. She had indeed been quite fatigued. Just as she lay down, Chen Yang returned. Sister Qing, why are you up? Upon seeing Su Yuqing, Chen Yang felt a surge of panic. Chen Yang, did you go out for fresh air? Why are you drenched in sweat? I'm fine. It might just be the heat. Hee hee. Su Yuqing chose not to press further. Sometimes, certain matters are best left unspoken, as exposing them could lead to discomfort. Chen Yang was certain she had noticed something. Yet, why was Su Yuqing not the least bit angry? It is quite warm. Chen Yang, is it cooler over there? It is somewhat better, a tad cooler than the cave. I shall go over there to cool off. With that, Su Yuqing made her way toward the woods. Chen Yang was left bewildered, while Qin Xiaolu found herself even more perplexed. What was Su Yuqing's intention? Surely, she was not heading to the woods to seek evidence against them? Sister Qing, allow me to accompany you. Chen Yang, concerned about potential trouble, suggested. Very well, and thus, the two of them hastened toward the thicket, one leading and the other following. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Qin Xiaolu quietly rose to her feet. She was eager to discover what Su Yuqing was up to. Chen Yang, do tell your sister honestly, what were you and Qin Xiaolu doing here just now? Qin Jia, we merely came to enjoy the fresh air and bask in the coolness. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Confess honestly, or else I shall be quite displeased. After hesitating for a brief moment, Chen Yang chose to come clean. Thus, he recounted the incident of Qin Xiaolu's flirtation in a succinct manner. Qin Jia, Chen Yang, I harbor no ill will towards you. You are a man, after all, and with someone as lovely as Lulu, it is only natural to stumble occasionally. I'm sorry, Qin Jia. At that moment, Chen Yang felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Rest assured, dear sister, I truly am not upset. After all, Good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders. My goodness, such words emanating from Su Yuqing's lips. Chapter 58. Three people admiring the scenery, the mysterious white light sister. Why did you suddenly decide to come here? Chen Yang inquired, bewildered. Hee, why can Lulu come, but not your sister? Oh no, it seems Sister Qing is jealous. Sister, what are you thinking about, Chen Yang? Su Yuqing brushed her hair back, exuding an enchanting allure that left Chen Yang entranced. Hee, could it be that my sister? As he spoke, he playfully pulled Su Yuqing into his embrace. Rascal, what are you doing? Let go. Su Yuqing protested, playfully punching his chest with her delicate fists. Haha, a little pain in the playful banter is affection. How about, stop. Chen Yang, Lulu, just lay down. What if she hears us? How am I supposed to face her? It's fine. Shall we move a bit further? Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She shot Chen Yang a glare. Humph. Men are all the same, always eyeing what's in the bowl while eating from the pot. Sister. If men weren't mischievous, women wouldn't find them appealing. Humph, such smooth talk. Just then, a figure stealthily approached. Who? Who is it? Chen Yang vaguely heard footsteps. He turned abruptly to see branches swaying in the distance. Come out, Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, startled. She believed she was concealed well, but hadn't anticipated being discovered by Chen Yang. Brother Yang, it's me. Lulu, what brings you here? I couldn't sleep. I noticed you and Sister Qing were missing, so I thought you might be here. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. At that moment, Su Yuqing wished to vanish into the ground. To be caught in a rendezvous by a younger acquaintance was mortifying. Sister Qing, I'll leave now. You two continue. I didn't see anything. Qin Xiaolu hurriedly turned to depart. Lulu, since you're here, don't leave. Come over. It's a perfect opportunity to chat and pass the time. Brother Yang, is it merely to pass the time? What else could it be? Elu. Do you have other ideas? Share them with us. You insufferable Chen Yang. You know precisely what I mean, but choose to feign ignorance. It's so irritating. And no, Lulu, since Chen Yang has invited you, come over and keep your sister company. Enjoy the night view with us. All right. Thus, the three of them sat side by side, with Chen Yang nestled between the two women, each resting against his shoulders as they chatted and admired the breathtaking night sky. Time slipped away quietly. Soon, for hours had passed. As dawn broke, Luo Feifei was the first to awaken in the cave. Upon opening her eyes, she realized both her master and Qin Xiaolu were missing. Where is Chen Yang? Oh no, could something have happened to them? With that thought, Luo Feifei's expression changed dramatically. Chu Curson, wake up. Chen Yang is missing. What? My husband is gone? That can't be. Don't scare me. Feifei. Brother Chen will be fine. Three women hurriedly searched around, their voices barely above a whisper for fear of attracting wild beasts. Soon, they arrived at a small grove. Cousin, look over there, exclaimed the sharp-eyed Li Curson, pointing in a particular direction. It seems to be my master, along with Chen Yang. Let us go see. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, Su Yuqing, and Qin Xiaolu were nestled together, peacefully asleep. As the three women approached, they exchanged peculiar expressions. Su Yuqing rested her head on Chen Yang's lap, while Qin Xiaolu leaned against his shoulder, and Chen Yang embraced both of them. Cousin, how did those three end up in the grove? How would I know? Replied Li Keqiu, sensing that something must have transpired between them the previous night. Curson, did you see that? Chen Yang seems to be quite the charmer. Ro Feifei's expression darkened at the sight of Chen Yang's intimate closeness with her master. It's fine. I'm very magnanimous. Please, Li Keqiu, spare me the act. Aren't you feeling a bit upset? What business is it of yours? Honestly, I was just casually mentioning it. Why are you getting angry at me? At that moment, Su Yuqing was stirred awake. Feifei, why are you all here? Master, you were sleeping so soundly that your disciple didn't dare disturb you. Before long, Qin Xiaolu and Chen Yang also awakened. Keqiu, when did you all arrive? Darling, did you have a good time last night? Chen Yang paused, quickly realizing the underlying implications in Li Keqiu's words. It was fine, just a few mosquitoes. Have you all rested well? The women exchanged knowing glances. Above the vast ocean, an altitude of several thousand meters, a helicopter hovered. Young Master Feng, we have reached the area where the Flight 268 crashed. Feng Yuanshan peered through binoculars at the waters below. Brother Shan, there doesn't seem to be much wreckage around. Indeed, Brother Shan, even if the plane crashed, it should have glided for some distance. Perhaps we should expand our search radius from this point? Is it possible that after the crash, there might still be survivors, a rare few who managed to escape? Biaozi, what a foolish analysis. Falling from over 10,000 meters. Even Iron Man would be reduced to rubble, let alone a human. Changzi, I believe there is merit in the ocean analysis. There have been past incidents where people survived plane crashes. I firmly believe Miss Li is still alive. She might have drifted to a nearby island with the currents. Listening to his subordinates' discussions, Feng Yuanshan fell into deep thought. He had made a solemn vow before Feng Kuei that he must find Li Keqiu, even if it were only her remains. All right, I find Wanliang's suggestion quite plausible. Let us search the nearest island from this area. We might uncover some clues. Yes, Brother Shan. Over an hour later, the helicopter flew over an island. Within the cabin, all 5 individuals eagerly scanned the surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly, Li Haiyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Shangge, look over there. It appears there is a wooden cabin. Feng Yuanshan swiftly snatched the binoculars and, upon a mere glance, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Haiyang. If we find Miss Li, I shall ensure the chairman rewards you handsomely. Thank you so much, Shangge. On a desolate, uninhabited island, the appearance of a rudimentary wooden cabin by the seaside signifies something profound. Kaizi, let us descend and investigate. Understood, Shangge. Pilot Zhao Kai deftly maneuvered the helicopter into a gradual descent. Everyone, check your weapons immediately. Yes, Shangge. Suddenly, an inexplicable white light surged forth, piercing through the cockpit and striking Zhao Kai's eyes. In an instant, he was plunged into a fleeting darkness of blindness. Chapter 59, An Unfortunate Departure. The sea monster, Zhao Kai's vision blurred momentarily. Suddenly, the instruments in the cockpit began to emit a cacophony of alarming sounds. This is dire. The aircraft is on the brink of losing control. Though visibility was compromised, Zhao Kai relied on his years of flying experience to maintain a steadfast sense of direction. Abruptly, the helicopter inexplicably lost power. As the rotor blade slowed, the aircraft began to sway precariously. Kai, what is happening? In the cabin, Feng Yuanshan and the others immediately sensed something amiss. Li Haiyang rushed to the cockpit. Haiyang, this is bad. The helicopter is out of control. How could this happen? We conducted a thorough inspection before departure and found no issues. I don't know. Everyone brace yourselves. Quickly notify Brother Shan. After cursing under his breath, Li Haiyang hurried back to the cabin. Brother Shan, we're in trouble. The helicopter is malfunctioning. Before he could finish, the aircraft plummeted downwards. Everyone clutched onto their handles with desperation. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, the helicopter crashed, nearly severed in half. Glass shards littered the ground, mingling with spilled fuel. In the cabin, Feng Yuanshan was bloodied and battered. Summoning all his strength, he managed to crawl out. Kai Haiyang Biao, Brother Shan, I'm here. Feng Yuanshan turned to find Luo Biao, who had been thrown 10 meters away. Remarkably, he only bore a scrape on his arm, escaping with minimal injury. One might say luck was on his side. Shortly thereafter, Li Haiyang emerged, but just as he steadied himself, a spinning rotor blade flew towards him. Haiyang duck, Luo Biao shouted. When Li Haiyang turned, a blade from the rotor pierced through his chest. Blood gushed forth instantly. Brother Shan, help me. Li Haiyang extended a trembling hand. Desperation etched across his face. Brother Shan, please think of something. Save Haiyang. These men had once been mercenaries, facing death together, but had since turned over a new leaf, following Feng Yuanshan. Biao, calm down. I want to save Haiyang too, but we're on a deserted island with no doctors or operating tables. What do you expect me to do? At that moment, Li Haiyang staggered towards them, taking a few steps before collapsing to the ground. His body trembled violently, blood continuing to pour from his wound. Feng Yuanshan approached, bending down to grasp his hand, sighing deeply as he spoke. Haiyang, I cannot save you. Brother Shan, please, put an end to my suffering. It hurts. It hurts so much. Li Haiyang writhed in agony, unable to bear the thought of dying slowly in torment. Biao, fetch me a gun. Brother Sean, why do you need a gun? Stop with the nonsense. Get it now. Luo Biao swiftly retrieved a silenced handgun from the ground. The ocean, in our next life, we shall remain good brothers. Feng Yuanshan pulled the trigger, aiming at Li Haiyang's forehead. A fatal shot was necessary to ensure that Li Haiyang would feel no pain. A Biao is Xiang de Zhuang. Find a place to bury Haiyang. Yes, Brother Sean. Everyone's eyes glistened with tears. At that moment, a sound emerged from the split cockpit. Brother Sean, Kai is still alive. Upon seeing Zhao Kai, bloodied and battered, Luo Biao was filled with joy. He rushed towards his brother with the speed of a sprinter, carefully supporting him. As he drew closer, Luo Biao's face drained of color. He noticed a metal pipe protruding 10 centimeters from Zhao Kai's right leg. Kai, are you all right? Haha, I'm still alive. Zhao Kai chuckled. Typically, when a helicopter crashes, the pilot seldom escapes with their life. Yet Zhao Kai had miraculously survived. It's fine, as long as I'm alive. But, your leg. Biaozi, why are you being such a coward? I'm not dying anytime soon. Zhao Kai laughed, though he knew better than anyone that if the pipe embedded in his leg was not removed promptly, the wound would become inflamed, potentially leading to amputation. Gazing at the desolate island, Zhao Kai realized his life was on a countdown. Kai, weren't you always steady when flying? What went wrong this time? Feng Yuanshan rushed over, gripping his collar tightly, demanding answers. Brother Sean, I don't know. Just as I was preparing to land, a blinding white light suddenly appeared, leaving me momentarily sightless. Then the aircraft instruments short-circuited. Are you suggesting that the plane suffered from electromagnetic interference? It seems so. However, Feng Yuanshan retaliated with a punch. Zhao Kai, electromagnetic interference, my foot. This is a deserted island. Before we arrived, I conducted thorough research, and there are no military bases in this region. So where would the interference come from? He believed Zhao Kai was merely making excuses. Brother Sean, please calm down. I trust Kai. He has never faltered in all these years. Luo Biao furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, no one valued flight safety more than a pilot. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the distant waves of the ocean began to churn inexplicably. Brother Sean, Kai, look over there. Luo Biao exclaimed. Feng Yuanshan's expression shifted dramatically. They beheld a steel helmet surfacing from the water, followed by a figure clad in armor, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. Brother Sean, is that a person? No, it can't be. How could a human exist submerged in the sea? A Biao, could it be an extraterrestrial being? The three men exchanged incredulous glances. Their shock deepened as the creature fully emerged from the depths. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, this creature possessed human-like limbs, yet it bore enormous feet. More terrifying was the fact that its entire body was encased in armor, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. What are you waiting for? Run. In that moment, Feng Yuanshan experienced an unprecedented sense of peril. He was bewildered as to why this monster had materialized here. Shanggu, a Biao, you must flee quickly. I will hold it off. Zhao Kai glanced at his injured right leg, feeling he would only be a burden to his steadfast companions. Damn it. Stop with the nonsense and run. Feng Yuanshan shouted vehemently. Together, he and Luo Biao supported Zhao Kai, desperately retreating. Wait, that monster has vanished. Zhao Kai exclaimed as he glanced back while running. Just moments ago, the creature had been in the sea. Now, in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. Shanggu, do you think that thing has left? Luo Biao asked, his gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. Chapter 60. A frantic escape, alas. I nearly lost my life from fright. Fortunately, the monster has departed. Zhao Kai placed a hand on his chest, his anxious heart gradually finding solace. Kai, do not let your guard down. It is wise to remain vigilant, cautioned Feng Yuanshan, sensing an unsettling omen despite the creature's disappearance. He was convinced that the monster had marked the three of them as prey. Could it simply relinquish its pursuit? No, that was inconceivable. Indeed, the creature must be concocting a more sinister plot. Brother Sean, please do not frighten me. Kai, it is prudent to heed Brother Shan's advice. Caution paves the path to safety, added Luo Biao, who felt an unease gnawing at his insides, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Feng Yuanshan, his hand brushing against the sidearm, had already chambered around, prepared for any unforeseen eventuality. Oh no, Brother Shan, I forgot to grab the grenades. Before their departure, Feng Kuei had procured a substantial cache of advanced weaponry from an underground arms dealer, including AK-47s, sniper rifles, grenades, and smoke bombs. Why did you not mention this sooner? Akai, you stay here. I shall return with Biaozi to retrieve the grenades. Shan, Brother Shan, may I accompany you back? Zhao Kai, now like a startled bird, felt vulnerable with his injuries. Should the monster reappear in Feng Yuanshan's absence, he would face certain doom. Akai, it will take us merely 2 or 3 minutes to return. Given your condition, should any trouble arise. Luo Biao, what do you imply? I am injured and fear I am a burden to you. Is that correct? That is not what I meant. Why are you misinterpreting my words? Enough. Are you resolute in your decision to accompany us? Brother Shan, I am certain. Very well, let us proceed. Soon, the trio returned to the site of the helicopter crash and uncovered a black iron box containing grenades. Brother Shan, there are only 3 of us. We cannot carry all these grenades. Gazing at the nearly 200 grenades within the box, Feng Yuanshan pondered for several moments before declaring, let us each take 10 grenades and conceal the remainder in a safe place. Though they had only recently arrived on this island, Feng Yuanshan's instincts told him that others likely remained. He could not leave such weaponry in the hands of adversaries. Thus, Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao hoisted the black box and ventured into a small grove, covering it with a mass of wild grass. Brother Shan, what shall we do now? Let us investigate that wooden cabin. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. Feng Yuanshan led the way, with Zhao Kai and Luo Biao following in succession. The 3 emerged from the grove, making their way toward the cabin. As they walked along the beach, approximately 5 minutes passed before Luo Biao suddenly halted. Instinctively, he glanced back over his shoulder. Biaozi, what is it? Brother Shan, I sensed something behind us just now. Biaozi, could you have mistaken it? Or are you merely overly anxious? Zhao Kai turned to look, but discerned nothing amiss. Akai, I truly felt it. Luo Biao's expression was grave. He was certain he had not misheard. Do not speak. Feng Yuanshan fixated intently on the expanse of beach behind them. The 3 remained still, their gazes fixed for a considerable time. Suddenly, Feng Yuanshan furrowed his brow. Biao Akai, there is indeed something. Look, is there not something scurrying beneath the sand? Indeed. Brother Shan, I see it. Could it possibly be a mole? Feng Yuanshan shook his head. It should not be. Perhaps it is related to that creature we encountered earlier. What? No way. That is too terrifying. At that moment, a sharp object burst forth from the sand, racing towards the trio at an astonishing speed. Feng Yuanshan widened his eyes. He was certain that this pointed object resembled the antenna-like feature atop the creature's metallic helmet. Biao Akai, quickly throw the grenades. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 of them hurled 3 grenades in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades exploded, creating 3 small craters on the beach. Brother Shan, do you think the monster is dead? I feel it has not perished. Quick, find a place for cover. Under Feng Yuanshan's command, they retreated in an orderly fashion. Soon, they found a large rock, using it as a shield. The wooden cabin was not far from the rock. Brother Shan, the beast must be injured and has fled. I concur with Biaozi's assertion. If it were not wounded, it would have pursued us long ago. Damn, have you forgotten? That monster is protected by a steel helmet. Do you think 3 grenades could kill such a thing? Feng Yuanshan shot a glare at the 2. Brother Shan, do not underestimate the creature's capabilities, all right? It's not an extraterrestrial being. Akai, do you not think that the monster bears some resemblance to a predator? Biaozi, had you not mentioned it, I would not have considered that. Ha, now that you both have drawn the comparison to a predator, is it possible that the creature is not even from Earth? Zhao Kai and Luo Biao were taken aback. They too began to entertain this possibility. However, hearing it voiced by their leader carried a different weight. We are doomed. Utterly doomed. Zhao Kai's body went limp as he slumped against the rock. Damn it. And you've already given up without even a fight? Feng Yuanshan was furious and slapped him. Brother Shan, I was merely speaking casually. Let us observe for 10 more minutes. If there is no commotion, We shall investigate the cabin. Yes, Brother Sean. Tick-tock, the seconds passed. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. Feng Yuanshan peeked out and saw no movement on the beach. He was convinced that the creature had indeed fled. Let us proceed to the cabin. He patted Zhao Kai on the shoulder. Before long, the trio arrived at the wooden cabin. Upon seeing a pile of ash, Feng Yuanshan smiled. Do you see? Someone has definitely been here, and quite recently. Furthermore, this cabin is newly constructed. As they entered the cabin, Luo Biao sniffed the air. He then picked up a few twigs and sniffed them again. Brother Sean, haha, these twigs carry the scent of women's perfume. Biaozi, you have a dog's nose. How come I did not detect it? Zhao Kai picked up a twig and sniffed it for a long while. Do you think it could be Miss Li? It is possible. Brother Sean, shall we pursue them now? Pursue? The island is so vast. From which direction should we chase them? Feng Yuanshan shot Zhao Kai a glance of exasperation. The most pressing matter at hand is to extricate the iron pipe from your leg. Otherwise, that leg of yours will be rendered useless. Do you understand? His voice was loud, yet Zhao Kai felt a warmth in his heart. Shango was right. Akai, how about I just pull it out directly? Pull it out? Are you trying to get me killed? Hee, Akai, just joking, just joking. Seriously, are you not tired? Make sure to take a moment to rest. Feng Yuanshan observed the traps encircling the wooden cabin and contemplated a possibility. Perhaps among the survivors, there were experts in outdoor survival. Brother Sean, won't you rest for a bit? Stop with the nonsense and hurry up and rest. Fine then. Luo Biao and Zhao Kai leaned against either side of the wooden cabin to rest, while Feng Yuanshan stood outside, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Chapter 61. The beautiful woman twisted her ankle. Chen Gij, you worked hard last night. Why don't you take a little nap? Observing Chen Yang's fatigue, Li Kersin felt a pang of sympathy. It's nothing. I'm full of energy. Chen Yang shook his head. Suddenly, Luo Feifei furrowed her brows. Don't speak. Everyone listen closely. What is that sound? The group immediately perked up their ears and listened intently. Feifei, there's no sound at all. Did you mishear? Master, I didn't hear anything either. I truly heard something just moments ago. It sounded like an explosion. An explosion? Chen Yang recognized Luo Feifei's extraordinary hearing and believed she must not have been mistaken. This is bad. Could it be that outsiders have invaded the deserted island with weapons? Chen Yang, do you think my hearing is faulty? Not at all. Feifei, I have faith in you. Finally receiving support, Luo Feifei beamed with gratitude. Chen Yang, what should we do next? Let us continue onward. In truth, Chen Yang couldn't conjure a better course of action. Are you certain you don't want to rest for a while? Su Yuqing inquired, although they had not caught anyone in the act. A woman's intuition led her to suspect that Chen Yang and Qin Xiaolu must be up to no good in the nearby grove. For the next few hours, Chen Yang barely rested, and she began to worry about his stamina. Qing, I really don't need a break. We've already wasted enough time. All right then. Yang Gij, I wish to follow closely behind you. Lulu, Chen Yang is my husband. Could you please respect my feelings? Hearing Qin Xiaolu refer to Chen Yang, as Yang Gij repeatedly ignitedly could choose jealousy. Chu-chu Jie, I meant no harm. I'm just a bit scared. Qin Xiaolu immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Miss Lulu, you're frightened, are you? Then I shall accompany you with my cousin. Very well. Unable to tolerate her cousin being bullied, Li Kersin couldn't sit still. A few minutes later, they embarked on a new journey. Chen Yang led the way, with Luo Feifei bringing up the rear, while Li Keqiu and Li Kersin sandwiched Qin Xiaolu in the middle, with Su Yuqing closely following. Along the way, Qin Xiaolu attempted several times to inch closer to Chen Yang, but was deliberately blocked by Li Kersin. As they progressed, Chen Yang noticed that the vines along the path were becoming increasingly abundant, even stretching to both sides of the road, some crossing overhead, forcing them to duck, bend, and leap over them. Gradually, their pace slowed. Chen Gij, why are there so many vines here? It's infuriating. Just moments ago, as Li Kersin attempted to step over, she inadvertently scraped her skin against a vine, leaving a mark several centimeters long on her delicate white leg. Ow, curse vines! At that moment, as Luo Feifei bent down, she bumped her head against a vine. Meanwhile, Chen Yang wielded a long stick, prodding ahead with each step, wary of encountering any camouflage snakes. Seeing the women sustain injuries one after another, He regretted his choice of path. I apologize. It's all my fault for selecting this route. Chen Yang, this matter bears no relation to you. Why burden yourself with guilt? Indeed, Sister Qing is correct. We merely sustained some superficial injuries. Perhaps had we chosen a different path, the outcome could have been far worse. Exactly. My dear, I stand by you. As long as Brother Yang is present, I am willing to do anything. Hearing Qin Xiaolu's somewhat pretentious voice, the other four women exchanged glances. They shared a unanimous sentiment. Qin Xiaolu was no ordinary woman. She was undoubtedly a master of manipulating men. Fortunately, Chen Yang remained clear-headed and was not ensnared by Qin Xiaolu. As for whether they had any deeper connection, Su Yuqing and Li Keqiu were indifferent. Men, after all, were on a deserted island, surrounded by beautiful women. It would be abnormal not to have any thoughts. Oh dear, my leg. Qin Xiaolu stumbled, falling headlong to the ground. Li Keqiu and Li Keqiu were nearby, yet they pretended not to see her, making no move to assist. Brother Yang, it hurts so much, sob sob. Qin Xiaolu held back tears, her small hand incessantly rubbing her right foot. Luilu, are you all right? Brother Yang, I think I twisted my ankle. Let us rest here for a few minutes. Luilu, let me take a look. Chen Yang had learned some massage techniques from his grandfather. He could certainly handle a simple sprained ankle. Luilu, you twisted your ankle? Almost forgot. Aren't you a nurse? This minor issue shouldn't be a challenge for you, right? Sister Fei Fei, I can't. Li Keqiu laughed. You can't handle such a simple problem? Sister Luilu, did you perhaps get in through the back door to become a nurse? Li Keqiu seized the opportunity to mock. Li Keqiu, what do you mean? My foot hurts terribly, and you have the audacity to make snide remarks? Besides, how I became a nurse seems to have nothing to do with you. With that, she began to cry loudly. Brother Yang, they are bullying me. Qin Xiaolu wept, her tears flowing like rain. Even more outrageous was her seizing the chance to burrow into Chen Yang's embrace. Chen Yang, I know a bit about massage. The more Luo Fei Fei looked at Qin Xiaolu, the less she liked her. Now the opportunity arose. She intended to teach this scheming woman, who only knew how to seduce Chen Yang, a lesson. Brother Yang, could you help me, please? Luilu, perhaps it's better to let Fei Fei handle it. Chen Yang wished to avoid inciting the ire of the other four women because of Qin Xiaolu. Luilu, just sit tight. Luo Fei Fei supported Qin Xiaolu's right leg and, after positioning her hands correctly, forcefully twisted the joint. Ouch, it hurts so painful. Just hang in there. It will be better soon. Is it done yet? Sister Fei Fei, I can't bear it any longer. It's done. At this moment, Qin Xiaolu was drenched in sweat. The pain she had just endured was more excruciating than childbirth. Thank you, Sister Fei Fei. You're welcome. If you sprain your ankle again, remember to come to me. It's all about practice. Qin Xiaolu gritted her teeth in anger, realizing that Luo Fei Fei had deliberately set out to make her suffer. Chen Yang had long seen through Luo Fei Fei's little tricks, yet he chose not to expose her. At this moment, remaining aloof was indeed the wisest course of action. Chen Yang, shall we continue our journey? Very well. He glanced back at Qin Xiaolu, observing her pitiful demeanor, and felt a twinge of compassion. Despite the woman's cunning nature, they shared a beautiful memory in the grove, and it seemed rather unkind to disregard her plight. Lulu, can you still walk? Brother Yang, my right foot is still a bit uncomfortable. In that case, allow me to carry you for a while. You are the best to me, Brother Yang. Leaning against Chen Yang's back, at that moment, Qin Xiaolu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. If I sprain my ankle a few more times, then Brother Yang will have the chance to carry me even more. Chapter 62. The Queen Bee's Assault. A false alarm. Li Keqiu was exceedingly incensed. Cousin, do not stoop to the level of such a woman. Chingu is merely toying with her. It drives me mad. I truly wish to slap her. Chu-chu, harboring such anger will only harm your health. Su Yuqing gently patted her shoulder. Qingjia, are you not the least bit angry? Hell, what good is anger? It is far better to adopt a more carefree perspective. Besides, a scheming woman like Qin Xiaolu could never capture Chen Yang's affections. Rest assured, you, a prominent international star, lowering yourself to argue with someone like her only diminishes your own stature. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's words, Li Keqiu smiled. Indeed, she was an international superstar. While Qin Xiaolu was merely an ordinary nurse, any sensible man would unequivocally choose the former. Unbeknownst to them, the group had traversed nearly a kilometer. Chingu, I am parched. Husband, could we perhaps take a break? I truly lack the strength to continue. Chen Yang, how about we rest here for a bit? Everyone could use a moment to replenish their energy. All right, let us rest for half an hour. Chen Yang agreed, believing he could still press on. However, he recognized that the women, by nature, possessed less stamina than men, necessitating frequent pauses along their journey. Chen Yang, I see that everyone is thirsty. Shall we search for a nearby water source? Luo Fei, glistening with perspiration, could hardly endure any longer. Fei, it would be best if you accompanied Qin Jie and me. Chen Yang suggested. What do you mean? To his surprise, Chen Yang's proposal was met with indignation. Not only did he fail to show gratitude, but he also explicitly requested his mentor's company, which felt like a slap in the face to his own words. Su Yuqing wore a look of embarrassment, casting a warning glance at Chen Yang to prevent any misunderstandings from his apprentice. Chen Yang, if Fei goes, it would be the same. Fei, come here for a moment. Chen Yang beckoned Luo Fei closer. You are the only one skilled in firearms. Thus, you shall remain to protect them. The reason I called Qin Jie is that Chu, Kursin, and Xiaolu appear to be utterly exhausted. All right, my apologies for misunderstanding. No worries. Just remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapon. The sound of gunfire could potentially attract the enemy's attention, leading to significant trouble. Understood. Please take care of yourselves. Chen Yang nodded, retrieving 3 bullets from his waist pouch and handing them to Luo Fei. Also, this firearm is solely your responsibility. No one else is to touch it. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, the gun is safe. As she spoke, Luo Fei cast a furtive glance at Qin Xiaolu, convinced that among the group, only she harbored intentions of using the firearm. Qin Jie, let us depart. Very well. The two swiftly vanished into the thicket. Just as they left the sight of the others, Chen Yang, walking ahead, suddenly pivoted. Su Yuqing, who was closely following, collided with him, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Chen Yang, what are you doing? In that moment, Su Yuqing felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Sister Qing, I miss you dearly. Earlier in the grove, Chen Yang had long since been unable to contain himself. Yet he refrained from acting on his impulses in the presence of Qin Xiaolu. Now, in this secluded little world that belonged solely to the two of them, undisturbed, they could play to their heart's content. Chen Yang, don't be like this. Quickly let go. It's not proper if someone sees us, she urged. Rest assured, Sister Qing. Not even a ghost shadow lurks here. I shall not be interrupted, he replied with a smirk, knowing full well her playful nature. Sister Su Yuqing feigned a struggle before nestling into Chen Yang's embrace. Soon, they found themselves locked in a kiss. Suddenly, Su Yuqing pushed Chen Yang away with force. Sister Qing, what troubles you? Chen Yang, look behind. Upon turning, Chen Yang's expression shifted drastically. My goodness, he exclaimed, as a swarm of bees approached, the lead bee resembling an adult mantis in size. What on earth? Why does that be so enormous? He began to suspect that this island might harbor a clandestine experimental facility, and these bees could very well be genetically modified specimens. Sister Qing, duck down. Estimating the swarm to consist of at least 200 or 300 bees, Chen Yang realized that the leader was likely the queen. A sting from her could mean severe injury, if not death. Su Yuqing, frightened by the queen bee, momentarily froze. With urgency, Chen Yang yanked her to the ground, shielding her head with his arms. The buzzing grew increasingly louder. Soon, the queen hovered directly above them. Chen Yang dared not breathe. They remained prone for a full 5 minutes. Sister Qing, do you think the queen has left? Since there's no sound, she must have flown away, he murmured, daring to glance upwards. To his dismay, he locked eyes with the queen. Oh no, she's still here. How cunning. At that moment, a chilling realization struck him. He might have caught the queen's attention. Indeed, she swooped down, closing the distance in an instant. The queen buzzed around Chen Yang's head. Is there something peculiar about my scalp? Or is she merely assessing her next target? Cold sweat trickled down Chen Yang's back as he trembled. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his head. The queen had landed on him. This is it, I'm doomed, he thought. However, contrary to his expectations. The queen lingered only for a moment before taking flight again. Still, Chen Yang dared not lift his head, fearing a sudden attack. 5 agonizing minutes passed before he finally exhaled in relief. Sister Qing, that was too close. A sting from a queen would have spelled disaster for me. Su Yuqing gently placed her delicate hand over his mouth. You silly fool, don't speak such nonsense. Hee, you truly are charming, sister, he replied, prompting Su Yuqing's cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she realized they were still tightly embraced. Displeased, you little lecher, your mind is consumed by such thoughts. How could you accuse me, dear sister? I am indeed a good man. A good man, you say? Chen Yang, have you no shame even in your lies? Chen Yang had intended to embrace her a little longer. Have you had enough? Rise and attend to serious matters. Do you wish for your wife to perish of thirst? Su Yuqing playfully jabbed at his chest with her delicate fist. Hee, as you say, Sister Qing, your humble servant obeys. Su Yuqing smiled radiantly. They had scarcely walked 100 meters when Chen Yang halted. Chen Yang, is something amiss again? Sister Qing, do not fret. Look over there. Following the direction of Chen Yang's finger, they beheld a peculiar sight to the northwest. Strange fruits dangling from the trees, reminiscent of mangoes. Chapter 63. The dean and the director are still alive, though it was Chen Yang's first encounter with such peculiar fruit. He was filled with exhilaration. Sister Qing, do you think this might belong to the same category as coconut jelly? I certainly hope so, she replied. Let's go take a closer look. Thus, the two ventured forth, one after the other, toward that intriguing area. Chen Yang raised his hand and effortlessly plucked a fruit from the tree. He refrained from hastily peeling it, instead gently shaking it while pressing his ear against the fruit to listen intently. Sister Qing, it seems there's quite a bit of water inside. That's wonderful. Fei Fei and the others will surely enjoy it. For them, parched and weary, these fruits were an unexpected blessing. Chen Yang, unable to contain his eagerness, began to break open the fruit's skin. After some effort, he finally managed to pierce it. Peering through the small opening, he glimpsed the interior. Indeed, there was juice, though it bore a pale yellow hue. Chen Yang, wait a moment. As he lifted the fruit, poised to pour the juice into his mouth, he was suddenly halted by Su Yuqing. What are you doing? Chen Yang, how could you be so reckless? What if the juice is poisonous? I almost forgot. Yet, he resolved to be the first to take the plunge. Given their urgent need for hydration, where could they possibly find a water source in this dense jungle? Even if they did find one, it would consume considerable time. They certainly couldn't retrace their steps to the nearby creek by the cave, could they? Sister, how can we know if it's toxic without tasting it? Besides, this is the quickest solution. Rest assured, I have 9 lives. No, Chen Yang, I want to allow you to take that risk. Su Yuqing swiftly snatched the fruit away from him. Sister Qing, are you worried about me? I am not. Listen, let us continue searching. There may be a water source nearby. Be careful, sister, Chen Yang shouted, seizing the moment while Su Yuqing was distracted. He quickly snatched the fruit back and poured the juice into his mouth in one swift motion. Chen Yang, Su Yuqing was on the verge of tears from anger. Sister Qing, this juice is a bit tangy. It's completely natural. That's what you get for not listening. I won't pay you any mind. My dear sister, it's all fine. If anything happens to you, I shall leave you here for the wolves to take. Su Yuqing retorted, fuming. Wow, Sister Qing, you're quite heartless. I'm ignoring you. Chen Yang chuckled, surprised to find Su Yuqing's angry demeanor rather charming. Dean, are you all right? Beneath a grand tree, a young man in his late 30s supported an elderly gentleman, around 60, who wore gold-rimmed glasses. Xiao Zhang, I am not severely harmed. The two were, in fact, Dean Zhangfei and Department Director Ma Liqiang. Dean, where are we? Ma Liqiang gazed at the boundless expanse of grassland ahead, immediately sinking into despair. Never mind. At least we are still alive. Xiao Ma, there is no need to be so pessimistic. You must consider, out of over 100 passengers, only the 2 of us have survived. Shouldn't we feel fortunate? Yet, Director, although we have drifted to this island, we will inevitably succumb to hunger. Suddenly, Zhang Fei's expression changed dramatically. He swung his hand and slapped his subordinate. You insolent fool, have you grown wings and dare to speak back? Ma Liqiang, Were it not for Xiao Lu's sake, would you still hold the position of department head? Alas, I wonder if Xiao Lu is still alive. Director, I was wrong. Ma Liqiang, clutching his burning right cheek, knelt on the ground, pleading for the director's forgiveness. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being merciless. Yes, director. I assure you I will obediently heed your commands from now on. You point east, and I shall not dare turn west. Good to know. From this moment on, you shall be my personal bodyguard. No matter the time or situation, you must be the first to protect me. Do you understand? Yes, directo. Y comprende. Had Chen Yang known that Ma Liqiang's girlfriend was Qin Xiaolu, who was also the director's goddaughter, he would surely regret his actions that night. Why are you standing there? Help me up. Zhang Fei glared at him fiercely. Ma Liqiang dared not utter a word and immediately assisted the director to his feet. Let us proceed forward. I refuse to believe there are no other survivors. On the beach, Zhao Kai and Luo Biao rested against a wooden cabin. Perhaps due to exhaustion, they soon fell into slumber. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanshan stood atop a large rock, about 10 meters from the cabin. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the surroundings of the wooden structure. After about 20 minutes, fatigue began to weigh on him. Rubbing his eyes and feeling the area was relatively safe, he settled down on the rock for a brief nap. Unexpectedly, a situation arose. Just as Feng Yuanshan closed his eyes, a helmet suddenly emerged on the beach, making its way toward the cabin at an alarming speed. Oh no, the abominable creature has returned. Abayo, Akai, danger, danger, run, he shouted loudly. However, there was no response from the cabin. Damn it, they're sleeping deeply. With no other choice, Feng Yuanshan jumped off the rock and sprinted toward the cabin at full speed. Unfortunately, his pace was still a beat behind. Zhao Kai, leaning against the northwestern corner of the cabin, suddenly opened his eyes wide in terror. Hey! Akai, there's danger. Run, run. At that moment, a short spear pierced through his abdomen. With Zhao Kai's agonizing cries, Luo Biao finally awakened. Akai, what? What happened to you? Seeing the blood-soaked branch, Luo Biao was taken aback. Suddenly, the grotesque creature lunged from beneath the cabin, raising its right hand with the short spear, effortlessly lifting Zhao Kai into the air. Beast, I will fight you to the death. Witnessing his comrade, who had faced life and death alongside him, being impaled by the monster, Luo Biao's fury ignited. He grabbed an AK-47 and began to shoot wildly at the creature. All the bullets struck the monster's body with a resounding clatter. Yet the creature's formidable armor merely sparked as they ricocheted off. At that moment, Feng Yuanshan arrived. Upon seeing Zhao Kai pierced by a spear, he brandished his pistol and unleashed a fervent barrage at the beast. Ha, foolish humans. You speak the language of mankind? At that instant, both Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao were utterly astonished. The earlier utterance implied that this monster was likely an extraterrestrial entity. Suddenly, Feng Yuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He abruptly noticed a half-meter-long staff at the creature's waist, the top of which was, astonishingly, a human skull. This resembled a scene from the movie Predator. Biao, run quickly. We are no match for it. Brother Shan, you go on ahead. I am determined to slay it. With a swift motion, Feng Yuanshan delivered a sharp slap to him. Damn it. If bullets cannot pierce its armor, what do you intend to fight it with? Gulme, let us preserve our lives for another day. What about Kai? Fool, saving our lives is paramount. The two men hurled 2 grenades and hastily sought refuge in the woods. Chapter 64. A father-daughter embrace, a love triangle? Fearing discovery by the monster, Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao dashed into the woods, immediately dropping to the ground, motionless. Shanggu, Akaihihi Luo Biao stammered, his voice trembling with emotion. Damn it. Is it even meaningful to discuss such matters at this moment? Is the loss of 1 life more acceptable than the demise of 3? Tears streamed down Luo Biao's face as he covered his mouth. Feng Yuanshan cautiously raised his head, casting a glance toward the wooden cabin. The next moment, he nearly retched. Shanggu, what was wrong? Could it be that Akai is dead? Luo Biao exclaimed, looking up anxiously. To their horror, the monster raised its right hand, clutching Zhao Kai, who still exhibited a flicker of life, his body trembling slightly. In an instant, the creature tossed Zhao Kai into the air, then drew back its hands and, with a brutal motion, tore Zhao Kai apart, blood splattering violently. This was nothing short of barbarism. Zhao Kai was mercilessly flayed and mutilated by the monster. Minutes later, the creature held up a blood-soaked head, gazing toward the trees for nearly a minute before unleashing a couple of primal roars and turning to depart. "Akai Kai," Luo Biao cried out. "Keep your voice down. Do you wish to attract the creature like all I did?" Feng Yuanshan felt certain that the monster had sensed their presence. The reason for its mercy towards them was beyond his comprehension. "Shanggu, Kai met a terrible fate. I'm such a coward," Luo Biao lamented. "Biaozi, I too yearn to slay the beast, but with our abilities, confronting it would be tantamount to suicide. Fear not, as long as we survive. There will be a chance to vanquish the monster," Feng Yuanshan reassured Luo Biao. Yet deep down, he understood that even if they deployed all their explosives or unleashed a barrage of artillery, the monster might remain unscathed. At that moment, he regretted not having volunteered for this mission. All he could think about was how to escape the desolate island as swiftly as possible. "Biaozi, we must move. The presence of the wooden cabin indicates that there are survivors on the island. If we can locate them, we may stand a chance against the monster." Indeed, the two swiftly vanished into the thicket. At the cave entrance, Li Keqiu and Li Kersin watched the distance with anxious expressions. "Cousin, Chen Gu, Qing Jie, and the others have been gone for quite a while. Why haven't they returned? Why are you asking me? I'm just as worried." "Chu Kersin, we must have faith in Chen Yang. They will surely return safely." Luo Feifei consoled the two girls while keeping a keen eye on Qin Xiaolu. Simultaneously, her right hand rested protectively on her waist, ready to act should Qin Xiaolu make any suspicious movements. "Chu Jie, Brother Yang will be fine," Qin Xiaolu chimed in sweetly. "Sister Feifei, aren't you tired standing? Why not sit down and rest for a bit? I can keep watch." "Haha, Xiaolu, I won't trouble you. Keeping watch may seem simple, but requires utmost vigilance." Luo Feifei made her intentions clear, implying that Qin Xiaolu was merely a decorative presence, skilled only in beguiling men. Suddenly, from the southeastern direction of the cave, a patch of grass began to sway inexplicably. How can the wild grass sway without a breeze? Ro Fei quickly considered a possibility. There must be strangers traversing the thicket. "Chu Kuxian, come quickly and stand behind me." Though Li Keqiu and Li Kuxian had yet to perceive any anomaly, they promptly complied. Only Qin Xiaolu, seemingly unfazed, stood with her hands in her pockets, exuding an air of indifference. Indeed, two men emerged from the underbrush, one tall and one short, the latter sporting a pair of glasses and appearing quite refined. "Qin Xiaolu, what are you doing? Why aren't you crouching down? Do you want to alert them to our presence?" "Fei, they are merely two men. What is there to fear?" Due to the distance, Qin Xiaolu could only discern the vague silhouettes of the unfamiliar men. "Qin Xiaolu, Chen Yang instructed me to oversee this area. Don't think you can intimidate me by invoking Brother Yang. I'm not falling for that. What a duplicitous woman. She behaved so obediently in Chen Yang's presence, yet transformed entirely in his absence. Lulu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Fei is only looking out for our safety." Li Kuxian also felt that Qin Xiaolu was being a bit excessive. "Dean, look, there seems to be a cave over there." Although the cave was quite concealed, it was nonetheless discovered by Molly Chong. "Let us head into the cave for a moment to rest." "Damn, I'm exhausted." The two moved towards the cave. As they drew nearer, Qin Xiaolu's eyes widened in shock. "How can it be them? Do you know those two?" Qin Xiaolu nodded. "Godfather, Changgu, I'm here." "Qin Xiaolu, what are you doing?" Fei, they're not bad people. They're my friends. Besides, my godfather has already found this cave. Are you going to prevent them from entering?" Perhaps the arrival of Zhang Fei and Ma Lichang instilled newfound courage in Qin Xiaolu, who no longer appeared as timid as before. "Lulu, one must also consider the order of arrival. We discovered this cave first, and we are all women. It would be rather inconvenient for two strange men to suddenly appear, wouldn't it?" "That's right," her cousin echoed. "You say they're good people, but we hardly know them. How can we ascertain they're not villains?" Qin Xiao Lu regarded the three women with a cold smirk. "Heh, regardless, my godfather is here." With that, she boldly stepped out of the cave. Dean, look, it seems to be Lulu. Haha, Lulu is alive. Little Ma, I told you my goddaughter has a strong constitution. How could she perish so easily? As he watched his girlfriend run towards him, Molly Chong opened his arms, preparing for a warm embrace. However, the next moment, he was met with a harsh slap to the face. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiao Lu completely disregarded her boyfriend and dove straight into the dean's embrace. Godfather. Lulu, it's all right. Your godfather is here, safe and sound. Zhang Fei gently stroked Qin Xiao Lu's hair, casting a few provocative glances at Molly Chong. Molly Chong was seething with rage, yet dared not express it, forcing himself to suppress his anger. Choo-choo Curson, did you see that? What a quintessential green tea girl. No wonder Qin Xiaolu understands men so well. What do you think is the relationship between Qin Xiaolu and the two of them? Curson, is there really a need to guess? Only a fool would fail to see the tangled relationships among the three. Zhang Fei patted Qin Xiaolu on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Be good, listen, don't cry. You have no idea how much Li Chong is worried about you." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance. Qin Xiaolu turned and fell into Ma Liqiang's embrace. "Brother Chong." Ma Liqiang forced a smile. "It's good that you're okay, Lu." In the cave, Luo Feifei wore a grave expression. Previously, they had the advantage of 3 against 1 and had dismissed Qin Xiaolu entirely. Now, with reinforcements arriving, it had suddenly changed to 3 against 3. Her sense of unease deepened. Chapter 65. A blaze in the backyard. Delicious juice. Qin Xiaolu led her guardian and boyfriend into the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. My goodness, 3 stunning beauties, each possessing an irresistible figure. Wait, the woman in the middle looks so familiar. Zhang Fei stared intently at Li Keqiu for a while. You are the renowned star Li Keqiu? Li Keqiu shot him a disdainful glance. The old man's lecherous demeanor was unmistakable. Guardian, this is Luo Feifei, and this is Li Cursin. Qin Xiaolu introduced them one by one. Zhang Fei straightened his back, intending to shake hands with the 3 beauties. However, when he extended his right hand, the 3 women completely ignored him, leaving Zhang Fei feeling rather embarrassed. Ms. Luo, Ms. Li, greetings. Ma Liqiang greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Ma. Luo Feifei nodded. Lulu, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us? She asked, pointing at Ma Liqiang. Though she vaguely guessed his identity and his significant connection to Qin Xiaolu, she deliberately posed a question to tease her. Haha, Sister Feifei, this is Ma Liqiang, my colleague. He has already become the department head at under 40. Quite accomplished, Qin Xiaolu replied. Mr. Ma, a pleasure to meet you, Ma Liqiang said, his lips twitching slightly at his girlfriend's introduction. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand. Don't think you can get carried away just because you're with Zhang Fei. One day, I'll make you regret it. Haha, that old fool Zhang Fei. He only fancies you for your looks. Once he tires of you, let us see how you gloat. Guardian, you must be quite exhausted from your journey. How about you and Chang Ji take a quick rest until Chen Ji returns? Chen Ji? Zhang Fei frowned. Oh, Lulu, when is your Chen Ji coming back? Guardian, Chen Ji is merely my daughter's godbrother. Qin Xiaolu clarified, then proceeded to introduce the members of her team. Throughout this, Zhang Fei kept stealing glances at Li Keqiu, Li Cursin, and Luo Feifei, particularly fixating on Li Keqiu. Li Keqiu furrowed her brows slightly. She whispered, Sister Feifei, Qin Xiaolu's guardian is rather inappropriate, constantly staring at us. Indeed, Choo-choo, you and Cursin should be cautious. Until Chen Yang returns, it's better to be safe. Understood, Sister Feifei. Luo Feifei was wary of the two, keeping her hand poised at her waist, ready to act should they misbehave. Sister Feifei, both my guardian and Changji are good people. Why are you standing so far away? Noticing Luo Feifei's hand movements, Qin Xiaolu's expression shifted. She had always been curious about what Chen Yang entrusted to Luo Feifei for safeguarding. It must be extraordinary. Lulu, your guardian is indeed a bit tired. I think I will take a short rest. All right, guardian, please rest assured. Your daughter will keep watch. Hee. Truly deserving of being the favored daughter of the godfather, her affection was not in vain. With that, Zhang Fei deliberately stroked Qin Xiaolu's small hand. Little horse, aren't you going to rest? Zhang Fei cast a cold gaze at Ma Liqiang. He yearned to assert that he was not fatigued. However, upon encountering the dean's frigid and unfriendly stare, he could only nod in compliance. Before long, the two of them leaned against the stone wall and succumbed to slumber. Fei, why hasn't Brother Chen returned yet? It's driving me mad. Li Kershin occasionally gazed into the distance, her face perpetually adorned with a look of despondency. Kershin, Chen Yang will surely return safely. Indeed, Fei is right. Chen Yang is out there braving dangers. We must not lag behind. From now on, the three of us shall take turns keeping watch, particularly over those two individuals and Qin Xiaolu. I have an uneasy feeling. Zhang Fei remained silent. It was evident he was a lecherous man, while Ma Liqiang, though appearing refined, was met with Li Chuchu's utmost vigilance. I concur with Chuchu's perspective. For the first time, the three women reached a consensus. Fei, Brother Yang has been gone for nearly an hour. Should we not venture out to search for him? Noticing the trio whispering among themselves, Qin Xiaolu sensed they might be concocting something, so she approached with a pretext. Search outside? Where we look? Do you even know which direction Chen Yang took? In such a vast jungle, one could easily lose their way. Luo Fei did not hold back, retorting bluntly. Fei, I'm merely worried about Qingjia. Why are you so opposed? Should we do nothing but wait here? Qin Xiaolu feigned contemplation, pausing for nearly a minute, then quietly suggested. How about this? Fei and I can search the vicinity. If we don't find Qingjia and the others, we'll return immediately. What do you think? A wave of alarm surged through Luo Fei. This woman was far from simple. Why had she singled her out? Soon, she arrived at a possible conclusion. Yes, Qin Xiaolu must be attempting to divert her attention, leaving Li Chuchu and Li Kershin alone. Moreover, Qin Xiaolu had undoubtedly surmised that she possessed something formidable. Otherwise, she would not have been fixated on her waist. Luring the snake from its den and creating a diversion. Once she was successfully drawn away, Zhang Fei and Ma Liqiang would harbor ill intentions, leaving Li Chuchu and Li Kershin as mere lambs to the slaughter. What a cunning scheme. What a despicable woman. Apologies, Lulu, but Chen Yang instructed me not to go anywhere and to remain in the cave. Very well. Consider it as if I never spoke. You all feign concern for Brother Yang and Qingjia. Yet each one of you is exceedingly selfish. To put it plainly, you fear the dangers that lie outside. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. No matter how you frame it, I shall not return. Neither will I. Wherever Fei is, there I shall be. My husband instructed me not to leave the cave. I have no desire to cause him worry. Observing the unexpected unanimity among the three women, Qin Xiaolu felt both irate and vexed. Very well. When Brother Yang returns, I shall surely inform him. In a bid to exercise caution, Luo Fei approached the precipice of the cave and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Keqiu. She increasingly perceived Qin Xiaolu as the most significant source of uncertainty. Guarding the edge of the cave, should Qin Xiaolu or Zhang Fei display any unusual behavior, they could swiftly make their escape. Meanwhile, amidst the palpable tension in the backyard, Chen Yang and Su Yuqing indulged in the delightful taste of refreshing juice. Qingjia, this juice is exquisite. It's tangy and incredibly thirst-quenching, Chen Yang exclaimed. Indeed, I have never tasted such delicious juice before. We must take some back later. Having relished 5 fruits and drained every drop of juice within mere minutes, Chen Yang felt a slight discomfort in his abdomen from overindulgence. Qingjia, I need to step aside for a moment, he said with a chuckle. I warned you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. Su Yuqing replied with a playful nod. Chapter 66. The policewoman in the quagmire. Su Yuqing found the fruit utterly refreshing. Unable to resist, tearing open another one, savoring the pale yellow juice with sheer delight. After indulging in a few sips, she suddenly turned her head to glance back. To her surprise, the fellow had seemingly vanished in the blink of an eye. After waiting for several minutes with no sign of Chen Yang's return, a flicker of apprehension crept into her heart. Chen Yang. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had initially intended to return after attending to his needs. Yet, as he rose and fastened his trousers, he faintly heard the sound of a woman weeping not far away. He paused, listening intently. Indeed, it was the voice of a woman. However, he hesitated to act. In his recollection of the wondrous animal kingdom, certain creatures could mimic human sounds, such as the brown bear, capable of imitating human footsteps, especially at night, deceiving many unsuspecting souls. Chen Yang, Chen Yang. Su Yuqing followed the footprints on the ground, searching while softly calling out. Huh, is that Sister Qing's voice? This is not good. Sister Qing is in danger. He hurriedly prepared to rush over. But wait, the two voices seemed to emanate from different directions. Chen Yang, Chen Yang. What? What are you doing here? Seeing that Chen Yang was unharmed, Su Yuqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. In that moment, she cast aside all feminine reserve and rushed into his embrace. Sister Qing, how did you end up here? Little rascal. Weren't you supposed to be taking care of business? I was worried when you didn't return for ages. And here you are, sneaking off to this place? Have you found a beautiful woman and lost your senses? Su Yuqing scolded, playfully smacking Chen Yang. My apologies, Sister Qing. I heard some commotion over there, so I followed. Sister Qing, listen closely. Doesn't it sound like a woman's voice? Chen Yang pointed towards the right front. A woman's voice? You little lecher. Your mind is always on women. Su Yuqing retorted, but nonetheless, she turned her gaze in the direction Chen Yang indicated. Indeed, why didn't you go over to investigate? Well, I feared it might be a trap, so I refrained from acting recklessly. Hearing the voice, it seemed to be crying. Perhaps someone truly was in trouble. All right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Let us go and see. The two moved forward side by side, treading carefully. Soon, they were merely a meter away. Chen Yang tiptoed for a better view, and his expression changed dramatically. Before him was a young girl, her upper body deeply entrenched in a quagmire. Had she not clung desperately to a thick branch nearby, she would have surely been swallowed by the mire, ultimately succumbing to asphyxiation. Oh no! Someone has fallen into the quagmire. Chen Yang sprang into action. Help me! Help me! I can barely hold on, the woman cried out, her voice filled with desperation as she saw someone approaching. Chen Yang, think of something quickly, Su Yuqing exclaimed, her heart racing as she noticed the girl sinking further into the mud, on the verge of tears. Do not panic. Let me ponder a solution. Chen Yang gazed at the muddy pit, which, though limited in size, merely around 2 square meters, left him uncertain about the safety of its surroundings. His eyes fell upon a branch, where he believed safety resided. Thus, he cautiously made his way onto the branch, advancing step by step. Upon reaching the girl, Chen Yang laid himself upon the branch, extending his hand to grasp her right hand. Do not let go, do you hear me? He urged. The girl nodded, placing her hopes of survival entirely upon this unfamiliar man. Chen Yang pulled back with all his might, and the girl clung desperately to his hand. After considerable effort, he finally managed to pull the greater part of her body from mire. At that moment, Chen Yang was nearly exhausted. I'll help you. Su Yuqing perceived that Chen Yang's strength was waning, and she wished to contribute. Qingjie, do not come closer. I fear the branch may not withstand the weight of 2. I want to assist you. Qingjie, you must stay vigilant. I can manage this. At that instant, he could not afford to be distracted. Should a wild beast appear, it might spell doom for all 3 of them. Hence, he instructed Su Yuqing to keep watch over their surroundings. After a brief respite of 2 minutes, Chen Yang summoned his strength once more. This time, he surged forth like a wild beast, abruptly pulling the woman from the muck. Seizing the opportunity, she clutched the branch tightly. Thank you. It was but a trifling matter. You little lecher, showing off before a beauty. The danger they had just faced had been no trivial affair. He could have easily fallen into the pit himself, yet he brushed it off as a minor feat. Once they returned, she would have to properly educate him against recklessly dashing towards beautiful women. The woman was coated in black mud, exuding a repugnant odor. Chen Yang, however, paid it no mind, helping her back to solid ground. Just as they stepped away from the branch, it creaked ominously and splintered into 3 pieces. Goodness, that was close. Chen Yang exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. At that moment, Su Yuqing finally discerned the woman's identity. You're Officer Ming? The woman stared astonished. Sister, you know me? Officer Ming, I am Su Yuqing. 6 months ago, while returning home from a night shift, I was accosted by a drunken man. You happened to pass by, rescued me, and sent my harasser to prison. Meng Sisi sought to recall the incident, gradually piecing together the memory. Qing Jia, I remember now. Peace Road, am I right? Yes, that's south the place. It was pouring rain that night. I was dragged into an alley by that drunkard. Had it not been for Officer Meng, I might have. What? Su Yuqing still possesses such vitality? Officer Meng, my name is Chen Yang. Thank you for saving Qing Jia. Meng Sisi smiled, her gaze assessing the two. An instinct told her that Su Yuqing and Chen Yang shared a bond deeper than mere friendship. Nevertheless, they were separated by over a decade in age. Mr. Chen, I truly appreciate your assistance. Too kind. Officer Meng is a good person, and good deeds are rewarded. Sister Qing, you may call me Xiao Meng, or Cece if you prefer. Meng Cece beamed at Chen Yang, while she ostensibly spoke for Su Yuqing. Her true intent was to subtly signal to Chen Yang that he could simply call her Cece from now on. Xiao Meng, are you also on this flight? You are here too? Haha. Cece, it seems we are somewhat fated. This woman, in terms of beauty, could easily rival Chu Chu. Mr. Chen certainly knows how to flatter. Perhaps it was the act of saving her life, combined with Chen Yang's handsome appearance and seemingly honest demeanor, that greatly enhanced Meng Cece's fondness for him. Little rascal. His words are as sweet as honey whenever he sees a beautiful woman. Sister Qing, Cece, shall we return? It has been quite a while. Chu Chu and the others must be quite worried. Sister Qing, do we have companions? Yes, there are 4. Meng Cece felt a surge of joy. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, the prospect of other survivors filled her with excitement. Chapter 67. Examining the wound of the policewoman, how wonderful it is. I finally have companions. In recent days, Meng Cece has been living in constant fear. Any rustle in the forest sends her heart racing like a startled bird. As a police officer and captain of the criminal investigation team, she has undergone rigorous military training. Yet she is still a woman stranded on a deserted island, alone and vulnerable. How could she not be afraid? Seeing Chen Yang and Su Yuqing, she felt a surge of emotion akin to reuniting with long-lost family. Cece, can you still walk? Yes, absolutely no problem. To Chen Yang's astonishment, this woman possessed remarkable stamina. Having been trapped in a mire, she still had the strength to move. Don't move. Suddenly, Su Yuqing shouted. Chen Yang and Meng Cece halted almost simultaneously. Qing Jia, what's wrong? Chen Yang, look at Cece's right leg. It seems to be entangled with something moving. Chen Yang looked down, noticing that her right leg was completely covered in black mud. After a moment of bewilderment, he finally discerned the truth. My heavens, it's a black snake, nearly indistinguishable from the mud, which is why Meng Cece hadn't noticed. Observing the triangular shape of the snake's head, Chen Yang felt a surge of dread. Typically, snakes with triangular heads are predominantly venomous. Cece, what is on my leg? Please, don't scare me. After finally escaping the mire, Meng Cece found herself in another predicament, her heart pounding with fear, nearly brought to tears. Cece, don't cry out, and whatever you do not move. There's a small black snake on your leg, about the size of a disposable chopstick. What? A snake? Despite her prowess in capturing criminals, Meng Cece has harbored a fear of snakes since childhood. Even non-venomous water snakes terrify her, let alone a venomous one coiling around her leg. The earlier commotion may have alerted the snake, as it began to writhe and flick its tongue. Chen Yang, think of a way, Su Yuqing urged, panic rising in her voice. The consequences of snakebite on Meng Cece would be dire. Cece, whatever you do, stay still. I will help you. Chen Yang, equally terrified of the snake, knew he could not approach it barehanded. In this precarious situation, he picked up a long branch, cautiously inching it forward. Meng Cece shut her eyes in fear. Dad, Mom, please protect your daughter. She silently prayed in her heart. Fortunately, the branch successfully touched Meng Cece's right leg. Its green hue, adorned with leaves, attracted the black snake, which began to crawl onto it. Everyone held their breath, daring not to make a sound. After approximately 2 minutes, the black snake finally released its grip from Meng Cici's leg. Chen Yang swiftly withdrew the branch and flung the snake far away. The snake, upon hitting the ground, vanished in the blink of an eye. King Jie, sobi. I'm not dead, am I? Cici, it's all right, it's all right. The snake is gone. Su Yuqing embraced Meng Cici, gently stroking her head. Now let us hurry back. In search of a water source, I unexpectedly rescued a beautiful policewoman. After nearly an hour's delay, Li Keqiu and Luo Feifei must be quite worried. Wait a moment. Su Yuqing, holding Meng Cici's hand, had taken only a few steps when she was called by Chen Yang again. Chen Yang, what is it now? Cici, do you feel anything unusual in your right leg? Pain? Numbness? Meng Cici shook her head. No. Chen Yang, what are you trying to say? Chen Yang propped his chin, pondering for a moment. Cici, I suspect you were bitten by that little black snake. Chen Yang, don't scare Cici. Meng Cici had already faced 2 life-threatening crises, and now, with Chen Yang suggesting she had been bitten by a venomous snake, her fear intensified. No, it can't be. I feel nothing at all. Indeed, Meng Cici's complexion turned pale. She was not foolish. She understood what it meant to be bitten by a venomous snake on an island. Waiting for death was the only outcome. Cici, why don't I examine you? It will put my mind at ease. In Chen Yang's understanding, certain venomous snakes could bite without any immediate sensation. And by the time one felt something, it was already a countdown to death, like the silver-ringed snake. Examine? Meng Cici was taken aback. Cici, Chen Yang makes a valid point. I think we should let him check. It won't take much time. All right. Thus, Meng Cici found a place to sit down. Su Yuqing crouched down and lifted her right leg. However, Meng Cici's leg was covered by a layer of black mud, making it difficult to locate any injuries. Wait for me a moment. To quickly discover any wounds, they needed to wash away the mud, but there was no nearby water source. Fortunately, Chen Yang devised a solution. After a few minutes, he returned carrying a dozen fruits, broke one open, and handed it to Meng Cici. Cici, you must be thirsty. Here, quench your thirst. Don't let the odd appearance fool you. The juice is delicious. Really? Meng Cici looked at the strange fruit with skepticism. However, once she took a sip, her face lit up with joy. It's truly tasty. Chen Yang, thank you. This man displayed genuine concern, which deeply touched Meng Cici and elevated her affection for him. Chen Yang, why did you pick so many fruits? Do you intend to use the juice to wash away the mud? Indeed, that is the only way. All right, it feels a bit wasteful. Chen Yang shook his head in resignation. While Meng Cici enjoyed the fresh juice, Chen Yang squeezed the fruits to wash her right leg. 1, 2, after using a total of 15 fruits, he finally managed to wash away the mud, though not entirely clean. Chen Yang leaned down to inspect carefully. Wow, such a fair thigh. At the same time, a fragrant aroma wafted towards him. Goodness, how delightful. Chen Yang was momentarily entranced by the scent, staring blankly at her leg. Chen Yang, have you finished the examination? Meng Cici, feeling shy, inquired softly. Just a moment longer. I must thoroughly examine this. Do not rush me. Chen Yang feigned seriousness as he glanced around. Beside him, Su Yuqing struggled to suppress a laugh, instantly perceiving Chen Yang's ulterior motives. This fellow truly knows how to seize an opportunity for his own advantage. Yet here I am, unwittingly dependent upon this capricious man. Suddenly, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. He leaned in closer, his nose brushing against Meng Cici's right leg. In an instant, Meng Cici shivered. How audacious! This is not merely an examination of the wound. It is a pretext for flirtation. Do not move. Meng Cici intended to retract her leg, but Chen Yang held it firmly in place. Chen Yang, what are you trying to do? I am a police officer. Do not act recklessly. Come on, Meng Cici, I acknowledge your beauty. However, I have no interest in you. My wife is far more stunning. Chen Yang shot a glance at Meng Cici. Chapter 68. A safe return. Well, fine. Meng Cici had no alternative but to adopt this method. The mere thought of being in close proximity to the alluring policewoman filled Chen Yang with extraordinary excitement. Chen Yang, you should start now. Seeing Chen Yang fixated on her delicate legs, Meng Cici grew anxious. A flicker of irritation crossed her mind. This fellow. While I am in a life-or-death situation, remains unfazed, merely staring at my legs in a daze. Cece, I have one more request. Speak quickly. Could it be that this guy harbors some outrageous demand? Could you possibly pull your pants up a little? What? Chen Yang, what do you mean by that? Meng Cece was furious. In truth, she had indeed permitted Chen Yang to take some liberties, considering it a form of gratitude. However, his request was utterly excessive. She was already wearing cropped pants, and raising them further would be akin to removing them altogether. Cece, I am a gentleman, even if I were to take advantage. It would be done openly. Besides, I merely asked for a slight adjustment. Why such a strong reaction? One would think I intended something untoward. All right. I'll do as you say. Is that sufficient? Chen Yang, do not get too carried away. Meng Cece cast a fierce glare at him. Cece, Chen Yang is quite a decent fellow. You will come to realize this after spending some time with him. Very well, Sister Qing. Though she did not fully trust Chen Yang, she held some degree of faith in Su Yuqing. Before long, Meng Cece adjusted her pants to her knees. Cece, I'm starting now. Chen Yang's method of saving her was rather straightforward, merely sucking out the poisonous blood with his mouth. As his lips pressed intimately against the wound, a wave of heat surged through Chen Yang, leaving him parched and breathless. Almost immediately, his face flushed with warmth. Su Yuqing, observing the changes in Chen Yang, quickly noticed his physical reaction. Chen Yang, fortunately, Su Yuqing's voice brought Chen Yang back to clarity, allowing him to suppress the turmoil within. Meanwhile, Meng Cece trembled slightly. It was her first intimate encounter with a man, and despite it being her right leg, it still evoked a unique sensation within her. This feeling stirred a mix of excitement and yearning in Meng Cece. Goodness, what is happening to me? Meng Cece could scarcely believe that this man before her was almost causing her to lose control. Her hands gripped Chen Yang's arm tightly. As time ticked by, after 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Yang had effectively drawn out most of the poisonous blood from Meng Cece's right leg. Throughout this ordeal, they both endured immense torment. Had it not been for Su Yuqing's presence, they might have completely lost themselves. Cece, it's done. The poisonous blood has been expelled, and there should be no major issues. Chen Yang, thank you. Haha, you're welcome. It was a trivial matter. Just as Meng Cece attempted to rise, Chen Yang held her down. Wait a moment. Chen Yang tore a piece of fabric from his short sleeve and quickly bandaged Meng Cece's wound. What a considerate man. At this moment, Meng Cece gazed at Chen Yang with not only gratitude, but also a hint of tenderness. Often, a single detail can move a woman for a lifetime. It seems that Chen Yang has once again captured the heart of a beautiful woman. Su Yuqing, who had remained mostly silent, smiled softly, as if to say, All right, Meng, let us return. Thank you, Chen Yang, she said. We are friends after all. Friends should help each other, should they not? Chen Yang replied, to which Meng Cece nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Yang accompanied the two women to pick another 20 fruits, sharing laughter along the way. Half an hour later, the trio successfully returned. Haha, Sister Fei Fei, Cousin look, it's Brother Chen and Sister Qing. Li Kersin, who had been watching anxiously at the cave entrance, instantly spotted the man she longed for. Unable to contain her excitement, she opened her arms to greet him. Who is that beautiful woman next to Sister Qing? Luo Fei Fei asked, her expression turning serious as she observed the unfamiliar yet stunning woman. Li Kersin's voice roused Zhang Fei and Ma Liqiang from their reverie. Lu, what happened? Zhang Fei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Godfather, my teammates are back. Is that so? Wonderful. Let us go out and see. All right, Godfather. Qin Xiaolu beamed as she assisted the director, completely disregarding her boyfriend, Ma Liqiang. Xiaoma, why are you still dawdling? I'll be right there. Thus, everyone exited the cave to welcome Chen Yang and Su Yuqing back. Who are they? Chen Yang was slightly taken aback upon seeing two strangers emerge from the cave, laughing and chatting with Qin Xiaolu. Brother Chen, this is Director Zhang and Director Ma, she introduced, addressing them formally in front of Zhang Fei. Hello, Director Zhang, Director Ma. You are Chen Yang? Thank you for taking care of Lu these past few days. Director Zhang expressed his gratitude. Not all, Director. Chen Yang replied politely. Hello, Brother Ma. The three exchanged pleasantries. Darling, I was so worried about you. Li Keqiu rushed forward to give him a big hug, observing the famous star embrace another. Zhang Fei's mouth twitched slightly, while Ma Liqiang was left utterly astonished. My goodness, the starlet Li Keqiu is actually married. Unbelievable. One cannot trust beautiful women, he thought. If Li Keqiu's fans find out, it would certainly cause an uproar, and who knows what might happen to Chen Yang. Come, everyone, come and taste these fruits. Though they may not look impressive, their juice is exquisite. Thank you, darling, Li Keqiu said, eagerly taking a fruit, breaking it open, and handing it to Chen Yang. You've worked hard, dear. Chu, you eat it. I've had plenty already. Seriously, Chu, could you not flaunt your affection? Luo Fei teased. Ha, Sister Fei. You can flaunt it too. Cut out. Listening to the banter between the two women, Zhang Fei and Ma Liqiang exchanged glances, astonished. Could it be that Chen Yang has such an abundance of female admirers? Surrounded by stunning beauties, particularly the alluring Su Yuqing, who emanates an aura of maturity that stirs a sense of impulsiveness within me. Since Chen Yang's return, Zhang Fei has noticed that his goddaughter's gaze has remained fixated upon Chen Yang, much to his displeasure, leading him to entertain certain suspicions. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite. Little Chen, could you possibly provide me with a few more? Chen Yang had brought back 30 fruits, distributing one each to himself, Sister Qing, and Cici. The remainder was shared among Luo Fei and 4 others. Zhang Fei received 5, and perhaps due to his thirst, he consumed them all within 3 minutes. Godfather, I have some left here. His goddaughter is truly remarkable. Zhang Fei accepted the fruit, casting a deliberate glance at Ma Liqiang. As for Ma Liqiang, he feigned ignorance. One must look out for oneself, for if not, one is doomed. I am parched at this moment, and what of it if you are the director? Furthermore, you have taken my woman. Concurrently, his vengeful thoughts began to intensify. Chapter 69. Selecting a captain. Ma Liqiang. Are your ears deaf? My godfather said he is thirsty. Hurry and bring him some fruit. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as her boyfriend feigned ignorance. I'm sorry, but I am thirsty too. Brother Chan has already distributed the fruits, 5 or 6 for each person, and this one is mine. Why should I give it to your godfather? Ma Liqiang, do you even realize what you are saying? To her surprise, her boyfriend showed no inclination to relent. Zhang Fei's expression darkened. Xiao Ma, if you refuse to share, so be it. As an elder, how could I possibly take fruit from a younger person? Ah, you just recently assumed this position, haven't you? It's best to be a bit more obedient. Everyone present could discern the ominous undertone in Zhang Fei's words. Chen Yang, Su Yuqing, Luo Fei, and the others refrained from intervening. This was a personal matter between the couple. After all, Ma Liqiang, you're being excessive. You're my boyfriend, and Director Zhang is my godfather, which makes him your godfather as well. How can you not understand the importance of honoring your elders? In the past, Ma Liqiang had been compliant. If Qin Xiaolu instructed him to go east, he would not dare venture west. Yet today, he was behaving unusually, seemingly disregarding Director Zhang entirely. Godfather, I have 2 more fruits here. Qin Xiaolu offered one of the fruits to Zhang Fei. Ah, Godfather, you've certainly earned your share of affection. When we return, I shall promote you to head nurse. Yay! Thank you, Godfather. She boldly embraced Zhang Fei before planting 2 kisses on his rough face, much to Ma Liqiang's indifference as he merely cast a fleeting glance, revealing no signs of emotion. Humph, this Ma Liqiang truly possesses remarkable composure. It is evident to everyone that Qin Xiaolu shares a close relationship with Director Zhang, yet he remains unfazed as his woman kisses her superior. What a pitiable excuse for a man. Luo Fei regarded him with disdain. Now that everyone is well fed, let us set off, Chen Yang announced loudly. Mr. Chen, there is something we need to discuss beforehand. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Fei interjected. Director Zhang, what do you mean by that? Ah, Xiao Chun, from this moment onward. We are a team, are we not? And as a team, we must appoint a captain. We cannot remain a disorganized bunch, each fighting their own battles. To put it bluntly, if we act independently on this island, it will lead to our demise. Godfather, you mean we need to elect a captain to lead us, correct? Precisely. It seems Lu understands me well, Zhang Fei said, unabashedly stroking Qin Xiaolu's hair. Director Zhang, what do you mean? Before you arrived, Chen Yang was our leader. Luo Feifei was the first to voice her opposition, having perceived Zhang Fei's subtle intention to instigate a re-election of leadership. Indeed, you arrived late. How can you just decide to change the captain? My cousin is right. I only recognize my husband. Feifei, Chu, Cursin, my godfather is not wrong. How about we hold a vote to elect a captain? That way, it would be fair for everyone. Qin Xiaolu, what is this? Now that your godfather is here, do you feel you have a strong backing? You were not like this before. You used to be completely obedient to my husband, sneaking off to the small grove at night while we were resting. Now that Qin Xiaolu has betrayed us and allied with Zhang Fei, Li Keqiu shows no mercy and reveals her disgraceful deeds. Indeed, Zhang Fei furrows his brow, casting a cold glance at Qin Xiaolu. Lulu, what is going on here? Godfather, she is talking nonsense. There is no such thing. Qin Xiaolu vehemently denies. Qin Xiaolu, my cousin knows about this, and so do I. Sister Qin saw it with her own eyes. Do you still intend to deny it? Li Cursin, you. The three women, Luo Feifei, Li Cursin, and Li Keqiu, anticipated Zhang Fei's fury. However, to their surprise, Zhang Fei wore a smile. Young people, everyone experiences loneliness at times. Lulu, your godfather will not blame you. Mr. Chen is so outstanding and has charm. I can understand. Godfather, you're not angry? Qin Xiaolu could scarcely believe her ears. In the past, Godfather would have erupted in rage long ago. There was a new doctor who took a liking to Qin Xiaolu and would often fawn over her, only to be reassigned to the hospital's logistics department once Zhang, the director, found out. Since Director Zhang has spoken, let us proceed with the election for the team leader. Chen Yang, why are you listening to that old man? Luo Feifei exclaimed, glaring at him. What's the matter? It's just a team leader. After all, Chen Yang chuckled. He did not wish to disrupt the team over such a position. All right, Xiao Chun, let us begin. Then, Zhang Fei continued. As an elder and the hospital director with extensive team management experience, I hereby volunteer to be the team leader. Zhang Fei surveyed the crowd, adopting a commanding demeanor. This is the great outdoors, deep in the mountains and on an island. If one lacks survival skills, how can one aspire to lead? Exactly, Sister Feifei. Some people are only suited for sitting in an office, enjoying air conditioning, and directing others with mere words. Cousin, there is a saying, paper generals. Listening to the trio's mocking remarks, Zhang Fei remained unfazed and instead turned his gaze toward Chen Yang, exuding an air of provocation. Very well, Director Zhang. Who agrees to elect Xiao Chun? Raise your hands. Soon, Luo Feifei, Su Yuqing, Li Keqiu, Li Cursin, and Meng Sisi all raised their hands. Director Zhang, we have 5 votes for Chen Yang. The outcome is decided. Wait, there's me. At that moment, Ma Liqiang unexpectedly stood with Chen Yang. Ma Liqiang, you. Zhang Fei was furious at his subordinate's blatant betrayal. Although he had anticipated the election's outcome, he never expected Ma Liqiang to cast his vote for Chen Yang. Godfather, I also choose Brother Yang. What? Lulu, you are also voting for Chen Yang? The astute Qin Xiaolu, sensing the tide turning, realized that even Ma Liqiang had sided with Chen Yang. She did not wish to follow Zhang Fei down a dark path. Godfather, Brother Yang is truly remarkable. Were it not for him, we would have perished countless times. Oh, Qin Xiaolu, did not Dean Zhang hold you in great affection? Why did you not choose your godfather? Alas, Dean Zhang must be heartbroken. Suddenly, Zhang Fei struck, seizing Qin Xiaolu by the throat. Wretched woman, dare you betray me? Godfather, please release me. You are choking me. Even if I were to strangle you, it would matter not. At that moment, Meng Sisi stepped forward. Zhang Fei, I am a police officer. It would be prudent for you to release Miss Qin at once. You are a police officer? Indeed, without a doubt. Lol, your godfather was merely jesting. Gastayist. The cunning Zhang Fei promptly loosened his grip. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the Red Serpent, the Dean Neil's Brother Yang. Qin Xiaolu immediately rushed to Chen Yang's side. Chen Yang surveyed his surroundings and declared resolutely, since you have all chosen me as your leader, I shall exert every effort to assist everyone in escaping from this place. My dear, I have faith in you. Brother Chen, you are the best. Come on, Chen Yang. With Li Keqiu taking the lead and expressing support, the other women promptly pledged their allegiance to Chen Yang's commands, vowing not to act independently. This infuriated Zhang Fei. Ha! Dean Zhang, this is not your domain, and you cannot dictate how things unfold. I advise you to remain prudent. Moreover, I've heard whispers of numerous wild beasts lurking here. Who knows what may happen one day? Ma Liqiang, are you threatening me? I am merely stating the facts, if that is how you perceive it. I cannot help you. Fine, fine, Ma Liqiang, we shall see. Ma Liqiang chuckled. In this nearly isolated island, the mere few of them had no hope of surviving and escaping. Thus, he held no expectations. After all, death was merely a matter of time. Given this, why should he fear Dean Zhang? At the same time, his animosity towards Dean Zhang intensified. Zhang Fei and Qin Xiaolu, you presumptuous pair, do not rejoice too soon. I shall inevitably find an opportunity to turn you into a pair of doomed lovers. We shall depart. With Chen Yang's command, the group advanced towards the northeast. Chen Yang and Su Yuqing led the way. Luo Feifei and Meng Sisi brought up the rear, while Qin Xiaolu, Li Keqiu, Li Keqiu, along with Zhang Fei and Ma Liqiang, walked in the middle. As they walked, they soon encountered two diverging paths ahead. Chen Yang halted, gazing intently at the options before him. The left path appeared to be somewhat flatter, while the right path was riddled with pits and bumps. Xiao Chun, we should take the left path, Zhang Fei suggested with a smile as he stepped forward. Brother Chun, I believe we should opt for the right. Left, right, left. Ultimately, 4 individuals favored the left path while 4 others chose the right, leaving Chen Yang's decision as the pivotal vote that would determine their course of action. I choose the right path. Xiao Chun, why abandon a good road for this shabby one? Zhang Fei immediately voiced his dissent. I am afraid the minority must yield to the majority. Very well. Although Zhang Fei felt quite dissatisfied, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After walking for about another kilometer, Zhang Fei was drenched in sweat. Xiao Chun, can we take a break? I truly cannot continue. As he spoke, he gasped for breath. A rest? Are you joking? We have scarcely traveled 3 kilometers. Dean Zhang, your stamina is rather lacking. Ma Liqiang mocked. Ma Liqiang, do not be so sardonic. I'm already over 60. It is only natural that my endurance pales in comparison to you youthful ones. What's so astonishing about that? If you lack stamina, perhaps you should refrain from such strenuous endeavors. The more one plays, the quicker one's body succumbs. Noticing her boyfriend's gaze upon her, Qin Xiaolu was instantly filled with indignation. She was well aware that Ma Liqiang's words carried deeper implications. Ma Liqiang, Director Zhang is your superior and, more importantly, our elder. Can you not show him a modicum of respect? Qin Xiaolu, are you so concerned for your godfather? Is it that he can no longer walk? Perhaps you should carry him. What an opportunity to demonstrate your filial piety. You. Qin Xiaolu was so enraged she could scarcely contain her fury. All right, let us walk another 2 kilometers and then take a break. As the captain, Chen Yang could not allow one person to delay the entire group's progress. Zhang Fei cast a fierce glare at Chen Yang, feeling that both he and Ma Liqiang were conspiring against him. Godfather, I will assist you. Get away, I'm not some frail old man. Zhang Fei, incensed, shoved Qin Xiaolu aside. Feeling scorned and rebuffed, Qin Xiaolu chose to retreat to the back, deliberately distancing herself from Zhang Fei. Such an ungrateful old man. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Realizing his goddaughter was upset and fearing Ma Liqiang might turn against him, Zhang Fei hurried to the front, attempting to ingratiate himself with Chen Yang. Suddenly, Chen Yang halted. Ahead, about 20 meters away, lay a small red snake, approximately 1 meter in length. Everyone be cautious. There is a small snake ahead. Is it true? How can there be so many snakes on this wretched island? At the mention of snakes, Meng Sisi shuddered. Sisi is merely a small snake. Luo Feifei grasped her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Xiao Chun, it's just a little snake. I'll deal with it. Zhang Fei recognized his moment to shine. Only by winning Chen Yang's favor could he solidify his position within the group. Director Zhang, please, return. Chen Yang reached out to grab Zhang Fei, but he was a moment too late. Zhang Fei picked up 2 stones and hurled them at the small snake with all his might. Remarkably, one of the stones struck the snake's head with perfect accuracy. Ha ha, Xiao Chun, the small snake is taken care of. Zhang Fei turned, waving his hands at the others while using a branch to showcase his triumph. However, his elation lasted less than 10 seconds. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Director Zhang, run quickly. Run? Xiao Chun, I have slain the small snake. There is no need for such panic. Look out, Director Zhang. There is a large snake behind you. A large snake? Zhang Fei froze. As he turned to look, his smile vanished, and he collapsed in shock. Xiao Chun, please, save me. Lulu, I am your godfather. Come to my rescue. In that moment, Zhang Fei sensed the chilling breath of death. Just 1 meter behind him, a 5-meter-long crimson serpent, flicking its tongue, was fixated on him. Somebody help me. I do not wish to die. At this moment, Zhang Fei dropped to his knees. Brother Yang, think of a way to save my godfather. Qin Xiaolu clutched Chen Yang's hand, tears streaming down her face in desperation. Save? What do you expect my husband to use for that? Qin Xiaolu. Did you not see that enormous snake? You want my husband to go to his death, don't you? Li Keqiu retorted angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiaolu. Brother Chen, it's dangerous. Do not act impulsively. Li Keqiu even grasped Chen Yang's hand, fearing that he would, out of kindness, risk his safety to save a stranger. Little brother Chen, I implore you, please save me. If you rescue me, I can offer you my goddaughter in return. Godfather, what are you saying? Silence. Qin Xiaolu, if it weren't for me, would you have ever become a nurse? If it weren't for me, could you afford that grand house? I have sacrificed so much for you. Should you not show gratitude to your godfather now? Zhang Fei, you scoundrel, stop spouting nonsense. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed in exasperation. At that moment, she wished fervently for Zhang Fei to be bitten by the snake. Chapter 71. Indifference to Peril? Though Chen Yang had never encountered a serpent adorned in a vibrant crimson hue, he sensed that the more flamboyant the coloration, the more potent the venom typically was. Ah, what a magnificent serpent, he exclaimed. Goodness, Cursin, when did we become so enamored with poisonous snakes? Perhaps we should focus on devising a method to vanquish this venomous creature instead. Meng Sisi remarked, exasperated, despite the fact that the poisonous snake had fixated on Zhang Fei, and she harbored no fondness for the lecherous man. Truth be told, she was indifferent to his potential demise. However, she understood that everyone could become a target of the Crimson Serpent's aggression. Miss Mengyu, you're a police officer. You must save me, Zhang Fei pleaded, observing Chen Yang's silence. Hey, Director Zhang, please refrain from moral coercion. True, Sister Sisi is a police officer, but she can only act if her own safety is assured. She cannot sacrifice her life. Luo Feifei admonished sharply. Miss Luo, that is not my intention, Zhang Fei retorted, attempting to defend himself. Spare us your excuses. We are not fools. We comprehend your meaning. Li Keqiu interjected, equally disapproving of Zhang Fei's demeanor. Brother Chen, save me, Zhang Fei cried out in desperation. Enough with the noise. Can we not maintain some semblance of calm? Director Zhang, where has your usual authority gone? You are the director, after all. Surely you possess some capability to have attained such a position? And what are you calling out for? Do you wish to summon wolves and bears to devour us? Furthermore, the serpent has only targeted you. With the time you are wasting calling for help, you could have fled. Yet here you remain, foolishly kneeling, awaiting your fate. Ma Liqiang, do not speak with such disdain. Zhang Fei seethed, wishing to strangle the man. Even in this dire situation, you find pleasure in my misfortune. Feifei, hand me the knife. Are you mad? Chen Yang, how could you possibly defeat such a massive serpent? Luo Feifei protested, yet she still handed him a military knife. Given Chen Yang's character, he would never stand idly by in the face of danger. Just a snake, he declared nonchalantly, accepting the dagger. I will assist you, Meng Sisi announced, brandishing her own knife and stepping beside Chen Yang. Honestly, count me in as well, Luo Feifei declared, stepping forward. Thank you all. Chen Yang felt his spirit ignite. If three women were unafraid of the Crimson Serpent, how could he, as a man, falter? As he lifted his foot to advance, Ma Liqiang obstructed his path. Brother Chen, have you truly made up your mind? The serpent is focused on Director Zhang. We have ample time to retreat. Are you suggesting that we sacrifice Director Zhang to ensure our own safety? Ma Liqiang nodded. Ah, you resent Director Zhang because he has claimed your woman. Thus you wish for his demise, do you not? Indeed, I wish for his death at this very moment. But have you considered that we may sustain injuries in the endeavor to slay the serpent? Can you guarantee that no one will be harmed? Can you assert that the Crimson Serpent is devoid of venom? Though I am a physician, lacking medical supplies leaves me with no recourse but to await demise should I fall victim to a potent serpent's poison. If my elder brother's conjecture holds true, your connection with them is rather extraordinary, is it not? Do you wish to behold your beloved suffering from poisoning in an attempt to save an odious man? Before Chen Yang, Ma Liqiang did not conceal his genuine thoughts, highlighting the pros and cons of the situation. He deemed Chen Yang to be a decent fellow, hence their candid exchange. Ma Liqiang, you scoundrel, I harbor no enmity towards you, so do not incite discord. Zhang Fei trembled with fury. I merely speak the truth. What? Are you flustered, Director Zhang? Ma Liqiang, await your reckoning. Oh, how I fear. What a jest. Whether either of us will emerge alive remains uncertain. Very well, let's advance together. Chen Yang pondered aloud. Meng Sisi and Luo Feifei nodded in agreement. Brother Ma, please ensure their safety. Certainly. Chun, I truly admire your courage. Ma Liqiang then retrieved a dagger, addressing Luo Feifei. Miss Luo, such a grim task as slaying serpents is no work for a woman. You are to safeguard them while Chun and I confront the serpent. Brother Ma, let us commence. Thus, the three launched simultaneous assaults on the Crimson Serpent from different angles. Zhang Fei, displaying a modicum of intelligence, risked danger to divert the serpent's attention. At that moment, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang had scaled either side of the serpent, which seemed sluggish in its responses. Exchanging a glance, the two, after a brief 3 seconds, plunged their daggers into the serpent with swift precision. Simultaneously, Meng Sisi targeted the serpent's vulnerable spot. To their astonishment, the strikes of Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang were unexpectedly successful, their daggers embedding deep within the serpent's abdomen. However, Meng Sisi found herself in peril. The injured serpent thrashed violently, causing her to miss her target. Startled, she hastily retreated. In that instant, the serpent, enraged, ensnared her delicate form with increasing tightness. Simultaneously, it bared its sharp fangs, flicking its tongue in preparation to strike Meng Sisi. Sisi, be cautious, Chen Yang bellowed, rushing towards her. Initially, he and Ma Liqiang had exerted all their strength to restrain the serpent, immobilizing its tail. Yet now, in a bid to save her, Chen Yang released his grip. The serpent forcefully whipped its body, flinging Ma Liqiang aside. Brother Ma, are you unharmed? Ma Liqiang, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckled. Chun, I am fine. Enduring the pain, he lunged once more, gripping the serpent's tail with all his might. Director Zhang, what on earth are you doing? Come lend a hand. Ma Liqiang's fury ignited as he scolded. I risked my life to save you, and you stand idly by, like a fool merely observing. My back hurts. Zhang Fei feigned discomfort, retreating behind the women. Old fool, do you still consider yourself a man? Get out of the way. My husband possesses a certain imperfection, and I shall end you. Li Kersin. Li Kechu's anger flared, and he was intent on delivering a thrashing to Zhang Fei. Enough of this commotion. Save your strength for assistance. Ro Feifei was pushed to the brink of fury. Had she not been concerned about a potential assault from other creatures, she would have intervened long ago. The tail of the red serpent writhed and struck Zhang Fei's face. He felt as though he was being lashed by a whip. After several blows, his visage bore numerous marks. Yet, he endured the pain, summoning every ounce of strength to pin the serpent's tail to the ground. His entire body pressed upon it. As he beheld the fierce red serpent lunging to bite, Meng Sisi thought to herself, this time it is surely the end. Chapter 72. United against the serpent, devouring its flesh. Lower your head. Chen Yang leapt high, wielding his dagger, and aimed a fierce thrust at the serpent's head. The crimson serpent swiftly evaded. This is bad. Just as Chen Yang sensed impending doom, the serpent released Meng Cc and ensnared him instead. Chen Yang, be careful. Although Meng Cc had sustained an injury to her waist, she resolutely charged forward, dagger in hand, aiming for the serpent's abdomen. Yet the serpent paid her no heed, fixating solely on Chen Yang, regarding him as its greatest and only adversary. With all his might, Chen Yang braced against the serpent's head, preventing it from sinking its fangs into him. Fei, Kachu, Xian, what are you waiting for? Let's strike together. As Chen Yang neared the brink of exhaustion, Su Yuqing shouted, Sisters, let us go. Luo Fei was the first to rush in. Though these women possessed little strength individually, their numbers gave them power. United, they gradually began to subdue the serpent. Victory seemed within reach when, suddenly, the serpent thrashed violently, flinging Li Kuchu and Li Xian to the ground. Gaining a moment to breathe, the serpent tightened its grip on Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang's face flushed, and breathing became increasingly labored. What a formidable beast. Is it trying to choke me to death? Chen Yang, hold on. Luo Fei realized he was on the verge of collapse. Sister Cc, let us strike at the serpent's head together. This is our only chance. All right, Fei. The two crept along the serpent's body, inching closer from either side. 2 minutes later, they reached their designated positions and exchanged glances. Then, with daggers in hand, they simultaneously attacked the serpent's head. Luo Fei with her dagger and Meng Cc with a stone. In an astonishing turn of events, the dagger pierced the serpent's left eye, while the stone struck its head with tremendous force. The serpent, enraged, opened its maw and lunged for Chen Yang. At that critical moment, Ma Liqiang, who had been holding the serpent's tail down, seized his dagger and plunged it into the serpent's vital spot. The serpent thrashed violently, its jaws grazing Chen Yang's nose. Amidst the women's screams of despair, the serpent suddenly collapsed, its body falling lifeless to the ground. Is it dead? The women were left bewildered. The once formidable serpent, brimming with murderous intent, now lay as limp as a frostbitten eggplant. At that juncture, Chen Yang fell to the ground. Glancing at Ma Liqiang, whose hands were stained with blood, he quickly grasped the situation. Brother Ma, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I fear Haha, we are brothers after all. Besides, it wasn't solely my effort. Without these lovely ladies, I might not have survived either. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao Lu and Zhang Fei remained at the cave entrance, watching. Even as Chen Yang faced peril, Qin Xiao Lu merely observed, let alone Zhang Fei. Brother Yang, are you all right? You scare me to death just now. Upon witnessing the demise of the red serpent, Qin Xiao Lu hastily rushed over, feigning concern. Oh, Miss Qin, were you just now? When we were slaying the serpent, where did you hide? Now that the serpent is dead, do you have the audacity to show your face? A cowardly woman. If it weren't for Brother Chen saving you, you would have perished long ago. An ungrateful wretch. Listening to the scornful remarks from the three women, Qin Xiaolu dared not utter a word. Indeed, she had intended to assist, even if merely for appearances. However, Zhang Fei had seized her hand, preventing her from approaching. And you, Director Zhang, you are a man, yet you are even inferior to a woman. In the future, should you encounter difficulties, I suggest you find your own solutions. What my cousin says is true. I just twisted my waist. Zhang Fei hurriedly explained. Director Zhang, spare us your explanations. Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Ladies, from now on, let us not concern ourselves with such men. Following the ordeal with the red serpent, the relationships, apart from Zhang Fei and Qin Xiaolu, grew more harmonious, especially due to Ma Liqiang's impressive performance, which astonished and moved the women. Gazing at the massive red serpent, Chen Yang stood in a daze for quite some time. Brother Ma, what are you pondering? Everyone worked hard just now. I intend to treat everyone to some serpent meat. That sounds delightful. Let's get to it. Although fatigue weighed upon them, the mention of roasted serpent meat brought joy to the women. Thus, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang took on the task of skinning and butchering, while the women gathered firewood. 2 hours later, The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the area. The barbecue is ready. Ladies, feel free to indulge. Chen Yang announced with a smile. Darling. I want to hold back. Li Keqiu could no longer contain her excitement. She grabbed a skewer of roasted meat and devoured it eagerly. At that moment, Qin Xiaolu reached for the roasted meat, only to be obstructed by Ma Liqiang. Ma Liqiang, what do you mean? Are you denying me the roasted meat? You didn't contribute a thing. Do you still have the face to eat? He then pointed at Zhang Fei. You two have no right to partake. If you want roasted meat, you'll have to earn it yourself. You. Ma Liqiang, don't be too tyrannical. Qin Xiaolu. I speak the truth. Ma Liqiang didn't even spare her a glance. Brother Ma is right. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Exactly. Qin Xiaolu. Do you wish to reap the rewards without labor? We all risked our lives to slay the serpent, yet you chose to hide far away. Now you wish to enjoy the spoils without any effort. How can that be fair? Li Keqiu, Li Kershin, and Luo Feifei all chimed in against Ma Liqiang. All right, everyone, let us cease the quarrel. There is plenty of roasted meat. You can't possibly finish it all. Share a bit with Lulu. In truth, Chen Yang harbored a dislike for Qin Xiaolu. Had it not been for that night when he gained her affections, he would never have spoken in her defense. For my husband's sake, I shall overlook you this time. Very well, Brother Chen, you are the captain. Your word is law. Chen Yang smiled as he handed several skewers of grilled meat to Qin Xiaolu and Zhang Fei. Thank you, Brother Yang. Please enjoy. However, just as Qin Xiaolu steadied her hold on the skewers, Zhang Fei snatched away a large portion. I am your godfather. You ought to show me filial piety. Perhaps it was the reprimand from Li Keqiu and others that had ignited her fury. Now, with Zhang Fei's bullying, she could no longer contain her outrage. Dean, these are given to me by Brother Yang. Why did you take them? Come on, Qin Xiaolu. I am your godfather. What? Do you have a problem with me enjoying a bit more? Oh, now you've grown wings and learned to talk back to your godfather? Qin Xiaolu, infuriated, burst into tears. Alas, Su Yuqing sighed. Zhang Fei, what kind of prowess is it to bully a woman? Although she harbored disdain for Qin Xiaolu, Luo Feifei could not bear to witness a man mistreating a woman. Zhang Fei appeared utterly bewildered. Why was Luo Feifei suddenly siding with Qin Xiaolu? Chapter 73. Facing a great challenge, the black bear approaches. Chen Yang found Zhang Fei's behavior quite excessive. Zhang Fei was enjoying his meal with great relish when suddenly, a pair of powerful hands pressed down on him. Looking up, Zhang Fei instantly broke into a grin and exclaimed, "Ah, it's my dear brother Chen. Gulme, let me treat you. Director Zhang, I kindly ask you to behave yourself from now on, all right?" Chen Yang replied coldly. What do you mean by that, dear brother Chen? Zhang Fei feigned ignorance, but Chen Yang was not inclined to offer him any kindness. He continued, Director Zhang, you are accustomed to savoring delicacies. Do you truly find this bland snake meat appetizing? Is this not the snake meat roasted by my dear brother Chen himself? It is simply delightful. Zhang Fei licked his lips, wearing an expression of profound satisfaction. Zhang Fei, being astute, recognized that he had offended his goddaughter. If he did not appease Chen Yang, his future endeavors would be fraught with difficulty. Such a sycophant. Luo Feifei deliberately raised her voice to ridicule Zhang Fei in front of everyone. Yet, Zhang Fei remained unfazed, continuing to greet her with a smile. This is for Lulu. You must not eat it. Chen Yang seized several skewers of roasted meat from Zhang Fei's hands and offered them to Qin Xiaolu. Woo, Brother Yang, thank you. Qin Xiaolu cried, tears streaming down her face, appearing pitifully vulnerable. My dear brother Chen is right. I assure you I will never make such a mistake again, Zhang Fei said, promptly apologizing to Qin Xiaolu. Lulu, it was wrong of your godfather. I am truly sorry. Seeing the cold glint in Zhang Fei's eyes, Qin Xiaolu was frightened. Gee, godfather. I am fine, she stammered. My dear brother Chen, Lulu has accepted the apology. Let's put this matter behind us. Chen Yang did not wish to waste time on such trivialities. Since Qin Xiaolu had forgiven Zhang Fei, there was no need for him to be overly confrontational. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten their fill. My dear brother Chen, it is getting late. We should set off promptly, suggested Ma Dage. However, Zhang Fei's gaze remained fixated on the unfinished roasted meat. With such a lengthy snake, there was enough meat to last them 2 to 3 days. Yet, the sweltering heat rendered preservation impossible, leaving no choice but to discard it. Alas, Xiao Chun, it would be a shame to throw away this snake meat. Zhang Fei lamented. Director Zhang, do you have a method for preservation? Ma Liqiang asked impatiently. If we pack it up, it will remain fresh for at least 2 or 3 hours. If anyone gets hungry on the road, we can replenish our strength, can we not? Chen Yang, Director Zhang, makes a valid point. How about we each take a portion? It would indeed be a pity to waste the snake meat they had worked hard to obtain. Su Yuqing squatted down and picked up a dozen skewers of snake meat. Very well. Soon, everyone had taken a dozen skewers each. However, not 10 minutes into their journey, Zhang Fei produced the roasted meat, munching on it as he walked. All he does is eat. When trouble arises, he runs faster than anyone. Indeed, Sister Fei Fei, such a person is infuriating to behold. This fellow is rotund and jolly, undoubtedly having indulged in his fair share of delicacies. A few women whispered among themselves. Although Zhang Fei did not hear clearly, he was certain that the women were speaking ill of him. Damn it, those wretched women, just wait. Given the chance, I will take you all down. And as for Qin Xiaolu, daring to betray me, I shall make you pay dearly. No one anticipated that Zhang Fei's demeanor would bring even greater calamity upon them. As they walked, a resonant thumping sound echoed from a distance. Chen Laodi, it seems the sound is coming from that direction. Yes, Brother Ma, I have a foreboding feeling. Chen Yang replied, his expression grave, suspecting it to be footsteps. However, human footsteps could not produce such a commotion. It was likely a large beast. I'm so full. Within a few minutes, Zhang Fei had devoured 8 skewers of grilled meat. At that moment, he held one skewer, having consumed only half of it. Patting his belly, he realized he could eat no more. Thus, Zhang Fei carelessly tossed the remaining grilled meat aside. Damn it, Director Zhang, what are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed? Ma Liqiang, what do you mean by that? You think you can provoke me at every turn? Zhang Fei retorted, too weary to explain. Ma Liqiang was seething with rage. If it weren't for his good temper, he would have already thrown a punch. Oh no, Chen Yang. It might be a black bear, Meng Sisi remarked. Sister Sisi, please don't scare me. Sisi, how do you know it's a black bear? Could it be? First a red snake, now a black bear. Are we to live in constant fear? Li Keqiu and Li Keqiang were trembling with anxiety. As the sound grew louder, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang positioned themselves at the forefront, daggers in hand, ready for whatever may come. 2 minutes later, suddenly, a massive head emerged from the underbrush. It's a black bear. My goodness, this black bear is enormous. We are doomed. A towering 2-meter-tall black bear appeared before them. At that moment, not far from the bear lay a white wolf, bloodied and with a deep gash in its abdomen, blood oozing out. Chen Yang came to a realization. The black bear had been pursuing the white wolf and, by a twist of fate, stumbled upon them. At that moment, the black bear sniffed the air, seemingly catching the scent of the roasted meat. Oh no, Chen Laodi, that beast must have caught a whiff of the grilled meat. Yes, it seems we are in for a fierce battle. Hearing this, Zhang Fei hurriedly tossed the remaining grilled meat away, which landed right at the bear's feet. The black bear glanced at the group, seized the grilled meat, and stuffed it into its mouth. Zhang Fei, do you even know what you're doing? Little Chun, didn't you just say that the black bear must have smelled the grilled meat? That is why I threw it away. Damn it. Are you trying to get us killed? Don't drag us into this. Ma Liqiang fumed. The black bear, evidently hungry, had emerged in search of food after chasing the white wolf. Now, having consumed the grilled meat, had its appetite sparked. Indeed, after devouring several skewers, the black bear pounded its chest with its paw, appearing quite exhilarated. Brother Ma, what shall we do now? Chen Yang predicted that the black bear would soon launch an attack. Given the massive size of the bear, even if everyone joined forces, they stood little chance of defeating it. Alas, we cannot fight it. We must flee. Flee? Chen Yang contemplated escape. However, with Li Keqiu, Li Keqiang, and Qin Xiaolu, all afflicted by their princess-like demeanor, could they outrun a black bear? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Yang surveyed the surroundings. Soon, an idea struck him. Brother Ma, I will lure the bear. You take them up the tree. Let me handle it. I am the captain, and this is my command. In this life-and-death moment, Molly volunteered, which deeply touched Chen Yang. Very well. Brother, be cautious. If you cannot hold on, flee immediately, understood? Okay. Just as they finalized their escape plan, the black bear charged toward them. Chapter 74. A fish's death or a broken net. The Godfather's harsh measures. To his astonishment, the black bear proved to be exceedingly cunning, providing them with no respite. As the creature charged forward, Chen Yang sprinted towards the north, simultaneously calling out, Brother Ma, Fei Fei, Cici, quickly, find a large tree to climb. Although the women were not adept at climbing, Chen Yang had observed that the nearby forest contained trees approximately 5 to 6 meters tall, with sturdy branches at around 1 meter high, making the ascent seemingly manageable. Take care, my brother, Ma Liqiang said without hesitation, leading the women to begin their climb. I cannot climb trees. What should I do? Li Keqiu exclaimed as she reached the base of a large tree, grasping the trunk, but failing after several attempts. Chu, don't panic, we'll assist you, Su Yuqing said as she and Meng Cici crouched down, grasping each other's hands. Subsequently, Li Keqiu stepped onto their arms, and with their careful support, they gradually elevated her to the trunk. Finally, Li Keqiu made it onto the branch, and they employed the same method to help Li Kersin and Luo Fei Fei. Qin Xiaolu, why are you not coming over? The rotund Zhang Fei attempted several times to climb, but fell to the ground each time. Director Zhang, why should I heed your commands? In times of crisis, one often prioritizes their own survival, and Qin Xiaolu had no intention of entertaining Zhang Fei. How dare you, ungrateful woman! I've spent over $1 million on you, and this is how you repay me? Ha! Director Zhang, I'm unaware of what you speak, Qin Xiaolu retorted, leaping and seizing the tree trunk. Very well, Qin Xiaolu. If you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me for turning against you. Since this woman defied him, Zhang Fei resolved not to let her escape unscathed. He rushed over, grabbing Qin Xiaolu's leg. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? You're my goddaughter. Come down and keep your godfather company. Let go of me. You have gone mad. Qin Xiaolu was utterly taken aback by Zhang Fei's treachery. I am indeed mad. If you make my life difficult, I shall ensure we both meet our demise. The previous tensions between them had now escalated into open conflict, and their relationship was irrevocably severed. Qin Xiaolu's expression darkened as she fiercely kicked Zhang Fei on the head. Unruly woman, one does not strike the face. Very well, you are formidable. Let us see how I deal with you, Zhang Fei growled, gripping Qin Xiaolu's right leg and pulling forcefully downward. As the two engaged in their quarrel, Meng Cici and Su Yuqing, uninterested in the spectacle, successfully climbed to a height of 3 to 4 meters with Ma Liqiang's assistance. Meanwhile, Chen Yang darted about, deliberately diverting the black bear's attention. After 10 minutes of this exhausting endeavor, he was left panting heavily. Chen Yang, hurry up, Ma Liqiang urged anxiously, knowing that if this continued, Chen Yang would soon exhaust his strength, leading to dire consequences. At the same time, he called out to Su Yuqing and the others, ladies, quickly break off some branches to throw at the black bear. The women understood his intent and promptly began hurling branches towards the creature. However, these slender branches posed no threat to the black bear. Suddenly, the bear halted, turning sharply. Alarmingly, Qin Xiaolu was in peril. Chen Yang immediately discerned the bear's intent. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolu and Zhang Fei were still entangled in their struggle. By the time they noticed the commotion, the bear had already closed in to within 3 meters of them. Zhang Fei, you fool, if you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. Ha, you wretch, if we must perish, let us do so together. Even in the underworld, we could be a pair of wild mandarin ducks. You old fool, a dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. Get away from me. Qin Xiaolu exerted all her strength to break free, while Zhang Fei clung desperately to her right leg. Despite the approaching bear, he refused to let go. Serves you right. At such a young age, why choose an old man as a godfather? Such is the plight of today's young ladies. They crave shortcuts. And now look where it has led. Zhang Fei's treachery was appalling, and the women, Li Keqiu, Li Kersin, and Luo Fei Fei, secretly reveled in the misfortune of Qin Xiaolu, whom they had long held in disdain. At last, This woman had received her comeuppance. Come now, let us not speak ill of Lulu. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Qin Jia, why do you still side with Qin Xiaolu? This woman has brought this upon herself. Su Yuqing fell silent. Lulu, I will still save you. At that moment, Ma Liqiang leaped down from a 3-meter-high tree trunk. Brother Ma, please don't act impulsively. Xiao Ma, come back. It's dangerous. Yet, Ma Liqiang charged ahead. Beast, if you have the guts, come at me. I'm right here, he shouted at the bear, casting a glance at Qin Xiaolu. If you don't want to die, hurry and climb a big tree. Achong, thank you, I. Enough with the hesitation. Run. Qin Xiaolu nodded. With Ma Liqiang's cover, she finally managed to ascend a tree. Xiao Ma, you can't abandon me. Now, Zhang Fei was in a state of panic. Get away. I have no energy to help you. Currently, Chen Yang was still in danger, and Ma Liqiang had no time to spare for Zhang Fei. Xiao Ma, if you help me, I'll give you 1 million when I return. No, 2 million. And I'll give up Lulu for you. Zhang Fei, how shameless can you be? You've taken my woman, and now you say you'll return her? Do you think I'm a recycling bin? Get lost. Ma Liqiang, infuriated, slapped him across the face. Zhang Fei, taken by surprise, fell to the ground. Ma Liqiang, I am a dean. Do you dare to strike me? Huh. Zhang Fei, this is a deserted island. Put away your title. Shout one more time, and I will strike you again. Ma Liqiang brandished his fists. Xiao Ma, please, don't hit me. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Get away, don't hinder me. With that, he kicked Zhang Fei harshly before dashing toward Chen Yang. Chun, my dear brother, can you still hold on? Ha, it's a trivial matter. Tell me, what shall we do next? Faced with an adult black bear, Ma Liqiang finds himself utterly helpless. Fleeing seems to be the wisest choice. Alas, Brother Ma, what options do I possess? Perhaps we should take refuge in the trees. We can descend once the black bear departs. But what if the bear lingers, waiting for us? A bitter smile crosses Ma Liqiang's face. Chen Yang, come here for a moment. Luo Feifei suddenly reached for her waist. Goodness, isn't there a pistol? Can a black bear withstand bullets? Feifei, is there something you need? Please come over. I have something to discuss with you. Luo Feifei wished to keep the secret of the pistol from Qin Xiaolu, Ma Liqiang, and Zhang Fei. Human nature is unpredictable. Should they harbor ulterior motives and fixate on the gun, the consequences could be dire. Goodness, what is this woman up to? So mysteriously. Chapter 75. Reaping what one sows Feifei. What is it that you must say to me in private? Chen Yang felt utterly perplexed. This was a matter of life and death. Here, take this. Luo Feifei gestured to her waist. A sudden realization dawned upon Chen Yang. Feifei, I apologize for my earlier tone. However, Luo Feifei did not retrieve the pistol from her waist. Instead, she placed Chen Yang's hand on her waist. This maneuver left several women astounded. Following this, she turned her back to Chen Yang. At a glance, their bodies were nearly pressed together. Feifei, what are you doing? Stop fooling around. Quickly put away the gun. Chen Yang was taken aback and hastily retrieved the pistol. Chen Yang, I forgot to mention something. When you and Sister Qing left, Qin Xiaolu was definitely watching my waist. She seemed to have caught on. Now, with 2 outsiders here, I believe it's best if fewer people are aware of the gun. Indeed, Feifei, your foresight is commendable. Ma Liqiang spoke candidly, and Chen Yang felt reassured. Having fought alongside each other to slay the red snake, their bond was unbreakable. However, he remained somewhat cautious of Zhang Fei, who was self-serving and fearful for his life. My heavens, what is Sister Feifei doing? At such a time, she still has the composure to flirt with Brother Chen? It's all about the thrill. Likachu was unfazed. She had long perceived Luo Feifei's interest in Chen Yang and was unperturbed by his other relationships, as long as he held her in regard. However, Kursin and Chu Chu, please refrain from making wild assumptions. Feifei's actions certainly have their rationale. It was Qin Xiaolu who, with unwavering focus, observed the two. She had witnessed Luo Feifei's subtle gestures and was increasingly convinced that Feifei was concealing a formidable treasure. Otherwise, she would not be so enigmatic. With the pistol in hand, Chen Yang could easily dispatch the black bear. Yet he feared the gunfire would attract greater trouble. Thus he would resort to it only as a last resort. Chen, my dear brother, I implore you, save me. I I do not wish to die. The pitiful Zhang Fei had knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. If it meant preserving his life, he would sacrifice his dignity. What are you waiting for? Come here. Zhang Fei, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen like a wooden statue. All right, Brother Chen, I am coming. Zhang Fei rushed over in a single breath. Chen Yang squatted down and instructed, climb up quickly. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei placed his feet upon Chen Yang's shoulders. Chen Yang began to rise gradually. However, just as he stood, he lost his balance, and both men tumbled to the ground. Damn, it's so heavy. Again, this time, they finally found their footing. As Zhang Fei's hands reached for the tree trunk, the bear charged forward with alarming speed. Brother Chen, be careful, Ma Liqiang shouted, leaping down from the tree. You beast, I am here. Come at me if you dare. He waved his arms in a deliberate provocation towards the bear. Unexpectedly, the bear disregarded him and charged once more at Chen Yang. Damn it, you brute. Ma Liqiang exclaimed as he picked up a stone and hurled it with great force at the bear's head. Finally, the bear's fury was ignited, and it turned to attack Ma Liqiang. He fled, weaving through the trees in an S-shaped pattern, seizing a moment to catch his breath. Chen Yang rallied his strength and managed to lift the hefty Zhang Fei up into the tree. At that moment, he was nearly exhausted. The bear pursued relentlessly, failing to catch Ma Liqiang after a prolonged chase. Come on, you big idiot. I'll make you pay. Ma Liqiang beckoned with his finger. However, the bear altered its course. Chen, run. The bear is coming. Chen Yang felt a deep sense of despair wash over him. At that moment, he lacked even the strength to stand. Hang in there, Chen. I'm here to help. Meng Sisi leaped down from the tree and rushed to his side, supporting him. Sisi, who told you to come down? You mustn't disregard the plan. I was just worried about you. She replied, with your current strength, you couldn't defend yourself even against an ordinary mutt. Though Chen Yang chastised her, he felt a swell of gratitude. People are inherently selfish, especially in life-and-death situations. Her willingness to jump down and assist was the mark of a true friend. Dear, I'm here for you. I want to go too. Spurred on by Meng Sisi, Li Keqiu, Li Keqian, and Luo Feifei were eager to join. Silence. Stay put in the tree, and if anyone disobeys, they shall face my wrath. Chen Yang glared fiercely at the three girls. Jumping down now would only complicate matters. Chu-Chu, Keqian, Feifei, heed my words. Do not descend and create further chaos. But master, can Chen Yang handle the bear? I honestly don't know. However, if you jump down now, it will only distract him. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolu had climbed up to a height of 5 meters. Feifei, look up. Li Keqian pointed. The girls turned their gazes upward, their faces filled with shock. How selfish she is. Chen Yang saved her life, yet she remains uninvolved. Feifei, let's ignore her from now on. My cousin is right. A woman like her doesn't deserve to be in our ranks. Just as the girls were seething with indignation, suddenly, a nearby large tree began to shake violently. A scream erupted from Qin Xiaolu. It turned out that the bear had set its sights on her. The tree she occupied was the weakest among them. The bear approached the base of the tree, shaking it with all its might. Once, twice. After several dozen shakes, the trunk showed clear signs of cracking. Qin Xiaolu clung desperately to the tree. Wu, Brother Yang, Qiang, please save me. I can barely hold on. Serve you right. You were the most eager to escape. Now that trouble has arisen, you think of Chen Yang. Ha, cousin. Isn't this karma? Indeed, those who act unjustly shall meet their demise. Li Keqiu, Li Keqian, and Luo Feifei could hardly contain their glee, eagerly celebrating the misfortune of that despicable woman. At last, she has reaped the consequences of her actions. Brother Ma, we are responsible for distracting the bear. Chen Yang realized that Qin Xiaolu could not hold on much longer. Should she fall from the tree, she would either meet her demise or be left severely incapacitated. Very well, Ma Liqiang reluctantly acquiesced. To be frank, he had no desire to assist Qin Xiaolu, the woman who had betrayed him and entangled herself with his godfather. The two men, each armed with a dagger, positioned themselves on either side of the bear. Indeed, the bear immediately grew wary, turning its gaze upon them. Suddenly, Chen Yang rolled and crawled, managing to inflict a gash on the bear's right leg. Enraged, the bear began to pound its chest with its forepaws. "Come here, you beast!" However, to their dismay, the bear turned back and continued to shake the great tree. "Brother Chun, this creature has become too clever for its own good. What shall we do now?" At that moment, Chen Yang found himself at a loss. Chapter 76. 4 shots fired just as the two were at a loss. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Qin Xiaolu plummeted from the tree. "Qin Xiaolu, quickly grab a branch," Chen Yang shouted. Falling from a height of 4 to 5 meters, survival seemed unlikely. Only by grasping a branch could she mitigate the impact. Fortunately, during her descent, Qin Xiaolu fortuitously clutched a few branches, and with their cushioning effect, she landed safely on the ground. I'm still alive. Ha, this is wonderful." Qin Xiaolu, having narrowly escaped a calamity, could hardly believe that she had landed on her feet with only a few scrapes. "Xiaolu, be careful, run." Just as her relief set in, the bear had already approached from behind. Chen Yang gasped and rushed forward, but alas, he was too late. The bear struck Qin Xiaolu on the back with a mighty paw, sending her crashing to the ground. Blood filled her mouth, and distinct claw marks marred her back. At that moment, the bear's right leg pressed down on her. "Brother Yang, Achong, Godfather, save me, please." In that instant, Qin Xiaolu felt the cold breath of death. Terrified, she wept and looked pleadingly at Chen Yang and the others. "Brother Ma, what should we do?" If they rushed in to rescue her now, they might not reach her before the bear attacked. The bear was immensely powerful. A mere tug could render Qin Xiaolu into pieces. "Brother Chun, I have no better plan either. Alas, it seems fate is unyielding. At least we did our best. Our conscience remains clear." It appeared that only one final solution remained. "Brother Chun, have you devised a plan?" Chen Yang nodded. He drew out a handgun and took aim at the bear. "What? You have a weapon?" "Huh, found it on the way." Despite Ma Liqiang's commendable prowess, Chen Yang was wary and chose to keep the existence of the hidden arms in the cave a secret. This was his trump card. Indeed, Qin Xiaolu was fortunate. Without this weapon, her fate would have been sealed today. Regarding the source of the handgun, Chen Yang's vague explanation prompted no further inquiries from Ma Liqiang. After all, everyone harbors their own little secrets. Just then, the bear opened its massive jaws, preparing to bite down. In a moment of dire urgency, 2 gunshots rang out, striking the bear in the head and abdomen. Damn, 2 bullets couldn't bring down the bear. Observing the creature, still writhing in its death throes, Chen Yang decisively fired 2 more shots. This time, the bear was finished. "Oh!" Qin Xiaolu collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed by fear. The terror nearly overshadowed the pain coursing through her body. "Sister Qing, let us go down." "All right, Fei Fei." With the bear dead, the crisis was averted, and the women began to descend from the trees. "Lulu, are your wounds serious?" Seeing the 3 marks on her back, Su Yuqing inquired with genuine concern. "Sister Qing, Qin Xiaolu threw herself into Su Yuqing's embrace, sobbing once more. "Little Chun, you're amazing." Zhang Fei raised his thumb in enthusiastic praise. Yet his gaze remained fixated on that firearm. Some individuals possess no skills whatsoever, but excel in the art of self-preservation, reveling in flattery. Ma Liqiang, your audacity knows no bounds. Before resigning, I was still your superior. Zhang Fei admonished sharply. "Superior? Do you truly believe you deserve such a title? Old fool, we find ourselves on a deserted island. Do not feign authority before me. Should you provoke me further, do you dare to test my wrath?" "Officer Meng, did you hear that? He openly threatened me." Meng Sisi wore an expression of indifference. "I beg your pardon, Director Zhang, but here we are all equals. Myself included. You all conspire to bully an old man, is that so?" Zhang Fei seethed in frustration. However, not a single soul rallied to his side. "Fei Fei, please assist Lu with her wounds." "Very well." Luo Fei Fei approached calmly, tending to Qin Xiaolu's injuries, even offering her 2 expired anti-inflammatory pills. Zhang Fei scurried over. "Little Luo, could you possibly spare me 2 pills? I accidentally scraped my right hand while climbing a tree. I fear it may become infected." As he spoke, he revealed his wound. Luo Fei Fei glanced up and was rendered speechless. This fellow merely had a superficial scrape. "Director Zhang, Such a minor injury will not be your demise. We possess only 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication. I only require half a pill. Is that acceptable? Absolutely not. Zhang Fei scoffed. TCH, Director Zhang, is it not merely a scratch? Why such a fear of mortality? Even we women are braver than you. Cursin, do not speak ill of Director Zhang. He is an elder, and provoking an old man could lead to serious consequences. Observing Li Keqiu and Li Cursin's banter, Luo Feifei chuckled. Similarly, Meng Sisi and Su Yuqing stifled their laughter. Sister Feifei, thank you, Qin Xiaolu said, but I should express my gratitude to Chen Yang and Brother Ma. They were the ones who saved you. Qin Xiaolu nodded and bowed in appreciation to the two. This ordeal had transformed her significantly and unveiled Zhang Fei's insidious nature. Let us rest for half an hour. After the struggle with the bear, everyone is utterly exhausted. This is the perfect opportunity to recuperate. Brother Ma, I am uncertain whether to voice my concerns. My dear brother, we are bound by life and death. Speak candidly. While your gunfire indeed saved Lulu, have you considered the potential consequences? The presence of a firearm on this island implies that the one wielding it is not the sole holder. The gunshot earlier may have revealed our location. Chen Yang nodded repeatedly. He had hesitated when firing, weighing these very concerns. Yet, to refrain from shooting would have meant certain death for Qin Xiaolu. After all, this woman shared an intimate bond with him, and he could not bear to witness her demise at the claws of a bear. Brother Ma, I too harbor such worries. Chun, I believe we ought to reconsider our course of action. Their group of 9 is a conspicuous target. If we continue along the predetermined path, the danger is simply too great. Agreed. Brother Ma, let us deliberate on which direction to take. After nearly 20 minutes of discussion, they ultimately agreed to divert their course towards the southwest. Ladies, how is your rest? It is time for us to head out. Brother Chun, I now feel an exhilarating surge of energy. Li Cursin stretched lazily. Darling, I feel the same. Chen Yang glanced at Meng Sisi and nodded. Meng Sisi was taken aback. Oh, did Chen Yang just cast a meaningful glance in my direction? Could there be something more? 3 minutes later, Ma Liqiang took the lead while Chen Yang and Meng Sisi brought up the rear. Sisi, here you hold on to this. Observing the dark object, Meng Sisi was somewhat taken aback. Chen Yang, perhaps you should keep it. You are a police officer, and your marksmanship exceeds mine. I trust you with it. Very well. Meng Sisi felt a wave of emotion. To her surprise, Chen Yang held such trust in her. Simultaneously, she sensed the weight of responsibility resting more heavily upon her shoulders. Chapter 77. The injured policewoman, as they walked, a small hill, approximately half a meter high, came into view. The hill, though modest in size, was overgrown with wild grass reaching a meter in height. Brother Ma, it seems we must pause for a moment. One of them remarked. Indeed, the wild grass is too dense. There may be venomous snakes lurking within. Venturing in recklessly poses considerable risk. Are you suggesting we clear a path first? At present, that is the most prudent course of action. After reaching a consensus, Chen Yang addressed the women. Ladies, please rest for a while. We will first create a pathway. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Fei promptly sat down on the ground. Ma Liqiang frowned. Goodness, this old fellow truly has no shame, always seeking to reap the benefits without exertion. It is utterly despicable. Director Zhang, let us proceed. Brother Chun, I'm feeling a bit unwell, it's just that. Zhang Fei clutched his stomach, his expression revealing discomfort. Old man, who do you think you are fooling? A grown man, and all he knows is to shirk responsibility. Observing Zhang Fei's feigned distress, Luo Feifei was infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at him and raising her voice. Old Zhang, you have incited public outrage. Director Zhang, if you continue this way, you're no longer welcome in our group. Li Cursin and Li Keqiu also publicly admonished Zhang Fei. What do you intend to do? I am your elder. Is this how you show respect to the elderly? Respect my foot. If you utter one more word, do you believe I want to teach you a lesson? Luo Feifei seized Zhang Fei by the collar, raising her fist as if to strike him. Aromas, please calm down. I can go help, if that is acceptable. You finally understand your place. Zhang Fei, frightened, scurried behind Chen Yang. Little Chun, let us hasten to our task. Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang exchanged amused glances. Thus, the three began to pull at the wild grass. Zhang Fei crouched down, gripping the base of a tuft of grass and pulling with all his might. To his dismay, the roots snapped instantly, and he lost his balance, landing squarely on the ground. Huh, what a fool! Unable to manage such a simple task. Cousin, he is the director, accustomed to a life of ease. Such labor is beneath him. People like him deserve a good lesson. Listening to the women's laughter, Zhang Fei ground his teeth in frustration. You wretched girls, mocking me today. Wait until I find the opportunity. I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. Approximately 20 minutes later, the three of them, working in unison, finally carved a narrow path about half a meter wide through the thicket of wild grass. Husband, you've worked hard. Seeing Chen Yang drenched in sweat, Li Keqiu approached, offering to wipe his brow and planting a few affectionate kisses on him. Hee, Chu. I'm not weary. Though he had unexpectedly become Li Keqiu's husband, Chen Yang felt quite pleased. After all, she was a superstar. Having experienced these events, Chen Yang sensed that Li Keqiu had genuinely fallen for him. In turn, he had developed a sincere affection for her as well. Cousin, enough already with the displays of affection. Cursin, are you not envious? How about I lend you my husband for a few days, so we can flaunt our affection? Li Cursin casually rejected the idea, yet she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Chen Yang. If given the opportunity, she was determined to capture Chen Yang's heart and become his true partner. What? Can a husband even be borrowed? Meng Sisi exclaimed in disbelief. She never anticipated that a prominent celebrity could possess such an open mindset. Simultaneously, she sensed that Luo Feifei, Su Yuqing, and even Qin Xiaolu seemed to share an ambiguous relationship with Chen Yang. Goodness, the dynamics among these individuals are utterly chaotic. Meanwhile, Chen Yang appeared to revel in the attention. It turned out he was quite the flirt. Chen Yang, don't think that your act of saving me and placing your trust in me will alter my perception of you. All right, let's commence our journey. Chen Yang brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to Zhang Fei. Xiao Chen, why are you looking at me? Director Zhang, you will take the lead this time. Why me? Zhang Fei immediately protested, aware that leading often entailed the greatest peril. Director Zhang, Chen Yang is the captain. Your refusal is tantamount to defying orders. Exactly. Why is it that you always reap the benefits, yet now you shy away from taking the lead? It's shameful for a man to be so cowardly. The women, including Luo Feifei, had long been irritated by Zhang Fei's demeanor. Now, with his blatant insubordination, it was evident he was disregarding Chen Yang's authority, and they could no longer tolerate it. Must I really agree? This is ridiculous. Why resort to personal attacks? Zhang Fei realized that if he continued to refuse, he would find himself ostracized from the team, perhaps even expelled by Chen Yang one day. Once separated from a group, his survival skills would leave him vulnerable on the island. Observing the once mighty director now subject to ridicule, Ma Liqiang couldn't help but chuckle. After another half-hour of travel, Meng Sisi suddenly cried out. Oh no! She quickly crouched down, lifting her right foot. Sisi, what happened? Li Keqiu hastily inquired. My foot. It seems I stepped on something sharp. Upon inspection, they found a piece of iron wire, about the thickness of a chopstick, had pierced Meng Sisi's shoe. Although the wire had penetrated her foot, it only went in about an inch. Sisi, you're bleeding. What should we do? It's nothing serious, just a superficial wound. Meng Sisi forced a smile despite the pain. Officer Meng, this wire is rusty. Although your injury isn't deep, it should be treated. Otherwise, you risk tetanus. Ma Liqiang examined the wound, his tone grave and expression serious. Is it really that serious, Brother Ma? Li Cursin asked skeptical. Kuxian, Brother Ma is correct. As a doctor, he knows better than we do. Luo Feifei concurred, insisting that the wound needed proper care. Ma Liqiang crouched down, preparing to tend to Meng Sisi's injury. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Ma. Meng Sisi then turned her gaze to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, could you assist me? Chen Yang was taken aback. What did Meng Sisi mean by that? Ma Liqiang is a bona fide doctor, possessing a level of expertise and scientific acumen in wound care that is unparalleled. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he is compelled to seek my assistance. He truly finds himself at a loss. The women surrounding him exchange glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Ma Liqiang is engulfed in embarrassment. Very well, Cece, he exclaims, a hint of laughter in his voice. Ah, Brother Chen, Miss Meng has specifically requested your presence. You should take over. Reluctantly, Ma Liqiang relinquishes his position. Chen Yang appears somewhat flustered. As the two brush past one another, Ma Liqiang whispers, Brother Chen, it seems you have caught her eye. Seize the opportunity. Brother Ma, please refrain from such nonsense. I'm a married man, Chen Yang retorts. Oh, come now. Isn't it quite normal for a man to have multiple wives? Ma Liqiang counters. Although their voices were hushed, the women standing nearby overheard every word. Chapter 78. Eating bird eggs under the watchful gaze of several women. Ma Liqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He nudged Chen Yang, turning away to feign tying his shoelaces. Chen Yang, with a reluctant resolve, approached Meng Cece. Cece, Brother Ma is a doctor. Why do you insist on my assistance? What? Are you unwilling? Meng Cece shot a glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang noticed a peculiar pattern. The more beautiful the woman, the more formidable her temper. He crouched down and lifted Meng Cece's right leg. Gazing at her long, fair leg, he felt a flutter of excitement, his right hand trembling slightly. The observant Meng Cece immediately noticed. She chuckled and said, Chen Yang, hurry up. Don't be afraid. I won't be angry. Very well. Chen Yang pressed his fingers against the injured spot on Meng Cece's foot, applying firm pressure to expel the blood. After several rounds of compressing, he declared, it's done. Thank you, Chen Yang. With his support, Meng Cece slowly stood up. Hey, Chen Yang, do you think my legs are beautiful? Compared to your superstar wife, whose are more enchanting? Cece, you. Chen Yang was taken aback. He had never expected the usually serious Officer Meng to crack such a joke. Hey, cousin, did you see? This guy Chen Yang has successfully charmed Officer Meng again. Cut it out. If he can win over someone like her, it just proves I have good taste in men, you know? By the way, Curson, would you like me to help you find an opportunity to win over Chen Yang? Li Curson's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, cousin, what are you saying? Curson, stop pretending. If you like Chen Yang, be bold. I'll take the lead, and you can be the second. Oh, my cousin, could you please lower your voice? Today, she finally experienced her cousin's unfiltered tongue, speaking her mind regardless of the occasion. In another part of the jungle, Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao ran tirelessly, not knowing how many kilometers they had covered. Exhaustion set in, and they sought a random spot to rest. Brother Shan, do you think that monster will catch up? Luo Biao's face was tense as he scanned the surroundings. Whatever. If it does, we'll have no choice but to fight for our lives. Feng Yuanshan gasped for breath. Brother Shan, look over there. So many fruits. Since arriving on the island and encountering the monster, they had not enjoyed a proper meal. Their stomachs were now growling incessantly. Fortune smiles upon us. Let us go check it out. With these fruits, they could at least solve their hunger problem. Moments later, they arrived beneath the fruit trees. Fortunately, the trees were no more than 2 meters tall. Feng Yuanshan tiptoed and quickly plucked 3 fruits. The oval fruits emitted a faint fragrance. Feng Yuanshan split open the fruit's skin, revealing red pulp within. Brother Shan, let me taste it first, Luo Biao said, concerned about potential toxins, intending to sample it before allowing Feng Yuanshan to try. No need. At this juncture, even if it were poisonous, I would still consume it. With that, Feng Yuanshan extracted the fruit's flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, a refreshing chill enveloped his mouth, accompanied by a tangy flavor. Delightful indeed, quite chewy, and abundant in moisture. Within a mere 5 minutes, Luo Biao devoured 6 of them in a single gulp. Hey, Brother Shan, I'm full now. Goodness, with the way you eat, it's as though you were a starving ghost reborn. At that moment, a black rabbit suddenly leapt out from a thicket. Biaozi, how about some roasted meat later? Brother Shan, are you suggesting? Luo Biao pointed at the wild rabbit. Thus, the two of them flanked the creature. However, the rabbit was exceedingly quick, darting this way and that in a flurry of motion. Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao pursued relentlessly. Yet as they chased, the rabbit vanished into the underbrush. Damn it, what a cunning rabbit! After exhausting half their energy, The rabbit had still eluded them, leaving Feng Yuanshan quite irate. "Brother Shan, I'm utterly spent. Let's take a break for a while." "All right." The two leaned against a great tree to rest. Just moments after Luo Biao settled down, a spider unexpectedly dropped from the branches above, swaying before his eyes. "Damn it. Even a spider is taking advantage of me in my moment of weakness." With that, he reached out to seize the spider and squeeze it firmly. However, merely a minute later, another spider descended. Luo Biao had no choice but to shift his position. Why are there so many spiders in this place? His curiosity piqued. He looked upward. The next moment, Luo Biao was taken aback. "Brother Shan, you must take a look above. What a massive bird's nest." There, on a large tree, nestled within the forks of several thick branches, was a nest approximately a meter in length, woven from twigs. "Goodness, Biaozi, are you certain that it's a bird's nest?" "Brother Shan, this is undoubtedly a bird's nest." Feng Yuanshan had never encountered a bird's nest of such magnitude before. "What are you pondering?" "Perhaps there are eggs up there. I'll climb up to take a look." "Biaozi, I think it would be wise to avoid unnecessary risks and leave this place swiftly." He felt an ominous presence lurking in the air. "Brother Shan, you really are too timid. Just because it's a bit larger doesn't mean it's dangerous. Besides, we haven't even spotted a single bird yet. Give me 5 minutes." Feng Yuanshan was swayed. He too was curious about what lay within the nest. "Biaozi, be cautious." "Got it, Brother Shan." Feng Yuanshan assumed the role of lookout as Luo Biao commenced his ascent. In just 3 minutes, he found himself at the edge of the nest. To ensure safety, Luo Biao broke a branch and cautiously prodded the nest. Confirming there was no danger, he reached in. "Ha! Brother Shan, there are indeed bird eggs." Overjoyed, Luo Biao quickly retrieved one of the eggs. Upon seeing it clearly, he was taken aback. "My heavens, this egg is enormous, comparable in size to 2 ostrich eggs." Luo Biao extended his hand once more and discovered 3 more eggs nestled within. "Ha! Splendid. Such a large bird egg must be truly delightful to consume." Thus, he ascended and descended 3 times, retrieving 3 magnificent eggs. "My goodness, these eggs are extraordinarily large. The bigger, the better. They will suffice for a hearty meal." While Biao was solely focused on satiating his hunger, Feng Yuanshan wore a grave expression. The enormity of these eggs indicated a colossal bird. "Biao, we must hasten our departure. Should the mother bird return, we would be in dire straits. Brother Shan, if we are to leave, we must first indulge in the eggs. It would be a shame to let them go to waste after such effort." "Very well, let's expedite our actions." For them, the art of fire-making was as effortless as a gentle breeze. Mere minutes later, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Brother Shan, do try this." Biao fashioned 2 pairs of chopsticks from branches. He picked up a roasted egg and offered it to his leader. "Exquisite, delightfully fragrant, indeed. The flavor is simply divine." Feng Yuanshan could not help but sing praises after just a single bite. Chapter 79. The Great Bird Attack, an unexpected turn of events. "Ha! Biaozi, I must say, this bird egg is truly delectable. It has a delightful texture," exclaimed Shan Gu as he savored another bite. Just then, Luo Biao handed him another egg. Suddenly, the wild grass beside them began to sway, gradually increasing in its motion. A moment later, a bird's cry echoed through the air. Though it was merely a single call, it sent a chill down Feng Yuanshan's spine. His hands involuntarily trembled, causing the egg to fall to the ground. When Feng Yuanshan looked up, his expression changed dramatically. There, perched atop a nearby tree, stood a formidable bird, about half a meter tall. Its beak, curved like a hook, was quite intimidating. "Shango, what a colossal bird!" Luo Biao stammered, his legs trembling. He had never encountered such a gigantic creature, especially one with wings that could easily incapacitate a person with a single blow. Its menacing beak sent shivers down his spine. "What are you standing around for? Run!" Feng Yuanshan realized the imminent danger and yanked the still-dazed Luo Biao to flee. Just moments ago, they had disturbed the creature's nest, and if it were to discover their intrusion, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, the great bird circled ominously around its nest. Upon finding it empty, it began to flap its wings violently, emitting terrifying cries. It was furious. Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao had barely run 100 meters before the bird was upon them. It swooped down directly towards them. The two men instinctively dropped to the ground. This time, the bird missed its target. However, it soon dove again. Biaozi, we must split up. Otherwise, neither of us will escape. Feng Yuanshan urged. All right, Shangge, I'll draw the bird away. Come back here. I am a leader. Feng Yuanshan shouted. But he was too late. Luo Biao had already dashed to the opposite side, standing his ground and waving his arms provocatively at the bird. As the bird descended, he quickly fled, zigzagging between east and west, and hiding behind trees. Thus, a thrilling chase ensued, with man and bird in hot pursuit. Minutes passed, and Luo Biao remained unharmed. Haha, you can't catch me. He taunted, reveling in his luck. The bird hovered in midair, fixated on Luo Biao. Biaozi, this is bad. The bird might be calling for reinforcements. Noticing the bird making strange sounds and incessantly flapping its wings, Feng Yuanshan sensed trouble. Shangge, this bird must have strayed from its group. Otherwise, how could there be only a few trails? Haha, it's fine. I can handle it. Luo Biao boasted. Biaozi, don't celebrate prematurely. Hurry back. Feng Yuanshan raised his pistol, ready to act first. Suddenly, two more great birds appeared in the distance. With a resounding bang, a bullet sliced through the air, striking the first bird with precision. It plummeted almost vertically to the ground. Following suit, Luo Biao raised his weapon and began firing. True to their mercenary training, both of the approaching birds fell victim to their aim. Haha, Shangge, I told you it would be all right. Even the mightiest of birds, when confronted with this entity, can be effortlessly subdued. We must proceed with caution. Moreover, our ammunition is limited. What shall we do once it is depleted? Feng Yuanshan glanced at their luggage, counting roughly, and determined they had 20 rounds left. Let us hasten our preparations. We must depart from this perilous place immediately. Each moment spent here increases our risk. Just as they were about to leave, 8 formidable birds unexpectedly soared into view. This left Feng Yuanshan in a state of alarm. One bird had already posed a significant challenge. Facing 8 simultaneously greatly diminished their chances of survival. Brother Shan, we can take them down with our firearms, Luo Biao remarked, dismissing the gravity of the situation. With a gun in hand, he felt emboldened to face even tigers or lions without fear. However, we should avoid using our firearms unless absolutely necessary. These 2 handguns are our greatest asset. If we don't use the guns, then what shall we do? We can't confront them barehanded. Luo Biao's words were barely out when an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, one of the large birds tilted its body and plummeted toward the ground. What in the world is happening? Luo Biao was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, Feng Yuanshan noticed an arrow embedded in the fallen bird's abdomen. This is bad. Biaozi, someone is approaching. We must hide. At that moment, the remaining birds were soaring at an altitude of 50 to 60 meters, indicating that the archer possessed remarkable strength and that the bow's elasticity was extraordinary. Could it be a hunter residing on this desolate island? Feng Yuanshan felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him. As the two concealed themselves, 2 figures emerged from the nearby woods. Brother Shan, they appear to be hunters. Do not speak. We must avoid detection. Feng Yuanshan understood that a skilled hunter not only excels in archery, but also possesses acute hearing. Soon, the 2 figures approached. Upon observing their attire, Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao were left astonished. My goodness, they were entirely cloaked in leaves, their skin darkened, and their muscles well-defined. One of them was even a young woman. The other man knelt beside the fallen bird, inspecting it closely. Upon noticing the small black hole in the bird's abdomen, his expression grew grave. He exchanged a flurry of words with the woman, who immediately knocked an arrow and scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao quickly lowered their bodies, fearful of being discovered. Just then, a large rat emerged to the right of Luo Biao, darting toward him. Get away! Shoo! Luo Biao snapped. However, the rat did not comply. Instead, it leaped onto his head. Biaozi, what are you doing? Stay silent and do not move. Ah! In the next moment, Luo Biao whispered urgently, Brother Shan, that wretched rat just bit me. The sudden appearance of the rodent caused the grass where they hid to rustle. To their dismay, the rat climbed onto Luo Biao's arm and bit him again. Unable to endure any longer, Luo Biao reached out in an attempt to catch the rat. Yet the mouse proved to be exceedingly cunning, vanishing into the grass in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to them, the two individuals had already taken notice. After exchanging a glance, the woman signaled to the man, who drew his bow and released an arrow. In the next moment, a sharp arrow soared through the air, striking Luo Biao squarely in the palm. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." This time, he could no longer contain his agony and cried out loudly. Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew by. "Biaozi, be careful." Feng Yuanshan, quick-witted and agile, forcefully shoved Luo Biao aside. The 2 wooden arrows narrowly missed Luo Biao's face, leaving him pale with fright. "Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat." Anger clouded his judgment. He rose abruptly, aiming his gun at the 2, and fired 3 shots. The first shot was directed at the woman, who, caught off guard, was struck in the chest. The second and third shots targeted the man, but to Luo Biao's astonishment, the man evaded them with remarkable agility. Chapter 80. The Assault of the Savages. Alas, the speed of that avian creature is truly astonishing. Luo Biao could scarcely believe that there existed a being swifter than a bullet. At that moment, the woman lay on the ground, having been struck by a bullet. The man, ever vigilant, extended his right hand to grasp the woman. Feng Yuanshan raised his pistol, taking aim at the man once more. With a resounding crack, the gun fired again. Mere seconds later, the man clutched his right leg, his body swaying precariously. "Brother Shan, you are remarkable. That avian creature has been hit." "Ha!" Luo Biao, momentarily forgetting the pain in his palm, cheered exuberantly. "Biaozi, what on earth are you doing?" "Brother Shan, I must apprehend that scoundrel. He shot my right hand. I want him dead. Come back, it's dangerous." Though the man was injured, he had not lost his ability to act. Moreover, he wielded a bow and arrow of tremendous power, making a hasty approach exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, Luo Biao heeded not the warning and charged forward. Unbeknownst to him, the man wore a cunning smile. As the distance between them narrowed to 3 meters, the man suddenly sprang to his feet and, in a flash, released an arrow. "Be careful, Biaozi, get out of the way." Simultaneously, Feng Yuanshan squeezed the trigger again. However, this time, the bullet went astray. Fortunately, the arrow shot by the man missed Luo Biao entirely. "Damn it, I will kill you." Fueled by rage, Luo Biao accelerated towards the man. Unexpectedly, the man picked up a handful of gravel and hurled it at him. As the gravel struck the ground, both figures vanished from sight. "Damn it, they've escaped." With no outlet for his fury, Luo Biao vowed to eliminate the 2, resolutely following the trail of blood. "Curse it!" Feng Yuanshan exclaimed, filled with anger at Luo Biao's repeated disobedience. Yet, concerned for his comrade's safety, he had no choice but to follow. The 2 pursued for quite some time. After 10 minutes, they halted before a cave. Fresh bloodstains lingered on the grass at the cave's entrance. "Brother Shan, they must be hiding inside the cave." "Biaozi, are you still not heeding my words? We have no idea what awaits us in that cave. We must retreat immediately." "Brother, we have come to their doorstep. Shall we simply abandon our pursuit?" Luo Biao protested, gesturing toward his palm. "Fine, but this shall be the last time," Feng Yuanshan conceded. "Understood, Brother Shan." Just as they were about to step into the cave, a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. "Biaozi, this is bad. Quickly hide." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Biao intended to take refuge in the cave, but was restrained by Feng Yuanshan. "Biaozi, have you lost your mind? Hiding in the cave now would lead to our demise. Should we enter and they block the entrance, we would be trapped like fish in a barrel." In short order, the pair concealed themselves in a small thicket adjacent to the cave. Unfortunately, the thicket was sparse, with the majority of trees standing only a meter tall, offering little concealment. In just a few minutes, over 30 savages cloaked in leaves surged towards them from various directions. The leader, an individual of approximately 50 years, strode at the forefront. He arrived at the cave entrance and called out twice. Soon, the 2 figures, a man and a woman, both limping, emerged from the cave. The injured wild man bowed respectfully to the elder wild man, then leaned in to whisper a few hurried words. Upon hearing this, the elder waved his hand. The younger wild men, as if receiving a command, dispersed with their spears, searching the area around the cave. Feng Yuanshan felt a surge of unease. Biaozi, this is bad. We've been deceived. That birdman deliberately led us here. During their escape, they must have sent a distress signal to their kin. If my intuition serves me right, they surely know we are hiding nearby. Shan, Brother Shan, what should we do? They number nearly 40, while we are but 2. The disparity in strength is staggering. Wait, let us observe first. If it comes to it, we'll have to resort to this. Grenades? Ha, splendid. Let us annihilate this pack of rascals. Time trickled by. After a thorough search, the wild men narrowed their encirclement, ultimately surrounding the small grove. The elder approached the grove's edge, surveying the area before waving his hand once more. In the next moment, 5 or 6 spears hurtled through the air. Biaozi, be cautious. Damn, how despicable. Perhaps suspecting someone was concealed here, the wild men dared not take chances and decided to use a spear barrage to probe for the hidden intruders. Thankfully, Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao narrowly evaded the spear assault. The elder furrowed his brow and waved again. This time, over a dozen wild men raised their spears. Quick, Biaozi, throw the grenades. Earlier, they had narrowly escaped disaster. Now, with 10 or so spears aimed at them, Feng Yuanshan felt fear creeping in. Damn it, I'll strike first. A few seconds later, they hurled 4 grenades in succession. The explosions resonated loudly, followed by cries of agony. Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao emerged from the grove, pistols in hand. At that moment, several wild men lay sprawled on the ground, most missing limbs. The remaining wild men fled in terror. Luo Biao quickly spotted the wild man who had shot him in the hand, now curled on the ground. The wild man had lost his right leg and left hand due to the grenade blast, blood flowing profusely. Huh, weren't you fierce? Come on, come kill me. Luo Biao taunted, stepping on the wild man's left hand with force. While the wild man cried out in pain. Damn, I'll finish you off. Luo Biao crouched down and slapped the wild man's face repeatedly. After 10 slaps, the wild man's face was swollen like that of a panda. Nearby, the female wild man was barely clothed, her forehead covered in blood. Feng Yuanshan approached slowly, gazing intently at the female wild man for a long while. Brother Shan, do you have an interest in this girl? Mind your own business. Just keep watch here. I'll go check the cave. There might be some treasures inside. With that, Feng Yuanshan hoisted the female wild man onto his shoulder and made his way toward the cave. As the brutish man approached, he extended his right hand and tugged at Feng Yuanshan's trouser leg, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. Ha! Look at me now, embracing your woman. I bet you're seething with rage, he taunted, his laughter echoing with a mocking cruelty. The wild man bared his teeth, consumed by fury. How dare he be so brazen in the face of impending doom? In a fit of anger, Luo Biao swung the butt of his gun and struck the wild man's head with a resounding crack, blood gushing forth in an instant. No. At that moment, the wild woman shook her head frantically. Suddenly, she bit down on Feng Yuanshan's arm with a fierce determination. Let go, you wretch. But the wild woman refused to release her grip. I'll say it once more, if you do not unclench your jaws, I will promptly end your man's life. Luo Biao warned, pressing his handgun against the man's skull. With a mere word from him, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Chapter 81. The burning grounds you release him, and I shall remain silent. Feng Yuanshan was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment as he gazed at the woman. You can speak? Just moments ago, he had distinctly heard her utter words in the language of a primitive tribe. To his surprise, this woman was fluent in Mandarin. Release him at once, or we shall perish together. As she spoke, the woman tightened her grip, biting into Feng Yuanshan's neck. He immediately felt a sharp pain, realizing that should she exert any more force, his neck could easily be severed, leading to certain death. Very well. I hope your words hold weight. With that, Feng Yuanshan ordered Luo Biao to set the man free. Shange, what if they changed their minds? Luo Biao was skeptical that these primitive people would honor their word. This is my command. Release him immediately. In truth, Feng Yuanshan was gambling. hoping the woman would keep her promise. Understood, Shangu. Luo Biao reluctantly nodded and forcefully pushed the man away. The man cast a glance at the wild woman. Go. Hurry. At her urging, he quickly vanished from sight. All right, you may release me now. Certainly. The wild woman relinquished her grip and forcefully shoved Feng Yuanshan away. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out to seize her, but she was already prepared. As she retreated, she hurled a dagger from her waist. How despicable! Feng Yuanshan exclaimed. You vile creature! If you had not ambushed me, I would not have retaliated, she retorted, drawing her bow and aiming at him. At that moment, Feng Yuanshan was preoccupied with evading the dagger, leaving him no room to maneuver. Shange, be careful! Luo Biao raised his pistol, ready to shoot. However, he hesitated to fire, as the woman deliberately concealed herself behind Feng Yuanshan. What a cunning woman! He had not anticipated that the wild woman had been anticipating their every move, or else she would not have occupied such a strategic position. The wild woman coldly declared, Today, I shall spare your life. I hope you will act wisely. With that, she leaped into the depths of the forest. Feng Yuanshan broke into a cold sweat. Had she not shown mercy, her archery skills could have easily pierced his heart. That was close. I nearly met my end. Shange, how can it be someone like her on this desolate island? I have no idea. Now, let us hasten our departure and seek a place to recuperate. The encounter with the wild woman had awakened Feng Yuanshan to the perilous nature of the island, where danger lurked at every corner. And a moment's inattention could be fatal. Indeed, Shange. Fortunately, not far from the woods, there lay a small cave, which Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao decided to use as a temporary shelter, intending to recover before moving on. Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang led the group. Walking for over an hour, the women chatted softly along the way, though their voices were barely audible. However, Li Kersin, Li Keqiu, and Luo Feifei ignored Qin Xiaolu throughout the journey, with only Meng Sisi and Su Yuqing occasionally engaging her in conversation. Qin Xiaolu became acutely aware that she had been isolated by the three women. Yet, she felt no concern, as long as she could win Chen Yang's favor. She was unafraid of offending all the women. After all, it was Chen Yang who had always stepped up during times of danger. Chen, by the way, I forgot to ask you, where are you from? What do you do? Zhang Fei inquired with an obsequious grin. Director Zhang, I am about to graduate from university in 6 months, Chen Yang replied. Still a college student, quite impressive. By the way, Chen, what is your major? Finance and accounting. Despite his slight distaste for Zhang Fei, Chen Yang, as the captain, felt it was imperative to maintain the team's cohesion, avoiding fragmentation. Thus, he answered Zhang Fei's questions honestly. Chen, once you graduate, you can come to our hospital's finance department. Director Liu from the finance office is retiring in a few months. Chen Yang smiled. Chen, what are you laughing about? I am sincerely inviting you to our hospital. Zhang Fei chuckled. Director Zhang, your flattery is truly exceptional. Let us see if you can still be around to say that once we get out of here, Ma Liqiang interjected, pouring cold water on the conversation. Xiao Ma, what do you mean? How do you know we won't be leaving here? Zhang Fei retorted angrily. You are demoralizing the troops. In ancient times, such talk would lead to execution. Ma Liqiang continued unabashedly. You've repeatedly opposed me. Once I'm out, I'll make sure you're out too. Along with that wretched woman. Director Zhang, I'm merely stating the truth. Ma Liqiang replied dismissively. I don't wish to argue with someone like you. Chen is a wise man. He will make careful considerations. Thank you for your kindness. Director Zhang, is it too early to discuss this matter? Chen Yang remarked, eliciting a moment of surprise from Zhang Fei, who quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, what Chen said is very true. At the rear of the crowd, Meng Sisi suddenly wore a grave expression. Sisi, what's wrong? Meng Sisi glanced around and whispered, Qing Jie, do you smell something? It's odd. A bit like the scent of rotten fish. Su Yuqing sniffed the air. It does seem like there is something. What is the matter? Qing Jie, I have a bad feeling. I can't quite put my finger on it. Perhaps it's just your occupational hazard? Maybe. At that moment, Luo Feifei halted, gazing around intently. Chen Yang, wait a moment. Feifei, what is the matter? Do you all smell that foul odor? Not at all. What is wrong? Qin Xiaolu blurted out. Luo Feifei disregarded her, focusing on the others. Feifei, did you smell it too? I noticed it with Qin Jie earlier. It could be the stench of a decaying animal. Ma Liqiang suggested. Yes, I concur with Brother Ma. All right, let us continue moving. Yet, Meng Sisi remained uneasy. To be prepared for any eventuality, she tightened her grip on the concealed handgun at her waist, ready to act decisively if the situation demanded. The group proceeded another 200 meters. Suddenly, a deep pit appeared ahead. Wait a moment. I shall go and investigate, said Chen. I will accompany you, replied Ma Liqiang. In no time, they arrived at the edge of the pit. Upon closer inspection, their expressions changed drastically. The pit was littered with remnants of animals and numerous skeletal remains, while at its center stood a square iron frame. Observing the still smoldering wood and the eerie white bones, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang exchanged a glance. Brother Ma, this resembles a cremation site, does it not? Indeed, what puzzles me is why they would incinerate these corpses. Ma Liqiang remarked as he crouched down to examine the pile of bones more closely. Suddenly, he recoiled in fright, stepping back several paces. Brother Ma, what is it? Chen Yang, you must see that over there. Upon Chen Yang's gaze, he was met with the chilling sight of a severed head. Chapter 82. A scene of terror, the barbarians. What? Is this a human head? Chen Yang was equally astonished. Indeed, I am certain it is a human head, asserted Ma Li, firmly convinced of his medical judgment. How could there be a human head in this place? Brother Chen, could this be a sacrificial ground of some tribe? But why are there remains of animals as well? Alas, I cannot fathom it. Let us proceed with caution. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. As a police officer, Meng Sisi sensed an ominous presence. Observing the expressions of Chen Yang and Ma Li, she concluded that the deep pit ahead was certainly significant. Thus, Meng Sisi hastened her steps toward them. With just a glance, an unsettling chill enveloped her. Sisi, are you all right? Chen Yang inquired. This place is terrifying. We must leave at once. Agreed. Chen Yang and Ma Li promptly directed the women to evacuate swiftly. However, just as they began to move, a jingling sound echoed from the nearby jungle. Quickly, everyone, take cover, Chen Yang whispered. As the sound approached, a group of 20 emerged slowly. These individuals donned garments fashioned from leaves. Regardless of gender, they stood tall, most exceeding a height of 7 meters, their skin darkened by the sun, each bearing a dagger at their waist. Leading the procession was an elderly man, followed by 18 others arranged in formation, men to the left and women to the right, with an old woman trailing behind. Strangely, among the 18, one man was hoisted aloft, bound and seemingly struggling desperately. Brother Chen, my suspicions were not unfounded. This indeed appears to be a site of their rituals. I never imagined the scenes from films would manifest in reality. All the women held their breath in trepidation. The timid Zhang Fei trembled uncontrollably. The group approached the center of the pyre, laying the bound man upon an iron frame. Subsequently, the men gathered firewood to stack beneath the frame, while the women knelt around it. At that moment, the leading elder knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times, murmuring incantations. Chen Yang sensed they were engaged in some form of ritual. Goodness, could it be a human sacrifice? Though he had never witnessed such a thing, he had seen enough horror films to know that scenes of live sacrifices were notoriously gruesome. After approximately 3 minutes, the elder rose to his feet. The others encircled the wooden frame, and the elder approached the bound man wielding a dagger about half a meter long. He sliced into his own finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the man's forehead. No, let me go. I do not want to die. Please. My father is Li Changyong. If you spare me, I can offer you $100 million. The man on the iron frame pleaded desperately. Yet, the expressions of the onlookers remained inscrutable. Li Changyong? Ah, why does this name sound so familiar? That individual, I recognize him. Li Xiaolong, the eldest son of the Li family. Brother Ma, do you know this person? Indeed, Li Xiaolong's father, Li Changyong, is the wealthiest man in H City, with assets amounting to billions. It turns out that Li Changyong visited their hospital 5 years ago, and as a result, Li Xiaolong became acquainted with Qin Xiaolu, whom he pursued several times. Back then, Qin Xiaolu was not materialistic at all and rejected Li Xiaolong's advances. Brother Chen, this man is Li Xiaolong. His father is a super-rich tycoon. You must think of a way to save him. At this moment, Zhang Fei cautiously crawled over. Director Zhang, if you wish to save Li Xiaolong, do it yourself. Do not drag my brother into this mess. Hey, Zhang Fei, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to lead my husband to his doom? Exactly. How despicable. A few women, led by Li Keqiu, immediately reprimanded him. There are 20 of them, each tall and robust. Attempting to save someone in this situation is tantamount to courting death. Brother Chen, what shall we do now? We should remain observant and avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Very well. Ma Liqiang was fearful that Chen Yang might once again act out of kindness and intervene. At that moment, a young woman brought over a basin of cold water. After the old man washed his hands, he held them high, gazing at the sky while muttering incomprehensible words. 3 minutes later, he picked up a dagger and approached Li Xiaolong, pressing down on his chest with his left hand while gripping the dagger tightly in his right, plunging it with force. Subsequently, he grasped the dagger with both hands and thrust it again. At this moment, Li Xiaolong emitted a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, the onlookers were all exhilarated. Following that, the old man pried open Li Xiaolong's chest and tugged at it several times. How terrifying! Woe is me! I am so frightened. Good heavens! This is too horrifying. Li Keqiu, Li Keqin, and Qin Xiaolu were too scared to open their eyes. Even Meng Sisi felt overwhelming terror within. Zhang Fei, already paralyzed with fear, had lost control of himself. Ladies, keep your voices down. We must not let them hear us, or we will be doomed. Ma Liqiang whispered urgently to everyone. In that instant, the women covered their mouths tightly, terrified of making any sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man plunged his hands into Li Xiaolong's chest, rummaging around within. After dozens of attempts, he suddenly yanked outward with force. Seconds later, a bloody heart was cradled in his hands. Goodness, this is utterly ruthless. Chen Yang gasped in shock. Meanwhile, beads of sweat formed on Ma Liqiang's forehead. They had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Thankfully, Li Keqiu, Li Keqin, and Qin Xiaolu had kept their eyes shut. Had they seen this, they would surely have screamed in horror. Chen Yang, they're even worse than beasts. Meng Sisi clenched her fists, her hands trembling. As a police officer, her professional integrity ignited a deep-seated fury within her. Sisi, what are you doing? Suddenly, Meng Sisi drew her firearm, aiming it at the old man. Had it not been for Chen Yang's quick reflexes, she might have already pulled the trigger. I can't take it anymore, Chen Yang swiftly covered Meng Sisi's mouth, pulling her into his embrace and holding her tightly. He understood that this woman was teetering on the brink of fury. Should Meng Sisi act on her impulse and provoke that group of savages, they would all meet the same fate as Li Xiaolong, becoming sacrificial offerings. Chen Yang, let me go. The sudden embrace from the man instinctively triggered Meng Sisi's resistance. Damn it. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Chen Yang exclaimed vehemently. Miss Meng, please do not act rashly. We also desire to save others, but what means do we possess to do so? Ma Liqiang also restrained Meng Sisi. No one anticipated that the ensuing scene would be even more horrifying. Chapter 83. The Cannibal Tribe Dissection. The elderly man cradled the still-beating heart, inhaling its scent before licking it with his tongue. My heavens, this is utterly revolting. Meng Sisi felt an unprecedented wave of terror deep within her. As a police officer with 5 years of experience, she had encountered numerous gruesome crime scenes. Yet, in comparison to this, they seemed trivial. Her entire body trembled. Sisi, quickly close your eyes, Chen Yang urged as he enveloped Meng Sisi in his embrace, holding her tightly. In that moment, she felt a flicker of warmth. Under Chen Yang's soothing presence, she gradually regained her composure. The other women all shut their eyes. Though they could not witness the sacrificial scene, they sensed that it must be horrifying. Zhang Fei, overwhelmed by fear, fainted on the spot. At that moment, the old man brandished his dagger, gruesomely dismembering the heart into pieces. Then, with a wave of his hand, the wild men surrounded him, eagerly grasping the fragments. Subsequently, everyone knelt down once more. After approximately 2 minutes, having recited the sacrificial incantation, these individuals shockingly consumed the small pieces of heart whole. Chen Yang felt a surge of nausea, nearly retching. Goodness, they're not even human. What distinguishes them from beasts? Ma Liqiang muttered quietly. The unfortunate Li Xiaolong was left with barely a breath, helplessly watching as his heart became a delicacy for these savages, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Suddenly, the old man shouted, and the wild men formed two lines once again. The old man lit the wood beneath the iron frame with a torch. Soon, a roaring fire erupted. Li Xiaolong's body was instantly engulfed in flames, crackling and popping as it burned. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolu screamed. Damn it, Qin Xiaolu. You're going to get us killed. Ma Liqiang cursed. This is bad. He discovered us. Retreat quickly. Chen Yang realized that the old man had accurately pinpointed the direction of the sound. Even worse, he had locked eyes with the elder for several seconds. In those fleeting moments, Chen Yang felt a palpable threat of death. That seemingly ordinary old man's eyes radiated a wolfish ferocity. Chen Yang instantly sensed that he was being targeted by a creature from the depths of hell. I didn't mean to, Brother Yang, truly. Qin Xiaolu whimpered, on the verge of tears. Initially, she had not witnessed the sacrificial scene. It was merely a palm-sized spider that had suddenly dropped from a tree, swaying before her eyes. The timid girl had screamed in fright. Qin Xiaolu, you are a harbinger of doom. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. You jinx. Luo Fei, Li Kershin, and Li Keqiu spat out in anger. They had endured Qin Xiaolu for far too long, and at that moment, their pent-up fury erupted entirely. Fei, Keqiu, Kershin, don't speak to Xiaolu like that. She didn't do it on purpose. Su Yuqing quickly defended Qin Xiaolu, noticing her distressed expression. As women, why must we complicate each other's lives? At that moment, the old man pointed towards the northwest. All the wild men turned to look. The old man raised a spear, and, with a swift motion, the wild men charged forward. Fortunately, they were about 100 meters apart, and the rugged terrain somewhat hindered the wild men's advance. Damn it, stop sleeping. Ma Liqiang kicked Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei remained utterly unresponsive. You sleep like a dead pig. Frustrated, Ma Liqiang slapped him twice. What are you hitting me for? Ma Liqiang. What do you mean? I'm trying to save you. Hurry up, we've been spotted by the wild men. If you don't want to become the next Li Xiaolong, get up now. You have 1 minute. Otherwise, you'll have to fend for yourself. All right, I'll get up right away. Chen Yang looked at everyone, his expression grave. All right, everyone quiet down. Fei, Cici, take Chu Chu and Sister Qing and escape in that direction. Brother Ma and I, along with Dean Zhang, will cover the rear. Okay, Chen Yang, be careful. At that moment, Meng Cici's tone was warm, and her gaze towards Chen Yang was filled with tenderness and concern, a stark contrast to before. Brother Chen, I can't be of help here. How about I stay with Officer Meng? At least I'm a man and can look after them on the way. Dean Zhang, are you really thinking about saving yourself at a time like this? If something happens to us, do you think you can handle 20 wild men? Ma Liqiang glared at Zhang Fei, raising his hand as if to strike him. Don't hit me. Can't I stay behind? Damn it. You're truly not a man. If it weren't for Brother Chen, I'd gladly hand you over to those wild men. Meng Cici stepped forward and handed a pistol to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, take this. Cici, you should keep it. The other women, aside from Meng Cici and Luo Fei, were defenseless, without any means of protection. If they encounter danger, wouldn't they all perish? What will you do then? I have my own ways. You need to leave immediately. This is an order. All right. Meng Cici and Luo Fei quickly led the women away. Chen Yang, Ma Liqiang, and Zhang Fei prepared for battle. The women ran several dozen meters before the wild men attacked. The two sides were now less than 30 meters apart. However, the wild men did not advance further. Brother Chen, why aren't they attacking? If I'm not mistaken, these wild men are likely devising a plan to annihilate us. Sure enough, the three wild men, led by the old man, gathered together, chattering animatedly. After about 30 seconds, under the old man's command, the 5 wild men at the front simultaneously hurled their spears. Get down, be careful, Chen Yang shouted. Fortunately, during the first wave of attacks, the 3 managed to dodge. Immediately after, a second wave of spears flew towards them. My hand! Zhang Fei screamed in agony. A long spear struck precisely into his right palm. Director Zhang, endure for a moment. I shall extract the spear. Brother Chen, this is exceedingly perilous. Once the spear is removed, the bleeding may prove uncontrollable. Brother Ma, what then shall we do? Ma Liqiang drew a dagger and severed the spear. This is dire. The third wave of attack approaches. Curse it! These savages are truly despicable, leaving us no avenue for survival. In this round of assault, 2 spears flew directly at Chen Yang, nearly grazing his head. If they had exerted a bit more force, he might have been impaled. Brother Chen, this is not a viable solution. We cannot afford to linger. Once the spears are depleted, they will undoubtedly rush us, with only 3 of us. Our chances of survival are bleak. Ma Liqiang was equally perplexed. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, why did these savages choose to attack with spears instead of surrounding them directly? It appears they are forcing me to unleash my ultimate move. Ultimate move? Both Ma Liqiang and Zhang Fei wore expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 84. Unleashing the ultimate move and being forced to kill Brother Chen. Do you possess a secret weapon? Ma Liqiang scrutinized Chen Yang, yet failed to discern anything unusual. You shall soon find out. Zhang Fei felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that the ultimate move Chen Yang referred to was a handgun? But hadn't Chen Yang just handed his firearm to Meng Sisi? After glancing at Chen Yang's waist and confirming there was nothing concealed, Zhang Fei's confusion deepened. The wild men, led by the old man, advanced step by step. In no time, they were within 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Xiao Chunyu, you need to unleash your ultimate move quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Zhang Fei was in a state of panic. Brother Chunyu. Ma Liqiang was similarly anxious. Chen Yang merely smiled. Suddenly, he retrieved a grenade from his pocket and hurled it forth. With a resounding explosion, several wild men fell to the ground. The 3 at the forefront lost their lives on the spot. Goodness, Brother Chen, how do you possess grenades? Xiao Chun, you are simply remarkable. Where did you acquire such a thing? Share a few with us. I shall obliterate them. Zhang Fei rubbed his hands together, eager to partake. Wait, Chen Yang is merely a senior. He may have a handgun, but how has he procured grenades? Zhang Fei found it utterly perplexing. Ma Liqiang was equally bewildered. However, as a good friend, he refrained from probing further. If Chen Yang wished to disclose, he would do so in his own time. Director Zhang, would you like some? Xiao Chun, I'm not greedy. Just a couple to play with will suffice. Chen Yang shook his head. I'm afraid I only possess 3 of these. What? Only 3? Do you think I am an arms dealer, able to procure as many as desired? I was hoping for a truckload of grenades. The old man, witnessing his numerous men injured or slain, bared his teeth in anger. He glared fiercely at Chen Yang, incessantly pointing and muttering. Damn, Brother Chen, I feel as though this old coot is cursing you. Indeed, I can tell he is indignant. Xiao Chun, since he is now utterly powerless, why not we eliminate him? Though Zhang Fei was timid, he harbored a vehement desire to see the old man, a practitioner of living sacrifices, meet a gruesome fate. This plan has merit. One must eradicate the root to prevent regrowth. This old man cannot be spared. If we let him go, he will surely seek reinforcements. Ma Liqiang, armed with a dagger, advanced towards the old man. At that moment, one of the wild men, whose legs had been blown off, clung desperately to Ma Liqiang's right leg. Get away! Ma Liqiang, furious, kicked the wild man aside. The old man, now terrified, knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head. Weren't you just so formidable? Extracting hearts for sacrifice. What distinguishes you from a beast? Now you know fear? It's too late. He stepped on the old man's back, forcing him to the ground. Ma Liqiang raised his dagger, poised to send the old man on his final journey. Brother Ma, wait a moment. Brother Chen, what is it? Chen Yang rushed over, closely followed by Zhang Fei. Old man, quickly tell us, how many of you are there? Where is your lair? The old man snorted coldly. Suddenly, Ma Liqiang slapped him hard across the face. You scoundrel, my buddy is asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? Speak up. To their surprise, the old man spat directly onto Ma Liqiang's face. This infuriated him. He brandished a dagger and forcefully slashed it across the old man's right cheek. Soon, an 8-centimeter-long gash appeared on the old man's face. Then, Ma Liqiang squeezed the wound tightly, threatening, "Otherwise I'll kill you." The old man hesitated for a moment, then extended 5 fingers. 50 men? The old man shook his head. 500? He nodded in affirmation. Good heavens, 500 savages on this desolate island. How terrifying. Now, where's your lair? This time, the old man did not hesitate and pointed to the northeast direction. Old man, you may as well die. The old man was startled and glared at Ma Liqiang, shouting angrily as if accusing him of being shameless and untrustworthy. Brother Ma, Chen Yang intervened, casting a glance at Zhang Fei. Xiao Chun, why are you looking at me? Director Zhang, it's your turn. What? You want me to kill? Zhang Fei stepped back in fright. What? Do you not dare to kill? Or do you simply not want to? Ma Liqiang blocked Zhang Fei's escape route and pushed him slightly. Director Zhang, do you intend to only enjoy without contributing? Do you expect me and Brother Ma to do all the dirty work? You are part of the team. Now is the time for you to step up. Chen Yang had his reasons for this. Throughout the journey, they faced relentless crises. Without survival skills, death was merely a matter of time. One day, if they encountered savages again, would one wait for them to kill you if you didn't kill first? Thus, it was better to seize this opportunity to toughen Zhang Fei up. Perhaps he could play a crucial role in the future. Brother Ma, what do you think? Yes, I agree. Ma Liqiang understood Chen Yang's good intentions. Director Zhang, I give you 3 minutes. Otherwise, you can stay here. No, I'll kill him right away. Zhang Fei immediately nodded in agreement. In a one-on-one confrontation, he knew he was no match for the old man. Without Chen Yang, with Ma Liqiang present, he would surely be killed. Here, Chen Yang thrust the dagger into his hand. Zhang Fei took the dagger, his hands trembling. 1, 2, 3. Ma Liqiang timed him from the side. Scoundrel, die. Zhang Fei raised the dagger and plunged it forcefully into the old man's chest. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, until the old man ceased to breathe. He finally stopped. I killed someone. Staring at his blood-soaked hands, Zhang Fei stood there like a fool, muttering to himself, repeating those words. Director Zhang, do not hold it against me. I act solely for your benefit. Chen Yang gently patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. You compel me to commit murder and yet have the audacity to claim it is for my own good? How shameless. Is it not so? Allow me to inquire. The next time we encounter the savages, will you simply await your fate at their hands? Director Zhang, when you next face those wild men, your trepidation will surely dissipate. Zhang Fei's lips twitched several times. After some contemplation, he discerned a modicum of truth in their discourse. Once is a lesson learned, twice is familiarity. Come, let us pursue Officer Meng and her team. Very well. Wait a moment. I nearly overlooked a matter of utmost importance. Chen Yang turned back and dashed away. Brother Chen, what are you up to? I intend to set a fire. This way, no one will discern that these savages were slain by grenades. Are you suggesting that there may be others on the island besides the cannibals? Indeed, I have long harbored this suspicion. Currently, the pistol and grenades are Chen Yang's greatest trump cards. Such a trump card is meant for survival and must not be divulged lightly. Chapter 85. The reappearance of the alien beasts without hesitation. The 3 individuals swiftly gathered the lifeless bodies of the wild men and set them ablaze, igniting a fierce fire that sent thick smoke billowing into the air. Chen Yang conducted a thorough inspection of the burning site before departing, reassured. Brother Shan, I am quite famished. Shall we venture out to find something to eat? After evading the alien beasts, the 2 had remained concealed within the cramped cave for nearly 5 hours, reluctant to emerge. Indeed, I too feel a twinge of hunger. Let's see if we can catch a few wild rabbits nearby. The 2 exited the cave, and Feng Yuanshan twisted his neck a few times. The glaring sunlight pierced his eyes, causing a momentary sting. Suddenly, his expression grew more serious. Biaozi, look over there. Luo Biao raised his gaze towards the southwest. There, thick smoke was rising. Brother Shan, there must be people over there. Perhaps they are survivors from the flight? In ancient times, such smoke often signified a warning or a signal of communication, possibly even a distress call. Let's hurry over there. Feng Yuanshan interjected. Shouldn't we first address our hunger? Luo Biao rubbed his stomach, overtaken by hunger. Previously, in their flight for survival, they had dared not rest, and their strength had dwindled significantly. Honestly, at a time like this, you're still thinking about food? What matters more, your life or your hunger? Following the massacre by the alien beasts, Feng Yuanshan had become acutely aware of the perilous nature of this island. What had started as a robust group had dwindled to just the two of them. We must find the survivors and unite. It is our best chance for survival. Yes, Brother Shan. The two quickly gathered their essentials and sprinted towards the source of the smoke. Above the island, a helicopter descended upon the beach, surrounded by a throng of people. Feng Hu emerged slowly. Master Hu, our men have spotted the helicopter of young Master Feng just ahead. Feng Hu nodded in acknowledgement. Let us proceed to investigate. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the scene. Master Hu, it seems young Master Feng is in grave trouble. We discovered his helicopter had crashed, resulting in several fatalities. Yet young Master Feng and his two subordinates, Zhao Kai and Luo Biao, are unaccounted for. What transpired? How could Feng Yuanshan's group be completely wiped out in less than half a day on the island? Feng Hu sensed that something was amiss. He approached one of the deceased, lifting the clothing to examine the wounds closely. To his horror, the man's chest had been cleanly split in two, the injury smooth and unblemished. Master Hu, come quickly. A panicked subordinate rushed over. What is the matter? Feng Hu glared at the frantic man. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The guard's head was missing, and the limbs were also absent. Master Hu, could it be that young Master Feng and his companions encountered a beast? Indeed, Master Hu, only creatures like tigers and lions would consider humans as prey. Feng Hu, however, shook his head. Impossible. Feng Yuanshan led a well-equipped combat team, composed entirely of seasoned mercenaries. Even a pack of lions and tigers possesses the strength to engage in battle. Observe the expressions of these fallen guards. They are utterly terrifying. It is essential to note that Feng Yuanshan's team is equipped with AK-47s, shoulder-fired rocket launchers, and grenades, rendering their combat capabilities comparable to those of elite special forces. Could it be that a dreadful presence lurks upon this island? As this thought crossed his mind, Feng Hu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, yet found nothing amiss. Quickly, everyone board the aircraft. We must depart from this place. For reasons unknown, Feng Hu harbored an uneasy feeling about their safety here. Master Hu, shall we not search for Miss Li then? If old Feng were to find out. When one is in the field, one must heed the command of one's superiors without question. Have you not heard this saying? Everyone retreat at once. At that moment, a disturbance suddenly arose on the beach 300 meters ahead. A slender tube abruptly emerged from the ground, racing towards them. Though its nature was unclear, Feng Hu sensed impending danger. Fire! Everyone, open fire! The guards unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Cease fire! 2 minutes later, Feng Hu commanded a halt to the shooting. As they surveyed the beach, it lay desolate before them. Master Hu, that thing earlier must have been akin to a pangolin or something similar, right? A pangolin? Feng Hu, of course, was skeptical. You go check it out. He pointed to a guard stationed at the front. Master Hu, I'm afraid. With a fierce glare from Feng Hu, the guard dared not disobey and reluctantly approached to investigate. Meanwhile, everyone remained fixated on the front, guns in their left hands, fingers poised on the triggers. 3 minutes later, the guard waved his hand. Master Hu, nothing unusual detected, returning immediately. However, just as the guard turned around, a long tail suddenly erupted from the sand behind him, piercing into his back. In the next instant, an alien creature sprang from the sandpit, hoisting the guard 3 meters into the air. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. Master Hu, what is that? Fire! Shoot quickly! The abrupt turn of events instilled an unprecedented fear within them. Such a horrifying method of killing. Feng Hu finally comprehended why Feng Yuanshan's team had met their demise in this location. It must be connected to this creature. Hold your ground. Hold firm. He commanded while retreating toward the helicopter. Quickly ascend. In a state of palpable dread, Feng Hu sensed the very breath of death. Master Hu, our men are still below. That is my command. Take off immediately, or I shall take your life. Very well, Master Hu. Soon, the rotor blades began to spin. The alien creature glanced up and spotted the helicopter preparing for takeoff. It drew a handgun and decisively pulled the trigger. In the next heartbeat, a luminous sphere hurtled towards the helicopter with lightning speed. As it seemed destined to strike the aircraft, Feng Hu had no choice but to leap out. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere collided with the cabin. The helicopter disintegrated in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. In desperation, Feng Hu realized he had no choice but to confront the monstrous creature in a fight to the death. "What on earth is this thing?" he exclaimed. The bullets seemed to have no effect whatsoever. The guards nearly exhausted their magazines, yet the creature appeared utterly unfazed. "Deploy grenades and rockets," Feng Hu declared, determined to believe that not even a barrage of rockets could leave the beast unscathed. Indeed, the well-trained guards executed a staggered launch of rockets and set mines. The beach erupted with a cacophony of explosions. Minutes later, a deep crater marred the sandy shore. "Cease fire." Yet, the monstrous entity vanished without a trace. "Stay vigilant. That creature must be lurking nearby, waiting for a chance to ambush us." At this moment, Feng Hu comprehended the grim reality. They could not defeat the alien beast. It seemed that survival was their only priority. Chapter 86. Extraterrestrials? "Dismiss Director Zhang. Retreat. We must retreat," Feng Hu shouted. All the guards immediately fled towards the northwest. After several minutes, they plunged into the woods. "Master Hu, what on earth was that thing? It seemed impervious to blades and bullets," one guard exclaimed. "Indeed, Master Hu, not even a rocket could destroy it. Do you think that creature could possibly be from another realm?" Feng Hu gasped for breath, listening to his subordinates' discussions. A sudden realization struck him. "You are correct. That entity does not belong to Earth." "Master Hu, are you suggesting it hails from another planet?" "It seems so. I cannot be certain. Perhaps it is the latest robot developed by the M Nation, deployed here for experimentation." "Master Hu, our helicopter is gone, and the radio communication device is broken. We cannot return." At that moment, the guards felt utterly dejected. "Damn it, everyone, pull yourselves together. What, do you lack confidence? If the master can't reach us, he may send someone to rescue us. Our most critical task now is to survive, understood?" "Yes, Master Hu." "Louder." "Yes, Master Hu." Feng Hu surveyed the group, nodding with a hint of satisfaction. "Let's press onward. If Feng Yuanshan is still alive, we may encounter him." After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, they resumed their journey. Suddenly, the two leading guards screamed in terror. In an instant, their bodies were severed at the waist, blood splattering everywhere. "Everyone, stay still and maintain vigilance." The remaining guards quickly focused on 4 directions, forming an attack formation. Feng Hu approached the front and observed closely. It turned out to be 2 thin wires tied to large trees on either side. He hesitated for a moment before using his dagger to slice at them. To his dismay, apart from the sparks produced by the friction, the wires remained unchanged, even leaving several cuts on the dagger. My heavens, the hardness of these wires. No wonder they can kill invisibly. But who set this trap? "Master Hu, look here," one guard exclaimed, unexpectedly spotting a small bell hidden where the wire was tied on the right tree. Feng Hu glanced to the left and saw another bell. In an instant, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. The moment those 2 guards touched the wires, the bells must have jingled. Could it be that these bells serve as a signal for intruders? Not good. We are in danger. Everyone get down. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of wild men surged from all directions, brandishing spears and wearing expressions of exhilaration. To them, these intruders had become mere prey. "Master, who are they? Are they the indigenous people of the island? Good heavens, why are they all covered in leaves?" Feng Hu, as the chief steward of the Feng family, was well versed in various matters. "This is bad. They are cannibals." "Cannibals? Master Hu, do such tribes truly exist?" "No more chatter. Master Hu cannot be mistaken." A group of savages cautiously approached. "Open fire, eliminate them." In the next moment, bullets flew in every direction. Within a mere minute, the savages were annihilated. I thought they were formidable, but they turned out to be utterly defenseless. Before the might of the handgun, the savages were like ants, easily dispatched. At that moment, Feng Hu was struck by a thought. What if they could not return? With the weapons at hand, perhaps he could seize the island and reign as a local monarch. However, before they could revel in their victory, a horrific scene unfolded. Suddenly, a dozen spiders, the size of adult rabbits, sprang from the trees. My heavens, what enormous spiders! Goodness, we are doomed. Everyone, heed my command. Open. Just as Feng was about to issue the attack order, the spiders launched their assault. They opened their mouths and spewed forth strands of silk. The silk gradually expanded in midair. Dodge! Feng Hu shouted. Alas, 3 guards were a moment too late. They were ensnared in the web, completely enveloped. Within moments, it formed an impenetrable net. Quick, save them! Feng Hu cried, wielding his dagger and slashing at the web with all his might. Yet, after numerous attempts, the web proved as unyielding as stone. The cries for help from the 3 guards grew fainter. 3 minutes later, they ceased entirely. Feng Hu realized they had perished, succumbing to asphyxiation. Eliminate these spiders. On one side, a hail of bullets. On the other, the unyielding web. After intense exchanges lasting several minutes, the spiders suffered significant casualties, yet 2 more guards fell. Feng Hu gritted his teeth in frustration. They had arrived on the island merely 2 hours ago, and now, from a team of 10, only 5 remained. At that moment, a larger spider emerged. The surviving spiders gathered around it, seemingly protecting their king. Feng Hu surmised that this must be the Spider King. Prepare the grenades. He believed that by eliminating the Spider King, vanquishing the lesser spiders would be manageable. Unexpectedly, the Spider King made its escape. Tiger Master, these spiders have claimed so many of our comrades. We must slay the Spider King to avenge them. Avenge, avenge! Feng Hu waved his hand and rebuked sternly. Avenge? Do you wish to provoke an even greater menace? It was undoubtedly our gunfire that attracted both the cannibals and this horde of spiders. I am unwilling to accept this. Damn it, this is infuriating. Listening to the guards grumble, Feng Hu sighed and shook his head. Do you think it is so easy to slay the Spider King? Do you believe this island harbors only a handful of spiders? Just now, 20 or so spiders were already overwhelming us. If hundreds were to descend upon us at once, it would spell our doom. From now on, conserve ammunition and refrain from firing unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand? Yes, Tiger Master. Chen Yang and the others continued on their journey, walking nearly 10 kilometers more. Ha ha, Brother Chen, I can hear the sound of water. Exhausted and parched, the group found themselves in dire need of refreshment. At that moment, Ma Liqiang spotted a small river ahead. What splendid fortune we have! Zhang Fei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his thirst nearly overwhelming him. Director Zhang, come back quickly. Chen Yang called out as he watched Zhang Fei dash towards the river. With a splash, Zhang Fei leaped into the water, immersing his entire body. Instantly, a rush of coolness enveloped him. Xiao Chun, the water here is delightfully cold. You all should come down for a bath. He called out. Humph, how selfish of that old man. We haven't even had a sip of water, and he jumps in to bathe. Li Kursin seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. It's all right. Let's go upstream to drink. Chen Yang reassured, patting her shoulder. Darling, why don't we dismiss Director Zhang? Ever since he joined us, he has shirked responsibilities, merely seeking the easy way out. I concur. I support the dismissal of Director Zhang. The other women chimed in, with the exception of Meng Sisi, who remained silent. Yet the solidarity among them was unmistakable. Chapter 87. The ladies frolic in the water, outdoor shower. Sisi, what are your thoughts? Meng Sisi glanced at Chen Yang and replied nonchalantly, It matters not to me. Whether one more person joins or departs makes no difference, as long as you are unharmed. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The women exchanged peculiar glances at Meng Sisi. Cousin, do you think Meng Sisi has developed feelings for our brother-in-law? If she likes him, so be it. It is of no concern to me. Wow, cousin, you are remarkably generous. I truly admire you. Can we even think about surviving this? We have no certainty. Why bother fretting over such matters? It's better to cast aside our worries and simply seek joy. Li Keqiu's words struck a deep chord with Li Kursin. Indeed, who can guarantee they will leave the island alive? Given the bleak prospects, why leave any regrets? Li Kursin resolved to win over Chen Yang without delay. Xiao Chun Xiaoma, esteemed ladies, I was wrong. Is that acceptable? I promise to refrain from acting on my own in the future. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply without question. Please, I beg you. Do not cast me away. Zhang Fei, thoroughly terrified, rushed back to the shore, drenched, and knelt upon the hard gravel, repeatedly bowing in apology. Soon, blood began to flow from his forehead. Director Zhang, you constantly claim fault yet never heed advice. Do you believe mere apologies suffice? Do you think we are so easily deceived? Luo Feifei scolded him vehemently. Feifei is right. Director Zhang, you are a habitual offender, without a firm lesson. You will never learn. Indeed, Curson speaks wisely. We strongly demand he be expelled from the team. I remain neutral. I agree. Whether he stays or goes, it is of no consequence to me. Do as you wish. Among them, Qin Xiaolu felt a tinge of pity for Director Zhang and chose to remain neutral. Qin Xiaolu, after that outburst, you still side with him. How impressive, my dear goddaughter. Li Keqiu mocked derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Xiaolu. Chu, I am aware you all harbor disdain for Director Zhang, yet Brother Yang has previously stated we are a team, and we must stand together. If we expel Director Zhang now, he will surely perish. Though his character may be lacking, he is still a living person. We cannot simply abandon him. Zhang Fei, kneeling on the ground, cast a grateful gaze in her direction. At that moment, Qin Xiaolu, risking the ire of the women, stood up for him, which was indeed commendable. Enough, let us not allow this matter to sour our camaraderie. Director Zhang, I shall grant you one final opportunity, but let this be a lesson. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Thank you all. I assure you I will amend my ways. Zhang Fei bowed his head in gratitude profusely. In that instant, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Darling, you are simply too soft-hearted. Brother Chun, I am upset. Chen Yang chuckled. Ladies, might you consider, for my sake, granting Director Zhang another chance? Very well, my dear. Since my cousin has no objections, I too shall remain silent. Chen Yang patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder. Rise, Director Zhang. A man should not kneel easily, for there is gold beneath his knees. Though you possess many flaws, I have faith that you can regain the trust of those around you. Indeed, Xiao Chun, I am capable. Following this, Chen Yang surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, Everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall depart in half an hour. Sister Qing, are you not feeling the heat? Li Curson grasped Su Yuqing's hand. Curson, what are you trying to say? Li Curson pointed to the small river, her smile radiant as she suggested, How about we frolic in the water? Wonderful. I can hardly contain my excitement. Li Keqiu chimed in. What about you all? Su Yuqing glanced towards Meng Sisi, Luo Feifei, and Qin Xiaolu. The three women nodded in agreement. Soon, the women dashed towards the river, immersing themselves in its refreshing embrace. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, Ma Liqiang, and Zhang Fei stood vigilant, guarding the eastern, southern, and northern directions, respectively, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Ah, how delightful. It feels like being in an air-conditioned room. This river water tastes a bit sweet. Li Curson took a sip. Observing the women reveling in the water brought a sigh from Chen Yang. Alas, such scenes will become increasingly rare. The path ahead is fraught with peril. Unbeknownst to them, upstream, a kilometer ahead, two enormous boulders loomed 3 meters high, creating a narrow passage through which the river flowed downstream. Minutes later, the ground trembled violently. Brother Chun, has an earthquake occurred? Brother Ma, I am uncertain. The women, startled, submerged themselves in the water, frozen in place. To their surprise, mere seconds later, the earth returned to its previous tranquility. At that moment, Meng Sisi's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. She scanned the vicinity, finding no abnormalities, such as landslides or the like. After a brief hesitation, Meng Sisi returned to the shore. Sisi, why have you left the water? Chen Yang inquired. I felt an unsettling anxiety, so I decided to come ashore. Surely you're just overthinking it. We are here to keep watch. You may enjoy the water without worry. Chen Yang, would you accompany me for a stroll? Certainly. As a police officer, Meng Sisi possessed a heightened sense of awareness. She sensed that something significant, and perhaps ominous, was about to unfold, prompting her to explore the nearby area in search of answers. Where shall we wander? Let us stroll along the riverbank. Observing Meng Sisi and Chen Yang walking together, several women glanced over simultaneously. Sister Feifei, what do you think they are up to? Curson, are you feeling a touch of jealousy? Ha! Perhaps they seek a secluded spot. Sister Fei Fei, you are quite the flirt. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei, tasked with vigilance, stood under the scorching sun, beads of sweat cascading down his body. He wiped his forehead repeatedly. After enduring for a while, Zhang Fei could no longer withstand it. Xiaoma, may I go to the riverbank for a sip of water? It is exceedingly hot, and I can scarcely endure it any longer. Perhaps the heavens are intentionally punishing Zhang Fei. The sun's rays strike directly upon his position, while Chen Yang and Li Chong are fortunate enough to be sheltered by a grand tree. Off you go. Thank you, Xiaoma. Ma Liqiang was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the Zhang he knows? How has he become so remarkably courteous? Zhang Fei approached the riverbank, bending down to quench his thirst. The water was crystal clear, revealing the riverbed with utmost clarity. Initially, the stones resting on the bottom remained still. However, as Zhang Fei took his third sip, suddenly, the stones began to stir. At first, only a couple of stones shifted, but soon an increasing number began to move. Simultaneously, the gap between two large stones upstream widened until it was as broad as a bowl. The water ahead flowed in unceasingly. Amidst the flowing stream, small black fish, roughly the size of a hand, began to appear, 1, 2, over 100. Chapter 88. The earth trembles, little horse, come here quickly. Zhang Fei sensed something amiss. The stones that had long lain at the riverbed suddenly began to shift en masse, signifying one alarming reality. The river's current had accelerated beyond its previous pace. Director Zhang, is there something you need? Ma Liqiang inquired, his demeanor cold and unyielding as he remained rooted in place. Little horse, it would be wise for you to come here. I sense trouble brewing. Trouble? Ha! You, a mere office-bound leader who only knows how to command others, can discern a problem? Ma Liqiang found the notion amusing. Ma Liqiang, I'm not jesting. You must come and see for yourself. It would be best if nothing were amiss. However, if there is indeed an issue, none of us will escape unscathed. Observing Zhang Fei's earnest expression, he hesitated for a moment before hastening over. Upon reaching the riverbank, Ma Liqiang queried, "What is the situation?" Zhang Fei pointed towards the riverbed. "Crouch down and take a look. You will understand." Lowering his gaze, Ma Liqiang initially failed to discern the significance. "What? Is there treasure at the riverbed that you have discovered?" Ma Liqiang, have you not noticed that the stones at the bottom are beginning to drift downward? In that instant, Ma Liqiang appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. He bent down, widening his eyes in observation for a minute. Indeed, it was precisely as Zhang Fei had described. I suspect there may have been a breach upstream. Otherwise, the current could not have surged so suddenly. Director Zhang, your discovery is most timely. I am grateful. I, too, am a member of this team. The principle of shared glory and shared misfortune is one I comprehend well. Turning around, Ma Liqiang noticed Chen Yang had wandered off quite a distance. Stay here. I shall go find Chen Yang. Understood. As Chen Yang and Meng Sisi strolled, they halted in their tracks, hidden from the sight of Su Yuqing and the others. Chen Yang, I have something to confess. Sisi, what is it you wish to say? I like you. Sisi, this cannot be. We have only known each other for a few days. You are strikingly beautiful and a police officer. How could you possibly have feelings for me? In truth, Chen Yang was elated at that moment. Chen Yang, are you not a man? How can you lack such confidence? Furthermore, isn't that Li Keqiu also fond of you? She is a renowned star, after all. Sisi. Words alone carry little weight. You profess to like me. How am I to know if you speak the truth? Meng Sisi shot him a disapproving glance, instantly perceiving Chen Yang's underlying thoughts. Very well, I shall demonstrate my feelings for you. Suddenly, Meng Sisi reached out, pulling Chen Yang closer. In that moment, their bodies pressed against one another. Wow, no wonder you are a police officer. Your movements are quite forceful. Immediately afterward, Meng Sisi leaned in and kissed him. Does this suffice as proof? Chen Yang, still reeling from the unexpected kiss, was abruptly pushed away by Meng Sisi. Meng Sisi, that was a forceful kiss. I feel cheated. This must be made fair. What? What do you mean? Gazing into Chen Yang's fervent eyes, Meng Sisi felt a twinge of fear. She instinctively took a few steps back. Just moments ago, She merely wished to express her feelings, yet she was unprepared for any intimate contact with Chen Yang. Alas, attempting to escape was futile. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Chen Yang would let slip away. He seized her hand, pulling her close, wrapping his arms around her waist. You, release me. I'm a police officer. You're assaulting me. Stop this at once. Assault? Huh. Meng Sisi, you were the one who initiated this. Chen Yang retorted. Did you not profess your affection for me? Do you not wish to be my woman? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of time. Hey, this place is rather nice, and no one is here to disturb us. Otherwise, observing Chen Yang's lewd demeanor, Meng Sisi stomped her feet in frustration. I'm frightened. Is that not enough? It's broad daylight. If Sister Qing finds out, how embarrassing. Tonight, then? You aren't deceiving me, are you? I swear, if I am lying, Meng Sisi, shall never find a man in my life. At that moment, Chen Yang yearned to claim Meng Sisi for himself. However, just then, Ma Liqiang approached. Very well. Chen Yang released her. You lecher. Meng Sisi hurriedly adjusted her attire, fearing Ma Liqiang might notice something amiss. Brother Ma, I am here. Chen Yang waved. You. What are you two doing here? Ma Liqiang inquired, observing the wrinkles in Meng Sisi's clothing and the lingering flush on her face, a sly smile spreading across his lips. Brother Chen, little sister-in-law. It seems I arrived at an opportune moment. Brother Ma, please do not speak carelessly. Chen Yang and I are merely ordinary friends. Ma Liqiang had no time to dwell on the matter and quickly recounted the situation discovered by Zhang Fei. Brother Ma, you did not allow Sister Qing and the others to come ashore? Well, I was uncertain, you see. Besides, Sister Qing and the others were having a splendid time. I did not wish to interrupt. Hurry, we must return. Chen Yang, anxious about potential trouble, rushed back. By the stream, Qin Xiaolu splashed her hands in the water, sending droplets flying, the chill invigorating. A small black fish swam near her feet. Suddenly, she slipped, her body tilting as she fell into the water. In the process, her right foot accidentally grazed a sharp stone, breaking the skin and drawing a trickle of blood. The little fish, which had been swimming in circles around Qin Xiaolu, suddenly darted toward the source of her bleeding foot. Moments later, it opened its mouth and bit down. Ouch! That hurts, it really hurts. The sharp pain radiated through her foot, prompting Qin Xiaolu to cry out. Lulu, what happened? Su Yuqing, bathing nearby, heard the commotion and quickly swam over. Qing Jia. Something seems to have bitten my foot. Su Yuqing's first thought was of snake. Quickly, let me help you ashore. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaolu, the small wound had nearly doubled in size from the fish's bite, and blood flowed more freely. As the crimson liquid dispersed in the water, other fish flocked toward it in a frenzy. In a mere 2 minutes, Qin Xiaolu found himself surrounded by 40 to 50 small fish. These tiny creatures voraciously consumed the blood water. For just a taste of that crimson liquid, the fish jostled and competed, enacting a scene reminiscent of the larger fish devouring the smaller ones. Qin Xiaolu cried out once more. Qing Jia, Fei Fei Kachu, Kursin, Xiaolu, hurry, come ashore immediately. Chen Yang shouted from a bank. He observed with clarity the chaotic spectacle of the fish turning upon one another in their frenzy for sustenance. A seemingly endless swarm of fish gathered, creating a dark mass. The women, in a state of panic, hurried back to the shore. Ooh, it hurts so much, it hurts. Qin Xiaolu sobbed. Su Yuqing glanced down and discovered 2 small fish clinging tenaciously to the wounded foot. Their mouths moved incessantly, as if they were chewing on their meal. Lulu, bear with it. I will help you get those fish off, Su Yuqing said as she seized one of the fish and pulled with all her might. However, despite her efforts, the fish remained steadfastly attached. Chapter 89, Resilient Vitality, Lulu, I can't pull her away, what should I do? Su Yuqing exerted all her strength, yet the little fish clung tenaciously to Qin Xiaolu's foot, refusing to let go. Let me handle it. Ma Liqiang rubbed his hands and stepped forward. You? Qin Xiaolu was taken aback, her gaze directed at Chen Yang. Chen Yang deliberately turned his head, pretending not to notice. Qin Xiaolu, at such a critical moment, you still care about who helps? If it weren't for our past friendship, Do you think I would lend you a hand? Little Ma, after all, Lulu is your ex-girlfriend. How can you stand by and watch her suffer? Zhang Fei reprimanded discontentedly. Did you see that? Your godfather cares for you deeply. Ma Liqiang, stop being so sarcastic. I thought you were a man, yet you are so petty. Qin Xiaolu smiled gently at Zhang Fei. If you won't help, then step aside. For the first time, Zhang Fei stood tall and lightly pushed Ma Liqiang. Ma Liqiang, unfazed, took a few steps back. Lulu, hold on for a moment, I'm coming. Zhang Fei took a deep breath, grasping the little fish's head with his right hand, pulling with all his might. The little fish immediately began to struggle, opening its mouth wider. What was worse, it became even more frantic in its biting. It hurts. Godfather, stop pulling. I can't take it anymore. Qin Xiaolu cried out loudly. Lulu, just hang in there a bit longer. I will soon put this fish to death. Zhang Fei continued to tug. However, mere seconds later, Qin Xiaolu's cries grew louder. At this moment, the little fish had lost a tail, yet it seemed unaffected, its fighting spirit undiminished. Everyone was astonished. Wow, this little fish's vitality is astonishing. If one fish is this difficult to deal with, what would happen with dozens, or even hundreds? It would surely be deadly. Little Chun, think of a solution quickly. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolu let out a piercing scream. Lulu, what happened? I haven't even touched it. Godfather, the little fish has bitten off a chunk of flesh, woo-woo. Everyone widened their eyes, and indeed, Qin Xiaolu's foot was bleeding, while the little fish's mouth moved continuously, seemingly savoring a delicacy. Brother Ma, shall we try with a dagger? Good. After a brief discussion, Su Yuqing lifted Qin Xiaolu's right leg, while Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang positioned themselves on either side, simultaneously stabbing the little fish's abdomen with their daggers, stirring violently. Sensing the approach of death, the little fish resisted even more fiercely, and Qin Xiaolu screamed louder. Fei, come here for a moment. What do you want me to do, Chen Yang? Cover Lulu's mouth. Don't let her scream. It turned out that Chen Yang feared Qin Xiaolu's cries would reveal their location. Lulu, I'm sorry. Without hesitation, Luo Fei covered Qin Xiaolu's mouth with both hands. But she intentionally left a small gap to allow her to breathe more easily. After a few thrusts, after 10 attempts, the little fish finally lay lifeless. As the small fish fell to the ground, they witnessed a horrifying sight. A portion of Qin Xiaolu's right foot had been bitten off, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Brother Ma, you are a doctor. Please tend to the wound, he implored. All right, Ma Liqiang reluctantly agreed. This woman evoked both love and resentment within him. Were it not for Chen Yang's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to slap Qin Xiaolu thrice to vent his frustration. A few minutes later, the wound had been treated. Thank you, Director Zhang. If you hadn't spotted it in time, the consequences would have been dire. Oh, Xiao Chun, you were too polite. I happened upon it by chance. As a member of the team, I am delighted to contribute in any way I can. Chen Yang approached, extending his hand to shake Director Zhang's, sensing that the latter seemed to be improving. Look, the water is flowing faster, Li Keqiu exclaimed, pointing at the river's surface. Everyone turned to gaze. Indeed, the current had quickened, and numerous branches and stones from upstream were floating down. This is bad. There must be a breach upstream. Chen Yang fretted, fearing a larger flood, and hurriedly led everyone to a higher ground, 30 meters away from the river. Taking advantage of the moment, they paused to regroup. Master Hu, I want to go home. This place is too terrifying. We've lost more than half in just a few hours. Observing the despondent expressions of the guards, Feng Hu sighed deeply. Damn it, I want to escape too. But the helicopter was destroyed, and we have no communication equipment. How can we flee? What should we do? This island is vast. How do we get out? Feng Hu pondered before suggesting. Let us continue walking in one direction. We should reach the coastline eventually, and then we can devise a plan. Once the master realizes he cannot contact us, he will undoubtedly send someone to rescue us. He was certain that as long as Miss Li and Feng Yuanshan remained on the island, he could not fathom Feng Kuei abandoning them in their time of need. Now, let us check our weapons and ammunition. We depart in 10 minutes. Yes, Master Hu. Feng Hu leaned against a large tree to rest while 2 guards stood watch. After approximately 5 minutes, the leaves began to rustle suddenly. Is the wind picking up? Feng Hu, feeling a chill, opened his eyes. No, something is amiss. This is not merely the wind. Instantly alert, he commanded everyone, load your weapons and await my instructions. Master Hu, could it be the wild men returning? No, it may be something even more formidable. Stay vigilant. It might be from the sky, under Feng Hu's orders. 2 guards focused on the ground while 3 others aimed their weapons skyward. Suddenly, in the air 10 meters ahead, 3 enormous birds appeared, diving downwards. What in the world? Are those even birds? Feng Hu gasped in astonishment. These creatures were larger than ostriches, and their wings alone were fearsome to behold. Hold your fire. One guard was about to pull the trigger when Feng Hu intervened. What if they harbor no hostility? He wished to avoid provoking a greater peril. The great birds soared above the guardians, spiraling gracefully in the sky. They circled for several moments, displaying no signs of aggression. It seemed these magnificent creatures bore no ill will. Yet, scarcely had the thought crossed my mind when, in an astonishing instant, one of the colossal birds swooped down, seizing a guardian in its talons. By the time Feng Hu realized what had transpired, the bird had already ascended to a height of 10 meters. The captured guardians struggled desperately in the air, shouting for help. How cunning these birds are! Feng Hu lamented, having underestimated their capacity for a sudden attack. What shall we do now, Tiger? First, we must save him, Feng Hu declared, raising his pistol and aiming at the avian assailant. After a few seconds of contemplation, he lowered his weapon. Alas, at such a distance, I fear I might inadvertently harm Xiao Song. Suddenly, the great bird released its grip. Ah! The guardian cried out as he plummeted from the sky. In that very moment, the bird dove downward with fervor. Chapter 90. The Firebird Fire. Feng Hu bellowed. In unison, all the guards squeezed the triggers. At that moment, the colossal bird had firmly landed on the ground. Instead of evading the incoming bullets, it spread its magnificent wings wide. Master Hu, what is it doing? Does it intend to block the bullets with its wings? Huh, what a foolish creature. The guards laughed, yet Feng Hu's expression remained grave. Seconds later, the bullets struck the wings with a cacophonous sound. What? The bullets cannot penetrate its wings? Am I seeing things? All the guards were in disbelief. Keep shooting. I command you to keep firing. Feng Hu surmised that the great bird must possess some means of self-preservation. Yet he had not anticipated the wings to be as hard as steel. The guards fired again. Meanwhile, 2 other enormous birds had circled around to the rear of the group. Ah! Suddenly, another guard let out a horrific scream. By the time they reacted, the guard had already been impaled through the chest by the bird's razor-sharp claws. Divide into 2 teams. Feng Hu realized they were being flanked from both sides. At that moment, the grounded bird let out a deafening roar. After 2 rounds of shooting and a barrage of over 20 bullets, it had finally been struck in the abdomen. As the bird collapsed, it viciously pecked at the head of a guard. Amidst the screams, Feng Hu noticed that the bird had seized the guard's eyeballs and swallowed them whole. Damn it, you beast! Feng Hu seethed, rushing forward with 2 AK-47s in hand, firing furiously as he ran. Within a minute, the bird was riddled with bullets, its bloodied feathers strewn across the ground. The successfully ambushed bird, perhaps frightened, dropped the guard and fled southward. Feng Hu and the others approached the wounded guard. At that moment, the guard's eyes were gushing blood, writhing in agony on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Xiao Song, it's me, Master Hu. Master Hu, please, save me. I don't want to die. Xiao Song clung to Feng Hu's leg, pleading desperately. Master Hu. The remaining guards looked at him with beseeching eyes. Hey, what do you all want? Do you think I don't want to save Xiao Song? The problem is, we can't get out now, and we have no hemostatic agents. How can we save him? Feng Hu roared. Silence enveloped the guards. Master Hu, I feel terrible. Quickly, just kill me. Feng Hu glanced down and saw Xiao Song's forehead covered in a dense array of red rashes. Xiao Song was itching uncontrollably, and within moments, his skin was nearly torn apart. Feng Hu deduced that Xiao Song had been infected by bacteria carried by the bird, which was causing his severe itching. Xiao Song, I hope you won't hold this against me. He raised his pistol, aiming at Xiao Song's forehead. Master Hu, you're going to kill Xiao Song? Xiao Song is our dear brother. Master Hu, you cannot act this way. Do you think I do not wish for Xiao Song to live well? Look at him now. His current state is more unbearable than death itself. Do you wish to witness Xiaosong perish in torment? At that moment, Xiaosong grasped the gun's handle. Master Hu, in my life swiftly. Yet, Feng Hu could not bring himself to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Xiaosong seized the pistol and shot himself in the head. Xiaosong! Xiaosong! As he collapsed into a pool of blood, Feng Hu's eyes brimmed with tears. Just then, a scream echoed from behind. The crowd turned to see a once proud guard, hurled down by a giant bird, impaled by a dead tree branch, meeting his demise instantly. I shall kill you. Feng Hu roared at the sky, filled with fury. Master Hu, I will slay the giant bird to avenge our brothers. Kill the bird. Avenge. The guards were consumed with righteous indignation. Very well. Let us seek the lair of the giant bird and eradicate them all. Even the usually composed Feng Hu could not endure. If vengeance was not exacted, the guards' wrath would be uncontainable. Thus, Feng Hu led the guards through the thicket. After more than an hour of pursuit, they finally discovered the giant bird's lair. Do you see that? That cave must be the giant bird's den. Observing 2 giant birds entering the cave, and shortly after, 3 more emerging, Feng Hu confirmed their location. Everyone, let us annihilate these beasts. The group advanced cautiously, crawling toward the cave's entrance. With a grand gesture, Feng Hu commanded 5 guards to simultaneously throw grenades. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed incessantly, followed by tremors in the mountainside. Let us depart immediately, just as Feng Hu and his company had sprinted a mere dozen meters. The cave was blocked by falling boulders. Ha! What relief! This time they are finished. The group rejoiced, unaware that the birds, having heard the explosions, swiftly returned and detected the presence of humans. As the giant birds circled above, the guards felt no fear. Instead, they were eager to sharpen their blades against their foes. They had anticipated the birds would dive down to attack. However, they were astonished to see the birds encircle them from 3 different directions. Master Hu, what do they intend? Why are they not attacking? Huh! We destroyed their lair. They must be frightened. Come down and fight me if you dare. Feng Hu sensed something was amiss with the birds' behavior. Logically, after destroying their nest, the birds should have recklessly assaulted them. Something was definitely wrong. Suddenly, several birds opened their beaks simultaneously. In the next moment, fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing to the ground. 1, 2. In less than a minute, the birds unleashed a barrage of fireballs. This is bad. Take cover, Feng Hu shouted. However, the onslaught of fireballs was overwhelming, compounded by their simultaneous assault from 3 directions, rendering the guards utterly powerless. In a heart-wrenching moment, 2 fireballs struck a guard from the front and rear. With a single, agonized cry, his entire body was engulfed in flames. In a mere 3 minutes, he was reduced to ashes. Upon crashing to the ground, the fireballs detonated, unleashing a shower of sparks that scattered in every direction, leaving the guards with no means of evasion. This was a one-sided massacre. 5 minutes later, aside from Feng Hu and 2 injured guards, the remainder lay lifeless. Some had their heads obliterated by the high-velocity fireballs, while others were pierced through the abdomen by the fierce orbs, resulting in a gruesome demise. Just as Feng Hu, engulfed in despair, prepared to take his own life, the birds of prey abruptly ceased their assault and inexplicably took flight. Chapter 91. The pirate ship Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao hastened toward the source of the smoke. Brother Shan, what on earth has transpired? There were gunshots and explosions just moments ago. You ask me? How should I know? Perhaps it was some wilderness expedition team? It seems there was a fierce skirmish over there. Let us investigate. Very well, Brother Shan. After 5 or 6 minutes, the 2 arrived at the scene. To their horror, they found several corpses on the ground, along with a large bird and scattered bullets. Luo Biao rushed to the bodies, and upon lowering his gaze, his expression shifted drastically. Brother Shan, it's our people. Our people? Impossible. Feng Yuanshan immediately refuted this notion. The subordinates he had brought along were nearly annihilated, leaving only Luo Biao. It's Feng Hu's men. But how? How could that be? How could Feng Hu's men appear on this island? Stunned, Feng Yuanshan approached the deceased. Seeing the insignia on their clothing, he was utterly astounded. Biaozi, why are Feng Lao's people also here? He found himself utterly perplexed by the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Biao proposed a disturbing possibility. Brother Sean, could it be that the master sent them here? Has Feng Guanjia also arrived? Are you suggesting that Feng Kuei dispatched 2 teams to rescue Miss Li? Brother Sean, there is something I'm uncertain whether to voice. You're implying that Feng Kuei does not trust us and sent Feng Lao after we departed? Luo Biao nodded. That scoundrel. I was puzzled by how readily Feng Kuei agreed. It turns out he had long made arrangements. Damn it. One day the Feng group will belong to me. Brother Sean, what shall we do now? Observing the corpse of the large bird, Luo Biao felt a sense of unease. If Feng, who was leading the way, the squad must be exceptionally well equipped. However, the signs of fierce combat indicated that the battle had been particularly brutal, especially for the 2 guards who had suffered grievously. Let us follow the trail. We might catch up with Feng who. First, we must locate them. The more allies we have, the stronger we shall be, rather than fighting alone. The 2 followed the trail of blood toward the northwest direction. Master Hu, I fear the commotion here may attract even more trouble. The explosions could be heard throughout much of the island. There is no choice in the matter. We shall rest for 10 minutes. After a relentless pursuit, the group was utterly fatigued. Feng, who was also aware of the countless dangers that lay ahead. Only by recuperating could they face the unknown threats. Master Hu, our ammunition is running low. We have only 13 grenades left and over 200 rounds. How could it be consumed so quickly? We've barely been on the island for a day and have used up 90% of our powder. From now on, we must conserve ammunition. Understood, Master Hu. At that moment, several guards glanced at their empty stomachs. Feng Hu, fixating on the corpse of the large bird, soon conceived a plan. Do you wish to partake in some meat? Indeed. Master Hu, are you referring to the large bird? Yes. Let us make do with what we have. It is certainly preferable to enduring hunger. Soon, the group sprang into action. After about 20 minutes, the roasting of the bird commenced. Come, let's explore upstream. Observing the gradually diminishing flow of the water, Chen Yang glanced ahead. Good. Ma Liqiang nodded. Xiao Chun, Xiao Ma. This time I shall lead the charge. You? Din Zhang. Are you certain? Oh, Din Zhang. Is the sun rising from the west today? Several women looked on in astonishment. How could the ordinarily self-preserving and selfish Zhang Fei suddenly become so proactive? They found it hard to accept this reality. Ladies, it is merely my fault, which has burdened everyone. I assure you, I shall never act independently again. Zhang Fei bowed deeply, reiterating his apologies. To err is human. It is fortunate that you can change. Din Zhang, Chen Yang acknowledged with a nod. Go for it, Din Zhang. Su Yuqing cast him an approving glance. Thank you. I will prove myself through my actions. Thus, Zhang Fei took the lead, the women walked in the center, and Ma Liqiang and Chen Yang brought up the rear as they ventured upstream. After about 10 minutes, upon reaching the upper stream, the sight before them left everyone utterly astounded. 2 massive stones, each towering 3 meters high, had been washed ashore. How's there a ship here? Brother Chun, this ship resembles a pirate vessel. Upon seeing the ship, Li Kursin immediately thought of the Caribbean pirates. Hooray! We've struck gold. Qin Xiaolu cheered with delight. This pirate ship appeared exceedingly ancient, at least a century old. Brother Yang, shall we board and take a look? Perhaps there is gold aboard. Qin Xiaolu was eager to climb aboard. Lulu, do you wish for your life or for treasure? Chen Yang pulled her back. A pirate ship suddenly appearing. Who knows what dangers may lurk aboard? Heavens, could it be the fabled ghost ship? Li Keqiu felt a chilling breeze wash over her, sending shivers down her spine. Let us refrain from boarding for now. We should observe for a while. Ma Liqiang also sensed that it was unwise to hastily embark. Thus, everyone fixated on the vessel, scrutinizing it closely. 10 minutes passed, and the pirate ship remained utterly still. Brother Chun, should we venture aboard? Very well. However, this pirate ship stood over 10 meters high. After some deliberation, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang found numerous vines in the nearby woods, fashioning them into a makeshift rope, one end secured to a stone. Brother Ma, you possess great strength. You should throw it. Okay. Ma Liqiang grasped the end tied to the stone and hurled it with all his might. The rope landed on the pirate ship. Subsequently, he tugged at it forcefully, but the vine snapped. Brother Ma, aim for that spot. Chen Yang pointed to the center of the ship's hull. Understood. Ma Liqiang prepared to throw once more. At last, success has been achieved. Brother Chun, I shall ascend first. Once I ascertain that it is safe, you may follow. Very well. Ma Liqiang gripped the vines tightly with both hands, his feet brushing against the hull of the ship as he ascended inch by inch. After climbing 3 or 4 meters, he suddenly lost his grip and fell to the ground. Brother Ma, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just that my backside bumped against some stones. Ma Liqiang brushed off his clothes, chuckling lightly. Shall I give it a try? All right, but exercise caution. The vines are somewhat slippery, Chen Yang nodded. Observing the vines, he pondered for a moment and tore 2 strips of cloth to wrap around his hands. Dear, please be careful. Brother Chun, stay safe. Chen Yang, watch out. The women looked on with anxious expressions. Haha, Brother Chun, I truly envy you. Brother Ma, please refrain from teasing me. Under the watchful eyes of the women, Chen Yang slowly began to climb aboard the pirate ship. Chapter 92. The discovery of treasure. Suddenly, the pirate ship rocked inexplicably several times. In an unfortunate moment, Chen Yang lost his grip, tumbling downward. Be careful, dear. Chen Yang quickly grabbed the vine. The women cried out in unison. Fortunately, during his descent, Chen Yang managed to seize the vine once more. I'm fine. He turned to the women with a calm smile. Climbing back up is truly exhausting. Taking a deep breath, he focused briefly before exerting himself, finally managing to ascend the pirate ship after 10 arduous minutes. Upon boarding, he surveyed the vessel, which was in a state of disrepair, overrun with weeds. Goodness, so many skulls. Chen Yang speculated that these must be the remains of the crew. What could have happened to this ship? He circled the bow and stern, finding nothing amiss aside from the scattered bones. Brother Ma, the ship should be quite safe. Wait a moment while I see if I can find a ladder. At more than 10 meters high, it took significant effort for him, let alone the women. ISNT, that a boarding ladder? Chen Yang noticed a black button beside the ladder. Without much thought, he pressed it. In the next moment, the folded ladder slowly unfurled, remarkably advanced. To Chen Yang's astonishment, despite enduring centuries of weathering, the ladder remained intact. A few minutes later, the ladder was fully extended. Sister Qing, Dean Zhang, I'll go first. Wait until I verify that the ladder is safe before you come up. All right. Xiao Ma, be careful, Ma Liqiang nodded. Although the ladder appeared quite stable, he still proceeded cautiously. After another 3 minutes, he safely reached the pirate ship. Ladies, you may come up now. No sooner had Ma Liqiang finished speaking than Qin Xiaolu was the first to rush forward. As she reached the midpoint of the ladder, suddenly, with a crack, a metal plate on her right side collapsed. Qin Xiaolu's right foot fell through, causing her to tumble onto the ladder. Honestly, why the rush? No one was competing with her to be first, someone remarked. Fei, Qin Xiaolu indirectly helped us. True, cousin, if she hadn't gone first, it would have been one of us in trouble. Luo, Fei, Li Kersin, and Li Keqiu shared a moment of glee. Lulu, don't move, I'll help you. At this moment, Zhang Fei carefully approached. In no time, he reached Qin Xiaolu's left side. Lulu, quickly grab my hand and slowly lift your foot. Thank you, Godfather. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, nearly in tears. Dean Zhang, please be careful, step lightly, she urged. Understood, Xiao Chun, Zhang Fei replied. With his assistance, Qin Xiaolu managed to regain her footing. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Zhang Fei suddenly slipped, falling headlong. Qin Xiaolu hurriedly reached for him. Unfortunately, due to their unstable balance and the ladder beginning to sway, both of them lost their footing and tumbled down. Brother Ma, let's go save the people. All right. Concerned about the stability of the boarding ladder, the two could only descend cautiously, one after the other. Fortunately, Zhang Fei and Qin Xiaolu tightly grasped the edge of the ladder, preventing them from tumbling down. Director Zhang, Lulu, are you both all right? We're fine. This boarding ladder seems rather unstable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang suggested, Brother Ma, you and Lulu should ascend first. Once you are aboard, we will follow. Okay. Ma Liqiang supported Qin Xiaolu, guiding her up the left side of the ladder, step by step. Ma Liqiang, I can manage on my own. Please let go. Very well. Perhaps concerned for Director Zhang, Chen Yang noticed that Qin Xiaolu had shaken off her ex-boyfriend's hand. Ma Liqiang shook his head in resignation. Ma Liqiang, I must tell you, we have broken up. It will be better for us to maintain some distance to avoid misunderstandings. Sure, whatever you say. You. Taken aback by her ex-boyfriend's calm demeanor, Qin Xiaolu was astonished. Ma Liqiang, don't you want to know the reason? Qin Xiaolu, didn't you just say we have broken up? I have no need to know the reason. What you choose to do is your prerogative. Fuming, Qin Xiaolu stamped her foot. Are you trying to fall off? My buddy is still behind us. If you wish to perish, don't drag my friend down with you. Are you cursing me? Think what you will. Hurry up. Very well. Ma Liqiang, I will remember this. Stop right there. I do not require your remembrance. Fuming, Qin Xiaolu felt as though she might burst. A few minutes later, they successfully boarded the ship. Soon after, Zhang Fei followed suit. Chen Yang returned to the ground. Fei Fei and Chu Chu will form one group, Cici and Curson another, while I team up with Sister Qing. Under Chen Yang's direction, the women successfully boarded the pirate ship. Brother Chun, shall we explore the cabin? Sure. Wait a moment. Chen Yang remembered something and pressed the black button again. Only after the boarding ladder was completely retracted did everyone proceed into the cabin. Inside, the cabin was cloaked in cobwebs. The group found several sticks and began to clear away the webs as they moved. Darling, I'm so scared. Upon seeing the scattered bones, the women were too frightened to speak. What are you afraid of? They are merely fragments of bones. Cici remarked. Chen Yang, look over there. Lu Fei pointed to the right. Everyone turned to see a large hole. Cici stared at the gaping void, lost in thought. A basketball-sized breach appeared in the ship's hull. Such a situation could only arise from an explosion. Chen Yang, if I am not mistaken, this pirate ship may have sunk due to cannon fire. Officer Meng, I share your thoughts. Ma Liqiang also considered this possibility. Then let us split into pairs and search for anything useful. Okay, before long, the group divided into 4 smaller teams. Sister Fei, there are numerous long swords here. Luo Fei and Li Curson arrived at a secluded corner. This place must be the armory of the pirate ship. Searching diligently, they were suddenly interrupted by a piercing scream. Brother Yang, come quickly. I believe I have discovered treasure. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the dozen or so iron chests before her. Though the surfaces of the chests were marred by rust, each was secured with a lock. Step aside. Let me find something to pry open the lock, said Ma Liqiang. Soon, he returned with a steel pipe and forcefully pried the lock open. Wait a moment, Brother Ma. Ma Liqiang was halted by Chen Yang's call. What's the matter, Brother Chun? Perhaps the chests contain something else? Come on, let's just poke it open with the pipe. All right. The group stepped back a few paces. As the chest was pried open, it revealed a dazzling array of gold, glistening before their eyes. Chapter 93. The Golden Serpent. Haha. We have struck it rich. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon seeing the vast amount of gold. She dashed towards the iron chest, eager to hold some gold for a moment's thrill. Xiaolu, do not touch that gold. Chen Yang suddenly shouted. Brother Yang, why not? I merely wish to experience the sensation of gold. I promise I won't take more than my share, she thought, believing that they would equally divide the riches. Truly blinded by the allure of wealth. At such a young age, you've already found a benefactor. Indeed, a gold digger. Li Keqiu, Luo Fei, and Li Curson all expressed their discontent. Xiaolu, you may take as much gold as you desire. The question is, can you carry it away? Moreover, an abundance of wealth may not be a blessing. It could attract dire consequences, Zhang Fei advised. Brother Chun, I concur with your viewpoint. Xiaolu, heed your benefactor's counsel. Merely gaze upon the gold. Feeling wronged, Qin Xiaolu protested. Is this how you all perceive me? I stated I simply wanted to touch it. Suddenly, Ma Liqiang shouted, Xiaolu, step aside. Yet, Qin Xiaolu stood frozen, bewildered. If you wish to avoid peril, come here at once. Ma Liqiang was exasperated. Confused, the others looked on. Chen Yang, it's a snake, a golden serpent. Meng Cici exclaimed as she spotted the creature slithering out from a pile of gold. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaolu, who had her back turned, danger lurked behind her. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yang confirmed, indeed, it is a slender golden serpent. As the serpent lunged towards Qin Xiaolu's back, Both Ma Liqiang and Chen Yang rushed forward, managing to pull her away just in time. The serpent missed its strike, hissing and glaring at everyone. Is this the legendary golden serpent? Luo Feifei gasped in astonishment. According to legend, wherever there is a substantial amount of gold, a golden serpent is often found guarding it. Should anyone attempt to steal the gold, the serpent would eliminate them. That was close. I nearly got bitten. Qin Xiaolu shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, Brother Yang and Qiang. Immediately afterward, from several other chests of gold, additional golden serpents emerged, each larger than the last. Strangely, these serpents coiled around the gold without attacking Chen Yang and the others. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang seemed to deduce something. Why do you think these golden serpents do not attack us? I believe their purpose is to safeguard the gold. Hence they will not leave the iron chests. Meng Sisi replied, I share your sentiment, Sisi. But where do these golden serpents originate? Furthermore, how do they know there's gold here? Were they tamed by pirates? Su Yuqing posed a series of questions. Haha, Sister Qing, I cannot answer those queries. Regardless, let us refrain from disturbing this gold. Suddenly, the entire ship rocked violently several times, causing everyone to stumble and nearly fall onto the deck. The shaking persisted for nearly a minute. Alas, it seems this pirate ship, apart from its treasure of gold, harbors nothing else of interest. Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Brother Chen, shall we disembark? Certainly. The group began to leave the cabin in succession, with Zhang Fei trailing behind. Suddenly, a cracking sound erupted beneath his feet. The deck splintered, revealing a hole the size of a basketball. Had Zhang Fei not reacted swiftly, his left foot might have plunged into the abyss. As he lifted his foot, he inadvertently glanced at the hole. Xiao Chun, Xiao Ma, come here quickly, I've made a discovery. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's call, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang hurried back to the cabin. Director Zhang, what have you found? Ma Liqiang inquired, noticing Zhang Fei staring into the hole in a daze. There's another layer beneath this one. This pirate ship has 2 levels. 2 levels? Chen Yang expressed skepticism as he approached Zhang Fei's position and peered through the hole. Indeed, another layer of the ship lay below. Wow, the second layer is so well concealed. We never noticed it. Thank goodness for Director Zhang. Why is the lower level so hidden? I suspect there must be treasures down there. Chu Chu's analysis was astute. At the very least, whatever lay in the second level would surely be more valuable than gold. The women began to voice their opinions. Only Chen Yang remained fixated on the hole, lost in contemplation. Chen Yang, what are you thinking? Meng Sisi asked, sensing an ominous vibe as a police officer. Sisi, I believe we should leave this place. Don't you want to take a look? Sometimes, curiosity can lead one to peril, Chen Yang replied, surveying the group. Now, let me take a tally. Who wishes to descend and see? I do. Qin Xiaolu was the first to raise her hand. Darling, I also want to see what treasures are hidden down there. Me too. Count me in. Ultimately, apart from Qin Xiaolu, Li Kershin, Li Keqiu, Luo Feifei, and Zhang Fei all expressed their desire to explore the depths. Very well, the majority rules. Let us descend. After considerable effort, Chen Yang, Ma Liqiang, and Zhang Fei finally pried away 3 planks. I'll go first. Before anyone could react, Zhang Fei leaped down. As he landed, still regaining his balance, he instinctively grasped onto something nearby. Once he collected himself, he discovered he was clutching a white, transparent coffin. Director Zhang, what's wrong? Down there's a coffin. What? A coffin? Chen Yang felt an increasing sense of unease. However, Zhang Fei had already descended, so he had no choice but to follow. Soon, everyone had reached the second level, gathering around the coffin for an extended period. Although the coffin was transparent, it was shrouded in a layer of white mist, making it impossible to discern whether a man or a woman lay within. Brother Chen, what should we do? Brother Ma, I suggest we refrain from disturbing the coffin. It fills me with dread. My dear husband, I wish to ascend. Cousin, it is merely a coffin. What is there to fear? Li Kershin, to our astonishment, began to caress the surface of the coffin. What a chilling sensation. Who would have thought this coffin possessed a quality akin to that of a refrigerator? Xiao Chun, look quickly. There's a button here, seemingly the mechanism to open the coffin. Zhang Fei pointed to the central area at the base of the coffin. Xiao Chun, since we are all here, why not unveil it? Let us satisfy the curiosity of the ladies. Zhang Fei rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. My dear husband, could there be a zombie resting within this coffin? Choo-choo, have you indulged too much in horror films? What zombie could possibly merit such an honor? Luo Feifei retorted with a hint of annoyance. It might very well be the coffin of some emperor or consort. Ma Liqiang remarked. If you want to open it, I shall. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolu, taking advantage of the moment, pressed the white button without anyone noticing. Chapter 94. The Enchanted Corpse. Qin Xiaolu. Have you lost your mind? Ma Liqiang bellowed. No one knew what lay within the coffin. What if it housed a terrifying creature? Qin Xiaolu, my husband, is the captain. What do you mean by acting on your own? Indeed, you seem quite fond of showing off, don't you? If something goes awry, will you take responsibility? Truly, your ability to create chaos is remarkable. Enough, everyone, Chen Yang interjected, visibly agitated. However, the coffin had already been opened. What good would further anger serve? Everyone, step back. As the coffin creaked open gradually, Chen Yang urged vigilance. Cici, should any danger arise, shoot immediately without hesitation. Understood, Chen Yang. All eyes were fixed intently on the coffin lid. Husband, I'm a bit frightened, Li Keqiu confessed, her legs trembling. Choo-choo, don't be afraid. I'm here. Chen Yang grasped her hand tightly. Moments later, the coffin was fully ajar. A white mist slowly dissipated. Quickly, cover your mouths and noses. Be wary of toxic gas. Zhang Fei shouted. Hurry, follow Director Zhang's instructions. Time passed slowly until the gas had entirely cleared, allowing everyone to breathe freely. Xiao Chun and Xiao Ma. Shall I go first? No, let me. Allow me. Consequently, Zhang Fei, Chen Yang, and Ma Liqiang engaged in a heated dispute. Enough. I am your elder. It is only right that I proceed, Zhang Fei asserted. After all, I have lived a long life and have enjoyed my share. You are still young. And what if there is danger within the coffin? Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang exchanged glances. Very well, Director Zhang, proceed with caution. Chen Yang handed over a dagger. No need. If there is true danger, is my life at stake? Zhang Fei chuckled, striding forward with composure. Be careful, Godfather. I'll be fine. Upon reaching the coffin, Zhang Fei craned his neck to peer inside. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. It's a corpse, a female corpse. What? A woman's corpse? Chen Yang rushed over, closely followed by Ma Liqiang. As they beheld the lifeless figure, they stood dumbfounded. Good heavens, this corpse is remarkably preserved. The skin unmarred, resembling a living person. What's more, the woman is exceedingly beautiful, her grace evident both inside and out. Adorned with a grand necklace featuring a large blue gemstone at its center. My word, there's not a trace of decay, and it even exudes a faint fragrance. Can you imagine how many years this woman has been preserved? Her identity must be extraordinary. As they discussed, the women began to gather around, equally astonished by the sight of the corpse. At that moment, Luo Feifei recalled the film. Chen Yang, do you think this corpse might have been used for ancient rituals? Perhaps she was sealed within this coffin? Could she be a zombie? The women speculated wildly. Qin Xiaolu fixated intently on the exquisite blue gemstone. It was simply stunning, and she adored it immensely. Regardless of the reason, it seems somewhat unethical for us to so brazenly pry open someone else's coffin, Chen Yang remarked, bowing slightly. So, how shall we proceed with this coffin? Ma Liqiang expressed his concerns, fearing that a careless mistake might lead to the resurrection of the female corpse, resulting in their inevitable demise. Shall we simply close the coffin again? I concur. I support that notion. Remarkably, everyone's opinions aligned in unison. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed through the air. All heads turned towards the source of the noise. Unbeknownst to the group, Qin Xiaolu stealthily snatched the blue gemstone, concealing it within her pocket. Ma Liqiang approached, noticing that a wooden plank had rotted and collapsed. Let us all assist in closing the coffin lid, he suggested. Agreed. They all pushed together. As they were pushing, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chen Yang, Brother Ma, look. The surface of the corpse is changing. Meng Cici's complexion shifted. Goodness. The corpse's skin appears to be drying out. Chen Yang realized that before long, the corpse would transform into a mummified state. Senior, I apologize. It is our fault for prying open the coffin. He knelt before the coffin, bowing 3 times. Wait, wasn't there a blue gemstone on the corpse's neck? How's it gone now? Meng Cici scrutinized the corpse again and finally noticed the anomaly. Indeed, Sister Cici, I distinctly remember a large gemstone. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Could it have been taken? It must have been one of us who secretly took it, she concluded. If I'm not mistaken, it happened when we were distracted and someone seized the opportunity. Chen Yang surveyed the women, realizing the thief was among them. You dare to steal from the dead? Are you not afraid of inviting misfortune? The women exchanged glances, none willing to step forward. Ladies, if you return it voluntarily now, we can overlook it. Molly Chang scrutinized Qin Xiaolu closely. Molly Chang, what do you mean? Are you implying that I took it? If so, then search me. If I didn't take it, I will not let this slide. Can I take a look at you? Honestly, I never accused you. In Ma Liqiang's eyes, among these women, only his ex-girlfriend was vain, which led him to suspect Qin Xiaolu first. Since no one is admitting to it, then I have no choice but to search, Chen Yang sighed. Fei, Cici, you are responsible for the search. Understood. Li Keqiu opened her arms. Apologies, Chu. Minutes passed, and only Zhang Fei and Qin Xiaolu remained. Director Zhang Lulu, if you confess now, I can let it go. Xiao Chen I truly did not take it. Director Zhang raised his hand to swear. Brother Yang, it really wasn't me. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolu's foot slipped, and she stumbled towards Zhang Fei. Seeing this, Zhang Fei reached out and embraced him. At the very moment their bodies made contact, Qin Xiaolu swiftly slipped the sapphire into Zhang Fei's right pocket. Xiaolu, are you all right? Thank you, Godfather. Zhang Fei helped Qin Xiaolu to his feet. Miss Luo, it is now my turn. All right, Director Zhang. Luo Fei reached into Zhang Fei's pocket, and her expression immediately changed. What is this? She pulled out the sapphire and coldly interrogated Zhang Fei. No, it's not me, truly, I did not take it. I have no idea how this ended up with me. Zhang Fei hurriedly explained. If it isn't yours, then how could it be with you? It appears that the previous improvement was merely a fade on your part. Shameless, to steal even the adornments of the deceased. I did not. Zhang Fei continuously shook his head in denial. Chapter 95. The Resurrection of the Corpse Father. This sapphire was found on you. Why do you refuse to acknowledge it? Qin Xiaolu accused Zhang Fei with indignation. I did not. I truly did not steal it, I swear. If I did, my entire family would suffer a terrible fate. Zhang Fei protested vehemently. Is a mere curse sufficient to absolve you? At your age, resorting to theft is disgraceful. Director Zhang, you are not financially constrained. So why the greed? Indeed, such a person must face severe punishment. I propose we expel Director Zhang. If he is capable of stealing from the dead today, who knows when he might resort to murder? Allowing him to remain is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Li Keqiu, Li Keqiu, Luo Fei, and Su Yuqing all condemned Zhang Fei in unison. Director Zhang, I will ask you one last time. Did you steal the item? Chen Yang gazed at him with unwavering seriousness. I did not steal. Why do you not believe me? Zhang Fei reiterated his denial. Director Zhang, Brother Chen has already afforded you a chance, yet you refuse to cherish it and continue to deny. Xiaoma, I did not steal. Zhang Fei insisted, but suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned and glared coldly at Qin Xiaolu. Father, what are you doing? Zhang Fei chuckled. Qin Xiaolu, what wrong have I ever done to you at the hospital? Why are you framing me? You ungrateful wretch. You speak nonsense. The item was found on you. Everyone can testify to that. You are slandering me. When you fell just now, you stealthily slipped the sapphire into my pocket while everyone was distracted, did you not? Qin Xiaolu vehemently denied the accusation. Brother Yang, Director Zhang, is framing me. It is despicable and shameless. She squeezed out a few tears and ran behind Chen Yang, feigning distress. Director Zhang, you are not a man. You dare to act, but cannot face the consequences? How shameless. It is you who stole, yet you accuse others. Repulsive. Honey, we must ensure Director Zhang is punished. Expel him immediately. Zhang Fei bit down hard, his fury boiling over. I admit I was selfish before, but you cannot condemn me without evidence. Even a wayward son can repent. Fine, you all believe I am the thief, correct? I will leave on my own. With that, he handed the sapphire to Chen Yang and turned to depart. Wait. At that moment, Meng Sisi spoke up. Officer Meng, what? Do you wish to apprehend me? Zhang Fei retorted, but Meng Sisi ignored him and approached Chen Yang. Brother Ma, may I speak with you privately? Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang exchanged glances before stepping out of the cabin to the bow of the ship. Sisi, have you uncovered something? Brother Ma, I have studied psychology and behavioral science. Just now, I sensed that Qin Xiaolu was lying based on her expression. Furthermore, when the coffin broke, we were all distracted. I recall that at that moment, Qin Xiaolu stood right in front of the coffin. She had both the means to commit the act and the opportunity to frame someone else. Upon hearing Meng Sisi's analysis, Chen Yang and Ma Liqiang fell into deep contemplation. No one wished to bear the stigma of being labeled a thief. If they were mistaken, Director Zhang would have to leave. With his survival skills, he might not last a day. This is a matter of a living life. Xiao Chun, what shall we do now? The most pressing issue is that all suspicion stems solely from Meng Sisi's reasoning, lacking any evidence. To be honest, I am at a loss as well. Sisi, do you have any clever ideas? Meng Sisi pondered for a moment and suggested, why not temporarily consider Dean Zhang as the thief? Perhaps the real culprit will inadvertently reveal themselves. Brother Ma, what do you think? That seems feasible. It must be done. I shall feign a plea for leniency to keep Dean Zhang here. Thus it was decided. 10 minutes later, the trio returned. Xiao Chun, Xiao Ma, Officer Meng. I am leaving. Take care. Hold on. Ma Liqiang hastily stopped Zhang Fei. Xiao Ma, what do you intend to do? Must I leave on my own? Haha, Dean Zhang. Do not be hasty. Ma Liqiang then surveyed the crowd and solemnly stated, Ladies, in my previous work, Dean Zhang has assisted me greatly. Although his act of thievery is disgraceful, I hope you can grant me a favor and allow him to remain for now. Once we disembark, he may leave. It will not be too late. The women began to murmur among themselves. Ma Liqiang, what do you mean by that? Haha, are you currying favor with a thief? Qin Xiaolu was the first to voice her opposition. Xiaolu, Dean Zhang is also your godfather. Why are you so eager to drive him away? Fight to test thieves. Observing his goddaughter's cold demeanor, Zhang Fei chuckled, realizing that at this crucial juncture, his goddaughter was less supportive than Xiao Ma. This incident revealed her true colors to Zhang Fei. Brother Ma, since you have said so, I have no objections. Luo Fei sensed that there was something amiss. Otherwise, Chen Yang, Meng Sisi, and Ma Liqiang had conferred privately for quite a while. Perhaps they had discovered that Zhang Fei was not the true thief. Encouraged by Luo Fei, Li Keqiu, Li Keqin, and Su Yuqing also agreed to this plan. Brother Chun, if Dean Zhang has stolen once, he may do so again. Should we continue to tolerate such a person? Xiaolu, the minority must yield to the majority. This is a collective decision, and my opinion alone does not suffice. Luo Fei and Su Yuqing had been discreetly observing Qin Xiaolu, and her anxious demeanor led them to ponder a troubling question. The thief could very well be Qin Xiaolu. Thief crying stop thief is a common ruse. Now, I shall return the sapphire to its rightful place. Chen Yang approached the coffin, bent down, and threaded the sapphire. Just as he raised his hand, his finger inadvertently grazed the necklace, causing a small cut. Moments later, a few drops of blood trickled from his finger. Unfazed, Chen Yang continued threading the sapphire, unaware that those drops fell along the bridge of the female corpse's nose and into her mouth. Now let us close the coffin. As the group pushed the coffin lid, suddenly, the corpse's right hand trembled a few times. Following that, the corpse raised its left hand and rested it on the edge of the coffin. Mother, a ghost, a ghost. Alas, the zombies have arrived. Li Keqin and Li Keqiu cried out in terror. Even Meng Sisi and Luo Fei recoiled several steps in fright. It's over, Brother Chun, this female corpse has risen. Goodness, could it be true? Instantly, the temperature within the cabin plummeted several degrees. Quickly, everyone retreat 10 meters. Sisi, heighten your vigilance. Under the watchful gaze of all, the female corpse sat upright and twisted her head. The moment she opened her eyes, everyone seemed to be ensnared by an enigmatic force. I seem to be unable to move. Luo Fei attempted to draw her dagger, only to find her entire body paralyzed. Darling, I cannot move either. Everyone was on high alert. Chapter 96. Princess Chen Yang, it is over. It is over. This time we are doomed. Qin Xiaolu, it is all your fault. If you had not been the first to suggest prying open the coffin to take a look, would it have turned into this? Surely, the theft of the sapphire has incited the corpse's wrath upon us. The women were filled with indignation. Li Keqiu, did you not also assist in prying open the coffin? What right do you have to cast blame upon me? What is wrong with you? You are nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Li Keqiu, repeat that if you dare. Qin Xiaolu pointed at Li Keqiu, her fury palpable. What now? Qin Xiaolu, do you wish to strike me? Qin Xiaolu, dare to touch my cousin and see what happens. Enough, cease this bickering. Chen Yang could no longer contain himself and erupted in anger. At that moment, the resurrected corpse emerged from the coffin, slowly advancing towards them. Instantly, a chill permeated the air. The women trembled in fear. Do not come any closer, Wu. I do not wish to die yet. Qin Xiaolu, Li Keqiu wept. Meng Sisi and Su Yuqing maintained an air of calmness. What in the world? Why is the corpse approaching me? Chen Yang was drenched in cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, the corpse stood right before him. What do you intend to do? For the first time, Chen Yang felt the grip of terror. To his surprise, the corpse merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, everyone was left in shock. The corpse raised her right hand and gently caressed Chen Yang's face. Following this, she opened her delicate lips. Husband, be careful. It is over. The corpse intends to absorb Xiao Chen's yang energy. Zhang Fei exclaimed loudly. Director Zhang, do not speak nonsense. Miss Li, have you never watched a zombie film? I am not speaking frivolously. Damn it, I cannot move. What the hell? Ma Liqiang attempted to shift, but found his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Brother Chun, I am unable to assist you. Ma Ge, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must resign myself to fate. Unexpectedly, the corpse kissed Chen Yang. Subsequently, her skin began to regain its luster at an astonishing rate. Just when it seemed the corpse would continue, she approached Qin Xiaolu. She gripped Qin Xiaolu's right shoulder. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, Qin Xiaolu screamed. Her face contorted in pain. The onlookers clearly saw the corpse's fingers embed themselves into Qin Xiaolu's shoulder. Brother Chun, Godfather, Changgu, save me. Ha, save you? Ha, you ungrateful woman. I will not lift a finger for you. Qin Xiaolu, I am sorry, but I cannot move. How can I rescue you? You must rely on your own wits. Seeing Zhang Fei and Ma Liqiang's cold demeanor, Qin Xiaolu cast a pitiful glance at Chen Yang. Husband, have you not considered why the corpse targets only Qin Xiaolu? Indeed, how did I overlook this detail? Cousin, are you suggesting that Qin Xiaolu has offended the corpse? But they are meeting for the first time. If my conjecture is correct, the true thief is indeed her. Meng Sisi pondered this thought, leading her to this conclusion. Qin Xiaolu, is it truly you? Zhang Fei glared furiously at his goddaughter. I did not steal. You are the thief. Suddenly, the female corpse raised her hand and slapped Qin Xiaolu. This seemingly light strike sent Qin Xiaolu flying. Upon hitting the ground, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Why? Why did you strike me? I have no enmity with you. Before she could finish her words, the female corpse swiftly appeared before her, fixing her gaze on Qin Xiaolu. Those eyes emanated a terrifying blue glow, sending shivers down Qin Xiaolu's spine. Qin Xiaolu, will you not confess honestly? The female corpse intoned coldly. To everyone's astonishment, the corpse had spoken. Good heavens, this is beyond belief. They were all taken aback. At that moment, Qin Xiaolu felt as if death itself was beckoning her. Should she deny it once more, the corpse would surely claim her life. I confess I stole the sapphire. I framed Dinzhong. Qin Xiaolu knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. Just spare my life. Shameless. I treated you so well, and you betrayed me. How despicable. You deserve this. Zhang Fei thundered. He wished he could strike this woman down with a single blow. Ha! Dinzhong, you can now see her true colors, can't you? Xiaoma, did you not notice when you befriended her? Dinzhong, let us refrain from mutual accusations. It is better to recognize the truth early and avoid unnecessary troubles. At that moment, the female corpse grasped Qin Xiaolu by the neck, lifting her slowly. "Help me! Help me!" Qin Xiaolu struggled desperately, her legs thrashing. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yang shouted, "Could you spare her life?" The corpse paused, glancing at Chen Yang. After a few seconds, she gently released her grip. Qin Xiaolu was thrown several meters away. With another wave of her hand, everyone felt as though a restraint had been lifted, allowing them to move freely once more. Who? Who are you? How did you end up in a coffin? May I ask a question? Are you human or a zombie? How long have you been asleep? Listening to the women's inquiries, the corpse offered no response, instead focusing on Chen Yang. "What the hell are you doing? I haven't provoked you. Why you keep staring at me?" The corpse beckoned, and Chen Yang's legs moved uncontrollably toward her. "What do you intend to do?" A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yang. The corpse smiled. "Chen Yang, you saved me just now. Thank you. I saved you? I feel as though I did nothing. Your blood awakened me." Chen Yang recalled the events, realizing the truth of the matter. "Everyone, leave this place and wait on the deck for us. Chen Yang and I have something to attend to." "What? You have business with Chen Yang?" The women regarded the corpse with peculiar expressions. There's no need for you to be so anxious. Chen Yang is my savior. I would never bring him harm. Furthermore, I am Princess Chen Yang, merely encased in ice for 5 centuries. My heavens, 5 centuries. Does this mean that this woman is over 500 years old? Yet her skin and beauty bear no difference from that of a young maiden in her 20s. Is it possible that such a secret to eternal youth truly exists in this world? You may leave. I assure you I will be fine. My dear, please take care. Chen Yang, would you like this? Cici, you should keep the pistol. I will be all right. Though this is my first encounter with Princess Chen Yang. Chen Yang places his trust in her. Very well, my dear brother Chen. We shall await you above. Ma Liqiang led the others away from this place. Poor Qin Xiaolu, left without a single soul to assist her, could only endure the pain, limping along slowly. Chapter 97. The princess seeks help. Greetings, young Master Chen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Jinchuan, the eldest daughter of the Emperor of Daong. Princess Anyang, it is a pleasure. Chen Yang replied courteously, nodding his head. From now on, you may call me Jinchuan, or perhaps Chanter. May I address you as Brother Chen? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was taken aback. Song Jinchuan, after 3 centuries, dares to refer to him as Brother Chen? He dismissed the thought, recognizing it as merely a form of address. Of course, Chanter. Brother Chen, you are my savior. To be precise, it was your blood that awakened me. I never imagined I would awaken after centuries. Shanti, may I inquire why you were lying in that icy coffin? Chen Yang asked, filled with curiosity. Although he was unaware of which dynasty Song Jinchuan referred to as Daong, he understood that as a princess, she was of noble lineage, and it baffled him how anyone would dare to confine her in a coffin. With a sigh, Song Jinchuan shed a few tears. Chanter, what troubles you? Is there a hidden story behind this? Chen Yang speculated that perhaps Princess Anyang had been forcibly placed into the coffin. Brother Chen, since you saved me, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Years ago, my father, in his pursuit of immortality, sought out gifted individuals to concoct elixirs. Among them, a Taoist with white eyebrows was most favored by him. After my mother passed, my father increasingly favored concubine Lu, even expressing intentions to depose my royal brother, the crown prince, and establish concubine Lu's son, Prince Ling, as the heir. I garnered support from many officials to oppose this, which led my father to abandon the notion of deposing my brother. From that moment, concubine Lu and Prince Ling harbored deep animosity towards me. To eliminate me, they secretly bribed the Taoist with white eyebrows, who convinced my father that I was a harbinger of calamity that would jeopardize Daong's foundation. Initially, my father was skeptical, but when ghostly occurrences began to plague the palace alongside severe droughts and floods, fueled by the Taoist manipulations, he ultimately deemed me the source of misfortune. For the sake of Daong, my father fell prey to the Taoist slander, and I was entombed in ice. Even more despicable was that the Taoist placed a curse upon me, condemning me to never be reborn. Not long after, my royal brother met with an untimely demise. As she spoke, Tears streamed down Song Jinchuan's face. Indeed, it seems that throughout history, rulers have been devoid of compassion. That Taoist is truly wicked. Chen Yang seethed with anger. It became apparent that the palace intrigues depicted in dramas were reflective of the authentic dynamics within ancient courts. Brother Chen, although I have awakened, my body is exceedingly unstable. If I do not receive your assistance, I shall completely vanish within 3 hours. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, was even more bewildered. What did she mean by needing his help? As Chen Yang pondered this perplexity, Song Jinchuan had already approached him closely. At that moment, the space between them shrank, and Chen Yang felt an intense warmth envelop him. Suddenly, Song Jinchuan extended her delicate hand, gently resting it upon his shoulder, her enchanting smile captivating him. Anyang princess, what? What is your intention? Brother Chen, do you think I am beautiful? You are stunning, like a celestial fairy. Really? Those women, are they all your wives? Chen Yang shook his head. The notion of having 3 wives and 6 concubines was something he could only dream of. No, Channer. In our world, one can only have 1 wife. However, there are no restrictions on lovers. Brother Chen, are you married? This question left Chen Yang at a loss for words. To claim he wasn't married would hold some truth, even though Li Keqiu was his nominal wife. They had yet to obtain a marriage certificate, yet to assert he was married felt somewhat disloyal to Keqiu. How should he phrase it? You may consider me married, or you may regard me as still not formally wed. Song Channer smiled, her beauty becoming even more enchanting. Brother Chen, could you assist me? Of course. Whatever you ask, you shall receive. Chen Yang was taken aback. Noticing his hesitation, Song Channer playfully remarked, Fear not, Brother Chen. I would never do anything to harm you. Very well. Speak. How may I assist you? At this moment, Chen Yang felt a peculiar sensation. Brother Chen, I have been entombed in a coffin, hidden from the sun for centuries, which has imbued me with an overwhelming chill, resulting in an excess of yin energy within me. Thus, I must absorb some yang energy to balance it out. What on earth does Song Channer mean? Surely, she doesn't intend to draw the yang energy from me? Chen Yang felt an uncanny similarity to a zombie. Oh no! Why did I agree to her request? If she drained all my yang energy, wouldn't I end up lifeless? Channer, why choose me out of the 2 other men? Chen Yang felt a sense of mischief. She specifically called upon you, and you, in turn, have invited calamity. Should Zhang Fei or Ma Liqiang hear of this, they would surely scold you for your shamelessness. What is the matter, Brother Chen? Are you having second thoughts? No, that is not my intention. Brother Chen, I realize that you possess the purest yang energy. Chen Yang was utterly bewildered. What you refer to as pure yang energy to illustrate. If I were to absorb someone else's yang, it might take a day to achieve the desired effect, whereas for you, it would only require half an hour. Goodness, my yang energy is so valuable. Subsequently, Song Channer added, Brother Chen, you need not worry. I want to drain all your yang energy at once, for that would surely lead to your demise. I plan to absorb it once a month. Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very well. I shall see this through. You may begin your absorption. Are you certain this is the moment to start? Indeed, Song Channer smiled, taking Chen Yang's hand as she led him towards the coffin. Wait, Channer, why aren't you beginning? Aren't you here to absorb yang energy? Why go to the coffin? Brother Chen, only in that manner can the absorption be more thorough. Channer, what manner? Please clarify. Song Channer smiled. She leaned close to Chen Yang's ear and whispered softly. Channer, are you not joking? Chen Yang pointed at the coffin, his face a mask of astonishment. What do you think? Hurry over, we must not waste time. Can you allow me a moment to gather myself? I have it. Before Chen Yang could finish his words, Song Channer gently tugged him, pulling him into the coffin. Shortly thereafter, she lay down beside him. Soon, the coffin began to close slowly. On the deck, the women fixated on the exit. Sister Qing, why hasn't Chen Yang come out yet? Is something wrong with my husband? Should we go down and take a look? I'm still worried. The women expressed their concern fervently. Chapter 98. The Council of Elders as Luo Feifei approached the corner. She was preparing to descend to the lower level. Miss Luo, please hold on. Ma Liqiang hurriedly approached and blocked her path. Brother Ma, what do you mean by this? Miss Luo, do not misunderstand. What I mean is, perhaps it is best if you do not go down. Are you not concerned about Chen Yang? What if something were to happen to him? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Luo Feifei was filled with indignation. Very well, do as you please. Feifei, wait for me. I will accompany you down. Li Kershin and Li Keqiu followed suit. Qingjia, Cici, are you not coming down? Feifei, I think I will stay up here. Su Yuqing said, I will keep watch. You all go down and take a look. Meng Cici vigilantly scanned their surroundings. All right, then we shall proceed down. Before long, the three women reached the bottom level. Where's my husband? Li Keqiu looked around, but could not find Chen Yang. Cousin, is Princess Chen Yang also missing? The expressions of the two women changed drastically. Husband, cousin, Chengu should be fine, right? At this moment, Luo Feifei was staring intently at the coffin. When they had left earlier, the coffin had not been closed. Now, however, the lid was firmly shut. Chen Yang, Princess Chen Yang, is missing. The only possibility is that they are both inside the coffin. Inside the coffin, Chen Yang was embracing Song Chaner. Perhaps due to the excellent ceiling, they had not heard any commotion from the outside. Chu Kershin, Luo Feifei pointed toward the coffin. Feifei, you cannot mean to say that my husband is lying in the coffin? This is impossible. Li Kershin refused to believe it at all. Aside from here, I truly cannot imagine where they could be hiding. But why would they hide in the coffin? Luo Feifei shook her head, equally perplexed. Time ticked by. After about 10 minutes, suddenly, the coffin lid began to move slowly. As Chen Yang sat upright and stretched, Luo Feifei, Li Keqiu, and Li Kershin stared in astonishment. Husband, how are you in the coffin? Chu, what are you doing here? Seeing the three women, Chen Yang quickly jumped out of the coffin. Chen Yang, where is Princess Chen Yang? I am right here. Song Chaner also jumped out of the coffin. You all. Even a fool could understand what was happening. Chu, I, and the princess. Chen Yang, you certainly know how to have fun. Luo Feifei looked at Chen Yang with disdain. Feifei, you misunderstood. I was just helping Princess Chen Yang. Helping while lying in a coffin? Chen Yang. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Feifei, please do not blame Chen Yang. It is all my fault. Song Chaner briefly explained the circumstances. Chen Yang, congratulations. You have gained another woman. Luo Feifei, filled with jealousy, turned and ascended. My dear, I am relieved to see that you are well. Li Keqiu exhibited no concern, instead taking the initiative to grasp Song Chaner's hand, smiling as she said, Sister Chaner, shall we depart? Song Chaner nodded in agreement. Feifei, what brings you here alone? Where are Chu and the others? They will join us shortly. Qingjia. Observing her disciple's discontent, Su Yuqing felt puzzled. Feifei, what troubles you? Master, I am fine. Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao hastened along the trail, following a clue that led them to a small grove. Shangge, do you detect a scent? Indeed. It resembles the aroma of roasted meat. Feng Yuanshan immediately adopted a vigilant stance, his firearm ready. Could it be those wild men? Let us approach cautiously and investigate. Thus, the two advanced stealthily towards the southeast. Huge! This roasted meat is truly delectable. Since it is so delightful, indulge yourselves. Once you are satisfied, we shall resume our journey. Suddenly, one of the guard's expressions shifted. He inadvertently turned his head and noticed the grass behind him moving. Huge! We have a situation. The group fell into a state of alertness. Moments later, two figures emerged from the foliage. Huge! It appears to be young Master Feng. Feng Yuanshan? Likewise. Feng Yuanshan and Luo Biao recognized each other. Elated to see Feng Yuanshan exclaimed, Uncle Hu, it's me, Yuanshan. Feng Hu approached with his guards. Yuanshan, I am relieved that you are unharmed. The master has been greatly worried about you. After your departure, he sent me to find you. Upon catching sight of the roasted meat, Feng Yuanshan's mouth watered. Throughout their journey, he and Luo Biao had been on edge, scarcely daring to linger, and their stomachs growled with hunger. Come, Yuanshan Biao, let us sit and enjoy a meal while we converse. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Luo Biao wiped his mouth and eagerly devoured a large piece of meat. Uncle Hu, you only brought 3 guards? Alas, I initially brought 9, but only 3 remain now. Yuanshan, where are your companions? Upon seeing Luo Biao, Feng had already surmised the outcome. Uncle Hu, this place is utterly terrifying. Upon landing on the island, we were slaughtered by grotesque creatures. Damn those beasts! Feng Hu cursed vehemently. By the way, did you encounter wild men as well? Indeed. The two recounted their respective experiences on the island. Uncle Hu, it seems we may not be able to return. Yuan Shan, do not lose hope. I believe the master will surely send someone to rescue us. I hope so, they both sighed, though Feng Yuanshan and Feng Biao had already prepared for the worst. At the far eastern side of the island, there lay a vast cavern. At the entrance stood 4 tall and imposing wild men, brandishing spears with an air of authority. Within the cave, at its center, sat an elderly man in his 60s upon a stone seat, adorned with a crown crafted from ivory, inlaid with a sparkling gem at its center. On either side of the old man stood 2 elders. The clan leader and the second elder had failed in their duties, resulting in the deaths and injuries of dozens of clansmen. It was imperative that the third elder face severe punishment. Do not speak with such sarcasm. Had it been you, would you have returned alive? The second elder was not at fault. On the contrary, he had rendered a service by bringing back such crucial intelligence. The fourth elder shot a glare at the third elder. Those adversaries wield weapons of immense power. My men were utterly defenseless, especially that peculiar object that resembles a small stone. One throw could annihilate a multitude. Alas, my survival is a mere stroke of luck. The second elder's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The memory of that battle was still vivid in his mind. For them, it had been nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Second elder, do not seek excuses for your failure. Our conflict with the Maya tribe is at a critical juncture. If they become aware of our significant losses, they may unleash their full might upon us. What do you mean by that, third elder? I suspect you are the spy planted by the Maya tribe. At this moment, we should not be embroiled in internal strife, the fourth elder retorted sharply. The clan leader, observing the escalating argument among the 3 elders, turned his gaze towards the ever-silent first elder. Chapter 99, The Captive Woman Elder. What is your perspective on this matter? Patriarch, I believe the 3 elders are not mistaken. Regardless of the circumstances, the death of over 20 clansmen is an undeniable truth, and someone must step forward to bear the responsibility.